Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep with your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep. Today is Tuesday, right? Yeah, I'm off all week. I don't know where my head's at. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, and Dennis Dick with you this morning. Today we are talking undervalued or, quote, low PE stocks and the rally in those undervalued stocks that we're looking at. We're talking buybacks versus dividends. We're talking Credit Suisse unloading the rest of their positions from Archegos and some ramifications from that for the bank. We're taking questions from our chat. So, a good show for you today. Nick Shaheen is our guest, author of Create Income with Option Spreads and SellSpreads.com at 8:35. Everyone, smash that like button. Let us know how much you like us in the eyes of the YouTube algorithm. Thank you very much. Joel, good morning. How are we doing out there?
A little bit of red, but I mean, you consider all that green we had yesterday. This is absolutely nothing. Relevant levels, pre-market high, 74.50. Yesterday's high, 73.75. So you're not getting me calling a double top here, but there is a double top. Crude up 92 cents at 59.58, trying to get back over that $60 level. Gold climbing back towards that major resistance at 1750. That's up 880 at 1736.70 or 37.70. Silver, that's grappling with 25. That's up 22 cents, right at 25, right on the kisser. Bitcoin, that's down $300 at 59,500. I guess no one is too worried about China's version of the Bitcoin coming out, announced, I guess, overnight. But Triple D, that was one heck of a rally yesterday. Wow. Boy, oh man. I mean, opened up, took out the pre-market high, kept on going. So how is it looking in the after hours? Looks like we got a little reversal. Did that happen before you shut down at 8 o'clock?
It was up. We were up last night, so I was actually surprised that we'd given all of the gains back overnight. We were significantly in the red at one point overnight, but the buy the dippers win again, and here we are. We're almost flat on the S&Ps. We've got the QQQs trying to go positive. Actually, they just did right now, right here, live on Pre-Market Prep. The QQQ goes green once again. Buy the dip wins.
Let me see that. Say goodbye to 325. Look at that. Wow. Gap up on yesterday. And then right over that 325. Wow, what a level. Don't you hate when it does that? When you have a level like that? Man, look at that. Just leaped right over it. Now going back. Finally woke up. Apple finally woke up. Google, which we had been touting on the breakout, that was up huge. Facebook, if they would have released everyone's phone number, they probably would have been up $20 instead of $8. But man, big tech finally towed the line for us in yesterday's session.
It's value. This is a value-driven market. Multiple questions. When will Fubo go up? Fubo is not a value stock. It is not a value tech stock. If you are high PE or no PE in the fact that you don't make money, you are not participating for the most part in this rally. We've seen some participation, but a lot of non-participation in the Cathy names. This has been a value-driven market. Look no further than running a scan this morning. Ran a scan S&P 500, taking stocks with a PE under 20 in the S&P 500. There is 12, only 12. Again, this is based on last year's earnings. Some of last year's earnings are depressed, so I'm not using forward earnings, using last year's earnings. So if you do use those, though, you have 12 stocks. 12 stocks of the 500 that have PE under 20. And let's take a look at them. Ben, the first one, Franklin Resources, that is making a new high on the year right now. We have BK, which made a new 52-week high yesterday. We have DHI, which made a new 52-week high yesterday. We have General Dynamics, which made a new 52-week high yesterday. Notice a pattern? We have Hewlett Packard, which made a new 52-week high yesterday. We have Lennar, which made a new 52-week high yesterday. We have Met Life, which made a new 52-week high yesterday. We have Oracle, which made a new 52-week high yesterday. Full disclosure, I do own Oracle in the long-term portfolio. PFG, which just missed a new 52-week high yesterday. Another home builder, PHM, new 52-week high yesterday. SHW, Sherwin-Williams, the paint company, new 52-week high yesterday. And Whirlpool, new 52-week high yesterday. So 11 out of 12, and the one that missed by 50 cents. You can clearly see that this market wants low PE stocks.
You know what? In funny, on a historical perspective, is that low? 15
Not
to 20.
really. Not really.
No.
But again, this is based on last year's earnings. So looking forward, some of these PEs are probably lower than that because I ran the PE based on current right now. So it would take the last 4 quarters of earnings, as opposed to if you run it on a forward multiple. We know 2020 was a rough year for a lot of companies. So, the home builder is probably firing all cylinders, but there's a couple companies in there that might not be. So I think, you look forward, you're going to see some that are trading lower than that. I mean, General Motors going forward is trading looking at, 10 or 11. So, not based on last year because people, in the middle of the pandemic were saving money. But I mean, going forward here, General Motors, it's another low PE stock. If you look at it from a forward basis, I think it's trading 11 times looking forward. So, I mean, there is some cheap stocks in there, but you can clearly see the divergence continues to stay. Even what you were saying off the bat with, looking at what was driving us yesterday, it was Apple with a good day. It was Facebook. We've been talking about Facebook. The PE is reasonable on it. Google, I've talked about Google forever. Growth at a reasonable cost.
What's Google? What's Google at? Is it PE?
It's around $200 in the last 3 days. This is incredible movement. 22.18, Joel. So you've seen big movements. Full disclosure.
No. I'm just asking about the.
I'm long Google.
The PE.
I don't know where the PE is. Spencer, do you have that in front of you? It's under 30.
Yeah, we looked at this like a week ago.
I feel like it's in the 20s.
Well, it was under 30.
It's moving.
Whirlpool, someone's saying, what the hell is this up for? I mean, this is, and actually, I mean, if like you talk about obvious Adam and stuff, and people were not going on vacations, right? They were at their house. So if you had this vacation money, you're spending more time in your home. What are you going to do to your home? You got the money, you got the extra money, you got the extra time, so you're going to put it into a house. Interesting side fact, I was talking to my cousin Steffi over the weekend, and she's a building manager, or she's the manager for a city of a small town, Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and she said that building permits, when last year, for all kinds of projects, were like 3 times as high as they had in the previous 5 years. Yeah. So that's why your Home Depots, right? People are doing. I can do this stuff online. Look at that. I mean, holy Matt, that looks like Viacom. I'd be scared. That's scary.
The one problem is here, if you're coming in and chasing these things now, you're kind of late to the party.
I should dump
I think you get pullbacks in these things, though they're buying opportunities, just like General Motors. I'm kicking myself because the thing ran, if we look at the beginning of March, ran all the way up to 62, got overbought. What's it do? Has a nice little healthy correction. What's it do now? A resumption of the previous trend, and it's now banging its head up against the 52-week high. So I'm long GM. I've sold puts on GM. I actually want to be long more GM. I'm kicking myself that I didn't sell more puts or buy more stock in the 55, 56 area. So I said the other day, it would not surprise me in the least if this EV story on GM continues. You can see a scenario that General Motors could go to $100. You can see that scenario out there where if the EV story gets hot and this thing's trading with a PE of 11 and it starts to become your major EV player, like think about General Motors. I'm saying on this show right now that General Motors will eventually be the number one. This is my prediction, the number one EV maker in the world. I think they will sell the most EV cars in the world.
How about
I believe they
GM? Having a better day than Tesla yesterday.
Yep.
when Tesla announces the deliveries, and that's 720. It never got there yesterday. I was hoping for it a little bit lower risk short for it to get up to that 720. I never did, but ended up with the red candle. But yeah, GM is exactly GM.
Everybody
Ford.
hates that comment, but that's my opinion. I'm not saying I know anything. Nobody knows anything, but I'll bet on GM. And I've been betting on GM for a while here now. So I think they will be a major EV player, and I think they may eventually become the #1 EV player. They obviously got some ground to make up on Tesla. Tesla's got a huge lead. They've done a lot of things right. If Tesla was trading at 25 or 30 times earnings, I would buy it. I would buy Tesla if it was 25 or 30 times earnings. It is not. What's the PE on Tesla, Mr. Israel? What's the PE? Even looking forward, go forward, because they're making money, so we can do a PE on it. What's the PE on Tesla?
I will look it up for you. Forward PE. Oh God.
How many digits
what is
in
it?
there?
What is it?
I'm seeing like 170.
170.
That's
So
a lot.
is Tesla 100 or 10 times better than General Motors? That's a question. Maybe it is. I don't think it is. That's why I continue to not own Tesla and I own General Motors.
There's more, the eyeball test. There's a few more Teslas around, but still, like when I hear those delivery numbers, like over the weekend, like 185,000 cars, I'm like, okay, is that a lot of cars? I mean, if we did that, I mean, whatever, we could talk about
Toyota too. Somebody's saying Toyota can be a major player. You know what? Toyota pulling back here this morning. I like Toyota too. I think you buy the pullback in Toyota. So I think they're going to be a major EV player as well. I completely agree with the person who's saying that in the chat. I think Toyota is going to be a major player. Toyota has been sleepy for 5 years. You know what? Toyota is the kind of stock. I'm rating it down right now. I might buy some Toyota. I don't own any right now. It's down $3 this morning. Was there a headline on Toyota? Why is it down $3? Do we know? It's obviously traded
That's
over.
an all-time high for Toyota.
Well, it was. It's not now.
Well, I mean, not too.
No,
I mean,
no, it was
close enough.
Back in February. It's not far off.
They reported like everyone else reported March sales late last week, but no.
Anyways, it's down $3 for some reason. I like the Toyota. I like this pullback on Toyota. I might be a buyer. I might put in the long-term portfolio here because I'm thinking that these major automakers are all going to be major players in EV.
They have the infrastructure. They have the infrastructure to do that. They just need the technology to be able to do it. But they all
have the technology to. Like I said before, I told this story with my friend that works at an engineer at Chrysler. And when I was in school, this kid was a genius. So don't kid yourself. There are some very, very smart people that work at General Motors and Toyota and Chrysler and Ford. There are very smart people that work there. So are they as smart as Musk? Maybe not. Musk is a genius, the stuff that he's doing. But, we see, the SpaceX. Musk is all over the place too, remember. He's doing so much with SpaceX. I love SpaceX. Again, in the private market, so if you go to buy that, it's going to trade with probably ridiculous multiple as well. But, I mean, if you're looking at Tesla as a space play, what happens when SpaceX comes public? It's going to come public eventually. Is Tesla still a space play then? Is Tesla still an Elon Musk play, or do they jump and gravitate over to that one? At the end of the day, Tesla's major source of income is cars. So, I mean, I've been talking against Tesla here all the way up, all the way, down a little bit here. So I'm not saying the Tesla, bubble is over, but I am saying that General Motors and Ford and maybe potentially Toyota are starting to come back, and they're starting to become, seen as potential EV players. People are talking about them in the media. People are talking about them, everywhere as being EV players. And it's logic that they weren't just going to sit back and continue to make their gas guzzling cars. We're all going to be EV. 10 years, we're all going to be driving electric vehicles.
Did you see GM just announced that electric Hummer for $105,000? Right? It's this electric Hummer. It's $105,000. It's got some feature, I guess, some like elevation feature that you can go over obstacles. I
looked at I saw an ad of it, but I didn't click on it. So I just saw the picture.
It looks insane, but who's going to buy that? It's
a lot of money, but they're not all going to be $100,000 EVs. There's going to be $30,000 EVs. General Motors is going to have a lot of different choice, and so is Ford. I love the Ford F-150. If that thing goes electric, I'm probably going to buy one. So my Ford F-150, I'm hauling stuff around, doing different things with it. I mean, I love my Ford F-150. And it goes electric? Sure. I'll trade mine in and go buy an EV one because I think we all have to eventually. I think we're all going EV. So
how long have you had the one you had?
well, I just keep turning them in. This one's like 2 years old. Yeah, I train, every few years. I go a little while. I don't like to go every 3 years. They're really killing you. So I try to drive them, but I work on them too. I mean, I'm doing different stuff with them. So, you're moving, pulling trailers, pulling my boat. You're doing different things with them. So I make them work. I don't just sit back looking at it. I use a pickup. Right. I'm up here in the bush, Joel.
Yeah, I know.
I was in the bush until this excavator outside my house right now, doing a little bit of damage to the bush, but that's another story. So,
all right.
We don't want to upset the tree lovers, so we won't talk too much about that. I love trees as well. We want to save as many trees as possible.
Boy, we are getting some heat for the G. I hope Raz isn't listening. We'll get fired for talking.
They don't like it. No, everybody likes Tesla. They don't like General
Motors. And also you mentioned like space and stuff. When are you dipping your toe back in space? Virgin Galactic, man.
Okay, so Fubo, Space, all these stocks are the same thing. I'm out of them all. I'm going to jump back in when growth starts to come back into favor. It's showing me nothing. Like I'm not seeing anything, Joel, of any love for anything that's not making money. You're seeing the same story. Look at the stocks that did not participate in yesterday's rally. Bunch of SPACs, Space, Fubo. If you look and your company's not making money, it probably didn't participate well. CCIV, which is, everybody's been talking about, obviously, as a huge EV play. I mean, it's not participating either here. Big rally in the markets, Q's up, markets making new all-time highs. That stock just sits there and does nothing. Still hated. I still say, if you were looking at it, you do have a level to lean on, but the longer it sits down here, I thought maybe it gets a little bit of life in the last couple of days. It's not getting life when the market's rallying. Now, if you get this reversal where they start selling value, maybe they're going to jump back into these growth. I think you can still have a few of these stocks. Don't sell all. I would not sell all of my growth names. I would not sell all of my. If you got a few higher PE stuff in there, you got to have a little bit of that. The Kramer barbell approach. It's a good way to go about it. But if you're sitting with all EV, all growth, all SPAC, you're looking at this rally and you're like, why am I not making money? Why is my account not at all-time highs? If you're sitting diversified, your account probably is making new all-time highs. So, I mean, that's the point that I've talked about on this show for a decade. It depends what you want to do. You want to get rich overnight? You go all in on one stock and you hope you hit it. You want to get rich overnight at the casino? You bet it all on red and you hope you hit. I mean, I'm not in the game to hope. This is my business. This is how I make my livelihood. This is how I pay my bills. This is my only main source of income is my trading. I cannot just be taking, gambles and going all in.
No,
my all-in bet is probably like 5% of my overall.
Yeah,
work.
why?
Really, wanted to own a stock. Maybe I would get 5% of my net worth in there, tops. Because I want to stay diversified. Safety, preservation of capital has always been, what I'm all about. So
Triple D. One stock that hasn't left the station yet, and I don't know if it ever will. What about AT&T?
I've said I don't know long term if the dividend is safe. They're saying that. I'm not sure if the dividend's safe. The dividend's safe in the short term. It is safe in the short term. I'm just trying to envision,
I think they go X this week, doesn't it? Doesn't it go X this week?
Yeah, it looks good. On the chart, it looks pretty good. We've washed out. It's a value name. It's got a nice dividend, 6.77. It does trade like a bond, though, and that holds it back to a certain extent because there is no growth there. It's all about the 6.77% dividends. If interest rates are going up, that does not help that stock to a certain extent. But you know what? The chart's kind of sleepy. I think AT&T, I could get talked into a trade in AT&T, not an investment, but a trade.
Goes X on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah. So I could get talked into a trade on this. You want to talk me into it? Stop yourself out below that 29.50 area. You're buying at 37. You're risking $1.50, and you're saying maybe you could get some life up to 35, 36 bucks.
What about that guy that was all ready for it to go to 45?
Who was in there? The activist.
Nelson, was that Nelson Peltz or something?
I don't know if it's Peltz.
No, it wasn't. It was.
Who was in there?
It was
somebody with an N.
No. I think it was Einhorn.
No, was it Einhorn?
Was Einhorn in there?
No, it wasn't.
Anyways, there was somebody in there, Joe. I can't remember either. Maybe the chat got our back. We have a very smart chat. Yeah, the chat's very smart. I don't know, man. What do you think, AT&T? I
like
like it
Oh,
here.
it's Elliot. It was Elliot. I'm sorry.
Elliot was in
I
there.
was close with the E.
Are they still in there or they're out?
No.
Nelson Elliott.
No.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
I don't know
get
that
talked into it.
Verizon. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I look at that. That yield is. I mean, if you keep an eye on it, and if they cut the dividend, then you're toast. Then there's really not much you can do.
That's imminent.
But you know what? They're gonna make that HBO Time Warner. Isn't that Kong versus Godzilla movie? Isn't that Time Warner, which is now HBO, which is AT&T? Yeah. I mean, they haven't even got. They're a media stock too. They haven't even gotten any love on on the media end. So I mean, me. I'm concerned. I mean, that kind of dividend to me is just irresistible. But
do you own it?
I own it. Yep.
I've given hate for AT&T for a long time on this show. Today, I'll officially say I don't hate AT&T anymore. I'm not long it. I could actually get behind it. Not long term though. I don't know about long term. As a trade right now, I kind of like it. Just as a trade, because I think 5 years from now, I think AT&T could struggle.
It's going to be at 30. It's going to be.
It could be lower. I think 5 years from now, they might have to cut that dividend. I think 3 years from now. I just think they're in a lot of businesses that are just they made bad business decisions. And I've said before, this could be the next General Electric. It hasn't materialized. I've said this over the last year. It hasn't materialized, which is good news. And they have started to turn around some of that stuff. But I mean, DirecTV, they're trying to do the right things. They're trying to get rid of DirecTV, sell it some value for it.
Buying things.
They got to quit buying bad things, Joel. They need to find.
That goes back, and I'm trying to find the article, but that goes all the way back, like to the '90s with AT&T buying poor. They bought NCR. This is back even before you started at Bright. They were like, we're going into mainframes.
They love buying stuff.
They went into that.
At the tops. At the tops.
Yeah.
When AT&T buys a business, you look in the sector, and that's usually the top. They love buying at the top.
Remember for the DirecTV, they paid $49 billion in 2015, and they just unloaded it last year for $16 billion. So
that's not a good.
What did they pay?
$49 billion.
They unloaded it for 16.
Yeah.
That's not a great investment. But at least they got 16. I can't believe they got 16 for it. I thought it was like basically not worth anything. I know, kind of. I mean, DirecTV, whatever. It's cool and everything, but we're streaming. Yeah. So world is
not streaming. We stream.
Nick Shaheen has thoughts on AT&T. We'll have to get his thoughts when he comes on in 10 minutes.
And people are saying covered calls, buying it right in covered calls. That's a great strategy. I think.
Yeah, I just don't know how much juice.
Enhance the yield. I don't know how much juice is in there either, so you got to price it out. But you could probably enhance it by. I bet you could enhance it by 10%. I bet you could.
And if you really wanted to be like super conservative, you could buy the stock, sell the calls, and then buy some puts underneath. And then if the thing, so you're protected somewhat, right? And if it just stays there and goes nowhere, then 7%, cha-ching, 7%, cha-ching. I mean, who's going to complain about that?
Usually the Arabs will have that priced in with the put call parity, so that they're going to be probably paying 7% to put that on. So you get nothing. They're good, Joel. No free lunch out there. I'd love to be able to hedge myself completely and just extract 7% risk free from this market. I actually would go all in if I could do that.
Have you heard anything about structured products at all that some of these banks are putting out? I'll have to. That you're getting some pretty good yields on some things like Ford and some big companies. Have they come across here?
No, I don't know.
We'll talk. It'll bore people here.
I've heard about Bitcoin structured products. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that sounds good. Okay.
Yeah, I still get you talked into Ethereum too.
I've also heard about Cathie Wood structured products that basically do the same thing, but charge more fees. Joel was talking about AT&T's dividend being safe. Whose dividend is not safe?
Who?
Credit Suisse. You know why? Because they said so.
Did they cut it?
They've proposed a cut among several other things.
Is this all because of
Yes.
Wang? Is this
How
all
could you
because
of that guy? How
one
could
person? One customer?
So
Holy.
they were out shopping some more blocks last night here in I guess the main three stocks that they have exposure to, which is Viacom.
Why would you do that, Dennis?
Viacom.
Why would you do what?
Shop it, man. That just
There you go. How you got to get out, Joel? They got to get out.
Yeah.
Why were they not shopping it last week is the question.
So remember that we talked about this. Was it Friday? I think it was, or no, Thursday. It may have been Thursday that Joel Kalina from Wedbush dropped Joel and I a note. Basically,
Yeah.
I'm hearing that there's more pain to come. Well, they were offering 34 million shares of Vicom after the close, and 14 million shares of Vips, and 11 million shares of Farfetch after the close. So they're out this morning, Credit Suisse, saying that they're going to take a hit of $4.7 billion on this.
Man, oh, man.
After like a year and a half of earnings. Chief Risk Officer
Gone.
is out. Head of Investment Banking is out.
Gone.
Proposed a dividend cut. All sorts of things. But yeah.
How could you not see that sitting on your books? How could you not see
They saw
that
it. They
you
were
had
hoping
that
it would
kind of
come back.
exposure?
Well, part of it has to do with the use of swaps, which sort of disguise it. But
And then you're
I don't know.
and then you're shopping to the street. Oh, I got stock to sell. Oh, please let me out. Let me out. They're probably like, yeah, we're 35 bid. Come and get me. Selling ahead of it. Boy, oh boy.
As soon as that was going around last night, that CS note came after the bell. They start hammering VIAC, they start hammering VIPs, and they start hammering FTCH. The pricing range that they threw out on the note wasn't that low, so they're shopping at just like a buck or two down from the close on these things. But I mean, again, where are they going to find the buyers for this big block? So we don't know the pricing yet of these. Hopefully they're going to get them done. Hopefully they get past this, like get these off the books and let's move on. But man, like you got to start talking about risk control in these brokers. I mean, look at Goldman, what they do right. I mean, this is why Goldman is Goldman. They're sitting back. They don't play games on this thing. They look at this thing.
They get out.
These guys got risk. We liquidate them. Like we clear a Goldman. If I was doing stuff like that, they're gonna look at my portfolio and they're gonna liquidate me.
Well, they can't figure out what the hell you're doing.
Kind of risk. Okay, yeah.
They're just scratching their head. But this is unconfirmed. But I heard Credit Suisse is changing their name to Debit Suisse.
Oh my God.
No.
Actually, you know what? No, you know what?
Dennis laughs. Dennis laughs. Thank you, Dennis.
He's pretty good. Once in a while, this guy comes.
That was a good one. I bet you I get 4 LOLs out of the chat coming up soon. It probably hasn't hit them yet. Yep. Happy Muhammad says ha ha ha. There we go. Luke Jacoby. Luke's got my back. Joey,
Hot Stocks Luke.
Joey, look at these people.
We got Hot Stocks Luke in the chat right now.
Can we?
Agnes is in there. It says Joel's the best.
Look at that. Look at that. I'm just going to go retire. Yeah.
Jeffrey, Stefan, Marshall's in there.
I gave you the last.
Pump and Powell's in there.
Pump and Powell.
Man, Corey. And I'm sorry we missed a few. You guys are all awesome. We love you guys. It's Chat Rocks.
Yeah.
We're the best chat. Nick, we're the best chat on the street.
You laughed. Hey, you know what? If you laughed at that, smash the like button. That joke.
All right.
Nick's dying to come on here, man.
He's in the background. He's backstage right now. Just let me in. I'm going to get that triple D.
If not, he can get you on Twitter. So
he can get me on Twitter. So.
Stocks.
We had a deal, actually. We had a SPAC deal this morning. Muds. Getting out of the mud. Muds.
All right. MUDS is your ticker for the SPAC. They're buying the Tops company.
That's the top.
You know Tops as the baseball cards is what you know them as. I'm going to trade on the Nasdaq under the ticker TOPP. I would imagine they're trying to sell this as some sort of a part NFT play.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I don't really know the play other than that because big baseball card. I don't know. This one is beyond me, guys. This is beyond me.
So this was announced on CNBC. Andrew Ross Sorkin, actually, I don't know if he's breaking the deal, but he was really quick on it. And Joe Kernan's in the background saying, "This is an NFT play." Yep, this is an NFT play. And every time Joe Kernan said it was an NFT play, this thing went higher and higher. This thing went all the way up to like $12.30 in about a minute. And again, same story that we see in the SPACs again and again and again is that the pops on the acquisition announcements are quickly faded. This was faded 5 minutes later. It had given back the majority of those gains. So if you're chasing these things up 15, 20% on a deal announcement, That was working really well 2 months ago. It is not working well right now. And if you were buying this thing at 11, 11.50, 12, saying another NFT deal, it's not so good now. 10.55. It's still okay if you owned it at 9.92 though.
The chairman of the board is going to be Michael Eisner from Disney.
Really? This is a lot of good things here. But
how would you do that?
It's a SPAC. SPACs are hated. I don't know. Joel, what are you doing? You jumping in and getting in some tops?
I have. Well, first of all, who picked out like the symbol MUDs? I mean, come on.
Well,
you know,
it's going to become tops.
Well, I don't know.
The SPAC is called Mudrick Capital, so it makes some sense.
Okay.
Was Mud gone? Let's see if Mud is there. Oh yeah, he could have just got Mud. He didn't need to put the S.
Yeah, I mean, Eisner. I mean that makes me, a little bit interest, but like I told you guys, I am batting 100% in my SPAC investments. Okay, I have made no money and I've lost no money. So you guys are, let them become real companies. You were crazy for a while. I was a little worried about
30 of those things at one time.
Hey, I can't believe you have 30 of those things.
I think I did. Dennis. I was diversified in the pre-deals. They were working so well.
Diversification.
The pre-deals. They were working so well. That SNPR. I had some gap up 100%. I was like, boom, boom. I'm like,
you killed the SPACs, Dennis.
Yeah, I know. I was the one that was buying them all pre-merger. And I'm like, I just sell them on the deal announcement. I'm out there selling 10 minutes after the deal announcement. And now they're not getting any pops at all. Companies. I got like 3 or 4 left. I do have a few left, but not very many left now. So I cut a few of them for small losses. Because really, though, and Mitch is right. Is Mitch there? You were buying. I wasn't buying these things at 12 on the 10. I'm buying them at $10.
You can't lose at 10.
Well, you can. If you do a bad deal, you can lose at 10, but you're not losing much. So all the ones I own, I'm barely down in because I bought most of them around $10. So I have a couple I paid up. I paid up on that LFTR one, and I paid up around like 10.60. So I am down on a few of these things, and you're hoping you're going to get a good deal. But like some of those were crypto. LFTR is like supposedly, from Catchy looking for crypto targets. So I was like, well, that could be good. So, you're trying to play the story of the SPAC behind it. I was looking at one management teams, which is why, I had the Pershing Square. I had that one forever, but then it just got silly, and then they started to implode them. I'm like, okay, I got to get out. And then the Goldman Sachs one I've always liked too, GSAH. It's back down here. I've never actually pulled the trigger on it. I never did buy it, 1048. But I mean, these are ones with good management teams. So you look at the management team, and then you look at the story, the potential for a story. So, but even on the good ones, they haven't had, the love that they were getting 2 months ago, which makes me not want to own very many of these things.
Hey, Dennis, diversification doesn't mean taking a small loss in a bunch of different stocks. Okay.
Well, it's better than taking one massive loss in
one that's stock. True.
Dennis, what is your definition of a small loss, maybe in percent terms?
That depends. On a swing trade, it depends. On a day trade, a small loss is like 0.1%. I don't want to be down on my day trades. I'm going with momentum. I'm going with flow. I stop myself out. Believe me, I try to stop myself out when I get down like more than 0.25% on some of these trades. Not on Tesla, but on something like, it's a smaller. I try to stop myself out quickly. On a swing trade, 3%, maybe 4%. You got to give yourself a little wiggle room, but not a lot. I'm not losing 10% on stuff. And long-term investing, I'm all over the place. I'm holding stuff. I have some massive losers. I probably should cut them. Sometimes I do cut them. Sometimes, I hold on to them. But, I'm holding stuff for big gains, so you can take some bigger losses. So long-term investing is a completely different animal. I try to approach it with a different style. I don't know if it's good or not. But my swing trading, I don't want to lose more than 3 or 4% on a swing trade, really. And on my day trading, I'm trying to lose fractions of a percent only. So that's our small losses.
Let's bring on our guest here, Nick Shaheen, author of Create Income with Option Spreads and sellspreads.com. Nick, good morning.
Good morning to you. Great show, guys. Great show. I was laughing. I did laugh, Joel. I did laugh.
Which one? He gave multiple jokes, Nick.
The one with the bad juju, something about Credit Suisse to debit.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
That was some bad juju there, but that was pretty funny.
I can't laugh at my own jokes. That's not politically correct. So, Nick, what do you think? Value, and more value, and value, and more value.
What's value? I mean, I know the experts used to refer to the small caps as value. We're rolling out of growth, meaning the Nasdaq, into value, but that's not the case anymore. So now it's all about the FANGs yesterday, the big guys, the giga caps that had been sleeping, and they caught a bid. So they kind of moved the indices.
Yeah.
So I struggled with, first of all, when you said Sorkin's name, I almost threw up a little bit. I haven't watched CNBC all year. That was like my New Year's resolution, and I completely forgot about all of their names.
New Year's resolution.
It was, and it was like the best.
We love you, Nick.
the best thing ever. So it's all been about ignoring the rhetoric. I actually had a debate with somebody, supposedly a good trader, who said this was a bearish market. And I was like, what are you talking about? we just set new all-time highs hours before that. But his perception was that it was a bearish market. He was so engrossed in the news and what could go wrong, what could implode, what happened last time we had this set of... I said, how are you fighting $3.5 trillion of cash pouring into the economy, unearned cash, just poof, landing in our laps? What are you shorting? And that was when the markets hadn't made the new highs. On the 26th, I think, I said, I'm buying the SPX because the SPY is going to 403.90. And this is what happened. The trade was buy an SPX trade, whatever you want. Sell a credit put spread, buy a debit call spread, do what you want. We're going up into the 400s. And that's what happened. And so everybody's engrossed as to what could happen. And last time we had the stars and moons aligned the same way. Bad things happen. Just trade what's in front of you. Like you mentioned AT&T. And you mentioned that you would be interested. So there was a couple of failures that you can trade against. So on the 12th, the high of the 12th, whatever that was, 30.87, that would be a trigger higher. So if they break above that, momentum traders might try to get to 31.50 where it kind of failed big time there. That would be your second leg. So if you wanted to get long free, you would sell the put for May. Yeah, so you would sell the 29 put for May. I think it was like 40 cents. Mm-hmm. You would buy the 31 call for May, which was about the same price. So there you go. You're long with no money out of pocket. Your worst case scenario is you end up buying the shares at 29. Then you can turn around and flip them however you want with your stops.
The downside with that is you don't get the dividend. That's the unfortunate part.
But you said you wanted to trade it.
Yeah, right? For the dividend. But
well,
yeah, it's an interesting. If you just think it's going like to 35 value names, so it's setting up a nice trade. If you're not interested in the dividend, you just think this thing can move from 31 to 35 because we're all of a sudden, all into value. I mean, that's a way to play it with little risk.
So the trade is you buy the rip above the 312 fail, or you buy the dip into the 29 point, the 30 support. So 30 is the point of control on a daily chart. So that's where it was busiest. So it's going to find support. There's a cluster of support between 30 and 29.6 thereabouts. So if it dips into that would be your start of your swing trade. You buy the shares. If it doesn't, you buy the shares above the breakout I told you from, which is like right there. It's not that far. That's the trade on AT&T, just purely on charts.
Purely on charts, give us another couple of ideas here that you're looking at, Nick. Like you were talking FANG taking off. You can clearly see, that when we were just talking high P versus low P earlier on the show, you can clearly see the divergence where this is like low PE stocks or at least reasonable PE stocks are definitely in favor right now.
Well, it's businesses, as opposed to hopium. When the stock price is the stock price is purely hopium, it's hard to defend it and argue for it when everybody's worried about stuff. But when you have an actual number to shoot against, like a price to sales, if it's a growth company or if it's a PE or something, then sure. Like Facebook, there was a setup last week on a breakout from the highs in September. It took a while to get back there. But throughout this, uneasy period of the last couple of weeks, it held up better than the rest. So I had the trigger that if it makes a high, then it's open air, so you can ride it higher. And then over the weekend, guys and gals from the chat room were saying, "Oh my God, it's going to be a bloodbath on Monday from
because of Barron's."
Because of something leaked of whatever.
Oh yeah, the numbers. They should have leaked more.
I thought to myself, we never learned that these don't matter, because the US user base is a tiny fraction of the Facebook customers. Facebook's money is in the eyeballs, and it's all over the world. We are just a tiny speck of it. So yes, the advertisers are here, but they're tailoring to the people that are watching, and the eyeballs are the actual asset. So it doesn't matter what we think here in the US. So there you go. It made a high. So it's in a breakout. If it revisits the base of just under 300, it's normal, because it's just revisiting the breakout zone. But I wouldn't fade it. And if the markets continue on higher, this one would be leading it. I wouldn't chase Apple just because of what I'm seeing in the open interest. There's just a lot of muck to go through if it wants to rally, although it had a good day. So there are better names to chase.
And Apple's one. Like if you look at FANG, you've got Facebook making new highs. You've got Netflix. Well, Netflix kind of been in the gutter, but Google making new highs.
Right.
Apple's definitely underperformed to a certain extent, at least from some of the other FANG names.
So last week, also on the 31st, I issued an AMD long, and that was before it popped, just because I wanted to get long a chip. And everybody was worried about the chip sector, chip shortage, blah, blah, blah. And I looked at AMD and NVIDIA. I was equally excited about both. And then I looked at AMD. I used the market structure edge tool. I believe you guys have Tim on your show.
Yes.
So to evaluate both, and AMD was at a 1 as far as sentiment. So it had no love. So I chose it. And it paid, it paid really well. And the next leg of that, if it can break out of the resistance zone. It's at resistance right here. It has more into 84.80, but if it can clear that, maybe it can gain a little momentum.
Nick, look at the break. Look at the all-time high, a break, a lower high, a break, a lower high, a break, a lower high on AMD.
Yes, but here's the problem with AMD. So it built a beautiful house up there. But now it's looking like, but look at what it built it on. It's one stick on the left hand side with
I know.
With two giant gaps, and it's like a complex head and shoulder. I think the experts call it.
I see it.
Two humps on the left, one big hump in the middle, one hump on the right, and one hump forming. So you stop out immediately after 74. Because
Nick, you got it, baby. That is a level.
You do not want to ride it. You do not want to find out where the support is.
After 74, it looked like a slippery slope down to 60.
And then you load up at like 62 minus.
I'll bid 60.01 right now. I should just write the put. You're right. If you think 60, I want to just. Can I get any premium for the 60 puts, or it's just too low?
Here, write the put when it's falling hard.
Okay, wait to write the put.
Right, because then you'll get everybody panicking. I sold AMD puts at $20 during the pandemic. I got $2.20 for it.
It's a pretty good sell.
Yeah, and then I did it twice. I did it one at 22 and one at 20.
Hey, what's going on in the GameStop options? I know you.
I don't know. I don't know. I got sick of watching it, so I bailed.
That's exactly what Dennis said. It took up too much of his. Yeah, exactly.
I can't look at it. It just wastes your time.
Wait. I looked at GameStop, and their business actually has numbers. It's not like it's a fake company. So they actually have. It's just a business not exciting, but it's like price to sales is like 2, so it's not like completely junk.
Ludicrous.
Yeah. Yeah, but I have not looked at it. I've been trying to I was long Tesla and NIO when everybody was freaking out. It wasn't easy, but I eked out a profit. I closed some NIO yesterday. I was long ARK K via credit put spread last week at 118. That got tested really hard, but I stood my ground and it worked out okay.
What do you think of Tesla now? What are you doing with your Tesla?
Nothing. I had the last one I had was a credit put spread, a bull put spread, and I closed it for greens. Like I bought it back for pennies. I sold it when people were freaking out. So usually you get if you get $1 and then it comes down to like 12, 14 cents, you just buy it back. It's silly to keep cheap risk open.
So you've sold into this rally.
I did sell into it. I sold some just before it, and I didn't get shaken out. So that's the trick, is where do you draw the line? So if a stock falls in panic and I have a long position, before I bail based on my parameters of stop loss percentage, like you mentioned. By the way, I love the way you said that you stop at 2 to 3% or a fraction, depends on the type of trade you are. So that's like the futures traders mentality, which most retail traders lack. But when I look at the chart and I see it falling into a prior support zone, I don't bail out of it. I see what happens. Then I stop myself out of that. So I sometimes break my own rule to get information from the outside factors.
We all break rules.
Right? Otherwise, we'd be perfect.
I broke rules when I was a little kid all my life. So you got your rules, and sometimes you just stretch them a little bit, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'm breaking them.
Yeah, no, I've also made mistakes, like flat out mistakes. And like, what was I thinking? Like one day I forgot I had something expiring that day. It was a zero. It was like a intraday trade, and I completely forgot it was open. And it was a winner, and then it turned out to be a complete blowout. I was like, oh, well, that was like 2 Fridays ago. So
we all make mistakes.
Note to self, don't be in the chat room when you're day trading.
Or don't do live shows when you're trading as well.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
you lose your train of thought in a hurry. It's like,
right.
Something's going on.
So during the tizzy, we looked at the FANGs to see if we could do some trades. I think Netflix was one that we did trades on, but mainly the S&P. Yeah, what's up?
I was going to just ask, any other trades on your radar for the week?
So as you know, I write for you folks a lot, and so I'm always scratching. Like yesterday, I owed somebody a trade write-up, and I was like, what? There's nothing. I couldn't find something of value that's falling into a level to where I say, okay, I can get long behind. So I shared a portfolio balance trade of sorts. So selling a bear call spread in an index like the SPX. The reason I chose the SPX is because it's cash settled, so there's no early assignments or anything like that. So it was an easy write-up that fits anybody's portfolio that has bullish positions and nothing but bullish positions. Instead of buying VIX to protect yourself or buying puts to protect yourself, you can collect money out in time, way above current price, like at the 4,220 at the SPX for May, for example, would work. And the statistics. Theoretical success is in the mid 80s, and the payout would be, the yield is about 25%. So not a bad way to balance a portfolio. So that was the most recent share. And I keep looking for good companies that are falling on bad times, and the chart says, okay, it's into support, to see if we can catch a swing trade, or if it has a trigger, or just cash generation by selling put spreads below support.
Yeah, I should know that Nick is the author of the Benzinga Options newsletter. The link is it's up on the screen, but it's also in the chat, and that's clickable. If you hop on over, I just posted it in there. I'll post it again here, but that's the link to Nick's Benzinga Options letter that he is the author of and sends out. What is it weekly? I don't even.
It's every day almost. It depends on what you choose. You can be 3 times a week. You can be 1 time every 2 weeks. You can be once a week. It depends on what you want to get involved with. But the concept is to have a system, and the concept is to be able to book a profit early and leave money on the table. So if I'll give you an example. So statistically, the trades I shared, I think it was like 140 or something like that. I looked back and tried to tabulate it. If somebody booked their profits of around 15%, they had more than 83% success ratio. If somebody did nothing but credit put spread, they had more like than 95% success ratio. The difference is the return on credit put spreads is an average of about 15%, which in my book is aces, because these are the boring base hits trades that I can make a living on forever and ever and ever. Yeah. And if you caught the breakouts that we've had by buying upside hope, the success is bigger. So the percentage amount, like if I won 25 to 30% versus the average 15%. But I needed to time it. Whereas with the credit put spread, if I chose good entries and good levels, I didn't need to time it.
So there's a link up again. It's also on the screen. It's in the chat. Nick's Benzinga Options letter. Nick Shaheen joins us every other Tuesday. to talk options with us, Nick. We always appreciate it. Thanks a lot. We'll check back with you in a couple of weeks.
Great show. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Nick.
There's a bunch of tickers flying in chat that I want to get to here. Somebody mentioned Romeo Power. There was like a contract this morning. They signed an agreement, a long-term supply agreement for some batteries.
Ooh, pop. Yep.
So the deal was with I guess PCAR. That was who the agreement is with, for the manufacturing of batteries. So RMO, there's your headline this morning.
This is what you got to look at in this stock. It's been pretty volatile. You just failed under 920 here. I wasn't looking at the pre-market chart. So what I don't like is that you hit a 918 high and then someone's still trying to wiggle out here because of the 15-minute brackets. The high has come down. So if you're looking for this great runner trade today and get back all these losses, you just want to see a blow through 920. Just go through it, boom, open up $9, 920, 930, 940, 950.
Well, then you're on 10.
Yeah,
then, brick wall at 10.
Yeah, and then you got a gap up to 10, 11. So a lot of people that have been buying the short term might be looking at that. But Paramount, take out that pre-market high and keep on going. If not, you got a fade on your hands.
Everybody is buried in this stock. There are so many bag holders in this stock that it's going to struggle to rally at all.
Unless you bought it yesterday. If you bought it yesterday,
I'd be selling it this morning. I mean, you could get through your 920 level. Is there room to 10? Is it oversold? It's possible, but there's the path of least resistance. People don't want to hear this. The path of least resistance for this stock is still lower because there's just so much overhead supply. Every single person that has bought this stock
get it back to 15.
Money.
Please
15. Give me back to 10. Please give me back to. There's so many people at 10. Think about everybody who bought it pre-SPAC at 10, and now they just want their money back. So there'll be a wall of sellers at 10. If it got up there, if it got up near 10, I would probably be trying to short it. If it got near 10,
I mean, the only thing is there a big short? I don't know. There's not big short interest in these things, right? I mean,
I don't think it's super high.
I mean, that would be the only thing. Or else, if you get if you get a fund, it's like, we got some news here. Everyone's buried. Let's just jump on it. But I don't see that until it takes out that pre-market high.
So tough. I mean, these are the opposites. So this is a hard lesson for everyone who's just been living the bull market. But when stocks are making new lows, I always say you got to go. And it is so hard when you have so many people who are stuck in something. It is so hard to really get those stocks to come back because there is just overhead supply, something fierce. Like this is the maximum overhead supply when stocks are at the stocks are at all-time lows. We get a nice pop. There are people so excited today. Is this the turnaround story? Is that my Romeo Power finally going to go? You got 12% here. That's pretty good. I mean, that's a pretty good pop for a stock that's, been ugly for a long time. Could it go to 10? A stock can do anything. There is probably room to 10, but above 10 is going to be really tough. And I don't even think it's already fading. Like you said, Joe, we got to get to 920. If I was in this thing, I'd be selling it. That's just my opinion.
All right. I'm sorry, Joe. Were you done?
That was a lot of time on Romeo Power.
Right, we got to talk about EBANG, EBON here. The store back in town. Hindenburg out this morning. This was about 10 minutes ago now. Calling EBANG yet another crypto China hustle, and calling the whole thing a fraud, basically.
Wow. I don't know what's a fraud and what's not a fraud.
You can never tell these days.
Does good research.
People are already stuck.
No comments. I'm not buying it. I'll tell you that much.
Maybe if you're looking for, I'm just going to give this I mean, you do have some lows here. You have one low at 542. And then the next low at 483. So with when these hit pieces come out, if they don't rebound pretty quickly, then a lot of times they don't rebound. And we'll see what this one does today. But I see that low at 542, and you haven't hit that yet, but it kind of looks like you're going there. And then the next low is at 483.
What was their last report? Was on Ride, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, right.
Ride has never come back.
That was on. When was that? That was on March 12th.
These stocks, anything that was a SPAC, and then any company that's still a concept and not actually making money is hated by this market.
What about Clover too?
You need to get the sentiment towards these names changed. The market, like we've been saying we've been saying it for a while here now, has turned from growth to value. These are growth. These are your high. These aren't even PE stocks because they don't have
a PE.
They don't have anything. They don't even have revenue.
They don't even have earnings. Yeah.
They don't even have revenue. I mean, there's still pre-revenue. Some of these companies, like Space and Ride.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough.
What about Amazon, Dennis? What about Amazon?
Yeah, that's always the argument.
No, but Amazon, and we know Amazon makes money, and Amazon is your biggest retailer, and Amazon is price to sales isn't crazy. You can look and say, okay, well, it's trading 80 times earnings or something like that. But Amazon always reinvests themselves for growth, and if they wanted to make more money on the bottom line, they could. They're just smart enough. They don't like paying tax, and they figure out how to go. It's 77 times. You can say that's crazy, but with the sales that they have, with the growth in the businesses that they're in, if they wanted to start to make more money on the bottom line, they could. They just keep reinvesting. So we had, who was it? It was Michael Pachter arguing that back when the stock was $500. Remember, we had him on the show when Amazon was $500 or $600, and he said if Amazon wanted to make $20 or $30 a share, they could. But he's like, they continue to invest for growth. So you can't look at Amazon and say, oh, it's nuts at 77 times. Let's think about this. This is your biggest online, retailer, and it's going to remain your biggest online retailer probably for a long time. So I just don't see this as this. People say it's crazy, crazy multiple. It's not as crazy as you think.
Right. No, but Joel's point though is that people always held up Amazon as look, company with no earnings, and they do just fine. But your point is that they chose to have no earnings.
They chose to have no earnings. It's a difference, and that was what the enlightening. That's when I've been bullish Amazon for a while. Like I believe it was Michael Pachter. You can learn a lot from Michael Pachter.
All right, I'm gonna get him on again.
He's just fabulous, and back when I think it was I think it was him on the show. We're going back like 4 or 5 years ago, and Amazon was like $500 or $600. I can remember him saying they can make $20 or $30 a share right now.
Was that Gene? Was it Michael or was it Gene?
No, I think it was Michael. Gene's been bullish Amazon forever too, though. I don't
know how Dennis remembers a conversation from 5 years ago, but
certain things I can remember. I think it was Michael Pachter. Gene's been all over this too, though. So props to Gene as well.
Yeah. Okay, let's do a couple more here. Someone asked about QuantumScape, QS, another former SPAC. Right.
What are you thinking? Right. Had that gap up. It's not holding. I don't like this chart. I'll just give you, what do you have? You had the low of the move at 41.75. High of the move. So that's about 11, 5.5. It has to hold in 46.47. That's where I'm looking.
Kramer has been trying to pump this back up too. And if this takes out 40, if the 40 is the line in the sand, and we were talking this a few days ago when it was like 43 or 44, we're like 40 is your line in the sand.
40, 50
takes out $40, it could be at 20. So you want to make sure, if you're long this thing, if you want to play it, that, we're going to turn around and start buying, all this growth and no earning stocks again, which it doesn't look like we're doing that anytime soon. Your line in the sand has got to be 40 on this. So if you're long at 48, I would stop myself about below 40. I am not touching this. I think it goes lower.
Isn't this Gates? Isn't Gates in this one big? Is this the Gates one or not?
I don't know.
Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but
how did this thing get to 132.73? Holy mackerel. Wow.
These people didn't care anything about anything. They just were, it was all hot potato game. You're just buying stocks because you think there's going to be another buyer to pay more money. And you're just throwing out, ridiculous numbers on everything. And that's all it's all changed. That's all changed. And Reddit honestly changed a lot of this. Reddit helped. because again, like I said, they pick on value names. They were actually doing some fundamental research. We give some Reddit traders the heat. I know they all hated me, when I said, I don't even remember what I said, and I had like 2,000 negative comments on Reddit about me. I can't remember.
3,000.
I said they weren't having as much influence as they were before, which was probably true. But they weren't. But that being said, they do some great research on Reddit. Like, I've looked through Reddit. There are some very smart traders on there, and they've kind of changed the dynamics of this market. So I'm giving Reddit a lot of credit here today. We'll give Reddit credit. And they have changed the dynamics of this market from this buying anything at any cost to looking through and doing due diligence and doing fundamental research again and finding diamonds in the rough. And GameStop was definitely a diamond in the rough. Roaring Kitty found the diamond in the rough. Is it make sense at 180? Probably not. But did it make sense at $4 or $5? And me and Joel were on the other side of that. But you sit and you do the research. You're like, okay, well, maybe there is some value here. So they like the value. They like those types of names. There's a few other growth names in there too. They like the story stocks as well. But if you look, there's a predominant theme over there. And it was, short. There was a lot of value names on there.
Well, it's like everything else. Every message board has the same thing. If you can weed through the nonsense, there is bound to be diamonds in there. There's bound to be gems.
Yeah.
Research. If you just
research is working.
You don't know who's on there. I mean, it's all, you don't know who these people are. I mean, there could be, Renaissance, capital.
There's some smart people in there, man. They could be.
You don't know, man. You don't know. You don't know who's in there.
No.
Not at all, man.
True.
No. I agree. And someone said we give Reddit a lot of heat on here. We go back and forth. I don't think so.
Somebody said that we give them love and hate. We give everyone love and hate.
I think maybe we use them as like a proxy for like the overall retail trader. But yeah, Joel's right. We go both ways. They really do.
I think they're smart.
We managed to piss everybody off.
Really just
one way or another. We're very versatile. We upset everybody. And
equally.
We try to upset everyone equally. It's like the South Park theme.
Exactly.
If you say something offside against everyone, it's not that offside.
We want everyone to hate us. I mean, basically, that's how we've improved our traffic over the past year.
All right. That's going to be a wrap for pre-market prep today. Please remember, all the information from our show is meant to be used as informational purposes, not for investing or trading advice. The show is always available as a podcast, right? It's on all the major podcast platforms: Spotify, iTunes, Google, etc., etc. It's also re-uploaded on YouTube, usually within the hour. But I think going forward, starting tomorrow, perhaps we may make it a lot quicker for you to be able to find this show. But always available on Benzinga's YouTube channel as a podcast. Like I said, once again, smash the like button for Joel, for Dennis, for Nick. I gotta get Dennis in the habit of saying goodbye when he leaves. He always just leaves without saying goodbye.
Okay.
Joel always says goodbye. Dennis never says goodbye.
Because he's rude and he wasn't raised right by his mom. That's
Canadian? I thought they're all polite.
He didn't say goodbye. But you know what? Everyone, have a good day, and I'm going to say goodbye. We'll see you at 3:30. I'll be on time today, Spencer. Okay. Ciao.
I appreciate it. All right. I want to do some housekeeping before Get Technical comes on in a few minutes. If this wasn't enough for you, if 1 hour of trading talk and market talk is not enough for you, if our whole day of programming is not enough for you, you need more hardcore trading education, well, you're in luck, because the next Benzinga Bootcamp is this Saturday. This Saturday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I will put I'll bring it up on my screen here. The link is in the description. I will paste it in the chat right now. It's benzinga.com/events/bootcamp. And here, let me put it up on the screen and let me put it in the chat. There's the link up on the screen. There's the link up in the chat. Again, in the description. Full day event. Nick Shaheen will be there. If you didn't get enough Nick, you can see. Let's see. We've got Chris Capri, Matt Maley, Gianni DePoci, Nick Shaheen, as I said. Hot Stocks Luke will be there. Neil Hamilton will be there from Get Technical. Full day, 9 to 4 this Saturday. We do them, I think, every month. So the next one is, again, in a couple of days. Check it out. Again, the link up on the screen at benzinga.com/events/boot-camp, I guess. is the link to that. And I do a poor job of mentioning that there's a lot of good links in our description, not just the link to the boot camp. We've got links to Benzinga Pro, links to all of our newsletters. Nick Shaheen has his own, but we've got a few newsletters. We've got a crypto newsletter, a SPACs newsletter. We've got free, we've got premium. All the links are in there. So are the links to our investing courses, our trading courses, our Discord, right? And of course, Benzinga Pro. And on the topic of Benzinga Pro, I brought this up on the screen a few times. I'm trying to do it more during the show. YouTube 20. There is your code. YouTube 20 will get you 20% off any Benzinga Pro subscription of any level of any time. Doesn't matter if you're on a monthly, an annual, essential, a basic. Doesn't matter. YouTube 20, lowercase YouTube, number 20 will get you 20% off anything Benzinga Pro. Also, if you have your own audience, your own platform, your own reach, you want to become an affiliate of Benzinga Pro, you can do that. You will get 30% of every new subscription that you send to Benzinga Pro. The link is up on the screen there, benzinga.partnerstack.com to become a Benzinga Pro affiliate. Anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. You just need to post it, and then that send subscribers and you get money. That's how it works. Really not that complicated. Okay. I mentioned the bootcamp. I mentioned Pro. I mentioned the affiliates. Let me run through today's programming schedule for you. We, of course, have Get Technical on at 9:30. We're going to do trading with Benzinga Pro with Jonathan Mallard at 10:30. Brent Slava from our Newsdesk will stop by. SPACs Attack at 11. I guess they're doing the final four. Mitch, is that right? Final four of SPACs Attack? Yeah, we're in the final four now, even though final four already happened over the weekend. Shout out to that amazing, or not an amazing game last night, but Baylor played ridiculous last night. SPACs Attack at 11. We've got the Power Hour at noon. They got a good one today. They got Jonah Lupton on at 12:30. They've got the manager of the LRNZ, that's the Deep Learning ETF, on at 1 o'clock. We've got Power Hour. We've got Crypto at 2. They got a big show. They got 2 guests today. Biotech Buzz at 2:30. My ETF show at 3 o'clock. I've got my own guest as well. We're talking about a new ETF from Roundhill. We've got Pre-Market Prep at the Close at 3:30. And we'll go probably until 4:30 for that. Cannabis Insider at 4:30. We've got Trading Nomadic at 6 o'clock, walking through his trades and technicals and charts. So a full slate of programming today. A lot to get to. And as I mentioned, if that's not enough, well, we're also going to Saturday this week with the boot camp. Okay. We have a few minutes left before Neil's going to come on, and I just want to run through a couple of news items that we didn't get to during the show. I'm going to bring up my Benzinga Pro here. Let's get that banner off. So I've got my movers tool on the left, my news feed on the right. This is sort of my pre-market percent gain on the upside, percent loss on the downside. You can see here BTX, right, is your top gainer of the day. What's going on there? Let's take a look. So there's a few things going on here. First off, the name of the new CEO, but to me, that's not as important as the other stuff. Late last night, there were several Form 3 filings showing new stakes by insiders. How do we know this? Let's go into, this is how I structure my Benzinga Pro. I keep my press releases and my SEC filings separate because there's just so damn many of them. So I went into my separate news feed that's filtered for just PRs and SEC filings, and what do you see? Lo and behold, Monday night, 9:45 p.m., a bunch of Form 3s, a bunch of insider buys. If you go into each one, you can see the actual share quantity for some of them isn't that much. Like this one, I think was like 50,000 shares or 94,000 shares. One of them was big, right? This one was big. This one was 1.9 million shares. You might say 1.9 million shares. We'll put that in context. How do I know, how big that really is? This one was like 100,000, and this one was really small. It was like 30,000, I think, or 50,000. So a little over 2 million shares. Well, how do we know how big that is? Go over to our details widget. Look at that. There's only 41 million. This is BTX, right? There's only 41 million shares outstanding for this company. 41 million shares out that exist, and about 2 million of them were bought by insiders last night. So some pretty significant insider buying last night as it relates to these shares outstanding, plus a new CEO, and all of that comes out to, if we go up to a chart here, let's just go to a better chart. We go to a 15-minute chart. That's what you get. Top gainer of the morning, up about 76% in the pre-market session. Again, we say this all the time. There's a million reasons to sell and only one reason to buy, and that's because you think the stock's going higher, you want to own more. That's pretty much it. So again, super low float stock, trade with caution, but there's your reason why BTX is your top gainer today. I wouldn't put as much stock, as I said, in the new CEO as I would in the insider buys, though they're probably related in some way. Also SJ, let's take a look at that. Sign Joy Holdings. This one is much more straightforward. Look at that headline. Keyword, NFT rewards. That's all you need. They are exploring Bitcoin and NFT rewards for their users. I don't know what this company does. Doesn't even matter, right? Doesn't even matter. Look at SJ on the chart. Well, boom. Up 57% in the pre-market session. Let's go to a daily. Look at this thing. That's all you need. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add SJ to my NFT watch list that I'm keeping track of. Actually, while I'm here, I'm going to add Playboy Group to that because PLBY hasn't actually announced anything, but it trades like an NFT stock. Oh, you know what? I have to add Tops too. What's that? MUDS? Gotta add Tops. All right. Playboy trades like an NFT play, even though they haven't actually announced anything to my knowledge. Look at this thing. Been a freaking beast. I guess they did announce something NFT related. So there we go. BTX, SJ we covered. The rest of these are we covered MUDs, AEHL. I think that's a biotech. Romeo Power we covered. I'm going through here. eBang we covered. How's that one doing? The short report from Hindenburg. And all right, so it's at the lows of the pre-market session, more or less, a couple cents off the lows. That's not much. That's pretty much it. Not much in the way of big losers here this morning. We've really got eBang as your only big loser. Your only stock that's down double digits in the pre-market session. Clyde noting that SJ is a Chinese company. Well, fantastic. I own a few of those. I'm getting creamed pretty hard right now. I am, generally speaking, very skeptical of anything to come out of China, especially if it's one I haven't heard of before. So I would proceed with caution on that. Let me see if there's anything that I missed. Oh, I did want to mention for anyone that trades semis, Applied Materials has an investor day today, or an analyst day, one of the two. Starts at 11 o'clock Eastern time. If you trade semis, if you trade AMAT, keep that on your radar. There may be some headlines throughout the morning there. All right, Holohan, first-time watcher. Welcome, Holohan. Welcome. We got a full slate of programming that is yet to come. We've just started here. The day is young. The day is young, and we're going until 7 p.m. So we got a lot more to come here. Let me catch up on the chat. How is Zillow going to do this morning? Well, let me get on my crystal ball for you. Oh, wait, I left it at home. Sorry. Let's take a look at Zillow. I'm probably on the Zillow app, 3 or 4 times a week, just browsing. This thing had a huge run. Look at this thing on the daily. So Zillow's a growth play, right? So let's just forget Zillow for a second. Forget Zillow in a vacuum and think about Zillow as it relates to the overall market. Like what kind of a stock is Zillow, right? It's a growth stock. And how do you know this? Even if you know nothing about the business, how do you know that Wall Street considers it a growth stock? Well, you can look at its ratios, right? Price to earnings, price to sales, or look at the chart, right? How fast did it bounce back from the lows? That's a good indicator. All right. Pretty much within a couple months was at new all-time highs and just kept blasting off. The stock before the pandemic was at $63, right? And it got to 200. So high growth name. So what does that mean? We've talked about this all morning, not just today, for the past month. Growth names have been out of favor. Okay, value names have been in favor. We went through that whole list about an hour ago of all the quote unquote undervalued, aka low PE stocks in the S&P 500 that are at new all-time highs. Like almost all of the quote unquote low PE stocks in the S&P are at new highs. Okay, so value has been in favor, growth has been out of favor. That's why you see this downtrend in Zillow. So forget the individual stock for a moment and think about how it relates to the overall market and what kind of a stock it is and how it typically moves. So hopefully that informs your mindset a little bit as it relates to Zillow. It is a growth stock. What does that mean? It means it'll trade with the rest of tech. I use personally ARKK as my bogey. That's my growth bogey. What ARKK does, I assume every other growth stock follows. That's my leader. A lot of people use the Qs, the QQQ as their leader. It's probably the more popular one, but I use ARKK because it's the flagship Cathie Wood ARK Invest ETF, and I just presume that as this moves, so too does every other growth stock. That's my bogey. I don't have any numbers to back up the correlation between Zillow and ARKK. I just use that as my indicator for the overall growth stock movement. Let me see here. What else did I miss? Just want to catch up in the chat. Yeah, smash that like button if you haven't already. How many likes we at today? Not enough. I'll tell you that. It's never enough. We are at 568 likes. Let's see if we can get to 600 before Neil comes on. That would be ideal, I think. 600 likes before Neil, which he should be coming on in a few moments, I would imagine. Producer AB, can you make sure Neil has the link so he can get in? Pretty sure he does. Let me see here. Anything that I missed in chat? I want to catch up. Try to cover a few more things before Neil comes on. Can I check FANG? Okay, thoughts on that. Okay, so a few tickers I can cover. We can look at Dash. We can look at FANG. I'm trying to find if there's any other like random questions that we can do or that I can answer for you. We need more live market talk during the day. I kind of get the sense that like the whole day is live market talk, Samuel, but I take your point. More narration, I guess, of the market is I guess what you're saying. Okay. ETFs are for losers. Serpa, get out of here. Serpa, you're done. No. Get out. Serpa 89. ETFs are not for losers. ETFs are for the cool kids. Okay? Get out of here with that nonsense. Not in my house. Not in my house. How dare you? How dare you insult ETFs to me? All right. Someone's been asking about Workhorse like all morning. I'm no technician a la Joel. But, Harlan Pyan, who has been on our show, he hasn't been on our show for a while, but he came on our show a lot back in the day. And what he said always stuck with me, which was if you look at a chart, you should be able to understand it within 5 seconds, right? So what does this chart tell you within 5 seconds? Not great, but it looks like it's found a base for now, right? So whatever these lows are, what looks like if they're in the mid $12 area, right where the stock is. Let's see if I can zoom in. Like these recent lows, mid to high 12s. It's got to hold those levels, right? Got to hold these lows. If it doesn't, watch out. So that's my very, very basic technical analysis for you. You can ask also Neil coming up here. Get Technical is literally a show about technical analysis. Neil will be able to give you more in-depth analysis on the chart than I could. But again, I like to keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid, right, Kiss? Downtrend, form the base. Hold the level. As long as it holds, you're good to go. If it doesn't hold, watch out. That's my take on Workhorse. Is SFY? I hate when people ask, "Is this a good stock to buy? Is this a good stock to sell?" I can't tell you that. Like, no one can tell you if a stock is a good stock to buy or a good stock to sell. You kind of have to make. And anyone that does tell you, I think is a shyster, and don't listen to them. Okay, they know what works for them, but nobody can say what works for you other than you. Okay, someone could say, "Oh, I like it here. I don't like it there. I would do this. I would do that. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do that." But if anyone tells you, "Oh, yes, this is a good stock to buy it now," and they're saying to you, I would be cautious of that. I really would. I'm very hesitant to say yes, buy this. Actually, I would pretty much never say yes, buy this stock. No, don't buy that stock. I would say what I own and what I don't own, but I would never tell someone to buy a stock or any asset at all. Actually, because I don't know you. I don't know, your risk tolerance. I don't know how much capital that you can afford to lose or not. So, sorry, I'm just not going to be the one to tell you to buy a stock. Yeah. Well, yeah. Kyle, you got me there. All right. It is 9:22. Let's get the man with the plan on. Neil Hamilton, who, as I mentioned, will be at the boot camp this Saturday. I don't know if he'll be there all day. Neil, are you going to be there all day on Saturday? Yeah?
Yeah, I'll be there all day.
All day.
all day on a Saturday, baby.
All day on a Saturday. All right. Awesome. Looking forward to that. Neil, what are you seeing out there this morning?
I like what I'm seeing. I got a mad echo. What's going on?
I don't know.
Did that stop? Okay, cool. Sorry. I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know why I'm apologizing.
Okay.
Things are looking good.
Good.
I went on like a positive Twitter rant this morning.
Positivity.
Yeah, about how I see some reversals happening with our growth favorites. And I don't know. I missed a little bit of that because I was talking about. I was on the phone with Lamborghini. They're gonna hook me up with a new Diablo. Just for like a photo shoot. Honestly, it's just for social media. I'm not actually gonna keep it, but you need that if you want to talk about stocks on the internet. But was someone saying they don't like ETFs?
I know. I told him to get out. That's what I said. I said, "Yeah, man." I said, I don't need that negativity in my life.
All right. I bring
enough negativity in my own life. I don't need you bringing it more. I have enough of it. So, all right, Neil, I'm gonna hop off. You do your thing, and I'll see you later.
Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Positive thoughts. Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. We are not halfway through the week, but good things are happening. Y'all take a look at the QQQ. Y'all take a look at XLK. Tech is moving, driven largely by Microsoft. What's a good hotel ETF? Young Pulla. I'm not really sure of a good hotel ETF. There are some good ETFs that encompass hotels and like in general, just travel type stuff. But specifically hotels, I don't know. I can Google it for you though. That is a service that Benzinga provides. But I will put in my Venmo number for my Google search services. All right, let's go ahead and get the chart on here. I'm not even sharing my screen. What's a good hotel ETF? Airbnb. Away. There you go. Away, I think, is the one I was thinking of. So there you go. There's an ETF that at least has hotels in it. But doesn't it also have like travel sites for like booking packages? I agree. Vincent says Airbnb over hotels. I don't know if I necessarily I don't fully agree with that statement, but Airbnb is definitely the future. Why? Because it's so affordable. And you get so many more options to get closer to your location. People love Airbnb. Boom, 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 boom. Chart. I just want to start off with a pick because I'm not really sure what's going to happen with this. But I like CLF right now. Cleveland Cliffs. Check it out. Steel. Looks like a snack. Classic snack. Snack of the classic variety. Let's get some tunage. Do we have producer AB this morning? Hell yeah. Let's look at Away. I'll pull up the Away ETF while I'm working on my other stuff. Whoo! This is weekly. Just so you know. This is a case for the Bollinger Band. Watch for that curl on that middle line on your Bollinger Band. That's what you want to see to get out of the sideways phase. Also, look at this nice contraction before the volatility expanded. Volatility squeeze comes before a volatility expansion on your Bollinger Bands. Lovely. Lovely, lovely stuff. How's X looking? X is still in consolidation station. Take a look. Yep, still taking a breather here, but holding support. We're on the daily X. I mean, here's the reality. If you're using the Bollinger Band, this thing got overextended. And you know what? This level right here, this green line, which I'm pretty sure you can see. This green line is a level that we kind of knew it was going to consolidate here. But next stop is about $30.50 on X. Thank you, Alfred. Hey guys, community question. Can you help me find some more, like a higher paced, more energetic background music? Some folks are saying that's putting them to sleep a little bit, and we can't have that. We want something a little bit more energetic. So if you can point out some royalty-free music, I know my man Mitch can hook us up with a playlist where YouTube isn't going to ding us, and that's what we need. Miles, if only I could, my friend. If only I could. Good work on getting the umlaut over the O there. And yes, we have X Steel on the screen. Again, this thing was looking a little bit overbought, overextended above the Bollinger Band here. So that's why previously I've said I want to see a breakout above this consolidation level, right? We've got an impulse up, and then this is our corrective phase. In fact, now that it's really showing its colors and that it's getting a sloping line of resistance, we can look for a breakout above our sloping line of resistance. But remember, we're going to run right into resistance at this March 31st level. So make sure you're looking at the daily and watching about, what is that, like $27.40. Yeah, I can look at Borg for sure. Never heard. Whoa. Switch to the weekly. Let's see if producer AB had his coffee this morning. Watching out for Borg looking overextended. I don't have pre-market. So right now I'm using TradingView. TradingView doesn't appear to have pre-market data for Borg. So we don't know what it's trading right now. As far as I understand it here, there should be two prices. The previous session.
3, 2, 1, 0.
That was timed pretty well. That was timed pretty darn well. Yeah, no, I already did the Rolls Royce photo shoot. That's going to go up on my Instagram. Borg is looking overextended, but it's in a nice little trend here. You're also running straight into resistance, so watch out for that. Now that we are trading, let's go ahead and take a look at the hourly. Trading a little sideways. Let's take a look at the 5-minute. A little spotty. Let's try 10. Here we go. Yeah, so Borg, I'm looking at the 10-minute. I don't know how you're trading this, but you're going to want to see a curl up here on the 20 moving average And then look for a break above this level of resistance here at 2380. You should be able to see the numbers on my screen. Yeah, it's a total hot stocks loose thing. Okay, so let's check in on a couple here. Let's check in. CLF, you guys all caught that, right? I had it on the weekly before. Let's look at it on the daily. So zooming out, it's another steel stock. It's got a lot of strength right now. Rounding bottom. Hit a nice corrective phase here. Broke out with a gap. Now we're doing a little consolidation again. My entry price is about $21.70 on this one for an upside of 53%. CLF. Cleveland Cliffs. Let's do that market overview. It's 9:32. Let's take a look at QQQ. Hey guys, I think it's time. I really think it's time. What do I think about buying the close? Oh, could you talk about buying the close? Yeah, so I'm a swing / position trader for the most part. When I have time, I'll do more day trades. Like on weekends, I'll day trade cryptocurrency. But I work full time, as I imagine a good portion of our viewers and readers do. So I like to make sure that we get strong candles above our target prices for breakouts. When it happens in the morning, it has a very good chance of going right back down. So they say amateurs trade the open, pros trade the close. Well, if you're going to enter for the day for a 3 or whatever, a multiple day, multiple week trade, you want to make sure that your entry is secure. So if I'm entering QQQ, say I'm entering QQQ at this level, which is 3378. I'm going to log onto my computer. I have all my alarms set. I got my little Amazon Echo, my phone, all that set for 3:45 p.m. Detroit time. And then I'm going to look for a candle, hopefully a strong green body above my breakout point. 5 cents. 5 cents is what I look for. 5 cents is kind of like a rule of thumb. You'll see that in a lot of technical analysis books. Above that breakout point, and then I'm going to feel good about entering. If it doesn't do that, then it could very well still be in consolidation world. Whoops. All right. Yeah, no problem, Miles. All right, so looking at QQQ, this thing is reversed, and it's green for the day, guys. We did it, kind of. We still want to get to we still want to erase our losses, right? Let's look at our chart here. We still want to erase some of these losses, which XLK is doing. I'll look at that in a second. But this thing is reversing. Let's illustrate. I'm going to keep the volume profile up. Actually, no, I'm not. Bye. Let's get the 50-day up. We broke above the 50-day moving average. Very important, especially for these big sector stocks. Very important that we broke above it. And did we break above it? We jumped over that sumbitch. Gapped up. Sorry for swearing. Let's draw this out. Let's draw it out. The meat of our little reversal pattern that we got here. We broke out handily. All right. So now we're fighting to get above the next level. So what I'm going to do is use my Fibonacci retracement tool, anchor it at the top of our uptrend, and then to the low of our downtrend to find all of the speed bumps along the way, all the meaningful price levels that we got to break. And look at how cool this is. You guys might not be able to see it, but these the 70%, and I know that's not the exact percent, but I just say that for short, level has been passed. It has been passed, ladies and gents. And right now we're holding support like exactly at this moment at the bottom of our February 19th wick. All right. We are looking good. Why? Big time Microsoft action. MSFT. Ooh-wee. Damn, look at that Microsoft go. That's exciting. Like that, guys, come on. Everybody over the summer, literally any 15-year-old could start a TikTok profile, get 500,000 followers because they were actually literally making bank in the market. You could stick out your little 5-year-old hand into the market and grab gold. It was so fantastic. And then we got exhausted and we shook out a bunch of retail traders, but growth is coming back a little bit. At least it's showing signs of life. It's like Frankenstein moving his little finger before he wakes up and kills everybody. Frankenstein's monster. I don't want any English majors to come at me. Yeah, so at any rate, QQQ. Bullish. Let's look at XLK. This is the Spider Tech ETF. Bullish. Look at those gaps. Thing is running. All right, and then Bio, yeah, that true. Okay, and then which support is right on the? You can't see the Fibonacci line, maybe a little bit. It's blue. It's blue, so it's even harder to see against a black background. Let me do a thing really quick. Do a little thing. What was that? 50? No, it's 70. How's that? Can you see that? Yeah, you can kind of see the blue one now. That's our support right now for XLK. MSFT. Guys, I know you guys like to talk about your weird little penny stocks, but come on. Microsoft, let's go. Let's go. I love being in a market that has growth stocks moving so that I can just buy and hold them. That's called printing money. All right, so let's get a little. Let's anchor our extension at the previous all-time high, or I always say extension, but it's retracement. You can reasonably target 258.5 on Microsoft, ladies and gents. Oh, there was a merger. I didn't know that. So Afria and Tilray. Just as I was about to go on my thing about. And just, let me just finish. Look at the SPY, guys. Let's go. Who's trading? Give me a 1 in chat if you trade options on SPY. Let me get a 1. Get a 1. And give me a 2 if you just like little under the radar stocks that someone gave you some insider knowledge on that's about to pop because it has a Bitcoin deal. I think we might have Brad today, which is going to be sick because he trades options on the SPY and he will show you how to day trade this thing like a maestro. Know what a maestro is? I don't. I heard someone say it online one time. Okay, what are we looking at, Tilray? Does that work? I don't know how to look up a stock after it's just merged. So it wasn't an announcement, or did the merger actually occur? It's just an announcement, right? So on the announcement, typically the company being acquired is the one that gets the pop because that's a payout for investors. Vio, I don't know how to do options. No problem. You're in the right place. We'll talk about practical applications without confusing the living daylights out of you. Oh, announced in December? Okay. It's voting right now. Okay. Thank you, Ramon. Everyone smash that like button for the Get Technical community. Ramon with the knowledge on Tilray. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so Tilray, I mean, that means since it was announced in December, I think that was a buy the rumor, sell the news kind of thing. Nothing interesting happening here from a session perspective. This is one of those situations where you can look at it like this and look for a break above your sloping resistance, which is going to be insane because Tilray has been insane. It does look like it's really tightening up. So let's do a couple things. Let's get our volume profile in here, which is super low over here. But I have my volume profile set to my visible range. So whatever prices or whatever dates you can see on the chart is where we're going to see the amount of buying occurred at what price. It's not about when, it's about what. Announce it on 420. Good call. Good call. Good call. All right, so let me erase my drawings here. So I mean, number one, first and foremost, is you've got a lot of overhead supply from where we are right now. So you're going to want to try to you're going to need to see a big volume push to get above 2684 for any movement on Tilray. That's tough. That's tough stuff. Let's take a look at our moving averages. You'll also be crossing the 50-day moving average. Is kind of just concurring with that level. So you're going to need some big movement. So I would say for me, I don't see a big opportunity or like an easy opportunity on the horizon. There are way too many easy opportunities out there. I'm not going to fall in love with a stock just because it's going to announce its merger on 420, and that's cool to me. CGRO. CGROF, OTC stock. I don't really like OTC stocks. So how about not? Okay. Let's check in on. I want to do a couple things. I want to check in on home builders. I want to check in on steel because those were our value areas during the big tech sell-off. And then I want to check back in on tech and find some strong names. I don't have them ready for you. I think we'll discover them together. So let's check in on XHB, home builders. Home builders is on a hell of a trend, guys. If you like ETFs. If you want to make Spencer happy, take a really serious look at XHB and just compare it to the other ETFs over the past few months. The trend has accelerated while everything else was crapping out. So I've been singing this praises for a while. I love this ETF. And then look at this. Once again, it's done it again, guys. It broke out of this previous channel. It had this sloping line of resistance. Let me draw it really quick. Had this sloping line of resistance that was kind of like, well, that's a new. Now I'm all confuzzled. At any rate, this thing is broken out of its channel. This is hot. Let's see if it's overextended. I'm going to pull up my Bollinger Band. Looks like we're kind of safely riding this level. We got a nice curl upward. Look at this. A nice curl upward on our 20 line in our Bollinger Band. So we're above the 20 moving average. We're well handily above the 50 moving average. You can use the 50 moving average very easily as a buy signal on this ETF. Buy. Go short. Buy. Hold. Maybe go short up here. But look at this. It's really holding this line of support. XHB is killing it. Home builders. Look at home builder stocks. So much building. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Yes. People, I don't know what's going on. People building. Yeah. So watch XHB. Let's take a look at now XME, which is our metals. That's where we've got X Steel and Cliff. I believe I'm not sure if Cliff is in that ETF, but nonetheless, it would be sympathetic to moves that we see in other steel stocks. And again, if we're just going by the Bollinger Band here, let me remove this linear regression line. we're just going by the Bollinger Band, buy signal. Crossed above the median or the mean, buy signal. Now we're heading up toward a price target. Bullish XME. Bullish XME. Other indicators are agreeing. So let's look at what exactly is happening with our other indicators. RSI sloping upward. Volume not really coming in yet, but I'm still feeling good about how loftily this is staying above our 20 moving average. MACD, fast line crossed yesterday. Fast line is curling up. So that's XME. And then we already checked in on X. Already checked in on X. Which is down for the day. You don't want to see it, but it looks like it's now holding this previous resistance as support. Doesn't matter. We go where the opportunity is. We don't fall in love with stocks. We go where the opportunity is. Real quick check on oil, looking at Oxy. Looks like Oxy wants to break out of the 50-day moving average here. OXY, Occidental Petroleum, oil stock. Honestly, I'm a little bit bearish short term, but bullish longer term. And to get me a little more bullish, I want to see this line here, this red line on my Bollinger Band, do one of these, right? I do think we'll return to the mean here on the Bollinger Band. The problem is the mean's going to keep moving down on us. So we want a nice curl upward, right? CLF falling away. Let's take a look at CLF. Oh, we got to check our high tight flags too. Yeah, so CLF a little overextended. You got to expect that. Look at it getting above the Bollinger Band. This is a sell signal when you see it like even crossing above it. Nonetheless, we're going to see resolution of this rounding bottom. And again, I didn't set my entry is at $21.70. So it doesn't matter what happens before that. I don't do anything. I'm sitting on my hands until it gets there. Why? Because I don't want to buy in when it's overextended. That's part of the rationale behind buying at a close above, a session close above that line, to make sure that you're not going to get whipsawed by being overextended and people taking profit. For a short time trade, Roku. Oh yeah, hold on. I'll look at Roku in a second. But I want to look at Orgo because it's one of our high tight flags. So guys, if you recall, high tight flags, we go to our weekly chart. We will look for movements upward that have occurred within an 8-week time period. And then we look for a corrective phase that does not drop any more than 25%. Although we do make allowances for more than 25% in significant periods of rotation or unusual market volatility, such as a global pandemic. But in this case, I believe that this is a textbook consolidation phase here for our high tight flag of about 20. This is so frustrating. Just do the thing I want you to do. Yeah, it's about 25%. It's less than 25%. At any rate, price target upon breakout. So let's go ahead and do the darn thing. So with Orgo, let's draw our entry price, our stop loss, and our price target. Targeting about 33.5. Entry is about 5 cents. I'm just drawing here. I'm Bob Rossing it. About 5 cents or so, just a little bit above the breakout because you want that session close above. And then we're going to set our stop loss. Right now it's at about 6%. That's fine. I'll take that. You know what? I'm just going to leave it right where it is. Stop loss, $20.50, 20.5. That's reasonable. You can do 7 to 8% if you want to give yourself more leeway. Because sometimes, I think with NMM, we got this where we had our breakout and then we had a little droopy action, which got us stopped out. But as long as you're watching it, I'm more of a let's keep that stop tight, take the loss, get the alert that you got stopped out, check the chart the next day. Because I'm only looking at charts in the morning and then toward the close. And that's easy. It doesn't take a lot of my time. But that's your risk reward there. So looks good to me. Orgo. So for me, the entry is about on Orgo. The entry is about $21.90. $21.90. My stop is about $20.50. My target is about maybe a little bit lower, about 33. But this is an insane stock. This is an absolutely insane stock. But I believe this one was in wound care. Yeah, I'm more bullish on biotech that has like a lasting and very broad application, and is not dependent on a binary event such as an FDA approval. People are always going to go to the ER, the OR, whatever, with wounds that need aftercare. Okay, so that's Orgo. What was the other one that I was going to look at that someone asked for? Roku for a short time trade. Well, if you want to go like, okay, so it's not looking good from like a swing perspective necessarily. Like for me, I want to see on my day. Oh no, I'm looking at weeks. Looking at weeks here, guys. Okay, so now it's actually looking good. So it started approaching a little bit of oversold territory, and you're a really nice area with the RSI, curving upward with room to go. I don't know if you can really see it, but your 20 day in the middle of your Bollinger Band is starting to curl up. So I'm looking for a return to mean, which actually is concurrent with a return to the 50-day move-in. You also have a cross of your fast line on your MACD with a curl up. Bullish Roku. Bullish Roku for a price target around 380. Let's see if we can confirm that stuff. Confirm what our indicators are saying. Stupid paintbrush. Can confirm what the indicators are saying with a pattern. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, this looks like just a nice little reversal here, which is already resolved. And let's get our volume profile up. Yeah, there's not really a nice little pattern to put this into. But what I will say is you're going to have some resistance ahead. So the levels that I talked about with the Bollinger Band still stand. But let's use our Fibonacci retracement tool to draw some meaningful levels. And you can see that I think you can see that. Yeah, you can faintly see that. The 38.2 line lines right up with the top of this consolidation phase. So you're going to hit some resistance there. Look for some resistance around the consolidation phase here at the 50 line. These are the speed bumps that you're going to hit on your road to success with Roku. Nice. Nice made. Yeah, let me have a sip of water first. Let me know if you got Roku head and shoulders. If you extend it, you might see that. So what you're talking about is probably it's the best tool for this. So what you might be seeing, or what you might be talking about, is a head and shoulders bottom reversal to the upside. And for that, this is driving me nuts. Is this the tool? Polyline? I don't know. Which is, we're drawing a shoulder here, drawing a head. What? Head, please. And then maybe this is the shoulder? The neckline would have to be like this. So now what I'm going to do is make that line visible. Yeah. But for that head and shoulders, you need that clear neckline to get hit for the breakout action. So the neckline would be at $368.76. Not quite there yet, but looks like we're heading for it. Okay, good. Thank you, Gregory. It's good to know that the fundamentals are back in Orgo. So hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, moo. Yeah. Icron, baby. I think so this is, thank you for the call out. Big thank you, Ramon, for the call out. You are on your game today. You obviously had your instant Folgers this morning. I will enter this on session close if it stays above the sloping resistance line. This is a breakout. Let me measure this really quick. Not quite by definition a high type flag, but boy, does it have room to grow. Entering now has an upside potential of about 35%. So let me do this new thing that I usually don't do for you guys. Brad's here, guys. This thing. So if we're looking for this thing just to close above the slope and resistance line, which it looks like it could easily do, barring some malarkey, as our president would say. I'm keeping my stop tight on it as well. Actually, it might be in a sort of consolidation phase. Hold on. So MACD curling up really nicely. RSI coming in to agree. Volume very low right now. Volume very low, but it had already kind of broken out previously. I'm keeping a tight stop on this one and looking for a swing trade like this. Targeting about 31, 32 bucks. GRNQ? Yeah, this one, I mean, this is just a long rounding bottom. Want a solid break. We got faked out before, but we didn't get whipsawed too hard. So, like, you had a false break here. Back down. But you didn't go down too low. So, GRNQ, Green Pro, Cap Corp, which I don't know what this is. There's no information on it. But that is indeed a rounding bottom. And you would be looking for a session close above that neckline at $3. Why is EBAN crashing? EBANG. I don't know. All right. It is time to bring on a very, very special guest. A very Tolkien-esque trader. A man who knows his way around the options chain. Guy who knows how to use a moving average. This is what I was talking about earlier. One of you asked, like, I don't know how to trade options, or you said, like, I don't know how to trade options or something like that. Well, we're about to get a really good, like, actionable options lesson. Like, so what I like about what you're probably about to hear is that we're not going to explain all of options, and it's going to be like this vast world where you have to, like, then navigate it. This guy's just going to tell you what he does. Mohammed, I thought you were supposed to be happy. All right, so let's bring on our guest, Brad. Whoop.
Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. How are we doing?
Is everything working okay?
It seems to be working okay.
Cross your fingers.
Yeah, fingers are crossed. Things are doing what I want them to do. Pretty much the most anyone can hope for in life.
That's a good point. How are
What do you
doing?
got?
How's your day going?
It's going really well. So here's how my day is going. I woke up early. I poured myself a cup of instant coffee.
Morning Joe.
Little morning Joe. I started looking at charts and just posting furiously to Twitter, like sharing all my ideas. I felt like I was composing a classical masterpiece.
I like that description. That's nice.
Yeah, like that, like a cello song was like playing in the background, like. Bah, 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 bah. And as I was doing that, didn't realize that I missed a meeting for my job. But I mean, it's okay. I'm not in trouble. But at any rate, I want to know about you. More importantly, let's talk about you, Brad. How is it going?
Okay, well, first off, just want to let you know that Thomas is upstairs, and my wife just texted me, and that he is really enjoying your show today. I don't know what it is, but she just said he is upstairs having a blast. So
it's because I look like a cartoon character.
I don't know that he knows what a cartoon character is yet, but whatever you are doing, he is enjoying it. No, we're doing good. Yeah, I mean, just kind of just playing the big names, really. I mean, it's kind of with options trading and just primarily focusing on options. It's my best thing to do is just sort of stick with what works for you. I like to run scans and stuff like that, and I've got a list of like the IV movers, and I use stuff like that. But more and more, I just come to realize that the best thing to do for somebody who trades options regularly is just to make a pool of stocks that you like and then use that as your scan, I guess you could say. So yeah, we're doing good. I'm half day today. Today is supposed to be in the high 70s. And so my wife's on vacation this week, and we are going to play a little golf. I'm going to play a little golf, and they're going to drive the golf cart this afternoon. So looking forward to that. Like, nice little afternoon.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. It's nice to that spring is here and to get out after it's been a long winter.
It feels like we normally have, and I'm sure a lot of other places. This is not unique to Ohio, but in Ohio we always have like fake spring that comes first, where it's like it's deceptively nice, and then it actually just starts getting crappy and snowing again for weeks at a time. Well, this year it seems to be that real spring is actually here. So it's the weather has been just strangely nice, pretty consistently, and so today's no exception. So we're gonna try to take advantage of the afternoon, and then I'll lock myself back in my basement for the rest of the week
into the darkness, into the back
3 hours of sunlight that I exposed myself to today. I'll redeem it later in the week. So.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, that's plenty of sunlight. Well, enough of us old fogies talking about the weather. Brad, would you mind sharing your screen? I'd love to see what stocks you're looking at and get a little explanation of how you trade options.
Yeah, let's talk about options. Why not? So, one of the things that I like to do, as I briefly mentioned, let me just give a quick introduction. Hello, everybody. My name is Brad. I am a full-time trader. I am also, you see what's over my shoulder back here? I wanted to plug the home team. You know what that is?
Benzinga Pro.
That's right. I had to leave it up. So I'm this is the last time it'll be back in the corner. I'm moving some monitors around and stuff like that, but that is just the Benzinga monitor. It's just, it plays the news and it squawks. Hey, who reads the squawk, by the way? Completely unrelated.
Yeah, his name's Benzinga Charlie.
Okay, so if I wanted to, like, for a day be Benzinga Charlie, is there a way that I could just sign up and read the news all day? Because I think that would just be awesome.
We can arrange that.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. So with my style of trading, as I was mentioning, I primarily trade options. A couple of months ago just decided that I like options more than commons, and so I decided that I was just going to focus in on that. I was going to try to craft the art of trading options, and so I've kind of put all of my eggs in the options basket. However, that doesn't mean I don't ever trade commons. It's just primarily options trading. And as I mentioned briefly, what I like to do is I like to have a pool of stocks that I am playing from. I like to have, 50 or so stocks on a list that I am just watching, and I get to know, and I learn as much about them as I can. If I start to let myself be, ingrained in all of the stocks in the world, I will think that I've got to play every stock in the world. And so I try to just focus in on a very intentional list. So that's what I'm doing right now. One of the main things that I do with options trading is I tend to, I'm more of a day trader with options. I am trying to buy a contract and sell it back for as quickly and as much of a premium as I can. I am not really interested in exercising contracts. I am more concerned with just buying a contract and then selling it back for a higher premium. That's my goal when I'm trading options. So it'd be just like buying commons or just buying stocks. I am interested in just flipping as quickly as I can for a high amount of premium. The most common one I play, of course, is SPY. That is going to be if you are primarily an option trader or if you are looking to find out a lot about options trading. SPY is the one to watch because it is the leader of options. SPY has 3 weekly expirations, and then they have the regular monthlies. Like every other option, options expire on the 3rd Friday of the month. And then the bigger names like SPY, Triple Q, Tesla, and some of the others, they have what's called weeklies. Weekly options expire on the week. They typically are Fridays, but like I said, SPY has Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Gives you more volume, gives you a little bit more of an opportunity to kind of pick up those small movements on SPY moving only $1 or $2. You can really make use of some of the moves. That's where I tend to focus my time. But they also can, not to get into a Greek discussion, but they also decay just as quickly as, or they decay quicker than the monthly contracts. So you have to kind of pay attention to that. Somebody did say about day trading. Yeah, day trading for options is the same way. It's if you're buying and selling a contract in the same day, it's counted as buying and selling a stock in the same day, and so you'll have the same PDT rule. The best thing to do with that is I always recommend, if you options trading is only 1-day settlement as opposed to 2-day settlements. And so if you are really interested in options, switch to a cash account. It'll help you out a lot with having to worry about PDT, and which is the strangest. I mean, if you were to just bring somebody in, you're putting like a new person in handcuffs is really what you're doing. You're saying we want you to succeed, but we only want you to succeed X amount of times per week. I just don't. I don't.
That is the game, and it's not always in the favor of the retail trader.
No, I just don't. I mean, because honestly, think about if you've ever heard a story about somebody who went from X amount of dollars to 25K or 30K, and they did it relatively quick. They could have done it even quicker if they were not having to worry about the PDT rules and stuff like that. But that's a whole different topic. So. Yeah, what do you want to? What do you guys? Was there anything specific that you were talking about this morning as far as ticker wise? I could go through just some of my normal ones that I'm sort of looking at right now. But yeah, whatever you want to do, I'm yours.
Oh yes. So I think one is we were talking about QQQ looking kind of good, but I really honestly I think it would be good for folks to get some exposure to stocks that they probably aren't looking at.
Okay.
What we get a lot in here is folks that are probably subscribed to trading services, I imagine, or are in other chat rooms.
Okay.
And they really get hung up on OTC stocks and penny stocks and stuff like that.
Yeah, been there.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's good, Brad, if you illustrate some stronger names. And part of them being stronger names is that they have a much more active options market.
Yeah.
So showing it, get some of the names that you're looking at, and let's see how you do your day trading thing.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point that you just made. With especially with the sorry, I was trying to open an option chain. Let me click back over here. Give me 1 second.
All good.
I was trying to, I want to open an option chain because it'll be easier if I can show that as well too. One of the things that you'll notice with options trading is that you want to try to find a stock that has obviously volume, but you want to get in on one of the blue chips, one of the bigger names of stocks. I have what's called a top 50 list. And I am, in all senses, a day trader, a swing trader. I am not I'm not a fundamentals type guy. I mean, I think right now you obviously have to know what's driving the stocks, and you have to be able to, I mean, you need to know that stuff, obviously. However, I think more importantly, you need to know where the money is going, and you need to know where the volume is. And so I have what's called a top 50 leaders list, which is basically just a list of the top 50 ranked stocks, not from like a popularity perspective, but from a overall perspective, taking into a bunch of different rankings. And these are typically going to be like the big names. So for example, on this list, the first ones that are coming up would be Twitter, Etsy, CrowdStrike. What else is on here? Apps, which is ironically, I do have a small portfolio that I do long term. My wife and we made one for Thomas, and I have a lot of Kathy Wood stuff. I'm a Kathy Wood homer. You can, whatever you want to call me. I'm team Arc all day. I think what they're doing is fantastic. I think she really knows her stuff, and more importantly, the whole team knows their stuff. They're a really good team. Shopify is on this. So my focus with options is the big names. I like to see where all of the other people are going. When you get into some of the other lower end, when you get into some of the lower stocks, it's going to be tough to get movement. I'm going to switch screens again, Aaron, if you're still back there, because I want to put on my, actually, no, can I just drag it over? Can I just drag? Yeah, I can. There we go. I didn't realize I could do that. I thought I had to pick a new one. So this is Tastyworks. I use Tastyworks primarily for pretty much all of my trading. I think if you're trying to focus in on options trading, I think they're the best overall platform. Not sponsored by them or anything, but I use Tasty for all of my entries for options. And then, as you saw before, I use TradingView for charting and for scanning and for watch lists and stuff like that. But Twitter is one of the more active options that you'll see. One of the things that jumps out, though, immediately that I always like to talk to people about is if you look at this option right here, like let's take a look at the 65.5 strike price, this one right here. Right now, this morning, it has a little over 4,000 volume. So there's been 4,000 contracts sold for 45 minutes into the day. That's a pretty good amount. Even down here, the $70 strike, they've had almost 7,000 contracts sold. That's really good volume. All of these, the main strikes that you're looking at, there's a pretty good amount of volume. This is one of the things that you want to pay attention to when you're trying to find an option. Like for example, if you want to, the first thing you want to do is you want to build your pool of stocks that you want to learn about. And you want to start scanning, and you want to have a list that you follow on a consistent basis. Twitter, obviously, is one of the bigger name stocks. It's going to react to news. It's going to react to things happening in the world. But the one thing that you want to look for on a stock is this volume right here. Let's compare. Let's do this. Give me a like a penny stock or something that you guys have been looking
Tilray.
at. Tilray.
I don't know. Is that a penny stock? That's not a penny stock, but
No, but it might work.
I don't think it's gonna have a. Actually, it might have a lot of options activity.
It does, but this actually works perfectly. Okay, so here we are on Tilray has weeklies and it has a monthly. Real quick to show you that this W right next to the date here, that's a weekly option. Then this April 16th is the third Friday, so that means it's a monthly. There's obviously no W next to it because it's the monthly. Take a look at the volume here on Tilray. Now, as you can see, there's one or two contracts that has a fair amount of volume. The $25 strike and then the $22 strike. However, compared to Twitter, let me jump back over real quick so you can see the volume difference is I mean, you have multiple stocks that are over 1,000 contracts sold already. Even this one, you have multiples over 3,000. This is showing you a lot. This shows you, first off, there's going to be with options trading, you have to remember that you are literally buying and selling back and forth with somebody. There has to be somebody on the other side of the transaction in order to buy that contract from you. So you need to pay attention to volume. That's one of the biggest things that I always tell people is to find a stock that has volume, not just from a volume trading perspective on like the commons. You need to pay more attention to, somebody asked, should I pay more attention to volume or open interest? And I always say you need to know both. You need to have both working together. However, volume, in my opinion, is more important, because open interest is always what is the day prior to. So an open interest on a contract that you're looking at is showing you close of business the day before. So today is Tuesday. Open interest is going to be updated through 4 p.m. on Monday. The volume that you're seeing is in real time. That's going to be showing you as every minute goes by. That's the actual volume for the contract that you're looking at. And if you're not familiar with open interest, real quick, just to tell you what it is, it's the amount of contracts that have not been exercised as of yet. So if you see a stock that has an open interest of 100, that means there's 100 contracts that somebody has purchased. That means there's 100 contracts that 100 people have purchased that have not been exercised as of yet. That's important because you need to be able to, when you buy a call, you need to be able to sell it back. So you need to be able to work with the volume and the open interest together. My opinion, though, is the volume is what is more important, because that's showing you, like, listen, like, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel or anything here. Like, we want to go where everybody else is going when you're trading options. And when you come to a stock like Twitter and you could see that there's, I mean, just real quick math, 20,000 contracts, let's call it, people are going to Twitter for a reason, you know. And then another important thing to look at too is on this, the April 9th, the Friday, look over here on this side of the chain is where the puts are. There's very little volume on the put side. Now, real quick, why would that be important? Well, let's say if you're doing your chart and you're looking at Twitter and you think, okay, Twitter is trading at 67.48 right now. I think Twitter is going to go to $60. You come over to this $60 strike and there's only 157 contracts sold. Me, instantly, I would say to myself, I don't think I have it right then. I think I've missed it. Let me go back and see my chart again and figure out why I am off, because there's not really a lot of volume on the put side. The volume is primarily on the call side. That gives you a little bit of a better, I mean, you can add that to your strategy. You can say, all right, that's where the money is going. I should follow that. Why are people going to the call side? Why do they think the stock is going to go up? That's an important thing. So volume and open interest, I think, work together really good. Somebody said you got to follow the head, and that's exactly right. Follow where the money is going.
Okay. So what does this look like for you when you're following the charts and you're looking at entries and exits?
Yeah, let me click back over. So let's go.
I'm going to refill my coffee while you're doing that.
Go ahead. All right. Welcome to the Brad Show here. Neil is no longer with us this morning. I will be taking over. Neil is a good guy, everybody. You guys, honestly, and this is, I'm not just saying this too, because they invited me on, but everybody, whenever I say I'm going on with Neil, everybody is always like, Neil is our favorite. He's a great guy. He knows what he's talking about. So, so on the chart here, we're looking at would be Twitter. When I am entering a stock, what I'm doing is I am playing these two lines right here. These are my moving averages. The white line here, let me turn on my indicators. The white line is the 8-day. That means I'm using the 8-day EMA, the exponential moving average. The green line is the 21-day. That's the 21 EMA. Real quick for just an introduction of what those moving averages are. EMAs tend to follow the price of like currently, because moving averages are lagging indicators. They're not predicting. They're telling you where we've been, but they can be sort of a prediction if you use it in a strategy. EMAs respond much quicker to the price action as opposed to like a regular MA or a simple moving average. The EMA, I like it because it responds quicker. So what I am going to do on an entry here, let me find a good spot here. We can actually click back over to SPY because that'll be a little bit better. All right, here's a great example right now. All right, so you could see right here the crossing of a moving average. There's one right here, and then there's one right here. The easiest way, here, let me circle. There's one right there, and then there's one right here. What I look for is this cross. Now, I am just not blindly going in on a cross. So if, say, for example, I run, TradingView has a really good alert system. So I can just go on here and I can set up an alert and I can say EMA 8 crossing up the EMA 21. And I can do it as one-time alert. I can do it as once per bar. I can do it for once per minute, whatever I want. but I can set this to be an alert, and I will get a notification that the 8 EMA is crossing up on the 21 EMA. That's my first entry signal. Pretty consistently, I am playing that as, okay, if it's crossing, I'm buying a contract. I am buying a call. When the 8 crosses up to 21, typically, as you can see right here, that means that the stock price is increasing. The white line, you can see it's below the green. We get a little bit of a consolidation period right here. We get a solid support line. And then right about here on this candle, you can see the white line crosses up on the green. Okay. So that would be an entry signal for me. You can also see that the volume spike right here, that's another entry signal for me. This blue line and this red line up here is, I use what's called a relative strength index. It's not the RSI line that you would be familiar with, like a stochastic RSI. This line is showing you here. Let me show you another stock. This line is showing you the relative strength of the underlying stock compared to what SPY is doing. I like to know what SPY is doing at all times. So that's what this relative strength indicator is here.
Thank you for explaining that. I'm going to start using that on that tip. Really cool.
I like it. So I also use, on another one of my charts, I use the, let me see if I've got it saved here.
Just to underline what Brad just said, that's the relative strength line. It's not like talking about buying and selling momentum. It's comparing the stock to a bunch of group of other stocks to see if it's emerging as a strong leader. And those are the stocks that you want to get behind in either direction.
Exactly. Yep. That's why I like to, let me use this one. That's why I like to have that one. Oh, here it is. Here's the stochastic. This line right here, this bottom one, is different than this line up here. Now, however, they do kind of respond pretty similarly, but they are two different indicators. So let me just make sure that everybody understands that. I'm not using like the RSI line. I'm using what's a relative strength line. So that's where I'm going in, or on these two entries right here. I typically am playing more calls than the other sides. If I'm playing, if I'm a bit bearish on a stock, I am playing more of a, somebody said the 5 EMA crossing up over the 9 EMA works great. That's another perfect example of what you can do with the EMAs. If you have a system that lets you do strategies and lets you do back testing and stuff like that, the 8/21 is not like the only one that works for this. You can do it with a lot of different indicators. Like the 1648 is another good one. The 1530 is one. I mean, like this one, the 5 and the 9. There are numerous combinations of these two. You want to get a little bit of a spread on the numbers. You don't want to do like the 5 and the 6. That's way too many signals. You want to have a little bit of a spread when you're trying to find. But a moving average crossover is one of the best ways to start developing a strategy. Now, it doesn't have to work for everybody. It might not work for you. A lot of people are against moving averages because, like I was saying, they're more of a lagging indicator. They don't always present to you where we're going. However, I've done enough back testing. I've stared at enough charts, and I've seen enough of these crosses to make me say that's the strategy I'm using. My primary way of entering a stock is when this crosses. So as I was saying, I will set an alert. So if we're looking on this chart here, I'll go to EMA 8 crossing up EMA 21. That's all we do. And I'll get an alert throughout the day. And whenever this happens, I'll get a little pop-up will come up and it'll say SPY EMA 8 crossing up the 21. I'll come over here and I'll take a look and I'll say, yep, that's a candle that I like. Yep, that's great volume. Let's go ahead and take an entry. And as you can see here, just by looking at this section of the chart, this entry here would have taken you from 405 area, about 405, 76, 78, up until 407, 01, 03, and now we're starting to get some volume. So that would be a solid entry. That would be a confirmed entry for you. That would have worked out. Like I said, if you go the other way, and this is right here, the white line 8 crossing down below the green line, the 21, is also showing you the other way. So let's say, for example, if you're, you say stocks don't always go up, they go down time to time, which, hey, listen, if that's what you think, that stocks go down sometimes, fine with me. I think stocks only go up. You could play the other side. You could play that the moving average crosses the opposite way. When the white line goes down and then the green line is the one that's now on the top, that's an entry signal for you to play a put. That's an entry signal for you to buy the other side of the contract. You could do that with, like I said, I use the 5 minutes and I also use the 1 hour to capture quick movements. And that's what I am doing with these contracts. And even right here too, you can see there's a good entry right here. Right here on this one, there's a good entry right there. This whole section right here would have been a good one. I mean, think about it this way right here. You were going from, because this would have been across right here on this candle. So you would have went from 394.59 to still 407.18. That's really, really, if you played the 1 hour chart, and if you because there's really, it's strong now that I'm kind of looking at it. That's a pretty strong chart right there. I have let me see what I have open right now. I have the April 7th 410. So I have tomorrow. I have the 16th 409. I have the 16th 415. And I have the 16th 405 calls. I am a lot of times you will I like to clear SPY out at the end of the day because it's reacting a little bit differently now. It's sort of has SPY is doing a lot of strange things. I mean, you can have we had a Monday a couple of weeks ago where SPY was ripping, and I was, we're going to 400, we're going to 400. That was like a big thing. It was like it's a nice round number. I thought we were there a month and a half ago. SPY gapped down the next morning. It dropped. It didn't respond well. And so what happens? You hold a call overnight. First off, SPY went against you, so your contract price goes down. Second off, you have theta, which is the decay of the contract, which causes the contract to automatically go down. So I am not always holding SPY contracts overnight. I like to get rid of them at the end of the day. However, again, that's just not like blindly I do that. I'm looking at like, okay, we closed on a good candle. We closed on good volume. We closed on this report. We closed on that report. I will hold some overnight, just not all the time. That's another thing to remember with options is you want to, unless you are playing one of the monthlies that are far out, you typically want to trade them as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we are just about at time. Real quick for everyone, that's the 8 and 21 moving average still, right?
I just got here.
I know you did. I wish we had more time. I could do this all day, Brad.
Well, I know, me too. Aaron texted me, and Thomas and I had like somehow taken a nap, and so I woke up kind of like later. This is like the third time I've been up today, so
such a dad.
I really am, man. I became a dad, just that quickly. I went and bought a pair of New Balances, and I like have the jokes all lined up, and I just am ready.
Oh, all right. You guys already know. So here's what I got to say. Make sure you follow Brad. This is Brad in the Money. I'm going to link to this video and make sure that folks see your Twitter handle. Definitely follow him, because I'm going to say it right now. Brad is my favorite options trader for all the reasons. Easy to understand, applicable method, tells you the truth, doesn't go do a photo shoot with a Lamborghini for the day. No. So yeah, Brad, you're a real one. Is there anything you want to leave folks on now that we got like 10 seconds left?
Yeah, just real quickly, just don't get frustrated with options. It's really easy to allow options to just overwhelm you. And if you really want to learn how to trade options, just your number one thing to focus on is protecting your capital. Worry about that. If you've got $500 to trade with, that's what you've got to trade with. Mm-hmm. If you've got $10,000, protect that capital so you can trade every single day. That's your number one thing to focus on for here on out. Protect your capital.
Boom. There you go. All right. Thanks, Brad.
See you, buddy. Have a good day.
You too, man. Enjoy the golfing.
See you. I will. Thanks. See you guys.
Am I on? Is my thing on? Whoa! Thank you for joining us. This has been Tuesday's edition of Get Technical. That was Brad from In the Money, from tradinggrounds.live. You can find him. Follow me on Twitter. I'm going to drop some more info about Brad. Definitely follow me. He's my favorite options trader. The dude, it rules, and an actual good, honest guy. Tough to find out here. That's a real one. So, guys, thank you as always. With me today was producer Aaron Bree. That was Brad Weber. This has been Get Technical. Next up, we have the Benzinga Pro Showcase with the Bash Brothers, the two tallest men at Benzinga, Ryan Faluna, Jonathan Mallard. Give them some love. Smash that like button, guys. Show them some love.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is a special edition where you just have me. We're missing Ryan Faluna today because he is on his way to Detroit. So I'm super pumped for that. Glad to have him in the Detroit office for the rest of this week. And today, I wanted to show all of you, in addition to if you have any questions on tickers that come up, feel free to throw those in the chat. But we do have the movers tool that I use every day, and I wanted to show you just how to come up with a basic gap and go setup. We're not going to get into all the nitty gritty, but Mitch, if you can share the screen in a larger format, perfect. So what we have here in front of us is the movers tool, and you just open that up on the left side of the screen. About halfway down, you see the arrows pointing left and right there. And you can see that we've got the gainers here at the top. Normally, that will show you the gainers and losers. But for a gap and go setup, I just switched that to just the gainers. And then I'm looking at the pre-market here. Oh my goodness, I think we have a special guest. Ryan's actually walking into the office right now. So, hello, Ryan. I'm on YouTube right now. Yeah, come say hi to everybody. Here, just say hi.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I missed you today. I'll be back tomorrow, though. Really good time then.
All right. So we're back in business here. And so basically, we're just looking for where are the eyeballs in the market, right? Where are these stocks that are going to be hitting all the other day trading scanners? People are going to be talking about these stocks and likely to continue to go up, or sometimes the bottom does fall out and they crash. But either way, it's definitely tradable. And so we've got pre-market session. We've got the entire session here, which means that it's going to be measuring the percent change since yesterday at 4 o'clock. Now, you'll get the pre-market percent changes as early as 4 a.m. Eastern time, which is why a lot of people like to use this tool. And then if you wanted to filter it down by sector or market cap or price per share, you can do that as well. And if you don't see the exact threshold that you want on the price, like let's say you want something in between $0 and $5, well, then you just click on the custom button over here on the right-hand side, and you can just set your minimum at, say, $2, and you're good to go. So I'll just switch that back to the normal slider for right now. And then once you have all that set, you can just click on the blue bar at the top of the screen, and boom, I have a whole bunch of movers here. Now, if I want to, I could just start clicking through these, and it'll just start bringing up my details tool on the right side of the screen. Or I could click and drag a whole list of these and just make a quick little watch list. So I just copy these, do copy, and then you'll see that I've already gone over to my watch list tool, and I created a watch list called 4-6 movers. And so now I can keep track of these right here. And so as we're talking about a potential gap and go setup, all I did was I just started clicking through these. Let's check out SJ here. And I'm just mapping out the pre-market highs and lows. I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I just find that if it breaks through some of these pre-market highs on volume, many times it continues to run. So I was just looking for, okay, if this breaks through, and granted, hindsight's 2020. So if you're looking in the pre-market, it looks more like this. And I was just thinking, okay, if it breaks through $15 on volume, then maybe it'll continue to run. And so I just drew that horizontal line there using this little drawing tool, just a little horizontal line. I'll, I don't know, maybe this consolidation here, maybe that's significant. And that kind of makes me curious. What happened there? Okay, nothing much. But anyways, you can draw out those lines. And then I left a note within my watch list tool. So for any one of these, let's say I wanted to make a note on Cara Therapeutics, I could just double click on that note section and say, I don't know, up 12%. At least that's why, you know, I can say that's why it was on my list. But for me personally, I just posted some of these support or resistance levels in the notes section, so I can just compare that directly to the current price. And then I could say, oh, okay, you know, what's going on here? It's 20 cents up from that high that I marked out earlier. And in this case, if I scroll over here, it looks like it ran up to the 1240 range. And I don't still have the drawing on here, but where I put it in the pre-market on a different screen was at that 1170 area. So I just look for 1170 here. And so you can see that it went up above that in the pre-market. I was probably looking at this around 9 a.m. or so. And then it came back down, broke below that, and then pushed back up again. And look at this volume here. I've been seeing that very often recently, where around 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m., that starts to really pick up. I don't know, something with all the day traders where there's like, okay, it consolidated a little bit. Now it's time for us to make this run. So, and just another thing that you can add here on the charts, make sure to differentiate between the overview chart on the details tool. So you just have this very basic chart. It can scroll down and see any news on that company, compared to the chart tab. If you click on the chart tab underneath a price quote here, this is the one from TradingView where you have all the other cool you know, features there with the drawing tools. And you'll see I use a 9 EMA here. So that's just one indicator that you might use, say, as a stop. If you were doing a really quick trade, you just click on indicators here and type in EMA, and that's how I got the moving average exponential. So now I actually have two of them. And so I've got the 9. If I want to change the time frame on one of these, I could just click on this gear symbol here. We've got the style, but then I could go to inputs and I could change to whatever length I want to. I'm looking at the chat here. Oh, am I really bad? Sorry, everyone, if that's bad. I'm seeing Sean in the chat. Can you please add the ability to see all watch lists in one space by selecting an all option? I love that, Sean. So I assume what you're talking about is basically if I've got all of these different watch lists, just another button either at the top or the bottom where that says all watch lists, and then we'll just have all of your tickers on one watch list frame. I love that, Sean. So I'll definitely bring that up with the product team, and we can take another look at that. I see PLTR all over the chat here. Neo, Nate's bringing up Neo. Let's take a look at these. What's going on here today? Palantir. All right, let's take a look. All right, it looks like it took a dump at the open, but let's take a broader look here. Okay, so it's been up and down and up and down. Take a look at the news here on Palantir. And it looks like, was this yesterday? On Monday, yesterday at 6:59 a.m., they announced this almost $90 million contract with the Nuclear Security Administration. So that's interesting. And so you've got that 6:59 a.m. item, and then 50 seconds later on BZ Wire is where you had this summary that's tagged with contracts. Notice that little contracts tag there. So that's what I always talk about. I love keeping track of those contracts on my news feed. And so it looks like, yeah, there were some additional headlines on that. Then I can flip over to the chart and say, okay, what was that looking like yesterday? It definitely shot up yesterday, and then it looks like it sold off, and people are like, yeah, that was just short-term hype, even though that is real cash. But it looks like it sold off. So we'll see what happens throughout the day today. Levi is asking about Ride and Workhorse. Let's take a look at that. Let's see, Lordstown Motors. Oh, this is interesting. So looking at the news here, nothing too crazy on the news side, but flipping back over to the chart. And of course, let's see here if the chart wants to load for me. And I'll switch this over to the 5-minute chart. Wow, look at Lordstown today. Holy moly. What's going on the 1 minute? Okay, so I had this nice little bump up, and it's staying above there pretty well here. So that could have been a nice little trade there on Lordstown. Looking at the day chart as well. Okay, so it came down a ton. We'll see what happens if it gets back up there around the 14 level. I would be interested. All right, so hopefully that wasn't too crazy here. Just as a recap, I had the movers tool open, right? And I was just looking for some gainers in the pre-market. Very, very simple. Then I copied those gainers and I pasted them into a watch list. So I've got my watch list tool open here. I just pasted them directly into this search bar, and they populated there. Then I just clicked through these, took a look at the news items, took a look at the charts, and came up with some general support and resistance levels based off of those pre-market highs and lows. And by the way, if you want the pre-market or after-hour sessions to be differentiated on your screen, like I have this blue section here, you just click on the gear cog in the upper right corner. And then you have this little box here called session breaks. So if I get rid of that, it'll get rid of that blue shading. If I check that again, that's what gives me that blue shading. There's a lot more flexibility. There's more stuff that I learn every day, right? If you want those watermarks so that it tells you what ticker you have on the screen other than what's at the top, I could just click on watermark here, click OK, and I've got PSAC right there in the middle of my chart. So I know some people like to use that. They're asking me, hey, why don't you have that on your show? In fact, I might want to make that a little, I don't know, I'll leave it the way it is for right now. Let's see, Rita's asking about SJ. Let's take a look again at SJ. What's going on with SJ? Why is it moving so much? Hey, there it goes. See, I had that $15 mark. Wow, man, over the past 15 minutes here. So I was waiting for it to break through that $15 mark, and boom, it shot through there on volume. And that's exactly what I was waiting for. And so what was the cause of this move? We just click over to the news item here, and we can see that at 7 a.m. this morning, they announced a strategic alliance with Snip to launch new loyalty and reward system and explore Bitcoin and NFT rewards for its approximately 250 million users and 300,000 broadcasters. You got Bitcoin, you've got NFT, you've got strategic alliance. Those are a bunch of hot words right there. And then we have a summary article, and this is, again, tagged with contracts. If you do not have the contracts category highlighted on your newsfeed, I don't know what else to tell you. This is a great example of why you want to be following that. And so basically it spiked up, right? Rita, it spiked up in the pre-market, and then it came back down again. And the question in everybody's mind is, was that it? Is it just going to fall back down again like Palantir, or is it going to keep going? And so a lot of people were watching that pre-market high around the $15 mark, also the psychological level of $15. And as soon as it broke through that on volume, we're off to the races. So hopefully this wasn't too unbearable without Ryan with us today. Just wanted to give you a little rundown of how to find some gappers and use those on Benzinga Pro. We'll be back tomorrow with Ryan, and until next time, happy trading.
The old mute trick. All right, guys, how we doing? How we doing? Now we're going to get into some breaking news. We're going to bring on my man from the news team, the one that I go to the most, Brettster. What's going on, man?
What's up, Mitch?
What's going on? How we doing today? How's the market? Let's go ahead up, and I'll pull up my screen here, and you can go ahead and let us know what's up in the market.
So yeah, S&P. I watched the S&P 500 futures. I don't know if you watch that index, Mitch, but that's like my favorite one. I love watching the S&P 500 futures. S&P 500 futures today, high was 40.75 3/4. That was the all-time high. So how are stocks doing? Stocks have never before done better, I think, is the simple answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, over the 4,000 mark, I'm going to be looking to see where do we go to? Is this we had this kind of moment of consolidation. Let's see where it really kind of goes off to now.
Absolutely, man. Mitch, Spence and I know for the Newsdesk update, we usually focus on news. But when I have been working with Spence for this show, I wanted to take it in a little bit of a different direction than just hard news. And I want to try to provide a little bit more education when I come on for my segments. It's always Tuesday at 10:45. For the segment that I'm helping with, I always want to come on and try to provide a little bit more depth of information.
Yeah, so what I call the value.
Well, so my thesis is that there's a ton of people that use Benzinga Pro to trade in real time. And that's absolutely amazing that people can just hear a squawk or see a headline and go over to their platform and buy or sell a stock right away. We always want people to be able to do that. However, there's so much value in Benzinga Pro from a research aspect. And I think you really have to, understand, news a little bit better in general to get a lot of the value out of Benzinga Pro. And so that's kind of where I've been going with Spence when I've been doing this segment. And so that's kind of where I want to go with you today, if you don't mind.
Let's do it.
Cool, man. So I want to just sort of with today. So what Spence and I have been doing have been looking into a specific type of news item. Here's a bunch more depth of information on offerings, on IPOs, on contracts. I don't think we've done that one yet. And what I wanted to do with you today is kind of do a little bit more of an overview of the news desk and the information we're providing into the Squawk on Benzinga Pro and also the newsfeed on Benzinga Pro. Where are we getting? I get a question from Benzinga Pro users a lot. Where do you guys get all your information? And so I will give you a few prompts here in Benzinga Pro if you don't mind, Mitch.
Yeah.
So open a news feed.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. There you go.
Sweet. Okay, so this is something that a lot of people will recognize. It's just our newsfeed. It's one of the core, tools here on Benzinga Pro. Yeah, you were just mousing over the sources button there, Mitch. And so that whole top row above the actual content of the newsfeed, these are all ways you can filter the newsfeed, right? You can filter by sources. You can filter by a category, a type of news item. You can filter by a sector. You can filter by a stock that you've already made a watch list for, and you want to get all the alerts on the stocks that you have in your watch list, right? So hit the sources button, Mitch, and Mitch was tuned into the BZ Wire source. That's all of the aggregated, curated content the reporters on the Benzinga Pro news desk and the writers and editors on the Benzinga.com team are producing. So this is our human feed of all the content. There might be 60 to 100 Benzinga.com articles a day that are going into this feed, and there might be 500 to 1,000 headlines that are going into this feed, BZ Wire, each day. And so for the reporters on the news desk, we're getting a ton of information from sources that you can tune into on Benzinga Pro. That's press releases. So turn off your BZ Wire, Mitch, and turn on your press releases.
Boom.
And then just go back to the newsfeed. Let's see what it looks like. So these were the press releases that just hit, you know, PR Newswire, Business Wire, Globe Newswire. Those are kind of like our top newswire sources in the U.S. and around the world. And this is what, if I had to guess, I would say that between of those 600 to 1,000 headlines for Benzinga Pro that I mentioned, if I had to guess, I would say 60% of the information that we're turning into headlines that are going to BZ Wire, the reporters are getting it from a press release or an SEC filing. And what do you know? You can tune into those feeds on Benzinga Pro if you so choose. If you are overwhelmed by information and you trust the Benzinga Pro news desk reporters to be able to weed out information that isn't going to be material for a stock that could potentially move a stock, then you can just tune into BZ Wire. However, if you're a user who wants, you know, to see the information that the reporters are seeing potentially in the same time that they're seeing it, you can tune into press releases right here and you can actually see the information that we're looking at. Same thing with SEC filings. So go up to your sources, Mitch, and turn off your press releases and turn on your SEC filings. And then let's go back to the news feed and see what it looks like. And so again, here are SEC filings over the last, this is only about 10 minutes of information here, Mitch, just looking, you know, down to like see what the timestamps are at the bottom of that, those SEC filings at the bottom there. So again, you can tune into this stuff. You can get, I like to call this the raw information. This is the information that's coming directly from publicly traded companies, but there's like thousands and thousands of press releases every day and like thousands and thousands of SEC filings every day. So it certainly can get overwhelming to be able to parse through that. That's like what the guys and gals on the Benzinga team do really well. We're able to parse through this stuff really quickly and go like, okay, this is something we need to post. This is something we don't need to post. This is another one we don't need to post. Oh, this one we got to post like right now. This is a really big news item. It's probably already moving a stock. What do you think about all this, Mitch? I feel like I just hit you with a ton of information.
No, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, one of the things that I've always said about Benzinga Pro is the usability and how easy it is to get this information. A lot of the times when you're going through this, you're on like multiple sites, you're flipping
Absolutely.
and flipping, and then you're going to the SEC website just to pull the PR. Then you're getting
And
that.
you got to go like search, and the
Yeah.
search isn't super easy to use on the SEC website.
You know, one of the easiest things and one of the best things any trader can do is do their research in the morning, and they want to get to it as quick as possible so they can get to their planning versus
Easy
researching.
as possible too, right?
Yep. And this definitely helps it, because when you're sourcing out and you really want to get to the source that you want to get, you know the difference between an SEC filing and a press release. You know, a lot of the times, you know, one of the things that I've seen is that when you're looking for filings, you want to know where you're getting this information from. And the best way to do it is to go ahead and source it out.
You're going to get so much more information. And again, getting back to that thing of like, there's so much information in Benzinga Pro, and we want to educate people so they can make, you know, better decisions about the research that they're doing. Those headlines that are going into BZ Wire, they're going to alert you to the fact of something and maybe go into a little bit of context of why this is important. That's to the BZ Wire source in your newsfeed. But if you're an investor and you really want to dig into a news item, we're probably not going to be in a very timely fashion going to be able to get you all of that context that might be in a press release or an SEC filing in just headlines, right? And so that's where I like urge users to go like, let BZ Wire point you to something, let you alert it to the fact of something, and then if you're more interested to get more information, go look at the press release itself, go look at the SEC filing itself, and really like dig through there. And you can do all of that on Benzinga Pro. Believe it or not. And so the kind of punchline I wanted to get to here, Mitch. So go back to you. Thank you for pulling up your newsfeed, sir. So go back to your sources button and let's turn off RSC and go back to BZ Wire. And then I want you to do something else. Click to the category section. Yeah. And so backing it up a sec here. So a ton of what the Benzinga Pro reporters are doing is aggregating information. It's from press releases, SEC filings, social media, other publications out there. We just had an interesting article on the cruise stocks from the Miami Herald. It's a regional Florida paper from Bloomberg, Reuters, Dow Jones. We're seeing all of these sources and we're clumping them together into this aggregated, curated feed. And that's what we do most of the time. But we also do our own reporting. We have our own exclusive information. You guys have seen, a few of these highlighted in the last few weeks. And this is a focus for 2021. We want to make a lot more exclusive content for our users and our readers. So you have to go to Benzinga to get that information. We want that to be a huge focus. And so you can see it right here. It's already, yep, Mitch knows where we're going with this. So we have a category that's just called exclusives. You can click this in your Benzinga Pro newsfeed to see all of Benzinga's exclusive reporting. We had a lot of this information first, and a source, whether it was a trader, a fund, or a corporation, they will give us information first for exclusively publishing. And so that this information comes out when we have interviews on YouTube shows. We had the Marathon Patent CEO on yesterday. That's obviously exclusive content. We had, a report on an OTC company, Clubhouse Media, that they are they hired Andreessen Horowitz as a partner to their advisory board. We got that information. That press release was out this morning to everybody via press release wires. However, we had that information. We had that information on Friday. We had that information a whole weekend ahead of when a lot of the other public had that information. Cool stuff, right, Mitch?
Of course, one of the things that we want to get more of is these exclusives, and I think you're going to start seeing more. So definitely pay attention to it, guys. One of the things that I think is, when you get an exclusive, you're literally getting that source as fast as possible with Benzinga Pro. And there's going to be so many other media sites that are going to grab this, but later on in the day. So if you want to be the fastest, you got to actually be inside Benzinga Pro.
Awesome. Thanks for the collaboration on this, Mitch. This has been fun, man. I know just to highlight a really quick example, if you want to highlight a really quick example, I know a lot of you guys and gals out there in YouTube land saw the HOFV news from a couple weeks ago. But if you want to just pull up real quick in the search field, we can also sort of demonstrate how you can use the news feed to do ticker specific searching. So go over to your search field, type in the ticker HOFV, and scroll down a little bit, Mitch. If you don't mind, keep going. So it was actually go up a little bit. And so it was which news? Okay, so it was from March 23rd, Tuesday, March 23rd. So Hall of Fame Resort and Entertainment reports a partnership with Dolphin Entertainment, that's ticker DLPN, to begin offering non-fungible tokens. You guys probably heard about this one, but after this was reported on Benzinga Pro first, Hall of Fame shares rallied, I think it was like 70% or something like that. So much opportunity, like space, like ceiling for a user on Benzinga Pro to have heard that news item on the Squawk. We said that it was being exclusively reported by Benzinga right here, to see the headline in the news feed and see that the stock was moving and still be able to make a decision. Hey, I think I should buy or sell this stock here if that's what I want to do.
All right. So one last tool before we get you on out of here.
Sure.
One that I use, and I just wanted to give it out to everybody. I use this every single morning, is on the news feed. If you go to the sources, Let me actually do it versus telling you it. So
yeah, let's see it.
So on the sources, what I do is a lot of times I go to categories and I'm not looking for exclusives. I'm scrolling down to what we call the WIIM. And what does it stand for, guys? It stands for why is it moving, guys? And a lot of times I love this feature. This is my favorite feature because a lot of the times you want to know the news quick and kind of to the point. What is it really that is making this stock move? I roll through this all day long. It helps me find the stocks. Let's say if I was looking like Roku, for instance, right here, guys. So this morning I was thinking about like it was on my watch list. It was something that I was thinking about, maybe a trade. Then I see this news come out, and then I can start doing a little bit more research. You know, it looks like we got an initiated coverage of a stock, an outperform rating, and a 400 price target. So things like that can really get me quickly in understanding, okay, so now we're getting that news out. I already felt good about the stock on the chart. I already felt good on the levels. Now this can give me that conviction to go ahead and complete my trade idea.
It's another, I like to say it's another tool in your tool belt, right?
100%. And you need your tools.
Pull out that WIM tool, bam, you're like, start hammering away. I like the stocks chart. You said it, Mitch, for sure.
All right, guys. Well,
cool, man. Well, thanks for having me.
No, I thank you. You know, one of the things is you guys can always reach out to Brentster if you guys haven't done it yet. I do it myself sometimes when I need to make sure on some news. So if you guys want to do it, definitely check it out, guys. We'll see you next time on the Benzinga Pro Review. Now it's time for the SPACs attack, guys. All right, guys. So let me go ahead and switch on over here. And you know what time it is. If you like the SPACs, hit the like button. Let's get this party started. What up, traders? Time to change the color, change the mood. Let's get in my man. I've been missing him since we had to take a day off, and I can't blame the guy. He works so hard. Let's bring him on. The brains to this show, Chris Ketchum. What's up, dude? How you doing?
What's going on, brother? How you been?
Hey, it's good to have you back, man. I don't know about
Thank you.
I don't know about you, but I missed you yesterday. I was by myself trying to talk to myself, but it wasn't going the best. But hey, like always, it's good to have you back, brother.
I went back and watched it, and looks like you did okay, and I learned some stuff as well. So, we're always out there teaching each other. So thanks for holding the fort down while I was gone. Back today, so we got some deals to talk about today even too, on this Tuesday. So
yeah, we're going to do a lot today, guys. If you guys are just in tune, guys, we're going to go through the March SPACness. We're going to do the Final Four, and we're going to go even to the National SPAC Championship. I know you guys probably watched it last night, but you guys got to see who we got in the win today. I don't know if you guys saw the thumbnail, but I'm excited. Let me go ahead up and just kind of pull this up before we get into our headlines, because it's going to be fun. There's some great battles coming up. So if you like our March SPACness idea, definitely let us know who's going to win the battle. Will it be DraftKings? Will it be Butterfly? Will it be Desktop Meta? Or the one that will probably shake everybody, if it's Romeo Powers here taking the win? Let's see what happens today. All right, but before we get into that, let's get into everybody's favorite part, where you go ahead and get your information today, and taking us back to the headlines.
all right, guys. Yeah, so up first on headlines today, we have SBG. That's Sandbridge, the company taking Owlet public. So we, of course, had the founder of Owlet, Kurt Workman, on the show not too long ago. So earnings out last night from Owlet reported full year revenue of $75.4 million, up 51% year over year. Gross margin 47.6% compared to 46% the previous year. and Workman out talking about that new online platform, Dream Lab, and the continued growth of the Owlet Cam in 2020, and then more catalysts coming into 2021. And then, of course, Sandbridge also highlighting the addition of Zane Burke, the former CEO of Livongo, joining the board of directors, as they look to boost that digital health and telehealth platform for Owlet going forward. So keep an eye out on that one, ticker SBG. Then another one we've been talking about a lot lately, we have Playboy. That's PLBY. This company is transforming itself. It went public as, trying to shift away from the magazine business that so many people knew the brand for. They were going to focus on, sexual wellness and health. Now the company is going all in on NFTs. It has been very vocal about its, archive of content that can be made into NFTs. So shares are trading higher today. They announced that Nifty Gateway is partnering with them to create a digital art collaboration on Nifty Gateway's blockchain-powered marketplace. So no surprise here. Again, they had talked about getting into NFTs. Nifty Gateway, a large name in the space. So shares are trading higher. This is positive news. This one continues to run. As you see that chart, who would have thought that Playboy would be one of the best performing de-SPACs of 2021? This one got, not much interest when that deal was announced, not much interest through the deal process. And then as soon as the NFT talk started, this one started to heat up. And I have several articles out about this on the site, and I have to agree, they do have a large library of content. They also want to do the NFT business, on their own instead of just licensing out their content. So this partnership with Nifty Gateway looks to be the start of that. So keep an eye out on Playboy here. And then we have a couple ratings upgrades here. So we have MILE. That's Metro Mile. Piper Sandler initiates with overweight, a price target of $15. So keep an eye out on this one. This one is backed by Mark Cuban. Also has Chamath in on that pipe. Pay per mile. Interesting growth name going forward. Getting some love out there from analysts. Then we have GNOG, Golden Nugget Online, one we've talked about a lot. Getting a buy rating and a $28 price target from Jefferies this morning. So again, as we look at March Madness and the growth of sports betting, GNOG is one that's focused, on the iGaming side and also the sports betting side. Shares are up 12% today, on that call from Jefferies. So getting some nice momentum here. So we'll see what happens when maybe some of these numbers are reported from March Madness or some of these states that Golden Nugget operates in, to see if we can keep that momentum going forward, in this high growth but highly competitive sports betting and iGaming market. Then one of our other big movers today, and of course we're going to get into it with March SPACness, but we have Romeo Power, RMO, rocketing higher today. Again, this one got hammered last week after reported earnings and then also lowering their guidance for the current fiscal year. I do own shares of RMO. So shares are up big today. They extended their partnership with PACCAR, a global technology leader in the medium and heavy duty trucks, brands such as Kenworth and Peterbilt. So this is one of the, the largest and most well-known semi companies in the U.S. So Romeo is going to supply batteries for several of those new semis for the U.S. and Canada through 2025. So it says the start of production is anticipated to begin after 2021. So again, this is a extension. It's not a new partner, but it does extend a current deal that they had. And it's important to note that the key there is this is taking place after 2021. So as I said, Romeo Power, issued that lower guidance for 2021. This new deal with PACCAR this morning is not going to change that 2021 guidance, I don't believe, as this revenue is going to come, after that time. But again, as Mitch and I have both said, with Romeo and some of these battery companies, you might have to look a little forward out, who's getting the deals who's supplying these large companies, and what does the framework look like a couple years down the road. But RMO showing a nice move today on that news. And we have BFLY, so Butterfly Network, which again we're going to talk about during March SPACness today. This is a top performer. So more shares added to ARK funds yesterday. Kathy Wood and her team have been a big buyer in this company, which has a portable ultrasound. CEO Jonathan Rothberg also out with a tweet talking about how Butterfly Network's device is going to be on a SpaceX rocket and go to the International Space Station. So the crew is going to test the Butterfly IQ ultrasound device used in conjunction with a mobile computing device in the space environment. So not only are we seeing, these portable ultrasounds help hospitals with their costs from not having to, transport bulky equipment around, they can also help in emerging markets that don't have the money or the infrastructure for the large ultrasound machines. And now you possibly have this device being able to work in space, which, as we see the growth of space going forward, could be a big thing in the future. Our big movers yesterday, no surprise, DMYD up 41%, hitting all-time highs on that NFL exclusive deal. I know Mitch talked about that one yesterday. DMYD merging with Genius Sports, getting that NFL deal, and obviously shares rocketing higher on that exclusive deal. And then also TDAC up 7%, taking lottery.com public. But they also announced that they have the sports.com domain and plan to enter the sports betting market. So again, investors reacting to that news and the possible catalyst there of what can they do with that sports.com domain? How can they monetize it? How can they get into the sports betting market? This is an interesting chart Mitch has up there. So TDAC, they had that, that rumor with lottery.com for a long time. Then they had the definitive agreement, but they didn't issue a presentation. And then finally that presentation came out last week. Shares started moving higher again. And then now we have, the not only the lottery.com, but also the sports.com. This is an exciting one going forward. We're trying to get someone from the team to come on one of our shows because I know there's been some comments out there in the chat. People want to hear about this one, which is a good sign. So to me, TDAC on my watch list going forward. And then we had one rumor yesterday. So MRAC is in talks with Enjoy, which is a company that operates retail stores for Apple, AT&T, BT, and Rogers. So mostly phone companies. So the retail side of things, this MRAC SPAC is backed by the Chicago Cubs owner and also the Rain Group. Not a lot of details. And again, this is a rumor, but this is out from Bloomberg, which has been pretty spot on with SPAC rumors, as you guys know. But shares, of course, selling off now on that rumor. And then we had two deals announced this morning. So we have ticker ROT going public, taking Sarcos Robotics, a leader in mobile industrial robotic systems, to enable the workforce of the future, talking about productivity. So this is a pipe of $220 million backed by some pretty strong names. We have BlackRock, we have Palantir, we have Caterpillar, Schlumberger, Jaws Estates Capital, so some decent names. And then they also have a deal with Delta Airlines. So they're expecting to release their Guardian Exo full body wearable industrial exoskeleton robot in mid 2022. And then, more robots in the future. So again, talking about productivity with these exoskeletons, and the SPAC deal helping to power, the financials that they need, but they're looking at all kinds of industries: aerospace, automotive, logistics, defense, oil and gas, power, and utilities, calling it a $147 billion market just in the US alone. So they're going to operate with a robotics as a service solution, and they already have key strategic partners including several Fortune 100 companies. As I said, Delta Airlines, highlighted in the announcement today. So this one, you're going to have to wait a little bit for revenue. So revenue of $9 million this year in fiscal 2021, $22 million in fiscal 2022, and then we expand after that. This deal valuing the company at $1.3 billion. So this one, again, you're paying for the growth up front. So, I don't anticipate this one to do much more running today after that deal announcement. The other big announcement today, and this is the one that I could see running over the next couple of days. So we have ticker MUDS bringing Topps back to the public market. So Topps is one of the most well-known trading card companies. If you ever collected cards as a kid, like myself, you know the Topps name well. Topps dates back to, the 50s, the 1952 Mickey Mantle card, that continues to set new records as we see the growth of, trading card values from these auctions. So they announced this deal. Michael Eisner is going to stay as the chairman of Topps. He's currently the chair there, and he is the former CEO of the Walt Disney Company. So current shareholders of ticker MUDS will own 28% of the company after the merger. That's a pretty good chunk. So Topps is best known for its trading cards, but also they have digital trading cards, and they have a digital gift card business and a confections business. The confections business includes Bazooka, Ring Pop, and some other candy brands. Topps has deals with the NFL, or it has deals with MLB and NHL, Formula One, WWE, Disney, so Star Wars and Marvel, several soccer leagues. They don't currently have deals with NFL or NBA, but I think that's worth watching because it's of note in the presentation that the Milwaukee Bucks owner is joining the board of directors for Topps. So keep an eye out on that as we see an NBA owner get added. Maybe we could see some NBA cards in the future from Topps or a partnership. But Topps is going hard right now on digital cards and then also NFTs. So their Topps Now segment features, recent moments. So like a player's first home run. There was a Tigers player the other day who got a Topps Now card of his first ever home run. We also saw a Topps Now card with Bernie Sanders in those mittens at the Joe Biden inauguration. Sold over 100,000 units. And they're only available one time through the Topps website. So expanding that digital presence. And then also NFTs. So Topps has released Garbage Pail Kids and Godzilla NFTs. And they say that their spring-summer 2021 release pipeline of NFTs is strong, and more details will be coming in the future. Revenue of $567 million in fiscal 2020, up 23%. EBITDA of $92 million. So last year, revenue was 55% physical cards, 6% digital cards, 4% gift cards, and 35% confections. E-commerce sales made up 30% of the business. Revenue estimates of $692 million for fiscal 2021 and $777 million for fiscal 2022. Shares were up this morning. They're starting to move again. This one to me, so we're up 11%. Over $11. To me, this one looks similar to a possible Playboy, where you have a well-known brand, high revenue, profitability, and now they're getting into NFTs. So I think this one has room to run, and I'll be curious to see what the next couple of days bring. And then turning to our calendar, we have no votes scheduled on my calendar for this week, but we do have some rounding out the rest of April. So that's what I've got today. What do you think, Mitch? That Topps deal, very exciting, and again, up 11%. So we're seeing a decent move for a SPAC announcement today. And, given the interest in NFTs and that well-known brand, I think this one might have more room to run.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I've actually owned Topps cards myself. I mean, I'm kind of really upset. I don't want to get into it, but I lost them in a storage war kind of situation. So I can at least say that, guys. But I had so many good cards that I'm going to always regret. I had a game-worn jersey from Ichiro that I literally spent $300 just trying to get this one pack. They were coming out with game-used jersey pieces on their cards. And then so that was very interesting. That's when I thought they were starting to change. They were starting to change it just being just a card, a regular card, and trying to be more limited edition. And let's go to the website here. So one of the things that I noticed, and I noticed right off the top, was they kind of gave you some insight here that on March 31st, they were coming out with this NFT. That could have gave you some insight that maybe they were looking for a SPAC acquisition. You know, if they were coming with the NFT, they were probably going to go ahead and attack the public investment game here, and that could have gave you the insight. So always look for little signs like this. You know, if I would have saw a tweet like this over the weekend that this could possibly be a SPAC, if I would have saw NFT attached to it, I probably would have been thinking, yeah, this could be a potential.
What do you think, Mitch? So, you know, they already have an existing board of directors, but then they announced today that they're adding a couple people. So Topps has deals with baseball and hockey of the four major sports, but they add a owner from the NBA, the Milwaukee Bucks owner, to the board of directors. Do you think that was strategic or just, you know, brush it aside?
Well, you mentioned it well, and I'm sure a lot of people got kind of like a little flag there going off. And really what it is that there's no reason why Topps shouldn't have a deal with those two leagues, you know? And if that's really going to come down to it, if they want to really step up their game, I think you see that coming out also. And so look for that deal to be happening in the next couple of, I would say, even weeks. But one of the things that I'd mention is that, you know, Topps is all about collectibles. And really, we talked about it. In the pandemic, collectibles went booming and they're back in favor. You know, there was a while there that, you know, having art, baseball cards, whatever it wasn't really taking off here. And now you really do have a chance. I might have to go for my Derek Jeter card. I mean, you can't go wrong with the Derek Jeter card.
That's right.
But definitely, you know, you see they have their wall art. They have other things. They have Topps Authentics, where you can get, like, let's say, autographed memorabilia. It's not just a card company. I know a lot of people are going to just put it to that, but they're starting to step in different areas. Look at your Funko. Even a Funko on their website, you know.
We got Baby Yoda there, and that's another key point from me here, Mitch, is you already have an existing relationship with Disney, right? They make Star Wars cards, they make Marvel cards, and Michael Eisner, who was the CEO of Walt Disney Company for several years, he's the chairman of Topps. So to me, I got to think that relationship with Disney is strong. And when we talk about NFTs, you know, there's so many companies, you know, talking about NFTs or exploring NFTs. And some of them, you know, it's just drawings or, you know, videos that aren't licensed by the actual companies. Here you have a company like Topps that can do, you know, NFTs from Disney because they have the license. Same as I talked about with Funko, right? You know, so when you want to look at the companies that could win long term with NFTs, I think Topps is one of them because of those established deals. So, you know, Garbage Pail Kids, Godzilla might not jump off the page as these huge NFTs, but they were successful. The Garbage Pail Kids ones, you know, brought in a decent amount of money. And now if they're going to do, you know, sports NFTs and, you know, some Star Wars NFTs, what a great time to go public to really capitalize on that, in my opinion here.
All right, guys, I'll get off of the baseball cards before I start buying some. I was already starting to pull the wallet out. I was like, yeah, the Gary Sheffield, that was my favorite.
I know, doesn't it
take
you back? And that's the thing, you know, with cards during the pandemic, there's so much interest. Everyone's, you know, doing, you know, going through their old cards, finding those valuable ones. And we're seeing these record-breaking deals, you know, for some of these older cards. And Topps doesn't necessarily make money off of, you know, auctions for an old Topps card, right? It already sold. but they're making money because people are returning to the market. They're buying new Topps cards, and then also that shift to digital cards where maybe they can make revenue off of each transaction, in the NFT market, can build that, residual revenue for them.
Yeah, guys, one of the things that is being mentioned out in the chat, that Topps has been a kind of a undervalued company for so long. But one of the things is pandemic can change all that. And one of the things that you've seen certain companies go to levels that it doesn't make sense. So don't think that this can't be one of those that can go to levels where it doesn't make sense. And so that's why I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I definitely think there's going to be some interest. The NFT game out of their business is kind of like purely intended for their business. You couldn't say it would be more directly correlated than with baseball cards, or kind of even like you saw Star Wars. They're starting to get into. There's definitely going to be more and more that people are going to want. And the really question is, does the collectibles keep growing? Do we still get that boom in the collectibles? I think that's what you got to pay attention to. All right, guys, let's go ahead and let's get into our favorite time of the day. Let's get into the March SPACness. All right, guys. So one of the things that we've been doing, guys, is we've been doing this National SPAC Championship, this bracket that we did. At the end of the day, it was just for fun. But if you guys enjoyed it, definitely let us know in the comments below, or give us a good like button there. We appreciate it there. And definitely, if you can do us a favor, hit the share button down below. Let everyone know the National SPAC Championship is on today. We're going to get through the Final Four and get to the championship. But let's go ahead and let's get right into it. First, we're going to have a battle of all battles here. This is going to be Romeo versus Desktop Metals here, guys. So what do you think, Chris?
All right, guys, I hope we're ready to vote out there. So we're going to just get through the rest of this tournament, right? We saw Baylor win last night, knocking off undefeated Gonzaga. So press 1 for Romeo, 2 for Desktop Metal. This is an interesting matchup. And again, I do own shares of RMO, but this company has been beaten down with that guidance. We're talking about which stock's going to perform best from, the start of this tournament till the end of 2021. For me, I think Romeo might be a year away from really turning the corner, getting that guidance, adjusted, that new PACCAR deal today. Desktop Metal, in a competitive market, 3D printing, there is some other companies coming public in that space. But, to me, I guess I got to vote for Desktop Metal here because I think they end up having the better 2021. I think Romeo is just out of favor here, and it's going to be until 2022 that we really see shares come back. What do you think, Mitch?
Well, one of the things is these are two companies that have a lot of potential. All right. And so one of the things that I'd mentioned first is for Romeo Power, it's all about the partnerships. And we ran into supply issues there, but the partnership still exists, guys. And so that's one thing I definitely keep on mind is I've seen those partnerships. I've seen the companies they work with. If they can get their supply issue together, they can meet that demand out there. That's definitely out there, as you see from their partnerships. Now with Desktop Metals, I mean, you're talking about a company that was really looked great upon, when it first rocketed up. And one of the things I'd mentioned here is I think, there's a transition here. These are two plays that are kind of the new generational plays moving forward. And you're talking about battery plays going into electric vehicles, and you're talking about some kind of 3D manufacturing. And so one of the things that I pay attention to is how are we going to get towards the next level, and what is more important first? And so I think at the end of the day, we've already had our kind of supply issues, and you can see the supply chains kind of getting hurt here. So with that being said, I think the demand is more needed for Desktop Metals than it is for Romeo Powers right now today. And so with that being said, I say, Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Bob the Builder, yes, we can. So I'll go with I'll be
yes,
putting
we
that one.
can. It looks like Desktop Metal getting the votes. So Bob the Builder is moving on.
Bob the Builder moving on, guys. Desktop Metals gets the win. You guys already know we're moving on with Desktop Metals into the finals here. Let me go ahead and just fill this in here for us. Oh, I got the click here. Hold on.
All right, guys. So while Mitch is getting that in there, our other matchup here today. So, and again, talk about, 4 great companies left at the end here. Over on the right-hand side, we have a blockbuster matchup. We have DKNG, that's DraftKings, sports betting, iGaming, a leader in terms of number of states. And then we have Butterfly, BFLY, as you heard me say the top of the show, portable ultrasound, backed by Bill Gates, Bailey Gifford, founded by Jonathan Rothberg, who's bringing several companies public via SPAC. You also have Kathy Wood and ARK Funds grabbing tons of shares of Butterfly, but also grabbing shares of DraftKings as their lone sports betting company that they own. And Butterfly going to space, right? A portable ultrasound now heading all the way up to space. This is a huge matchup. I love both of these companies long term. I'll be curious to see what the chat says. So, press 1 for DraftKings, 2 for Butterfly. I don't know, Mitch. What do you think before I make my vote here and we get all these votes tallied up?
Yeah, one of the things that I'd say is that this was a competition of 2 companies that I think are in different areas. And so one of the things is DKNG, I think, is just making moves, not based off of the business structure, but based off of the revenue and TAM in the market. So what is available out there in the gambling market? That's why I think DKNG is doing well. It's not because it's the best company in the gambling space. At least that's what I would say when I would look at the company. But with that being said, there's more states coming, right? And so with that more states coming comes that money, and money gets things moving. And so that's why I would have to say, when I'm looking at BFly, I just see the technology needing to be adopted, needing to be purchased. And DraftKings is a little bit different. It's kind of an adaptation and legalization. I think it's easier to get up than it is for BFly to continue moving forward. So I would say, this is money, baby. This is money, 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 money.
Yeah, Mitch, you hit on part of what I was going to say. I'm going to piggyback off of that. So DraftKings has, that first mover advantage with already having the daily fantasy players. So when a new state opens up, DraftKings isn't competing with anyone. They're just entering a new market, and they're able to, just go all in. Butterfly is competing against existing ultrasound companies, right? So some of these emerging markets, they may be able to buy these portable ultrasounds because they didn't already have one. But your large hospitals that already have bulky ultrasound machines, are they going to rush out to buy the portable one? Maybe not. So it could be a year or 2 away from, that huge growth. Do I think Butterfly wins long term? I do. And I got to believe in, again, Kathy Wood, Bill Gates, Bailey Gifford, and even Jonathan Rothberg, the guy who founded this company. I'm a big believer in him. But to me, if we're looking just at 2021 with all the catalysts, as Mitch said, of new states coming, and even if DraftKings doesn't get that revenue from those states this year, the share price is most likely going to reflect the future, right? So if New York legalizes, is DraftKings going to go up? Most likely, right? That's a catalyst. So to me, I have to think that DraftKings will be the better performing stock the rest of 2021. Mitch, did you look at these votes at all? I was seeing kind of split here.
Yeah, it looks kind of close there, guys. If you guys haven't voted yet, go ahead and press 1 or 2 to join in the chat. Let us know which one. We need to know outright winner here, guys. So let us know what you're thinking. If you got a comment, also put it in the chat. We'll put it up. All right, guys. So I'm reading up here the chat, trying to count the votes here. It's kind of close here.
If there's no more votes, I think I have the tally, Mitch, and you won't believe it.
I'm pretty sure I'm seeing it, but not believing it. So much that I think I might have to like kind of change up here what I wrote down as a banner.
Yeah, if I tallied right, and we might have had a late minute entry there, but if I tallied right, I got 11-10 for DraftKings. But now I'm seeing more votes coming in. I saw 2 more ones, a 2, and then I saw Sean trying to vote for both.
Sean, it has to be the guy that gives us the 1 and 2.
So I don't know
12. So
I don't know if we count that for both or if we throw that out. But hey, I'd love to vote for both too. But unfortunately, someone's got to lose today. Someone's got to go home and pack their bags. So yeah, I think, Mitch, I'm seeing more ones roll in. So I think we have to call it here for DraftKings.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to call it for DraftKings also. At the end of the day, we're making moves. So I think I'm going to call it for DraftKings. It's going to be a hell of a battle here, guys. So we're talking DKNG versus DM in our national SPAC championship here. All right, let me close this up here. All right, guys. So we got our national SPAC championship here, guys, and it's going to be interesting to watch to see who's going to win between DM and DKNG. We worked our way back here. DKNG was a 1 seed and Desktop Metal was also a 1 seed. So you're talking about some titans going at it here, guys. So I'm going to go ahead up and put the banner here, DM versus DKNG. And hold on. Some people are going to say I don't like DM because I put a lowercase n there. Let's go ahead and let's do it this way. So one of the things that I wanted to do here is while we talk about the 2 companies, you guys go ahead and start putting your votes. If you already got a vote, definitely press a 1 or 2 to join in there. But I wanted to do something a little bit different before we get a little too far from it. So one of the things that I want to do here is actually pull up their website. Why not pull up their website here, see a little bit what they have here going on. Let me accept some cookies here so they can go ahead and get my information. But we're talking right here, 3D printing, guys, and it's going to be interesting to see how they continue moving forward. We're talking Desktop Metals here, and it's something that is been needed before, and I think it wasn't pushed, but I think the pandemic kind of pushed this a little bit forward. What do you think here, Chris?
Yeah, I think 3D printing, right? And we heard 3D printing several years ago, right? And we saw these 3D printing companies, rocket higher. To me, this isn't 3D printing where you buy it for your house and you make, toys, or small items out of it. This is additive manufacturing. So we're talking about revolutionizing the industrial, factory, the workplace, right? Where instead of, making these huge, items for planes, for cars, you're able to actually print them, from a 3D printer with different materials that can save cost. They can help with energy, right? So when you talk about cars and planes, you want cheap and you want, energy efficient. So if Desktop Metal and, competitors as well can make it more efficient, they're going to win long term. So to me, with Desktop Metal, again, it's the timeline. How quick does this win? And also the thing that really struck me on their last earnings report was they also are entering the healthcare field, right? So they're working on 3D printing, health items. I think it was orthodontics they talked about, right? So anyone who has kids, you may have seen a mold before, right? Of teeth that's 3D printed and it shows your kid's teeth. Desktop Metal also getting into that space, and on the other side, DraftKings, but here Desktop Metal, and also worth noting here, Mitch, Kathy Wood and ARK Funds owns both of these companies, right? One's in the 3D printing ETF and DraftKings is in a couple other ARK ETFs. So to me, Desktop Metal has a very exciting future. I think 3D printing, when you talk additive manufacturing and industrial, I think is going to be a high growth area going forward. What do you think about Desktop Metal? I think the old mute trick there.
The old damn Mutric.
Every time.
One thing I'd say about Desktop Metals is that, what is the alternative here? And I think that's what you need to ask yourself. If the alternative is not using 3D to kind of get these printing and get that mass production, then it's actually us doing the manufacturing. And that's just way too expensive. And so that we've been looking for ways to get these manufacturing, these designs down packed. And so you're seeing right here all the availability, manufacturing, heavy industry, machine, like Chris mentioned, education, consumer goods, automotive. There's just so many fields that they can get into. And then what happens is that I think certain fields are going to adapt faster than others. And then you'll see their revenue increase in those certain fields. I honestly am blown away by these 3D companies because there's so many of them, but they all have great projections. And so one of the things that I'd say is that it's probably meaning that the industry as a whole is going to become a massive industry. And so keep your eye on these, whether it be Desktop Metal. I mean, we could talk about others in the SPACs, but definitely on my radar. Let's go ahead and let's get into some DraftKings here. I know a lot of people are talking already in the chat. Let me go ahead and catch up here. Let me see some of the chat here. So it's Rick House saying DM is the future. So it's going to be interesting here. 3D printing human organs. I don't know if they're doing that yet, but if they're going to do it,
I don't think they're doing that yet, but it's definitely coming in the space. So who knows? And Desktop Metal has been a company that has acquired several other smaller companies. So now that Desktop Metal is public, we could really see, the M&A space ramp up for 3D printing. So what's to stop Desktop Metal from, expanding, some of these other areas by the acquisition route?
Yeah, someone talking about space used for 3D printing. DM isn't really there just yet, but I could see them stepping into the field. So that's going to be highly competitive. There's several 3D printing companies working with space companies, and I think maybe long term that could be, an area. But to me, I think Desktop Metal, being involved with these industrial partners, is a bigger deal than going to space right now. Yeah, I've seen the printing of the organs, but the question is, will DM be in that? And that was my kind of question more along here. So that's why I brought that up. Let's get into some DraftKings. So one of the things I want to talk about, guys, and I'll bring up the website here so you guys can see a little bit more, is, of course, bonuses bringing the attention. And then look, this is what I always talk about, guys. This is the most important thing. State by state, you're going to start seeing this chart turn green, guys. These states are going to slowly go green. I think you'll see Florida go green. You're going to start seeing multiple states trying to push towards it because there's really, at least in my understanding, there's no reason why sports betting should be illegal. If I can go buy a gun, if I can go to war, if I can do all this, why can't I sports gamble in my home, in my hometown? I don't need to be flying out to Vegas. I can just do it from home. And that's why I love
at that green
Colorado.
Out there. Look at that green out
lonely,
west.
Lonely.
Who's that lonely state out there?
We need some help out here. We need some help, so that's going to be interesting. Of course, DraftKings has their pools where you're going to go ahead and play. You can do anything from football games to your favorite shows. They got promotions. They have missions. They have over 10 million registered users, $7 billion already paid out, and the #1 rating sports app here. It's going to be interesting. I know they stepped up from their original fantasy kind of move, and I think they kind of were thinking of ways around sports betting at first. And they'll probably kill me for this one, but they were working their way around sports betting first by doing fantasy. And then when it became legal and they were able to do it, they just jumped on the horse,
and props to them, because what a way to gain potential customers. And they're already doing it, right? You look at all those gray states. What is DraftKings? And their competitor FanDuel. What do they have in those gray states already? They have an existing user base that already use DraftKings and FanDuel for daily fantasy. So when those states turn green, all they have to do is flip on the app, send out an email and a promotion, right, to all these customers, and then they get them to bet on sports and not just do daily fantasy. I saw it firsthand here in Michigan, right? As soon as we went legalized, DraftKings, sends out the email. I had already done daily fantasy with DraftKings. They sent me an email. Hey, you like sports? I bet you like to bet on sports too, right? It's that easy. And Mitch, they're doing the same thing in Canada, right? They launched daily fantasy in Canada, and Canada's working on legalizing sports betting similar to the US, where it would be province by province. DraftKings is going to have a head start there. I mean, this is a highly competitive market. There's over a dozen companies, right, with sports betting and iGaming, but really there's 3 or 4 that stand out and dominate in terms of market share. DraftKings is one of them, and DraftKings is in more states than any of the competitors. So to me, that's a key advantage, going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch the competition between the gambling companies. But one thing that has been said is that DraftKings is what I call kind of that spender, that cash cow, willing to spend in the industry to make it to wherever they need to make it. So it's kind of like a perfect example, I would say, to compare to DraftKings, and it's completely different, but Netflix. Netflix is a perfect example because Netflix took it on themselves to say, hey, I know we're spending some cash, but we don't care because we need users first. Users is our first focus. We're going to get whatever content we need. We need to buy it. We need to make it, whatever it needs to be, but we're going to get our users, our base users. And once we grow that to a massive amount, then we can use that to monetize and kind of push towards profitability. But at first, it's about collecting the group, the users. And I think that's what you're starting to see with DraftKings. They're definitely collecting the users. And one of the things is, you're starting to see is that they use the right people. They use people like, let's say, my man Marshawn Lynch here, and they know how to get into your mind with the influencers, with the athletes. You guys see the commercials all the time on TV, whether it be kind of the guy from Suns, the Suns basketball team. What's his name? Booker. I've seen him. Yep. Yeah, Devin Booker. He has commercials. So let's go ahead and let's give it to a vote now. Press 1 or 2. Join in, guys. The battle here is press 1 for DM, 2 for DKNG. Who's gonna take it today? Who's gonna take the national SPAC championship here? So let's see what happens here. What's going on in the chat? What are you seeing out there, Chris?
Guys, don't forget to vote. We've been talking about this matchup for a little while, but 1 for DM, 2 for DKNG. Mitch, compared to our last round of matchups that were, pretty close, I'm seeing more of a slant here towards DraftKings, with 2s getting more votes right now. So we'll wait a second for some more last minute votes, but otherwise I think we have a champion being crowned, in this first March SPACness tournament.
Well, Chris, we're going to have to see what happens, but it is looking like that is what's coming true here. So the only thing I would have to say is DKNG isn't here to celebrate, but this is all I'm seeing. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Winner, chicken dinner, baby. You already know it. DraftKings takes the national SPAC championship here, guys. We're going to have to get DKNG on here. I don't know if that dance we can do when they're on, but I might have to do it in the back, just like, woo, woo, woo.
There it is, guys. Your national champion. And Mitch, I think someone pointed out in the chat, if you pull that bracket back up, where was DraftKings located on that bracket? Because I believe it was it Baylor? Was that the top right?
It was the Baylor. It was Baylor. And they know it. They know it,
March SPACness going in line with the national championship. With Baylor, there it is. Happy Mohammed. Baylor with the 2x win. You got it. So DraftKings winning the tournament. And guys, I have to agree, we had some great companies in this. I hope everyone had fun doing this too. We talked about some great companies. We also talked about maybe some unknown or undervalued companies. Mitch, I know DMS, Digital Media Solutions, right? The advertising play that was in one of those early rounds. And we heard, John Janarone talk about it on the show a couple weeks ago. So to me, you've got 64 companies now that you can, dive into, do some more research, or you can look at our Final Four or the Elite Eight and really see what the chat and what, viewers out there are liking for 2021. And also some of the comments about maybe a couple years away. So maybe those are the ones that you put on a watch list or you stock aside in an IRA. So they're not going to win March SPACness this year, but maybe they win, down the road.
Yeah, we got a question here. What happened to SPACs, man? So this is a perfect example, guys. And what I've been trying to focus on now, guys, is the D-SPACs, the ones that have the revenues that I can look at, the ones that I can start judging a little bit more than just their board. And so I think you take a look at some of these companies, or you take a look at these SPACs, you start trying to get the valuation of where do you think it makes sense and where the price can kind of meet the revenues. Start looking to see kind of where the book values are. It's all about, it actually starts coming into fundamentals and how those actually align. DMS, definitely one to point out there. Another one that's been going off, HOFV did really great on this list. MP also showing up after a big pullback. So definitely keep your eyes on MP. You also got RSI on here, GNOG. Those are going to be interesting. We saw it. I don't know if you saw that article that Benzinga put out, Chris, about 500 times the percentage of people added the betting sites and betting apps.
Yeah, betting apps downloads soared during March Madness, right? And we saw this around Super Bowl time too, right? Major sporting events, they, of course, these betting sites, they offer more promotions, so it might not drop to the bottom line, but you're gaining customers for these major sporting events. So now, after March Madness, we drop off a little bit, right? We had baseball just start. We have NBA going. We'll get playoffs, eventually. We have hockey going. We'll get playoffs eventually. But until, football comes back, will we see downloads soar again? Or are we in the slower period for, customer acquisition? But, these states report numbers every month, and it's always interesting to see, what those numbers are and who the winners are. I know that's what I'm paying attention to in Michigan here is we had DraftKings, a big winner, and then also MGM with BetMGM, taking the second place, in the state in the early months. So very interesting. Yeah, and what happened to SPACs? I same thing Mitch said, that there's great SPACs out there. You got to look to some of these ones that have already gone public, they de-SPACed, and then start to circle those earnings dates on your calendar, right? Or if you have Benzinga Pro, it's right up there at the top, right? It says, RMO is set to report earnings in 13 days, and you come and you listen. And what did we get with RMO? They lowered guidance. So maybe that one, goes off your watch list or it goes on a long-term watch list. And then you have a company, like, DraftKings, DKNG, last time they reported earnings, what did they do? They raised their guidance. They're ahead of the numbers they put in their investor presentation. So now you're getting a really good look at, the company since it has gone public, and what they plan to do and how they plan to grow. So, the SPACs all get lumped together, but you really have to separate the short-term winners, the long-term winners, and the possible losers, just as you would with any stocks, any industry. Right? If you're looking at, the oil market, there might be a couple winners, a couple losers. Do the research and separate them out and pick the winners.
All right. So, Chris, before we get on out of here, there's two major SPACs that I wanted to talk about. They're definitely trending on YouTube. So let's go ahead and touch them here. This is going to be North Genesis Acquisition Corp NGA, guys. I'm going to go ahead and pull the ticker up here. Chris, what has been going on with NGA the last couple of weeks? What do you think about this chart, and where do you think it is heading?
Yeah, and I saw someone in the chat as well ask about NGA. So Northern Genesis acquisition, bringing Lion Electric public. This is one we've talked about where, they're an electric vehicle, electric bus company. They have some large deals in place, both in the US and in Canada. Late in March, they announced their largest truck order to date, 100 zero-emission trucks from Pride Group Enterprises. They've announced some battery deals, some bus deals. And, this is a play on infrastructure in the Biden administration as well. As we shift to electric vehicles, electric buses, Biden wants to get every single school bus in the U.S. electric in the future. NGA, Lion Electric, is one of the companies that's going to help do that. And they're also going to launch a factory here in the U.S. So as we talk about U.S. companies, they'll be able to compete for those markets and for those deals from the U.S. government, from those factories here in the U.S., but they also have that relationship in Canada. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, he toured their factories. He spoke about Lion Electric publicly. They're winning deals in Canada as well. And Canada, really aggressive with advancing the electric buses and electric vehicles. So I own shares of NGA. It's one of my long-term picks, Lion Electric, a winner down the road for sure.
All right, and there's one more here to mention, and that's Kenson Capital Acquisition Corp. Let me go ahead and paste this right here. This is another one being talked about often on YouTube right now. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, so Kensington Capital Acquisition Corp, guys, if that name sounds familiar, and also the ticker KCAC, it is because this is the same SPAC group that took a different company public. This was QuantumScape, so QS now. So this is a strong management team, and you have the former CEO of Chrysler, you have the former CEO of Eco Motors, you also have a director from QuantumScape attached. So they're really focusing on the automotive market in North America. I have to believe they're going to go after something, electric or clean energy down the road, but great management team. And I really like this one, going forward.
Yeah, it looks like this is, I'm actually pulling up Kensington Capital Acquisition Corp 2 here, trading in units still. By KCACU. So definitely keep your eyes on this one, guys. It's actually gotten down to close to $10 here. It's touched 10.26 and now it's up there at 10.50. It's going to be an interesting one to watch. Definitely being mentioned on YouTube. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one, guys. And that's probably going to do it for us today. We got about 2 minutes left until the power hour, guys. So definitely Chris, man, it's good to have you back. Good to be on the SPACs attack. And one of the things that I definitely let you guys know is if you guys hit him up, guys, hit him up. The Chrisopedia is on Twitter, guys. So if you guys haven't hit him up, definitely check him out, guys. He does this every single day. You guys see the Twitter handle right there, Chris Ketchy. That's my man, the brains to the show.
Yeah,
so,
Mitch, someone in the chat was asking that last one. So Kensington Capital, yeah, it's KCACU. It is still trading in units. KCACU is the ticker right now. If you're looking that up, but yeah, trading, over $10 now, but this was one when it priced, it was right around $10. And with those units, you get a quarter of a warrant too. So nice upside there, nice protection around net asset value. And looking at that chart, this one's starting to, really go higher. I think people are paying attention to strong management teams, right? And this is one that got QuantumScape done. QuantumScape was the highest share price of a SPAC in 2020. It hit over $100. So you have a management team there that got a good deal done that was well received by the market. So I think people anticipate the same. But Mitch, before we get out of here, we got to talk about tomorrow. So
dun, dun, dun.
We have an exciting show tomorrow, guys. And that's not to say we don't have exciting shows every day, because we do. We also bring on lots of guests, right? And we've been bringing on CEOs since this show started. And tomorrow we have a returning guest. So we have CEO Matt Higgins, coming back to talk about Omni-Channel Acquisition Corp. That's ticker OCA, which I do own shares of now. I bought after our last interview, trading at like $9.75 now or whatever. But Matt is bringing a friend back with him. So not only do we have Matt Higgins on the show tomorrow talking about OCA.
Since we got a minute here, and I don't see Luke up in here. Let's test the chat here. Who this person, and I'll give a little trivia here. This person wants to own the Jets.
That's a good clue. Anyone who knows this person is probably going to get it.
Know that one at least.
And if you watched our interview with Matt Higgins last time, you also may get this because it's definitely has to do with OCA. So Matt is coming back. He's bringing a friend. What do you think, chat? Who's coming on the show tomorrow? We're super excited about this.
Well, it's the Shark Attack, but not that one.
So not anyone from Shark Tank. He was a guest judge on Shark. Oh, I think we might have
Roof, you might have to fix that one a little bit though, but I want to put you up, but you got to get his name right at least.
Keep yeah. I think there we go. There's one.
There you go. And still not. Let's put the man's name right. I think let's help everybody out.
Now we're getting some.
There you go, Gary V.
That's right, guys. Gary V. Gary Vaynerchuk joining us on SPAC's Attack tomorrow. Holy cow. What a great guest we have coming. And again, we'll have Matt Higgins and Gary V talking about OCA. I'm super excited, Mitch. I know you are as well. I know you've followed Gary V, for longer than I have, but super excited. What do you think?
Hey guys, I can tell you from a person that has gone to these speeches. I've gone to Tony Robbins, Gary V in one session. It was something unbelievable. Really got my motivation going. Probably why I'm here today, guys. One of the things that I really learned is to really push on my own kind of goals and my establishment of what I wanted in my life, took control. You could call it being an entrepreneur. Some people, hey, you guys see me here on Benzinga, but at the end of the day, that's the way I work, guys. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a builder. I'm always trying to get to the next level, focusing on how I can better myself. And that's one of the best things that Gary V always stands for. So if you want to go ahead and get towards the next level, see a great interview tomorrow and definitely get to know more of OCA and Matt Higgins. Definitely check it out, guys. It's going to be tomorrow. That's OCA, ticker OCA. So that's going to be really fun, man. I'm super excited to see that.
And guys, we always ask questions from the chat. So come back tomorrow, type those questions in, or hit Mitch or I up on Twitter, or comment on this video if you have questions, right? We're going to talk about OCA. We're going to hear all about why did Gary V attach himself to this SPAC? What is he looking for, right? We heard from Matt what he was looking for. We're going to hear, more of that team dynamic, right? Matt talked about this great team that he had, but we're going to hear from Gary V and get the other side of things. So I'm super excited. So OCA, guys, don't miss the show tomorrow. Gary V and Matt Higgins joining us on SPAC's Attack.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be looking fresh, man. My man, Gary V.
You think the ties tomorrow, Mitch? I think probably.
I need to ask Hot Stocks Luke over here if he knows who
Luke.
Gary V is.
Here's Luke. Where's Luke at?
Yo, Luke. I don't care. You better wake up. You better wake up, Luke. You better hear me.
Oh, we can't hear
you. We can't hear you, though. Tears. 1 second, please. We'll get him back. We'll get him back here.
We'll get him back on.
We'll get him back on. All right, guys. So like we said, guys, definitely. It just might be a suit up kind of day.
I think so.
To tell you the truth, I would put a Jets shirt on, but I just can't do that.
I can't either.
All right, I'm back. How's that?
Hey.
Hear
you now.
Boom. Wait,
what's
is Gary
up?
V coming on the show, or what were we saying?
Gary V on the show tomorrow.
What time?
We've been working hard, man. We've been working hard.
11:15 a.m. Eastern time.
ET. All right. I might have to tune in for that one.
You should.
And you know how Spencer Israel is. He probably won't listen because he just likes his own thing and not supportive of others. But And Gary
This
V's
is the
a big
guy.
one.
This is the
That's a
guy
big one.
that brought up TikTok like 4 years ago, guys.
This
Like
guy is ahead of the
tomorrow.
curve. Ahead of the curve.
Yeah,
Jason
way ahead
Raznick,
of the
I'm
curve.
getting word. I got my earpiece in. I'm getting word from the studio that Gary V he doesn't think he's coming tomorrow.
Wait, who said? Who said he's
Jason,
not coming?
Jason, what happened? Did
I
we
think
get a
he's
connect
in
you don't have?
disbelief. Let me get some clarity.
Did we get a connect that
Here.
Jason
I
Raznick
was going to show
doesn't
you. I
have?
can't hear anything, so don't. You. What are they saying?
Nothing.
What's up, Brad?
Okay, so Gary V truly coming on.
He's coming on.
I hung out with
SPACs
Gary V in
tomorrow.
Cleveland. When you talk to Gary, maybe he remembers. We were at the Cavs championship game. I was trying to find you guys a photo. Oh, there we go. Where am I looking here?
There he is.
I don't know. It's on
We see
delay.
it. We see it. We see it.
We
Too
see
hard
it.
to see. Okay.
We see
I'll
it.
move up.
You might have to get it closer.
Oh, look at
There
that.
we
Look
go.
at that.
There we go.
And you know it's Gary when he has that Scully on.
Yep.
My man loves his Scullies.
Look at me now. I was skinnier then. So, all right. But guys, I am on a
forward towards
public
that.
diet, so you guys can hear. I was 217 after this trip, 211 today. So that might have been some weight. So in 2 weeks, if I'm not under 200, I have to send every viewer $20. All right. So how many viewers do we have here on this right now?
490.
490. So 20 times 490.
10 G's, right?
10 G's. So I have to send $10,000 that if in 2 weeks I'm not under like 205. That's a fair number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's the deal. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll catch you later. Got to go make some trades. Peace.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get the power
easy
hour
money.
started. The best way we know how. Get those hands up. It's time. Get ready.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Senior Nation jam-packed show today. Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna, the best trade idea resource out there.
Where's he, Tony?
Tony is saying, Jason, good luck with your weight loss. Everybody's trying to be an asshole, say he's not going to do it. They want their
They
20
can't
bucks.
hear you. They can't hear you.
Tony is in for you.
All right, guys. We saw the comments. Here we go. I did say 200, but that's 11 pounds in 2 weeks is kind of a lot. So we're going to say 205. Producer Rohan, he can't hear me, I guess, or maybe he can.
I can hear you.
He's going to order a scale. I'll do a weigh-in every 2 days. It'll have a digital output read. Every 2 days, I will weigh in here on the show. So that's what I'll do. Now, Rohan, they want to know if the screens behind them are going to show anything else. Are you going to show some charts or anything like that? Some stock stuff? They want to see some
It's
stuff.
a work in
Producer
progress.
Rohan.
Right now, I can show some other stuff.
Oh, yeah. Rohan said he's working on that. In about 10 minutes, we'll have some other charts. Just give him a few minutes. Okay. And then Wingstop, that's a problem. I ordered Buffalo Wild Wings today. And so are wings really that bad? I think the key is not to eat bread. Not to eat bread. You know, wait, is 6 pounds in 2 weeks not possible? I think it is. Oh, they're saying 2 pounds a week. I got so much extra weight on me though right
You
now,
can do more
guys.
than 2 a week.
I mean, come on, look at this.
2 a week is like what doctors say, and what they're really trying to say is 4 a week.
Look
like
at
when you
this.
look at
I
something,
can-
it says use this. Take an Advil once every 6 hours. Take 2 every 6 hours.
Come on. I've struggled with weight loss, but I have the Zinger Nation community on our side, except for Steve Delaney. He really doesn't want me to lose weight. So other than that, we'll do it. Okay. We're in this together. Remember, Zinger Nation is one. We're a community. You have our wings? Okay. Aaron has the wings. All right. I'm the
Starting
carbs.
tomorrow.
No, today the wings don't have bread on them, I don't think. I did get cheese quesadillas, but those are going to be for other people. I ordered a bunch of wings and I got quesadillas. Cut on bread, cut on fried food and sugar. All right. And then you guys, it's us versus Steve Delaney. We can do this, okay? All right. All right. Let's do this. Luke's going to get to stocks. This is the Trade and Idea Show. We bring the ideas. That's what we do here. We love you, and we'll have to move the reading thing of these things. We need another camera over here, Luke, but they're working on it. They're working on it, guys. They're working on it. Steve Delaney, I love you though. Don't worry. Peace.
All right, so we're all piling in on Steve Delaney today. That's the name of the game. Last week we gave out some prizes for best joke of the day, specifically some jokes about John Deere when they got added to the space ETF. Today we're making Steve Delaney jokes. What's the address there? I'm ordering pizza. That's hilarious. All right, Steve Delaney might win his own joke competition. But all right, guys, let's get rocking and rolling. Let's dive right into it. As Jason mentioned, this is the Trade Idea Show. This is the Power Hour, baby. That's why we're spending this time together. Ideas coming from myself, coming from Jason, coming from our special guests, and most importantly, coming from all of you out there in the chat, all of you out there in Zinger Nation, hanging out with us on any given day. I am ready to get rocking and rolling today, guys. A few things that I have on the docket to talk about. We're going to do covered calls. That was a hot request from yesterday. I do want to talk a little bit about OTC slash some penny stocks. It's not something we've covered. I get a lot of questions about it. We did talk about that one little hydrogen stock yesterday, so we can talk about that. Trimble, ticker TRMB. We hit a swing trade on that one. We got to check in on where that trade is at, how we're managing it. As I mentioned yesterday, we're still long the trade. We're still long the stock, but we might be navigating out of the trade. And then last things last, if we have time, I want to talk about Ford. Y'all know I like Ford, and we might get to that one. And boom, sleeves are rolled up. That means it's action time. It's go time. We are ready to get cooking today, guys. I have all the pens that I need. So if you have stocks to take a look at, drop them in the chat. We'll check them out. 12:30 today. Jonah Lupton joining us once again. Favorite of the chat, favorite stock picker. He's going to be dropping those. And we're just going to get going from there. Does that sound good? All right. I see somebody in the chat saying, let's get it. Then I'm going to have to agree. Let's get it. All right. Let's start off in the world that we don't normally start, which is the world of OTC stocks. And I guess let's talk about penny stocks specifically. Okay. And let me get my screen share ready here. Share screen. There we go. All right. So penny stocks. I get asked probably more questions about penny stocks than anything else. And I understand the appeal, right? These are the stocks that can make massive runs, but they're also the stocks that can absolutely blow up in your face. My first brokerage account that I blew up, and I blew up 3 between the ages of like 15 and 19, somewhere around there. I blew up 3 accounts. The first one that I blew up was following penny stocks. So basically I've got 3 tips for if you're really interested in that space, you want to go find some of those stocks. Here are the criteria that I look for. First things first, stock promotion, avoid at all costs. Right? If you are hearing about the stock, you're finding out about it because you got some sort of a newsletter or you saw some sort of an advertisement that said, hey, this is the stock to buy. Go hit this one. Chances are that the price action in the stock will be fleeting, right? The stock has already run up because they're putting money to market the stock. If you're finding out about the stock that way, you're probably late to the game. Solution number 2 or tip to look at number 2, real revenue. Whenever I'm buying a company, I want to see real revenue, right? I don't want to see, hey, we think that we're going to generate revenue a year from now, 6 months from now. We have some asset that's worth XYZ. I want to see the company actually generating revenue, and I want to see an income statement that I can actually understand, right? It breaks down costs in a way that makes sense, etc. Criteria number 3, I'll look at their investor relations website. Right, I want to see a really developed investor relations website, and not so developed that when you go to the main page of their website, like where you would be a customer to buy a product, they're just advertising the stock. When I say developed, I mean I want to see an investor presentation. I want to see that they speak at conferences. I want to see that they provide regular quarterly updates. They may even have conference calls for their investors. So those are the 3 criteria that I like to look at. Again, we don't talk about these stocks often on the show, because they are not a favorite of mine. I've lost more than I've won picking these stocks. But again, you can absolutely grab winners out of them, right? A stock we talk about on this show a ton is our Voyager Digital, right? We can see the average price, 66 cents here. Stock less traded, $34. And so you can make these massive runs, right? I'm not going to get a 5,100% return on anything else. But again, I think that they're tough. If you are so inclined that you need to get into that space, you want to look at some of those names, that those are a couple of the criteria that I recommend. And I'm curious too. I'm going to throw this one out to the chat. If anybody else has favorite penny stocks of theirs, drop them in there. I'm going to throw some of these up on the board. I see Happy saying Pong F, HMBL. I don't know what HMBL is. IMVU. And then my favorite, Christian Gallagher. His 3 tips for penny stocks: 1, don't buy them; 2, sell them if you have one; and 3, don't look back at them. Which is more or less that's where I hang out. I see a couple other names popping in there. So again, I get a lot of questions about these. That's why I wanted to make sure to talk about them. I think that if you look for those 3 items, you're in a decent position. Then if you're just trying to guess, again, we're trying to avoid stock promotion. We want to see real revenue and a P&L statement that we can understand. 3, we want to see an investor relations site that provides some serious transparency. So there's our spiel on penny stocks to get the day warmed up, to get things going. And what was that? While we're on it, what was that water stock, the hydrogen water stock we were talking about yesterday? It was like that 8-cent stock. We had Ash dial in and gave us the lowdown on it. It was like LTVN or something like that. Does anybody remember the name of that ticker? LVNT? No. LTNC. There we go. All right, All right, I'm throwing this one out to Zinger Nation. First ass that I'm making of the day. First air horns of the day. Boom, there it is. All right, throwing this one out to Zinger Nation. If anybody is in this stock, drop the 1 in the chat. I'm curious, does anybody like this thing or not? Are you hanging out in the name? But all right, stock last traded 7.6 cents. Looks like it's down about 0.5% today from where we talked about it yesterday. Again, if you guys recall, we talked about this one because I've seen it all over social for the past few days. Didn't know the story behind it. We had somebody come on to the show, gave us the rundown on it and sort of explained, hey, yeah, it's sort of just a hype thing. They sell hydrogen water, which I don't know what the product is. I don't know the company. I don't know the story. I'm not trying to be a hater. So if this is your stock, apologies. But I don't know. No, nothing interesting today. We'll look at this one a couple more days this week. See if there's any energy or momentum that got into it. But all right, we'll take a look at that one. Next up on the list, let's look at ticker TRMB. TRMB. Tango Romeo Mike Bravo Trimble. We are going to make a trade on the show. As I said at the top of the show, this is the trade idea hour. We are trading in any trade that we make in our live portfolio, which you just had up on the screen. Boom, here it is back up on the screen again. Any trade that we make, we try to make it live on the show. Having a decent day, right? I'll take a day where we're up 330. Is SPY still down today? Let's see. So SPY's up a little bit, so it's not a great day. We're just hanging out. But all right. Ticker TRMB Trimble. Let's talk about this one. All right, some action on this name. If you guys recall, we hit this stock on a swing trade last week. Whenever I am going to pick out a stock, I need to have 2 things. I need to have some sort of a catalyst or a story. I also need to have a number to back me up. Okay, so check this out. TRMB. Let's look at it. TRMB. All right, number side of things first. We saw the stock. It was coming right up to this previous resistance. That's so small for you guys. There we go. All right, we saw the stock coming up right up to some previous resistance. It looked like it had a chance to break out, so we went ahead and we hit the stock long. The story side of it was that it got added to the Cathie Wood ARK X ETF. It's the biggest holding in that ETF, so we like that because it's going to drive some social energy. It's going to get news chatter going. It's going to get more people thinking, talking about the company. So that's why we went ahead and we hit the trade long. As you can see from our entry price here, 76.70 that we got into the name, 8.5% gainer. I mean, we did that in 4 days, right? It's not the type of trade that is going to make us $1 million. Whenever I can make 8.5% in a couple days on a swing trade, I will take it. I will run to the bank with it. So I am going to go ahead and close this position out. I told you guys what I was going to look for to close the trade. I was already satisfied with the price action, the gap that we got yesterday. I said, when the momentum cracks, we're going to go ahead and exit the position. If the momentum keeps going, we'll let it run. I don't want to be the one to say, hey, it popped this day. I could have sold it then. I said, hey, the momentum is behind it. I will let it run. We see it. The momentum has popped today. So we are going to go ahead, close the stock out. We are going to take our money. So we're going to sell. Come on now. See, we need some more sounds.
Mama.
All right. We're not going to be able to sell this thing. We always run into these issues trying to trade this. So I'm going to have to do this on the show. So again, guys, the trade of the day that we're making, I've got 2 trades. We're going to talk about price action and 2 more stocks that I have in the live portfolio. So stay tuned. We're going to get to those. Again, we've got 1 long-term hold we're going to dig into, 2 long-term holds we're going to do, and a swing trade. 3 more stocks today. Then that's even before our guests come in. Yeah, see somebody saying this is annoying. So we will exit this. Jot it down in your notes. Closing Trimble right here, $83, pretty much on the dot, 8.5% from when we entered it last week, and we will move on from there. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at some in the chat. All right. So if you're this is what we're gonna do next. So if you're just joining us, I've got 3 existing positions that I want to talk about. I want to dig into today. I have 2 more live trades to make. So I've got a swing trade, and then I've got a swing trade, 2 long-term holds to dig into. So hopefully we'll have time to get to those today because I want to get some more trades in front of you guys. Again, this is the Trade Idea Show. That's why we're doing it. That was a nice one. But before I keep going, I always promise the chat we're going to look at some stocks, some tickers in the chat. So let's go ahead and take a look at those. Funko. Let's look at Funko. Wow, what a day. This chart looks nice. I have not looked at this stock in a little while. If you guys recall, I think it was 3 weeks ago, we sold puts against this stock. We basically made all of the premium that we can make by selling the puts. Oh, Neil Hamilton's calling. I'll answer my phone. Let's see. All right, Neil, what's up, man? You're here. You're on the show.
I just wanted to distract you a little bit. I have a question. Can you talk after the show?
About what?
Time after the show.
It depends what it's about.
Mostly Benzinga.
Not interested.
Okay, see ya.
All right, see ya. Thank you, sir. All right, Funko, ticker FNKO. Pretty nice looking chart here, quite honestly. We sold puts against the stock a couple of weeks ago. But basically what the scenario was, I don't remember what we won, quote unquote, won in the trade, in that we collected all the premium that could be collected from the stock from the put selling. And basically the risk that we took on is we have the agreement to buy the stock at a lower price than it was trading at. If the stock price fell, stock price didn't fall, so we collect the premium. We don't get the stock. The chart looks good in my opinion. Especially I love to see it up, 5% on a day where, we're still talking a little bit about this rotation into value. So I am going to throw this one out to the crowd, guys. Zinger Nation, I'm making the ask. You got to call it out there. If you guys like Funko, and if you don't like it, throw me the 2. Again, I want to see where everybody's at with this one. Again, one if you like the stock, 2 if you don't like it. Throw me some wisdom there, guys. Yeah, double the loot, double the fun. We're just sort of screwing around, baby. That's what the Power Hour is all about.
Excellent.
Yeah, there we go. Boom. All right, and we got a mixed bag on Funko. I see a lot of you out there not voting, and so then I'm going to make this ask as well, guys. But before I get to my next trade, we're going to do swing trade next. All right, here's the agenda. All right, I'm going to go fast. You think I'm talking fast now? We're going to go faster. We're going to go swing trade, long-term investment, ticker out of the chat. So start dropping those in, and then we're going to bring our guest on who's going to do some stock picking. All right, so swing trade, long-term investment, chat, guest. Within the next 30 minutes, I guarantee we will be at 8 more trade ideas. So I'm going to make the ask to you guys, share the stream, like the stream, get this thing out there. If you're in a Discord, drop it in. Say Luke is about to drop some ideas right here. We're going to have Jordan Lupton on. He's a great stock picker, runs a fund at Social Capital. He's going to be dropping ideas on here. So that's the move.
$1 million.
All right. First things first. I'm bringing Neil up here too because I'm going to be dramatic right now. All right, Neil. Yesterday I took a YOLO effing trade. I took a major YOLO trade. It was not for no reason, but it was a hell of a YOLO trade. They laughed at me. They said, "Luke, get out of here. What are you doing? This is the worst trade of all time." You know, I got harassed. I hit the trade anyways. Ticker EBS, Emergent Biosolutions. You know the stock, Neil?
Mm-mm.
You should know it. It's infamous. They screwed up the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. When Johnson & Johnson had to stop the shipments, future shipments for the vaccine, they were the ones that made the mix-up. They basically, I think they combined orders from two different customers. So that was the move there. The stock got hammered on that news. You see a gap and two big red candles there. I saw the stock was coming into some support, right? Yesterday, when we were looking at this, the stock was sitting right here, right on that support, some previous buying. Plus, the company came out and they said, this screw up is not going to affect our 2021 guidance. This screw up is not going to affect our contractual obligations to fulfill vaccines. So we are okay. Yes, we screwed up, but the company is fine. I think this is a one-time item. I don't think it's going to have a big financial impact because, again, they said it's not in their guidance. So we hit the trade long. Again, we were hoping for a bounce off of support. We've got a little bit of action today, not much, right? You got the stock up 1% on a day when the S&P is up like 0.2, 0.3%, something like that. Not doing a ton for us yet, but I'm hanging with it, watching it closely, and we'll see what happens to this thing.
I can hardly believe it myself.
Yeah, it's a win because it just didn't break down past support. Held support. Going long. Hit the soundboard. Yeah,
All
good job, Luke.
All right, so I said I was going to do a swing trade, a long-term trade update, and then we're going to pull one out of the chat before we get to our guest. All right, so there's the swing trade. EBS, hanging out in it. If you're in it with me, great. You know, if not, whatever, you were a hater. They laughed at me yesterday, Neil. They fucking laughed at me. All right, trade number 2. Ticker F, Foxtrot, Ford. We haven't talked about Ford in a little while, guys. Ford 2021 stock of the year. Again, whenever I get into a trade, I need to see two things. I need to see numbers and I need to see a story. If I don't have both of those, I'm not getting into it. Number side of things, valuation looked fine, right? Stock is trading in line with the automotive industry. The ratios are okay. Growth is okay. Margins are okay, getting better. You know, dividend could come back, etc. You've got that whole sort of thing. So that's why the stock looks good on the number side of things. The story, the big story, EVs, right? We see what I call this EV energy. You know, you may have heard the term big D energy. EV energy, that's what I'm talking about right here. That's what we've seen the share rise in Tesla and NIO and whatever you want to call it. You know, Ford signaled to us that they're going to spend a ton of money marketing and launching their EV platform this year, right? They've got their first vehicles coming out. They're going to be pushing the products, etc. Running all the TV commercials. I saw some energy flying into the stock. That's why we hit it. You know, we've been in a little bit of like a consolidation station for the past couple of weeks here. Nothing super interesting going on. Stock staying above that $12 level, below the $13 level. We made a run today, right? You can see these are daily candles that we're looking at. We're pretty darn zoomed in. We made a run to 13, got rejected. You know, I think the stock still has a chance to make a run up there. So I'm hanging out in it long, but I am going to hit a trade on this thing, Neil Ski. And while I'm pulling this up, I'm having interactive brokers issues today. But while I'm pulling this up, Neil, do you have any opinions on Ford chart? You're Mr. Technical Analysis.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at volume. Ford is good. Ford is strong. I would be in Ford right now. I am in Ford right now, actually. It's funny you said I bought Ford yesterday. So it's breaking out of that sloping consolidation if you could draw a line on it, but you can't.
All right, here's the move, Neil Hamilton. We're going to sell some calls against Ford. All right, live trade. Boom. We already did one. We sold Trimble. I give you the update on EBS. Now we're going to make a trade on ticker F Ford. We're going to sell some calls against the stock, okay? Our average price in Ford, if you go back to the portfolio, is about $8.50. We're already up very nicely in the stock. Plus, we have calls, right? We've got the $12 strike 2021 calls. Again, we bought those when the stock was about $8.50. I'm going to start selling covered calls against this stock on a very consistent basis. Basically, what I do when I sell covered calls is I collect premium right away, right? I get paid for taking on some sort of a risk. The risk that I'm then taking on is that I might have to sell my shares of Ford to somebody for $14 at some point of time in the future, okay? So I'm looking at the 14 strike calls. I'm going 24 days out. Let's click on this here. We are going to sell some of these. How many shares do we have?
I have the exact opposite thesis. I'm going long Ford. I'm going to buy.
No, I am long. I'm long. I own stock. I own calls, and now I'm selling calls against it.
Okay.
Right. So we're selling some covered calls here. Right. We're going to sell 5 contracts, 24 cents a piece. So you get $24 a contract, 24 times 5. So we're going to get $120. Not a ton of money, right? It's not crazy money. It's not FU money by any means. But it continues to lower our average in the shares that we own. Plus, again, the stock has already hit our price target. So we'll just continue to sell this regularly. There's no reason not to. The thing would be if the stock climbs above 14, let's say it makes a bull run to 15, right? 12, Ford, I don't think is going from 12.50 to 15 in the next 24 days. But that's the risk that we're taking on. Again, it's not like we're making a ton of money, but we can do this every single week and just continue to sell these forward-looking calls. Because again, the stock's already hit our price target. If I get more upside, great. If not, just continue to lower that cost basis and take some risk out of the trade.
I just want to say that on a break above like $13.60, the price target's about $15.
What are you looking back, like 8 years? Here's the 10-year chart.
Nope, just I'm looking at right now, just using a Fibonacci.
You got your fibs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll make some new 3-year highs. All right, Neil, our next guest is ready. I don't know what your plan is. Like, I don't know if you're hanging out or what, but
no, I got some work to do. Good seeing you, everyone. Get Tactical every day at 9:30 a.m. Tune in. It's better than this. It is. It's better.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Okay.
All right. Peace,
Good luck,
Neil.
man. See ya.
Hey, thanks for coming on. All right, guys. There we go. So we hit some updates. We talked about the EBS. We talked about the Ford trade. We talked about the Trimble trade. We will keep them flying. But of course, I don't want to make our special guest wait. I mean, he's the man of the hour, much more so than I am. And he's going to go deep on a couple stocks. So let's bring him on. Jonah, what is up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, man. Thanks for joining us. The last time you were on, we brought some positive energy. We single-handedly turned the market on a shitty red day to very green. So
I remember that.
I mean, let's see what we can make happen today.
I'm up 2% today, but maybe we can go even more green.
There we go. You turn 2 to 3. Okay, nobody's going to complain about that.
See, for me, today's all about Transmedics. So Transmedics has their FDA panel hearing today. So the stock's been halted since this morning. So that's what I was watching. That's what I'm watching all day. I actually canceled all my calls and meetings today just so I could watch the panel hearing all day. So you guys are the only meeting I actually kept on the calendar.
Well, so a couple things to say about that. First of all, we are very thankful that you come and hung out with us. I've been like bugging producer Aaron. I'm like, dude, we need to get Jonah back. I probably asked him like 18 times.
Me
so
3 times a week.
All right, I know. Okay, I'll tell him to lay off, but he's doing it because of me. You're like one of my favorite guests that we ever brought on. Okay, so
I appreciate
it. so that's why I'll take the fall there. But all right, so Transmedics. So you're saying you're watching this FDA panel hearing. What are you looking for? It's basically a decision date. Is that what's going on?
So I'm not an expert in this stuff, but the way that it typically works. So Transmedics did their presentation this morning, starting at about 9:30. I think they went for about an hour and a half. So they go through all their slides. They bring on their experts. They build their case. And then the FDA comes on and does their presentation, which goes at least an hour and a half. I mean, they have like 200 slides to go through, which is insane. So I'm guessing they'll probably be on for even longer than the hour and a half. And then I believe around 3:00 is when the panel starts the discussion. And then around 5 or 5:30 is when the panel takes the vote. But I believe that the FDA then has another 30, 60, 90 days to actually give their decision. So it's a big deal. I mean, if they don't get FDA approval in the next 60 days, it's not the end of the story. Depending on what the decision is, Transmedics can obviously. I think they just have to run a new trial. I'm not really sure. I mean, we'll cross that bridge if we get to it. Hopefully, we don't have to. Hopefully, approval comes. If approval comes, I think this is a $55 or $60 stock in the next month and a half.
Okay, and so basically, let me ask you this: is what you're watching for then, or like you're taking time out of your day to listen to this for a reason? Is it because you will have a sense as to what the FDA is going to come back with in like that 30, 60, 90-day period, or what exactly is on your radar for today?
Yeah, I think usually whatever the panel says, the FDA is typically going to go with. So I think it's the discussion after the FDA finishes their presentation. It's the discussion that's going to be very important, basically Q&A, and then it's going to be the vote around 5:30 that I think will drive the price, the stock over the next week or two. I mean, certainly tomorrow, right? So yesterday, the stock sold off about 13 or 14%, which was a little weird coming into the hearing.
Okay.
I have some guesses as to why it sold off. I think it was probably some big funds shorting the stock and then buying the call options, but I don't know that for sure. It's still a small cap stock, so it's easy to manipulate, day to day. So the stock did sell off coming into this. If the panel votes against approval, like I said, it's not the end of the story. My guess is, though, if that happens, the stock opens up maybe 15 to 20% lower tomorrow, which would obviously be kind of brutal. If the panel votes yes at later today, I would expect the stock to be up at least 20 or 25% tomorrow. And like I said, I think the stock goes 60, 70% higher in the next month.
Okay. That's interesting. And reopening, right? It sounds like it's going to be tomorrow morning. Pre-market is when we'll start seeing some action in this name again.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is they won't unhalt the stock today, so it won't trade after hours. At least I wouldn't think so. My guess is they have it halted for the entire day, which includes after hours, and then they open it up tomorrow morning, most likely. But I mean, you don't really know for sure. And then tomorrow, obviously, depending on what the volume is and which way it's moving, I mean, we could obviously see some halts in the middle of the day. But so tomorrow should be interesting. I thought today, I didn't think they were going to halt the stock the entire day. I figured they would let the stock trade during the day and then halt it at the end of the day before the panel voted. But, I guess they're just taking some precautions. So you don't see the same sort of manipulation today that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. That one's interesting. Can I suggest the next one we talk about?
Yeah. Go for it.
All right. So and you might not like me for this one, but part of the reason why I had producer Aaron reaching out so much and bothering you a couple times a week was because after our call, I tried the Celsius drink.
Okay.
I went hunting. They didn't sell it at my gym or at my typical 7-Eleven. Made it to the grocery store, found one, was pretty thoroughly impressed.
Which one did you get? Do you remember?
A cola one, I think.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it sort of tastes like Diet Coke, right?
Exactly, and I drink too much Diet Coke. I buy a lot of Diet Coke. I keep a 12 pack in the car actually for convenience. But that's another discussion.
So Celsius is probably a healthier version of Diet Coke.
So there we go. So I'm glad that you came on, told me about the company. So I had the chance to try it out, gave me something new to go after. Any different opinions or thoughts on this one from an investment standpoint?
No, I mean, I think so. The stock sold off when they reported their Q4 earnings. They didn't blow out the number. I think people were hoping that they would just based on the numbers that they saw in Q3. So if I remember, Q3 was somewhere around up 80% year over year. Q4 was somewhere around 54% year over year. So I think people were hoping for more than that. But I think the problem that was happening, and if you look through social media, especially Twitter, you can tell a lot of shelves were empty. There was demand for the product, and there just was not enough supply shelves were going empty. And the main reason that happened is because the Celsius had been doing DTR, which stands for direct to retailer, which means that when stores run out of stock or they're starting to run out of stock, they place an order, but then the shipment gets delivered from their warehouse or their distribution center. So that distribution center is kind of acting as a middleman. But when the product shows up at the store, it's the employees that are responsible for, stocking the shelves and making sure that those shelves are always stocked. The company has already said that they're switching over to DSD, which stands for direct store delivery. So they now
okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so they have 150 of these regional DSD partners who are going to be responsible for delivering Celsius product directly to the stores and keeping the shelves stocked and making sure that all the displays are set up correctly. And, you'll hear stories about like the Red Bull or the Monster DSD guys go in there and they push, all the competitors to the back and line up their products in the front. It's pretty cutthroat. It's all about shelf space. So these DSD partners will make sure that those games are not happening and that these shelves are actually staying stocked and that the company can, or that, consumers can actually find the product when they need it. The other big thing that's happening is these branded coolers. So Celsius announced on the last earnings call that they have 1,400 of these branded coolers that have already been ordered and are starting to get deployed into, some of the top retailer locations, as well as convenience stores, gas stations. And these branded coolers, obviously, not only do they look nice and bring some attention to the product, but it also means that the product is going to be cold all the time, right? So, grabbing the whole grab and go concept, you don't want to grab a Celsius, a warm one off the shelf, at the grocery store. You want a nice cold one. So branded coolers does a lot of things. It's not just the branding, but it's the fact that you can grab a cold Celsius. Because if you're looking for something cold and Celsius is on the shelf and then Red Bull and Monster are in the cooler, of course you're going to go grab a Red Bull or Monster because you want something cold. So this now kind of creates an even playing field for all of the big energy drinks. So between, you have 82,000 stores now set up to carry Celsius, 150 DSD partners, 1,400 branded coolers. So that's the story. And I think people are realizing that Celsius, it's not just a growth stock, it's also one of these reopening stocks, because as more foot traffic comes into retailers, as more of these retailers come online,
gyms too, I'd imagine, right?
Gyms
like a Bang type model.
Yep. And Celsius is still crushing it on Amazon. They're still like number 2 on Amazon for the entire energy drink category. They'd probably be number 1 if they weren't running out of supply. So, the way that it works is Celsius basically sells to Amazon. Amazon sets the pricing, this dynamic pricing that they do. So when you go to Amazon, you look for Celsius and the price is, $3 more per case than it was a week ago. It means that Amazon's running out of supply, so they can, bump up the price because it's all about, supply and demand for them.
Okay, so a couple takeaways from that. One, if you're really aggressive, maybe apply to Celsius and get in there, battle for us. Get them in front of the Monster cases. Take Monster out of the refrigerator, put them in the back.
So as of yesterday, I actually have a call tomorrow, but is today or tomorrow to discuss it. But Celsius is actually going to be one of the sponsors for my stock contest.
Okay, tell us about the stock contest. You can't tease us with that and not give us the details of how we participate.
Yeah, it's too late to get in now. I mean, so this is the Q2 stock contest. We did Q1. We announced those winners over the weekend. Ironically, the 3 people that won the Q1 stock contest all picked GameStop as one of their stocks.
All right, there we go. Could have guessed that.
The GameStop saga never ends. So all 3 people had GameStop. So Q2, so the submissions had to be in by March 31st because obviously Q2 starts on April 1st. We wanted to start, on the right date for everybody. So if you go to I'm trying to think where someone can find it. If you go to our website, fintwitstockcontest.com, you can click on the leaderboard button and it'll take you to our Google Sheet with all 3,400 entries and then all 3 of their stock picks.
All right, and I'm going to make it easier for you guys. I'm putting it in the chat. I have it up now. You know what? We'll pull it onto the screen. You have the link in the chat down there.
Okay.
Boom. Look at
Yeah,
that.
and if you go to, so if you see the tabs at the bottom and you click on most popular, you can actually see which stocks got picked, were the most common picks. I believe Tiger was number one. There you
Tiger
go.
Brokers.
Zermatt, Bills.
Okay. So
it's some interesting kind of sentiment data. What are the stocks that people are the most bullish on for the next 3 months? We set some requirements, like the stocks had to have a market cap over 50 million. Stocks couldn't be trading under $3 because we don't want everyone just to pick a bunch of penny stocks. That really doesn't add any value for anybody. So we want legitimate companies that people are actually picking, most likely companies that they actually own and follow.
Yeah. So when I was in college, I competed in like TD Ameritrade had like a college program for paper trading, and they hadn't done it before, so they hadn't really thought it through, and so there were no rules, literally no rules, and so we all, like in every university in the country, just did major YOLO option trading and had 198,000% return. Or zero, right? It was one or the other. And it's that doesn't really make it a realistic game.
Right. So so we try to cut a lot of that out. There's no crypto, you can't short stocks, you can't use ETFs, you can't use any leveraged products, no options. Because a lot of that stuff, it's just too hard for us to track. We do it in Google Sheets because there's an actual Google Finance API that you can use to update all the prices. So we're not trying to create. I'm not making any money on this. I'm actually putting money in. So we have $10,000 of prize money.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
So I'm actually putting money in. I'm actually losing money on this. So I'm not looking to create any work for myself.
Yep, no kidding. All right, so there it is, guys. Check it out. I'll put the link in the chat one more time. And Jonah, I don't know what your timeline looks like. I know you're trying to listen to this panel. If you want to talk about another stock, let's do it. If you got to get back to the call, totally respect that.
So if I could pick a stock, Upstart's one that some people are familiar with. They're a kind of an AI-powered underwriting company.
That's ticker UPST, guys. UPST. Somebody drop that in the chat to help your fellow chatters out.
So this stock kind of saved my portfolio in Q2. I run a pretty aggressive growth portfolio, mostly small cap. So most of those names pulled back from late February through mid-March. But I think it's the second week of March, Upstart reported their Q4 numbers and raised their guidance on 2021 from about 360 million in revenue to 500 million in revenue. So a massive bump on guidance. And then they also announced an acquisition of a company called Prodigy that's going to help them get into the auto loan lending business. So, in terms of AI, I know a lot of companies like to throw around AI, that they're applying it to, this and that. But Upstart really, they've been building their AI model for the last 8 or 9 years. And there's a lot of reasons to believe that it's a better way to do underwriting. It's faster, it's more effective, it's cheaper, non-biased, and you're using 1,600 data points on someone and their credit worthiness rather than just a stupid FICO score. So this company went into the stock was at $56 when they went into their Q4 earnings, and the stock was up 3x over the next 3
Holy crap.
Yeah,
all right, guys.
Run.
Yeah, so this chart goes back to, let's see, December 15th. Is this did it just start trading in December?
Yep. That was their IPO.
Okay, so the IPO December 15th. So you're looking at a couple months here. You can see the time in this chart that Jonah's talking about. Holy crap.
I don't think I've ever had a top 3 position in my portfolio go 3x in 3 days. It was wild. And the thing, I was taking some profits along the way. Usually when your stock's up 100% in a day, you take some profits, you think it's going to pull back the next day, and then it's up like another 25% the next day. It was just insane. So huge run. A lot of people that owned Upstart, because I did a write-up on Upstart back in December for my Substack newsletter when the stock was under $40.
Yep. Okay.
So a lot of people that were on my newsletter list were in Upstart. Now, some of them, the stock basically went sideways for the first couple months of the year. It actually ran up from 40 to 100 and then pulled back all the way to under 50. And that's when a lot of people just bailed. So a lot of people didn't see that 3x move.
There we go. And
but I'm still
that one
bullish.
deserves an air horns.
Yeah, that's I was doing some cartwheels when they announced. I mean, when they raised guidance, I figured the stock would be up nice the next day, but I never imagined 3x in 3 days. So that's another one.
Wait, just a couple questions on this one. So I mean, if they have a big IPO, it's a multi-billion-dollar company. I'm assuming that revenue is substantial. Is the biggest like basically headway that they have for revenue growth just getting some of these old school businesses and industries to say, hey, we're going to try something that's not the same way we've been doing it for decades?
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. They have the data now to prove that their model is way better than anything that banks would build themselves, which is literally just based off of FICO scores. So using Upstart's technology, banks are able to issue twice as many loans without seeing any increase on the default rate. So you're essentially doubling the revenue of the bank, without taking on any more risk. So that data alone, I think the sweet spot for them is going to be a lot of these smaller regional banks that don't have the resources to build anything this powerful. The Bank of America's, those big banks might, but there's thousands and thousands of these community banks and smaller regional banks, and that seems to be who Upstart is partnering with. The other thing is, their model is looking at the creditworthiness of an individual. So wherever any other credit verticals that use that same sort of data would also be potential verticals that Upstart can get into, which is why they're getting into auto loans now. And then at some point, they will most likely get into either mortgages or home equity loans, small business loans, because if anyone's ever taken out an SBA loan, it's based on the creditworthiness of the owner of the business. So small business loans backed by SBA could be a big market for them as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I love my favorite line that you just said was that they help the banks make more money. Because if they can do that, the banks aren't going to stop paying for it. I mean, it's going to be the lowest churn ever, right? They're not going to stop paying for something that is driving them revenue. So, all right, that's super interesting.
And then another one. So my most recent write-up, I won't get into too much detail on this one, but I did write about this last week in my Substack. A company called ClearPoint Neuro. So it's still a small cap company. Market cap's under 450 million. I actually learned about this company about a month and a half ago when a couple neurosurgeons actually DM'd me on Twitter and told me about what they're doing. So so my father had a brain aneurysm 20 years ago, and he needed brain surgery. It's like a 10-hour surgery.
Wow.
And it's everything they do is so inefficient because you have to keep taking all these MRI scans during the surgery and moving people back and forth. And what ClearPoint Neuro has done is created a real-time MRI imaging system, which is going to be great for minimally invasive brain surgery, DBS, which is deep brain stimulation, which they're using for Parkinson's. And then the third thing, which is really the big moneymaker down the road, is going to be drug delivery. So all of these, genomics and pharma biotech companies that are creating drugs that are in trial right now for different types of neurological diseases that have to be delivered to the brain, to very specific parts of the brain. ClearPoint Neuro is going to be the required delivery system for those drugs. And I believe there's over 100 drugs right now that are in trial that are all going to use ClearPoint. So as some of them come to market, these centers, these surgical centers, are going to be forced to go out and purchase ClearPoint if they want to be in that business. So those are a few stocks I'm still pretty bullish on.
Boom. I love it. You came on a crazy day for you, right? You canceled everything except for us because producer Aaron bugged you so much, which again was my bequest. I had one other update today that I wanted to give you from our last discussion, but the last thing I asked you when you graced us last time was how many times you can bench 225. Yep. I think your answer was like 25 or 30. I gave it a try at night. I got to 4.
Okay.
I got to 4. you keep coming back, maybe I'll be up to 18, a couple weeks from now.
What's your goal?
So I tore a pec in college.
Okay.
Yeah, and I actually competed in powerlifting in college. And I tore a pec my sophomore year, and my bench was right around 300 at that time. So if I can work back up to a PR, even though it's years later, but with a torn pec, I'm all about it. So that's the goal.
I stop at 275. So what I do is I literally start at 135. I do 10 reps, put a 10 on each side, another 10 reps, another 10. Because I just go up slowly. I want to warm up my muscles so I don't want to start too heavy and end up overloading my body and tearing something or, doing some damage to my joints because they're not warmed up. So, I'm past the days of trying to max out or impress anybody at the gym. I'm just trying to maintain what I have. So.
Yep. Yeah. I wish I'd warmed up on that day when I ripped a pec all the way off.
I've seen a few YouTube videos of someone like literally tearing their pec in the middle of a chest workout, and you can like hear the snap. Like it's not a very nice sound.
Yeah, for me it was dumbbell bench, right? Because dumbbell bench you can get so deep.
Right.
Dumbbell. Whoa. Okay, it's gone.
Yeah, so, I don't do dumbbells for that reason anymore because you can really stretch it out too far. So if you stick with chest, you're sort of limited as to how far you can come down.
Yep. Awesome, man. Jonah, thanks so much for coming on.
You want one more stock? Do we have time for one more stock?
I'll let you go as long as you want. Okay. I was just trying to be respectful to your time.
Yeah, so I posted about an hour ago on Twitter that I'm doing a podcast next Monday. Actually, I didn't announce the date, but it's going to be next Monday.
Boom, that's an exclusive. You didn't know the date. All right, keep going.
Yep, it's exclusive. So the Chit Chat Money podcast is going to have me, Asher Duluth, who's a founder of Mohawk, and Sean David, who runs Avery and Company, and they're one of the biggest institutional shareholders of Mohawk. So the three of us are going to go on to the podcast, and we're going to talk about Mohawk for about 60 to 90 minutes and why we're, really bullish on the company, what their Amy system actually does. AI.
Are you talking to your MHK?
Yep. MWK.
Oh, MWK. Thank you. MWK. There it is.
Yep. So stock got up to about 48 a couple months ago, pulled back, it's now under 30. They just had a special meeting last week to issue some new shares to close some deals. And then give the company some extra shares if they want to go out and keep doing more M&A. So we're going to spend, an hour next Monday talking about the company and why we're so bullish. I think the stock has a shot to get to 100 by the end of next year, just based on, revenue expectations, some M&A deals that are in the pipeline. So the company already guided this year to $360 million in revenue, which is a 100% increase over last year. The stock's trading at less than 3 times sales. And they have $500 million of potential deals in the pipeline, most of which should be accretive. So what they do is they use their Amy system, their AI-powered system, to identify for two main things: to identify trends and market opportunities on Amazon where demand is not being met, either by products that, typically by inferior products with low reviews, high return rates. And that's where Mohawk will work with their supply chain partners in Asia to, quickly develop a higher quality product for that category.
So Mohawk is actually they're not selling the software to help other brands do this. They're using their software to actually sell the products. Is that right?
So they do say that their software is, for sale for other companies. I just don't think it's a big part of the story.
Okay.
I think it's mainly for proprietary use only. I don't really know how many companies are actually using it. I haven't seen any hard numbers, but I do think it gives them a competitive advantage for now. So I'd almost rather they just keep it as a proprietary product as they grow. I just don't think it's worth, essentially renting out Amy to anybody that wants it. The big company that they're going to be competing against at some point is a company called Thrasio. So Thrasio just raised, I forget how much money they just raised, but they just raised money at about 6 times sales valuation. And like I said, Mohawk's trading at about under 3 times sales. So I do think that we're going to see that Thrasio IPO in the next 12 months. which will make Mohawk look even cheaper. But Mohawk is using Amy for those two things. So they're using it to identify opportunities on Amazon to launch their own products into a category. They're also using Amy to identify other e-commerce brands that they might want to acquire. So they're going after smaller e-commerce brands that already have a strong presence on Amazon with not a lot of SKUs, but at least strong SKUs with strong ratings and reviews. And then they're typically buying those companies for 3 to 4 times EBIT. And then they're chopping off as many of the fixed expenses as they can, getting rid of people, getting rid of excess marketing, getting rid of office space, like all of the crap they don't need because there's just overlap. And then a lot of those revenues are dropping down to the bottom line. So those deals are becoming very accretive over time.
Awesome. And so let me just try to summarize and understand the company. So basically they use the data analytics platform that they have to identify basically gaps in products which exist on Amazon or are getting progressively more popular. They then have the system set up to go ahead and build, manufacture, somehow be able to sell these products. And that's how they win and they drive revenue.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. That's a super interesting model.
Yeah. It's basically, it's an AI powered CPG company. That's
pretty sweet.
And so half of the story is launching their own products and growing them organically. And then the other half of the story is doing these accretive M&A deals.
Okay.
And if they do, like I said, if they do 360 million this year, which is guidance, about 31 million in EBITDA, which is guidance. The stock's trading at 30 times EBIT or EBITDA with 100% year-over-year growth. So, I think valuation's really, really fair right now. And if someone's looking to be involved in e-commerce in the small cap arena, I just think this is a nice ancillary way to play it.
Awesome. And I like that IPO story too. I've got a stock that I'm holding into solely for that Coinbase IPO. I would have probably dumped it before now, but we've got that coming up in a couple of weeks. So I love those. What'd you say?
You talking Voyager?
You know that stock?
Yeah. I mean, I do follow it a little bit, and I've had a lot of people DM me over the last week or two about the stock, and that's part of that's one of the potential catalysts. Is once we see the $100 billion Coinbase IPO, it's going to make Voyager look cheap.
Dude, all right. Send them my way. I'm like the analyst of record in this stock. But there's not really any analyst coverage. So right. I go through all the numbers and try to basically back into revenue forecasts. But they just put out a press release this morning, which I didn't even talk about yet. But basically they beat my expectation for new funded accounts. You've got that going for it. Plus you have that Coinbase IPO. So yes, you nailed it. I'm surprised nobody knows the stock.
So is Voyager just a smaller version of Coinbase for basically, digital assets, crypto trading?
Okay, so more or less. So there's a couple ways where it's distinctly different, and now you're going to see me nerd out for a second. Right. But basically, rather than it being a crypto exchange, it's a crypto brokerage. So they connect to over a dozen exchanges. Their competitive advantage is that then they can fill transactions at whatever the cheapest price is across exchanges, right? So you might see Bitcoin quoted at 59,000 on one place, 59,100 at another place. They give their customers that best price, sort of like a stockbroker now. Like they're sort of futuristic on that front. And the way that they make money is they will quote you a price. If they can fill your order for cheaper than what they presented, they take part of that revenue. So a lot of the issues with like people bitch about like a Coinbase is they say it's really expensive to trade on Coinbase. They're commission free. If they quote you 59,000, they fill it for 58,900. They're going to take $50 out of that transaction. So you never are giving up that sort of fee, etc. They also pay interest on 50 coins, which is more than any other one place pays interest on. So it's got a lot of really good things going for it. And we're talking about a stock that had revenue of $3.5 million in Q4. And my estimate was that they were going to put up $55 million in Q1. Based on the numbers today, I haven't updated the model yet, but based on the numbers today, I mean, they're probably going to be 65 million or so in Q1, 60, 65. So it's really compelling.
I don't really follow Coinbase just because I know the valuation on the IPO is going to be so big. It's going to be way out of my kind of focus.
Yes.
Like caps and mid caps. But what is Coinbase going to come public at? Like, do you have any idea what their revenue run rate is?
So it's the rumor right now is that Coinbase is going to come out at 60 to 100 times revenue.
Jesus.
Dude. So okay, so this stock, right? This Voyager, right? My average price in the thing is 52 cents. So like I have no reason that I need to hold it, okay? But when I've got Coinbase in 2 weeks coming out at 60 to 100 times revenue, and then we've got this stock that grew revenue from 3.5 million to 60 million in 1 quarter, and they're trading at 10, 12 times sales. I'm gonna hold on to this all day.
Wow.
So that's basically my thesis for staying in the stock.
Right. So I do like those sets of those valuation catalysts. That's one reason I like Mohawk when we see the Thrasio. And if Thrasio just raised money in the private markets at 6 times sales, right, there's a good chance when they come public, they're gonna, they'll get even a higher valuation or a higher multiple.
You get that liquidity bump.
Absolutely. Another one that I'm looking at is when Robinhood IPO comes down, or we see the S1 with all the numbers, that's going to make stocks like Futu and Tiger look much cheaper. So,
and then we have eToro as well.
Right.
That's a SPAC deal. It's a pre-merger SPAC. I don't remember the ticker off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But
under
the radar.
I saw 10 billion valuation, I think, and I kind of got scared off. But
yeah. The thing that they have going for them is that they do crypto and stocks, right? Not in the US, but globally. Right. And so they're one of few solutions for that, right? I can't go in my Interactive Brokers account right now and buy Bitcoin.
Are they coming to the US?
And then so they have Forex and crypto in the US. Okay. Stocks we don't have a timeline on stocks. They said it is, but it's sort of out of their hands, right? It's the US is a nightmare regulatorily. So they've got to get that approved. But yes, that's sort of the big thing.
I mean, they're going to come to the US and they're going to compete with 10, 12, 15 very established companies. And I don't know what their edge is. Maybe just the edge is the fact that they can do stocks and crypto, and some places don't. I use Interactive Brokers as well, and I'm pretty sure crypto's not on there yet.
Yep. Yeah, their big selling point, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do this for stocks in the U.S. I think that's yet to be determined. But their big selling point out in Europe is the social aspect. That they've got like a ton of social sharing. You can follow other people's portfolios, etc.
Okay. Cool.
So,
okay, I'm going to get back to this FDA presentation.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for hopping on. I appreciate us being the one thing on your radar. And guys, I'm going to drop the link to Jonah's Twitter in the chat here. You've got everything. Look at his description. There's a ton of links in there. Great content. Make sure you follow along and hang out with him.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
All righty. Talk soon. Okay, everybody. Next thing's next. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun and talking about Voyager Digital. I saw somebody in the chat drop in. Here comes Luke's daily Voyager Digital rant. Okay, yes, that is something that happens. But we're running behind the schedule now. So let's get rolling. Let's keep it clipping, guys. We've got our next guest hanging out in the background for us. I think Mr. Jason Raznick might be making a guest appearance at some point today too. But all right, guys, let's go ahead, roll the video, bring our next guest on. I need some water after pitching that stock, and we'll keep clipping. Mike, what's up, man? Welcome to the Power Hour. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well. Anything especially exciting in your world? You've got a great background there. We got the bowl, we got the bookcase, you got everything going on.
Yeah, that's special. That's my standard background now.
Okay, I like it. And Jason Raznick joining us as well.
What's up? We got Mike here. Luke, are you heading out to your?
Yep. I'm gonna go build on the business a little bit. Stay in touch, guys. Happy trading.
Luke, they never put the charts behind you like they said they were going to. What happened to Rohan? I don't know.
Well, if it makes you feel better.
That's coming tomorrow, Jason.
Yeah.
Why are they zooming in on you? I have to move that off now. Okay. All right, Luke, get out of here. I'll talk to Mike. I'll see you when I see you.
All right. Peace out, guys. Happy trading.
Peace out. All right, Mike, where did I find you today?
San Francisco.
Oh, how do you like it out there these days?
A little foggy, a little dirty, but not too bad overall.
Yeah, I hear it. Even working from home?
Yeah, primarily. I think everybody is out here. It's one of the few places I think that's dedicated itself to trying to not go back to the office. So
got it.
We'll see what happens.
Got it. So what are you up to? So what's new in your world from the investment front?
Yeah, so look, I think today we're going to talk about Learns, LRNZ, which is our AI deep learning and tech ETF.
Yes.
Which has been, let's say, of interest in the past 12 to 15 months here. So, we did want to talk about sort of what's going on with the rotation from growth stocks to value stocks and why that could be, a buying opportunity in tech.
Yeah, but for this Learns, LRNZ. Aaron, can you put that can you put it on the screen so we can first show it up on here? And you guys know these True Mark Investments. You guys can Google it, see what you want to hear about it. But they have ETFs, cloud migration, software as a service, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and all this different stuff. So customer demand is crazy with work from home right now. Crazy with work from home. So how does that affect your thinking when you're building this ETF, when you're trading the ETF? How does that change things? Like how do you guys look at this on a daily basis with this work from home trend?
Yeah, look, so we take a very broad view of it, right? We believe tech has a winner take all result. So even when you look at work from home, these are trends that accelerated long before lockdown, long before the pandemic. They came into the spotlight because of the pandemic, and certainly they've accelerated through the pandemic. But the idea that they're going away anytime soon is ridiculous in our minds. And, you see some of the valuations getting squeezed during this rotation. But the way we approach it is we look for companies that utilize artificial intelligence as a competitive advantage. Now, these companies are going to be in hyper growth areas, and these hyper growth areas tend to be new tech segments. So when you look at SaaS, when you look at cloud migration, you look at how AI is being used in biotech these days, these are all new approaches to fairly new problems, or at least issues that are increasing in importance. So when you look at that, you've got to identify which one or two or three of these companies is going to be the lead in that tech segment, and then eventually which one of these companies is going to be the category killer, and which company is going to end up being that household name. In essence, because we run a pretty concentrated portfolio, we're active investors. I know this sounds goofy 10 years later, but look, 20 years ago, one of these companies is a FANG stock, right? I mean, when you talk about the FANG stocks where they were back in the first, .com, they eventually become household names, category killers. They eventually, carry the market for 10 years running in terms of where most of the growth has come from. So our job is to go try and find those in new tech segments and try and own who's going to be potentially that category killer and eventually become that household name. I think you're on mute there, Jason. I can't hear you.
I was tricking you just to make sure. I was trying to see how good you're at reading lips. But how do you discern when you're looking at these investments to add to LRNZ? If you guys don't have it up, LRNZ, L's and Lisa, R's and Raz, and is a Nancy, Z's and Zebra. How do you guys discern, is it buying the Twilio or is it buying CloudStrike? How do you guys look at allocations? And you talked about, buying in the dip and in the future, what could hold. How do you guys discern? How do you guys put their portfolio allocation? I know Kathy Wood explained a little bit to me her process for it. What is your process for it?
Well, we're a little more concentrated than Kathy's funds, right? So we're one in, one out, right? So you'll start with an allocation. When the portfolio launched, there were equal allocations, okay? And we'll let them ebb and flow. But if we like an idea, we're getting rid of an idea. So we generally run sort of 20 to 23 names in this portfolio, and we have to like it enough to replace one that has lost its luster in our eyes. But what we're trying to do here is, if we come in with an equal weighting, they're going to stretch out and run. The winners are going to run, and our job is to identify those winners as they separate, consolidate into them by getting rid of the losers in that category. So say we start out with two or three. Take CrowdStrike and Zscaler, for example, right? CrowdStrike and Zscaler, same business. They come at it from two different angles. One's core and one's perimeter in terms of cybersecurity. And eventually, you would imagine one of those to become the category killer. They may both. I mean, they're starting to integrate their product now for ease of use amongst customers. But we own both. And if one starts to separate from the other, and the other, we see there's a decided category winner, we'll unload the loser, or the loser is going to get bought out or absorbed or whatever it may happen, and we'll consolidate into that winner for that segment. So across segments, that can happen multiple times.
Are you spending time talking to, company management, doing listening to roadshows, a lot of that? I know that's in the mutual fund space. There are a lot of times listening to company management. Are you guys doing a lot of that, or how does that go about?
Well, a little different than the mutual fund space in that sense. We start tracking these companies pre-IPO, and our PM on this fund realistically starts to watch these in their B and C round of funding. So we're keeping an eye on these, and there's a lot of, because you start watching these pre-IPO, it's a bit less about conversations with management. It's a bit more about qualitative assessment. What's their customer adoption? What's that ecosystem building up around the technology? Because with tech, once that ecosystem builds up within a company around a certain technology they've chosen, the switching cost is really prohibitive. And so identifying who's gaining that popularity, who's gaining that momentum pre-IPO, understanding that qualitative assessment through IPO to the point where you're watching obviously their quarterly numbers and understanding where their projection growth numbers are, then it becomes a big deal. But we start way back before they go public. So a lot of our holdings will get into them not long after their IPO.
Got it. Okay. So you're in for the long haul then.
Yeah, unless something gives. For us, when you look at the hyper growth phases of a tech stock, this is a natural chasm for us. What's happening right now. I know we've all been accustomed to watching the market for 10 years going, hey, everything just keeps going up, but it doesn't. It takes a break on the growth cycle. And, for us, when you see a hyper growth cycle, you'll see these chasms. It's like a slinky effect. Valuations might get stretched. It could be a market environment that causes people to rotate out, but they'll continue with their accelerated earnings and their beats and their projections. And through that, they'll catch up to their valuation extends again. So it's important to identify when those pauses in the growth cycle occur and whether or not they are a permanent thing or a temporary thing. And so we'll watch it from that perspective and take advantage of what we see as a temporary pause in the market's acceptance of their growth cycle. The numbers never change. People just, they stop, they look at the valuation and give it priority over the numbers or whatever. And we have to identify that as an opportunity to consolidate.
Got it. So one of the things that the work from home phase with the vaccine coming out, people are getting back to the office a little more. How do you think that'll play a role, Mike, in these stocks that you own for the ETF LRNZ?
Yeah, I don't think it touches them. And maybe we're taking a pretty pragmatic viewpoint of that, but here in San Francisco, one of the biggest employers in town is Salesforce, and Salesforce already announced that 65% of their workforce is never coming back to the office. So what does come back to the office really mean anymore? And even in our business, when you look at what's happening in the ETF world and distribution of ETFs, so much of this has become on demand and digital rather than old school T&E, boots on the ground. So I think the demand for these services only increases. The work from home trade, as they started to call it in the pandemic, was never a trade at all. It was a trend. And that trend started long before the pandemic. It's going to be here long after the pandemic. People like to research their stocks now 24/7. They like to see things. They like to look at a content piece at 10 o'clock on a Friday night, not a webinar at 1:15 in the afternoon on a Wednesday anymore. So there's a combination of both across all industries. Mission critical folks will come back to the office, and here's what happens: mission critical folks come back to the office. Others don't. That actually increases the need for some of these work from home technologies, because now you've got sensitive information, you've got different coordination happening between people on site and people off site. And so we see it accelerating. We do. And I think as we get through the next few earnings reports, people are going to recognize that as well. Regardless of what the pandemic's doing, what the vaccines are doing, there's going to be still a high demand and evolving demand for different technologies that are used in the digital migration. I'm reading lips again, Jason.
Yep. They're reading lips, Rohan. See?
You're back. You're back.
I'm back. Well, they
I'm
gave
getting better at it, though. I think I'm getting better at it.
Well, they gave me a new mic, so that's why I said, "Look, I got a whole equipment thing here. They got me like this whole arm thing. It's like a whole, yeah. It's a
that is a giant mic.
Oh, it's a giant mic. My mic should be like the best mic in the world right now. It's Joe Rogan times 10x. But Mike, I want to just take us back. I don't know how much time you have, but I want to take back for like a minute or two about how you guys came about to start this ETF, or TrueMark. Like how long did it take you guys to start it? What you're doing, this ETF is like everyone's going crazy. My sound is way better in the chat. They're going crazy. See, so that's good. That's a good thing. So how did it happen? How does Mike start this ETF and make such a sweet ETF? Because it's like my kind of stocks. I like the thing behind the things that power other things, and that's what this ETF does. And so, how long did it take you to start it? And just a little bit, take us back when you were in that room thinking about starting an ETF. Tell us more. Tell us more.
Yeah, well, fundamentally, it started with the idea that we believe in active management. We believe in active management concentrated where available. And so the first step is identify places where active concentrated management makes sense, where it's fertile ground. And tech happens to be one of those places. The second step is turn it over to the smart guys. So we've got a basket of ETFs. We have an ESG ETF, an AI ETF. We have structured outcome, which is like a buffered S&P exposure. So we've got ETFs across the board. We have a dividend equity income, low vol equity income ETF now, DivZ. So for me, it's a matter of identifying where active concentrated management is encountering fertile ground. And then it's identifying someone that is industry specific and really credible in that industry to run that fund. And with Learns, we've got Sam Kim of Black Hill Capital out here in San Francisco. We think he's a tremendous manager and well connected, not only from a hands-on standpoint, but from a private equity standpoint, who can identify these companies coming down the pipeline and understand from a practical sense which ones are going to make it in reality. So it's identify the space or the segment, identify someone that is credible from an investment and an industry background that can effectively run that strategy within that space, and then get it out there into what we hope is the tailwind of market demand in that space. So for something like Learns, we checked all three of those boxes. We've got a great manager on it. We think it's a space that was ripe for active concentrated management. It's certainly proven out for someone like Kathy Wood over the years, but we're not story stock investors, and that's a little bit different. So we are definitely investing in accelerating fundamentals, what we think are secular growth stocks within story themes, within story sectors or story segments. But as you mentioned, we're looking for those companies that have that competitive advantage that's going to play out over time very consistently as they grow. And so for us, those are secular growth stories that survive any rotation, any economic impact. But it really starts with identifying that segment, identifying someone that has got the chops to run the strategy in that segment, and then sticking with your strategy and your mission with that fund.
Got it. And so have you been before? I mean, you've been in the investment space for how many years, I guess? How many?
Yeah, 25-ish.
Okay. So before this era that we're in, what were you doing in the .com era? Like, what was it like for you in the 2000s? That's what I would like to know.
I'll tell you, in the .com era, in 98, I was doing institutional equity sales for CIBC Oppenheimer out of Boston at the time, right? And Blodgett was he was the tech analyst for Oppenheimer at the time. So I was on the research call where he put that, the $400 target on
Amazon.
Yeah. And we all fell off our chairs and looked at each other and said, it's on. Like, so this is going to get wild. And so, I was in the heart of it from that standpoint. And then in 99 came out to Silicon Valley. So, I watched it firsthand. I mean, I was in the middle of it, working out of Palo Alto with an investment firm. And I was there at the height.
Which one?
We started a call writing mutual fund called Kelmore Investments.
Okay.
Raised a few billion back in '99, and with call writing, sometimes it doesn't work out when the market does certain things. So that gig was kind of over by '06. But we watched the rise and fall, right? We saw all the companies with the story stocks with zero earnings, nothing but an idea and a plan, go ballistic. And then I was also there, to listen to the IRS running ads on the radio at the time, trying to get people to come in and negotiate their tax bills down because they had exercised their stock options. Company, held on to the stock, didn't liquidate anything to pay the tax bill that would come at the end of the year, and figured they would, just keep riding the stocks up. Stocks plummeted, they collapsed, and everybody still owed a tax bill on a stock that was worthless. So, I've seen it all in the tech space in the past 20 plus years, as has Sam Kim, who manages the fund. He's an MIT, master's double engineering degree from BU, who worked in the defense space for some time on different systems, but was in the investment side of things, running up for the last 20 plus years. So we've all seen, different iterations of this. And that's not to say I think, .com 1 is going to happen, but it is to say that, we those that have lived through that, we tend to err towards stories that have some fundamentals behind them, some accelerating earnings, and not just a great story. The combination of the two is fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but if we had to choose between the two, we're a little bit longer term than just a story stock. We like to look at the accelerating fundamentals.
Yeah. I echo there. Okay. I don't know why I'm echoing, but I am. Do you hear me echoing?
It doesn't echo on my side.
All right, then beautiful. So now it's good. So I hear you. I mean, just from inquiries into buying our company, Benzinga, now we have real revenue, real earnings, but it's just like the money seems like it's flowing in a big way in the markets right now. And I know you've been in this space, and I was in this space in maybe a couple years after you, but 2000, I learned my lesson when I was buying those .coms, and they would go up and go up. And there's a company called Rare Medium. The symbol was RRRR, 4 R's. I don't know. Do you remember that one?
Vaguely. I know the name.
You should. Yeah, you shouldn't really remember it, but it was like one of these like digital web design companies. One of my friends was at it. I bought it at 48, went to 78, bought another 100 shares. So I was just finishing college. It's kind of expensive. It went down to 0. All right. but the moral of the story, is if I would have just held all those stocks and never sold any of those stocks way back when, that account that was 50,000 that went down to like 0 or 4,000, if I would have just held the last stock that I sold, which I'll tell you in 1 second, was Amazon. I sold it at $10. So it was $7.80 with $2 commissions per share at the time. That would have been worth, that 4,000 would be worth 1.8 million. So, or 2.4 million. So in essence, like they say, I guess, hold forever.
Well, I mean, I tell you, one of my favorite stories was back in, I think it was like, it'd have been 02. No, somewhere in there. Yeah, it's like 02, I think, maybe a little later than that. Apple was $20. There was no iPhone. There was nothing was there. $20. Split adjusted. I was in it at 10, and whittled it down along the way. But the reality is, you're right. I mean, but don't kick yourself, because I don't think everybody thought selling books online was going to become what Amazon is today. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, I kicked myself because I had an online textbook thing and I wanted to be the next Amazon, and I didn't sell to Borders way back on. Anyway, it's all good. But yeah, Apple, I bought when that iMac came out. When the iMac came out, that translucent computer, I bought it, and I didn't buy more shares as the iPod came out. So I had a small amount. I still have, but yeah, I guess you can't kick yourself. But so this ETF, are you guys going to launch like a space ETF? That's I have like 7 questions, but we'll just ask 1 or 2. Do you guys are going to do like a space ETF too, or is this not up your alley?
And I don't see it. I mean, more power to them on the space ETF, but it's a lot like when the first blockchain ETFs came out, and I'm looking at it and go, well, it's not blockchain. It's just people that might benefit from blockchain.
Okay.
So I mean, space I've read sort of the justifications on some of the space ETFs and the names in them, and I can get there. I mean, I can get there on that logic, but that's not our expertise. if it becomes an area, and look, we want to be able to jump, especially with learns, right? We jump across segments, and we've got biotech in that fund. We've got cybersecurity in that fund. So in today's sort of relative jargon, it's almost a generalist, like an AI generalist.
Yep.
So if names start to make sense in that portfolio that are benefiting from space revenue, and we see a hyper growth cycle there, we'll look at it. I don't know if we're going to launch an ETF just to focus on it. I don't know if there's enough there to do that. The way we run money. So it has to be, again, that's box number 2, right? It has to be a segment that's robust enough that we can put together a concentrated active portfolio that makes sense. Because we're not going to go out there and do some sort of a passive index in one of these segments. It's just not how we function. So never say never, but I think space revenue from space companies, it's probably going to broaden out a bit more for us to really look at it. And in the short term, with something that uses AI and has a distinct advantage out there, end up in learns, it could. But the reality is we're not going to focus an entire fund on it anytime soon, I don't think.
Okay. And you have a great manager running this fund. You guys, if you don't know learns, look it up. Go into Benzinga Pro, look it up, buy it on your brokerage account, E-Trade, Ameritrade. Take a look at it. LRNZ. If it's something you don't want to watch daily, they have a good manager on it. And this is what Mike does since 1998. So he's on the line for it, and he's at work in San Francisco. He's not in Puerto Rico like one of us was last week, which is me. They thought I got fired from Benzinga for the week. I usually, when I'm on vacation, I usually go on the show, but this time I didn't. I don't know.
Were you scouting for a tax break down there? What were you doing? Vacationing?
Both, mister. Both. I have a call at 2:45 to hopefully finalize something.
Right.
I was supposed to go there. I was supposed to go there in August last year, and then I did not, and whatever. And I went. Do you have some friends in Dorado or whatever? Do you have friends out there?
I know quite a few managers that have relocated.
I went to Peter Schiff's house on Sunday right before I left for the airport, and seeing that lifestyle. We can talk later. I've done all the research and more because I've married, have 3 kids. Not as easy as just but I know. Well, you know what they say: stay single and hear it jingle. The money. That's right. So, but man, Mike, thank you for coming on. When you have new stuff to announce or anything, come on the show. We'll do a big what to do. We'll get articles out there. I don't know if you know this. Benzinga's news is distributed to, like I said, every major brokerage from Robinhood to Ameritrade to Webull, whatever. So
you guys did a great job.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird name, interesting name. It's supposed to be Raz Report, my last name. It's a long story, and then it just came about, and we started off as a small cap. There was no agnostic news service on small cap stocks. That's how it started. And then when brokerage industry changed, they didn't want to pay big stipends to Reuters. Then we came in, and that's sort of you know how life is. So I don't know, but you know where to find me, I guess, if you ever want to chat about other things. Thank you for coming on. Research, guys, look up LRNZ, and next time he comes on the show, we'll have questions prepared from the user base. We'll do like it's called an AMA. Like we'll have the audience will come up with the questions. It won't be me, because there's a bunch more that I received that aren't in the chat that they want to ask about this stuff, but I want you kind of see them so you can be prepared to answer.
Yeah, I would love to do that. Sounds great.
Let's do that. Like a little AMA, ask you anything. It stands for some Reddit thing. All right, Mike, thanks for coming on. We will talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. Appreciate it.
Yep. Appreciate it. Okay, guys. So it's Mike Lucas from, LRNZ. I've talked about it. It's AI, it's security, it's the cloud stuff. It's the thing I talk about, the thing behind the thing. You guys know how I talk about that stuff. And then I'm here, Raz. What's up? But Spencer, I got to do something. I told the guys I would do something. Yeah. I know. Thank you for coming here. I know you have another, you don't have to cover for me yet. I know there's another guest and I see them in the waiting room, but could I do my thing first? And is it okay if the guest do your thing. I thought you were hot, but no, I don't. I mean, I was going to, and then Luke said I don't necessarily need to. Okay. So maybe I'll do a little earlier, but I was going to do this trade live on the show, but we only have 815 likes. I said we had to get to 850. Are you telling me out of the 500 or 600 people here, we can't get another 35 likes? Because I'm going to drop 25,000 on one stock. I don't know how long I'll own it for, but that's a big trade for me on this account. So if we get to 850, I will make that trade. And it's gonna, we'll see. We're at 825.
Do you want? Are you gonna like share a screen or
yeah,
what?
yeah, I'm gonna share it, but I don't want to share it until I see us at 850, man. That's
all right. Well, in the meantime, we do have we do have Christian Young in the waiting room, who is the from Clubhouse Media Group. Not the Clubhouse.
I know. So let's do Christian first then. Let's do Christian first because I'm familiar. Let's bring him on, Spencer. All right, hold on. I gotta do my thing, Spencer, for that. You know what I gotta do, right, Spencer?
Yeah, you gotta do your
Yep. All right, Spencer and Christian Young. Okay, Spencer's gonna go off for a minute. Christian Young, Clubhouse Media Group. Hey, how are you?
Good.
And I know this is not, you guys, not to confuse us with Clubhouse Media Group. I know what it is. I know the synergies. But explain it to the audience.
Yeah, so we are a series of content houses. Consider us almost like the Soho House for influencers. They come and collaborate, and in exchange, they provide us free deliverables and content, which we use to market against and we sell against. So we're probably like the first series of content houses, really. We have an intellectual property arm, and we also have a venture arm. So we will go and acquire companies that are influencers, promote, and also own with us.
Got it. Okay. And so how long ago did you guys start this?
Yeah, so we started this thing about a year ago as a private company. We took it public back in November, and we're well on our way now.
Okay. And wait, go ahead, Spencer. Go ahead.
Oh, but just to be clear, the company is more than a year old.
Sorry?
The company is more than a year old, though, right?
Yeah, it's more than a year old now.
Yeah. But only in the last few months has there been this weird sort of confusion. Maybe you can sort of walk us through like your life in what was it, February or March, whenever, or January maybe, when the other Clubhouse started to get big. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so it's been interesting for us because last year we were sort of the Clubhouse. And then, of course, I had known, coming from a venture background, I had already known about the Clubhouse app, the live streaming app for audio, social media. We knew it was going to be rolled out this year. I actually was invited on by some of the members of the A16Z team to go on the app. I went on and spent some time just to try to figure it out. It's my job to try to figure out what the new technologies are out there for the company and whether we're going to use them with our influencers. So I don't know where the confusion happened, but I guess Elon Musk tweeted our handle, and I think there was confusion because there was so much of a news storm around the Clubhouse app that people bought our stock, I think, thinking it was Clubhouse Media Group. I remember that day pretty clearly. I was up pretty early, calling everyone, including talking to the Andreessen team, just to make sure that there was no confusion that was intentional on our part or on anyone's part. And we actually issued a press release that day just because we obviously don't want investors being misled.
Got it. So on that front, why? I mean, so you're right now. I mean, I'm looking at the company. Okay, it's up 10% today. How long has it been public for?
It's been public for, I believe, 4 months or so.
Was it okay?
It was an RTO transaction.
It was an RTO. Okay.
Yeah. So
which is a reverse takeover.
Reverse takeover. Yeah. I think our kind of we've quoted ourselves as internally as saying we're like almost like a reverse SPAC in a way, because we are sort of a not a full investment vehicle because we do majority ownership, but we basically go and look for companies in the social media space that we think are interesting to acquire or to take equity stake in. And so in that sense, we're kind of like how a SPAC would operate, in which we identify assets to look at, but specifically in social media.
Okay, so you're looking for social media stars to take like assets, take a percentage in them or something like that. Is that kind of?
Yeah, like a good example would like be the Paul brothers. They did really well. They developed a lot of brands. They've developed a lot of intellectual property, and they've been able to monetize it. It's not just beyond. It's beyond just getting what they call a brand deal, where you're paid to advertise for something. I'm sure you've seen it. There's memes all over the internet of of influencer models promoting laxative tea. But I think if you go beyond that, and if people, I think the public's starting to understand that you can go and create products and brands around influencers, or we call them creators, really, because they're creating something from nothing. And
were you doing that before you started Clubhouse Media Group?
Yeah, I was
brands?
actually.
Yeah, we tell us more about your background on that front.
Yeah, so prior to this, I actually was a creator. I had seeded a travel blog with my previous company. I had sold to a public company as well. Had a few years off and actually entered the travel space. So I was in the travel and food and gear review space. I built a YouTube following, nothing massive, but around 100,000 followers, was verified as a YouTube creator, verified as an Instagram creator, and then had a blog with about 80,000 followers, that monthly subscribers that read my reviews. I had an older demographic than what you would traditionally think an influencer has. I had sort of millennials and a lot of baby boomers as my followers, who wanted to sort of look at the lifestyle. So that's kind of how I got in the space. I started collaborating with some other people. One of them became very large, Daisy Keach. She asked me to be her manager and her attorney. And so I helped her with building her business. And that kind of led me into where we are now.
Got it. Now, do you know my friend who knows a lot of people in the social media world, Michael Gruen?
I do know Michael Gruen.
You just okay, got it. Another one of the people in the networks.
Very talented guy. We actually sat down a little over a year ago, and I kind of told him our business model. I think he's also done something very similar with his talent, and I think he's it's nice and refreshing to see other people in the industry doing what I think is a I guess a disruption in the space, I would say. And Gruen does a good job of it. So.
Yep. Yeah. It's funny. Back in college, I tried to start something where I took a percentage of, like, give someone $200,000, you get 10% of their earnings for the next 15 years. Do it for medical students because they're max out their debt structure. But to what you're doing, I don't know if have you seen this thing going crazy lately? I don't know if it's totally legit, but BitClout, where you have you seen it?
I am familiar with BitClout. I'm actually on it. So if anyone wants to, buy it, we also are putting our companies on there, our houses, I should say. BitClout's very interesting. It's basically like a betting platform or a trading platform. Huh?
Yeah. But so if I buy Christian Young BitClout, what happens? Do you get any of that money?
Yeah, you can. You get a creator percentage. You get to set that at the beginning. It's really just tokenizing people and betting on whether or not they're going to have more clout in the future. So I think we're going to see a lot of these plays. Anything that uses blockchain technology. NFTs are really popular this year, as you know. Last year was crypto. Actually, I would say a few years ago was crypto. But blockchain technology in general is just great. And we actually signed on today as an advisor to the board, a partner at Andreessen Horowitz. They're also an investor in the Clubhouse app. So Andrew Amori is one of our strategic advisors now. So he's helping us sort of navigate the space because they have a lot of knowledge in blockchain technology.
So Andrew, you said, is helping you on this with your Andrew Amori is helping you guys with Clubhouse Media.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, and so what does that mean for Andreessen Horowitz? So he's at Andreessen Horowitz as well, and he's helping you. Okay.
So he's at Andreessen Horowitz. It is not an official partnership with Andreessen itself, but it is with Andrew Morey, who's a partner, and he's an investor that holds carry in many companies over there. So he's taken an advisory role for a company because we really do want to be at the forefront of everything we do in technology, and we believe, the more advisors we have from the venture space, and because I'm from the venture space as well, I think it'll make us a stronger team and a stronger company.
Got it. So a couple questions on the RTO. Did you like doing that reverse takeover thing? I'm actually asking out of curiosity, because
No.
so we've been approached by several different things. Our company does nice 8 digits of revenue and fairly profitable.
Mhm.
And we've had SPACs reach out to us, and I didn't want to go SPAC route because it's 4 or 6 months. Another company who has a NASDAQ listed security that's not doing much right now, they want to get rid of the NASDAQ security and then convert it into Benzinga. So the symbol would be like Zing or whatever.
Yeah.
And so in essence, it's a reverse, whatever. And
It's an RTO, yeah.
It's an RTO, and I'm not really exploring it in a heavy way. And people are probably asking, why are they talking about this private stuff? But this is just a general question, though. So why do you not like that? Or were you involved with the company when you did the RTO?
Yeah, I was with the company when it was private, and so I actually was heavily involved in the RTO in identifying the target for the RTO transaction.
How do you know how to do that? How do you know how to go find the target for RTO transaction?
Yeah, so this is my second RTO I've done. So I've gone through this process in the past, and so I'm familiar with it. Ultimately, it's identifying a target that is what they call clean. You do a litigation check, you do outstanding debt check. There's a whole checklist that you'll go through with goods. I mean, the key to it really is good securities counsel, and big shout out to Laura Anthony and her firm for being our partners on working on this.
Okay.
And it's a good accounting team that can really really do the diligence and make sure everything is clean before you merge your private company into your public one. It is now. I will say it is great because it's quicker than a direct listing, and ultimately SPACs are really, they're just RTOs. They're just RTOs that have been pre-funded.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's really you can. I wouldn't say you can completely interchange the two, but they're very similar. The only difference is an RTO is actually public. A SPAC has to identify its target assets, roll them in, and then take them public.
Yep.
In an RTO transaction, basically. So
but first you just said you really didn't like the RTO, or do you?
I say it with some caveats. It's a love-hate thing. It takes quite a bit of effort. We had to identify, I think, 3 shells before we found the proper target to put our private company into it. So, and then of course there was, you're at the behest of the SEC and FINRA when you're talking about doing the name change. Prior to that, our target was a Chinese healthcare group, and so there's a little bit of name confusion there before we had the ticker symbol change, and that took a little bit longer than we thought. So when I say I don't love it, I guess like I said, you're at the behest of the SEC and FINRA, and depending on what they do and how long it takes them, it can delay some of your it can delay some of your ability to move forward as a company and to market and talk about it. Yeah.
Okay. And then this question was asked. So how do you guys make revenue? I mean, maybe you can't give a detailed thing of an example, but how do you, I get what you were saying, that you find social media things and create brands around it. But like, do you have a real world example of like something you've done where you create, like, I don't know.
So we have sorry, cut you off. We have three main revenue streams that we always identify from day one that we work on. The low hanging fruit for us is your traditional brand deals. That means the company will come and market with us and ask our influencers to post, and we'll take a percentage of that. So that's your traditional agency model or management model that there's a lot of them out there, but it's something that's low hanging fruit, and we do that. So Boohoo, for example, is a clothing brand that paid us.
Which one?
Boohoo, BOOHOO, or Fashion Nova, if you're familiar with them as well.
Yep.
And they'll pay, I don't know if I can disclose the amounts, but they'll pay X amount of dollars, and they will essentially have us create content at one of our content houses, and promote and tag the items on any number of channels, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, etc. And then we'll negotiate rights on it, whether there's worldwide usage and perpetuity, etc. So that's where it gets a little bit more complex. But then on top of that, the second tier of monetization is intellectual property. So we have our own YouTube channels where we get just your basic Google AdSense. We also create original shows that we sell off to one of our preferred partners is Snapchat. We love them, and they're great. They're great vendors with us. And then our third tier, which we're currently in the process of, is we're acquiring companies right now that our influencers can co-own through our public vehicle, and which they can help promote. And we also invest in our influencers as well. Lindsay Brewer is one of our premier creators. She's actually we are the title sponsor for her racing in Formula 4 and in Touring Car World Cup this year. She may possibly be the first American female in Formula 1 and in IndyCar in the 21st century here. So,
got it. Okay. And then Christian, do you get out there? Do you have like a YouTube channel? Like, do you, or do you go on Clubhouse at all?
I don't really. The demo we have is a little bit younger. I don't know if they want to be seeing me, but I do have a YouTube channel. I don't post to it anymore. Been working quite a bit on this company, so I haven't had the chance to go and create content. But there may be something in the future.
We'll just have you on monthly.
Yeah, just have me on Benzinga. I'll be here. So
yeah, like it's a misnomer of the viewers because we syndicate out to everyone. We're like the Associated Press of the stock market. So you'll see this interview on Robinhood later. You'll see it on E-Trade. You'll see it on Webull, Ameritrade. You name the brokerage, it's on. And then obviously like Yahoo Finance. We have a guy in our chat who's always on it. We have Gary V on tomorrow. And there's no he's saying there's no thumbnail, no promotion, nothing on the homepage. Email, tragic. He's right. I mean, it's hard when you have all these moving parts to get the everything. When you get everything going on a boat in the right way, things are amazing. But we got to get better. But yeah, so your company is definitely interesting, and how you're taking these assets and it's probably hard for you in the sense that what do you say no to and what don't you experiment with? Like, is it that water bottle? Is it this? Like, who knows? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so we happen to have this piece of software that we acquired called Magiclytics. Magiclytics, yeah.
Who the heck created that? That's a great name, Magiclytics.
Magiclytics, yeah, Magic Analytics.
I know. Do you want to share it right now? Do you have it on?
I can share it. It's
I mean, like, do you want to share your screen and show what it does for you, or no?
Oh, I don't have. It's on my phone right now, so I can't operate on here.
All right,
it's on a mobile device, but what it does is it helps brands identify which influencers to work with, and it actually provides what product they can sell at what price, and then within about 70% accuracy, the true ROI, which is really interesting. No one's been able to do that quite yet. So it's a company that acquired a lot of data from a bunch of portfolio companies out of a local venture fund here in LA, and through all that data sourcing, it's got a combination of AI and machine learning, and it's basically developed its own algorithm that can predict, so that before first dollar is spent, brands can identify whether or not, because sometimes they think it's just like this black hole or black box of why am I spending $50,000 on this influencer campaign and why am I not seeing a single dollar back? Most of the times they've justified by saying there's social awareness, but ultimately they want to see performance-based campaigns, similar to like how you go do a Google ad spend or you do something on Facebook, right?
Yep.
Calculate some ROI.
Okay. One last question. How do you compare, and maybe you don't look at the competition, but how do you compare against IZA worldwide? I know it looks like you have a bigger market cap, but how do you compare?
Yeah, Isaiah is a traditional agency business. And the truth is, in venture, we always say agencies are not venture backable because you're always looking for that 100x or 1000x return on your investment. And it's because and Isaiah tried to change that right in the market, and props to them for trying. I've actually worked with their platform before. They're trying to make brand deals a little bit simpler. They're trying to make campaigns that involve a lot of creators or a lot of assets they have to deal with. They're really just trying to streamline that process. The problem is at heart, they're really just a agency with sort of like call it an ERP tool. I'm not, I don't want to talk bad about them, but, I think they're trying to solve a problem. I don't know if they've quite reached that yet. I think there's other ways to go about it. And yeah, that's my comment on Isaiah.
Okay. All right. Yep. And when you have new stuff to announce, let us know. We'll get the word out. Break the stories. I don't know if you've seen HOFV, who has an NFT, but when we broke the story on their thing, stock moved 160% on our news.
We are definitely we've definitely been doing research in NFTs. I obviously can't talk about the future of it, but
no, but I'm not even going there. I'm saying to you, when we broke the news on HOFV, you know, a lot of these companies go to the Wall Street Journal and break stories. Things have changed. I'm saying when you have stuff to break with us. You issue a press release like normal. You do it like a little bit after. If you go read the Wall Street Journal, you'll see tomorrow morning they'll have 3 or 4 public stock stories they broke. And then if you Google the stories, you'll see a press release comes out an hour later. That's all I'm saying. Break it with us because we'll get the. I know the Wall Street Journal has the cred, but you'll see.
Yeah, no, I mean, I will.
I'm Jason. By the way, I'm Jason at
back of mine. So
I know I'm Jason at Benzinga. It's all public. Everything we do is all transparent and all quality. I'm just saying there's other ways to get news out instead of the journal. But congrats on your company and the growth. And I know you got a lot of pressure to find the new deals and find the next big one that's going to ramp up. But it just reminds me of venture capital investing. I've invested angel investing. I've invested in about 18 startups. I don't know, probably 20 by now. Not huge amounts in each one. I'm not investing huge amounts. I do it with like a little small syndicate of people. And out of the 20, there are 2 home runs. And that's like, you know, in your thing, you could have that. Maybe your hit ratio will be better, a little bit better because you already know who the influencers are. You're not betting on people that aren't influencers yet. So that's your hit ratio will probably be a little bit stronger, I would guess.
Yeah, we get access, and because we have a decent sized market cap, we can do deals where they're post revenue companies, and because we have access to quite a bit of deal flow out here, being that I've been at 2 funds, Lamppost Group and Amplify, and now we have the help of someone up in Silicon Valley with Andrew Mori, and I'm sure we'll sign on some more people as well. So we definitely get a good amount of deal flow and hope. I mean, that's a good batting average, honestly. You're looking for 1 or 2 companies to return more than the fund, right? You're looking for 3 to 5 or so to return a little bit. You have another few that you're going to take a loss, and then you got another, the rest of them are going to take a complete loss. So as long as you can get a good IRR on the long term, then you're great on it. And I think what helps us is we have this network reach of almost 300 million people. So we can kind of like turn on and say, hey, test it out. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll move on to the next company to look at.
Exactly. I mean, we've had our losers that went to zero, but we have 2. One that we invested in a $39 million valuation that's public now for $13 billion, and one that we invested at a $20 million valuation that's public for like $4 billion. And then we had the other ones where it went to zero. Yeah. But these 2 more than make up in a ridiculous way, which just makes me so the A16Z, that's awesome with him. I know it's not the firm, it's Andrew, but he's smart, and it sounds like you guys are doing it smart, and it's going to help spread the word. And we bring a lot of these guys. Like I have Kevin O'Leary on a lot. If there's ever angles, let us know because
I'd love to bring him on next time. He's a founder, or sorry, not a founder. He's an investor in both rounds of the Clubhouse app, and based on what he wants to disclose, I'll let him do that on his own. But would love to have him on as well. So.
Wait, he's not. Oh yeah, you're talking Andrew. Okay, yeah.
Andrew.
Yep. Okay, cool. Yep. All right, that sounds good. We'll do that in the future. Thank you for coming on again, Christian Young, guys. He knows his stuff. He has experience. The symbol CMGR. Expect to hear more stuff from them. Maybe Benzinga will break it. Jason at benzinga.com, and we appreciate it. And take a look. And there were more questions. We didn't get to them all, but we will in the future. Thank you for coming on, and congrats on Andrew joining as part of an advisor to your company. It's a big one.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason.
Have a good day. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. All right, guys. I said I would share my screen and do a trade. It's cost me a bunch of money because Spencer Israel made me bring on the guest first. He didn't make me. I kind of did it. It cost me a decent amount of money because I didn't make the trade yet because I wanted to do it for you guys. And so now I have to do it now, and I would have, whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. All right, so here you go. Whatever. All right, so my screen shared. Yeah, I'm buying this. 102 is what I was supposed to be at. Okay, so there you go. I made a trade into Penn National. About 30,000. Before this trade, though, I did buy some calls today when it was at 100. And I bought those calls. I'll tell you the calls. Hold on. Hold your horses. So I didn't make that too exciting, I know, but I did buy calls. Let's see if those calls are up right now. I took the sharing off for a second because I don't want to reveal the whole thing because there's a premium product for my portfolio, I guess, now where they get my portfolio every week. So I don't want to just put everything up there, but I know we have another show coming up. And a couple reminders. Gary V, he's a well-known social media celebrity, is going to be on the SPAC attack tomorrow, I believe at 11 a.m. or 11:30. I should know this. I should have a schedule in front of me. And I know Internet Enforcers is mad, but it's okay. He should be mad.
It's 11 a.m.
11 a.m. Gary Vaynerchuk from Wine Library, then everything else in the world. Gary V will be on the SPAC attack around 11 a.m. tomorrow. That should be exciting. We just, we had a full day. I was going to see if we could bring on Portnoy. So, okay, here's what I bought. Wow. The stock is up. My call is not done. So I bought Penn National April 16, $110 calls for, I guess, $2.95 or $3, like $3, $3.05. So it's down a little bit. I bought $110 calls for April. Wait, no, this is the wrong date. I swear. Oh, this is one I already own. No, I bought new ones too. Let me see what I bought. Hold on. Let me get alphabetical order. That is what we'll have to do because there we go. There we go. I bought, all right, this is what I did today, guys. And I wanted to do this one live, but whatever. We had a guest on. I bought the June 18th, 110 calls for $9.20 a share. They're at $10.70 a share. $9.20, they're at $10.70. So we're up 17% on them right now. I'm not going to sell. And then I just bought $30,000 of Penn in the live markets. I'm not saying to you guys to go buy it and follow me into this one. When I buy these stocks and I have high conviction, I tell you, like in the sense of STKS and SAVE and a bunch of my other positions, I like Penn. I always like Penn because it's not only an online like app thing, but it's also the thing behind the thing. The stock sold off today because arguably Dave Portnoy and a sex tape that was being released. This is not new news. This is stuff that's been out there before. Oh, Spencer's here. Hold on. He just wants to say wrap it up. Just come on. You can just tell me. We have another show to go on, so I have to wrap it up. But so this is a different position for me. I've been in Penn for a while, and I just bought it when I saw it at 100 is what I was trying to buy it at. But I bought it at 102, 103. So that was what I bought. You guys got to see it. Real money on the line, and I did that because I said I was going to. So that's the story. We have another guest coming on. Gonna get good anchor. Keep them coming again. So tomorrow, Gary V at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Yeah. I bought 30,000 of stock and I bought 3,000 or 4,000 in call options on it. That would be cool. Internet Enforcers, I'll do that. I'm gonna do that too. Okay, I got to wrap it up. I'm gonna do that. That's a new segment, and we got to wrap it up because I'm excited to. For our next show, one of my friends, Luke's friends, Luke talks to her all the time. She works hard. She's a crypto maniac. I got in the crypto world a while ago, but more so recently. I should actually have her audit my portfolio of crypto. That's what I should do. Catherine, what do you think about auditing my crypto portfolio?
I'd love that. When? Just tell me when.
Like if I can log in, I would do that. We'll do that like next week. And okay. I own I'm going to start buying coins. And then, Catherine, I have another weird question. You probably don't know the answer. What if Benzinga wanted to have a coin? Like Dogecoin means nothing. What if we created the BZ coin? Okay. Yes. And then also, Catherine, I don't know if you've looked at it, but BitClout, where you can, invest in so I love that concept because I tried to do that many years ago, but it was like the SEC didn't like it. So I didn't do it. But, why do people who are in the public eye make sex tapes? Such a bad idea. Maybe a company that secures your tapes would be popular. Webcoin, he made the tapes before he was in the public eye. And guys, I don't know. I I don't know. There's a whole thing with bars with Penn and Dave Portnoy today, Catherine, and it's probably stuff we don't want to talk about now. But that's just someone just commented. So all right, I will let you take it over. But yes, you got to audit my Bitcoin holdings, and I still haven't figured out a couple things that I'm trying to understand. But you are awesome, and I've heard you have an awesome show coming up today. So if you're tuning in right now, guys, don't leave. Slam the like. Get excited. We have the one and the only Catherine Ross. Take it away. Next show.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you for that intro, Jason. That was awesome.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Do we have a new intro ready?
We do
roll?
have a new intro. Thanks to our awesome editor, Enver. Get ready for this, guys.
Can get on.
Wow. Awesome. So nice.
Yeah, I'd love to have some background music all the time, just to keep moving. I love it. And to Jason's point, I think to have a BZ or Zing, it's probably going to be a Zing coin.
Yeah, I want to see a really cool coin come from Benzinga. We should throw it to the community. Let us know what you would want to name this coin or what we should name this coin. Give us those answers in chat.
I vote for Zing. The thing is that you can be actually pretty practical with the coin, and I know we don't have time today, but just very.
We do have a jam-packed episode today.
Yes.
We are giving you guys 2 solid interviews from great people. One company, who is it? Who do we have? We have Dusk Network, and as well as NEM Software. 2 exciting companies in the crypto space. Excited to hear from them.
For sure, but to the point of actually a token for Zynga, that would be very useful thing to have for both for us as a company and for our users, readers, viewers, and traders. It's Jason. Let's get back to this conversation, okay? But now we have to talk about market.
We're gonna get to XRP in a second. Give us a sec. We're gonna do a recap of the coins today.
Oh, so that there are requests about XRP.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it's a hot topic. We should definitely get into it. But before that, what coins are on the move?
Ta-da! Okay, all in all, it actually looks pretty great. It's green, and we love it, and I'm sure you guys love it, and I hope you have made pretty great and smart and solid investment, tried staking or yield farming, stuff like that. But we are in watch today, and I know Aaron is going to be very brutal, so I'm just going to go ahead and talk about Ethereum right away. Nothing new with BTC. Actually, we're just here. That's it. That's all.
I mean, we did see Bitcoin dip over the weekend. Correct. It dipped pretty hard to about 56K and then rose back up. I wanted to ask you about that. Why did that move happen, or why did it dip so suddenly and then go back up?
That's a very great question. I might have, been selling my Bitcoin.
You don't have diamond hands? No diamond hands, Catherine?
I'm actually kidding. The thing is about that is we have seen several analysts saying, and we have published 2 articles today at Benzinga. One analyst is saying that we're going to go as high as $76,000 pretty soon. It's just in a couple of days, and it's going to just touch that level, but go back to 60 and settle at 60. And the next level just analyzed the sentiment and the on-chain analytics and said that we're going to see a drop up to $40,000. So different analysts, different views. But to your question, the dip usually, it's just a supply and demand issue. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's all it is all the time with the crypto market. But Ethereum, is that where we're looking at?
Yeah, that was
Ethereum.
Bitcoin. I'm gonna pull up Ethereum right now.
Yes, we are using CoinMarketCap because we love CoinMarketCap. And Ethereum has actually topped $2 trillion. The market cap has topped $2 trillion dollars for the first time in history, guys. This is huge. I mean, we have it's XRP. Can you please put? Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Yep.
So, Aaron, I know that you said that you want this coin to actually go down to.
I
buy it.
I should have just got in when we talked about it.
I told you that. Like,
I'm so dumb.
there's just several guys from DAO community told me that they believe it's gonna hit 3K very soon. It was 2 weeks ago, but we are at. Okay, I cannot see the screen that close. So we are right now at $2,118 right now. It's fluctuating a bit as it's always is with the crypto market, but I'm sure you guys know that Ethereum and Ether specifically the token itself, but Ethereum as the ecosystem has been all over the place with new DeFi applications. DeFi stands for decentralized finance. New applications all over the place, and especially with the NFT boom. And again, I have to say for disclaimer that not every NFT token is created on Ethereum, but a huge amount of them still is created. But one interesting thing, actually, the price, Ether itself, is up over 180% year to date. So since January, it's actually up 180. So Aaron, you should have listened to me when
I should have listened next time, or I'll just get in now. How about that? Because it's gonna pop off.
Most likely, yes. And especially if you like Mark Cuban, he said that it is the closest we're going to have to a true currency. And he's a great marketer, so you never know.
He is. Wasn't it Mark Cuban who implemented the Dogecoin payments at his stadium? Or not stadium, arena?
Yes. Dallas Mavericks are now accepting Dogecoin, and you can buy tickets and merch. Branded merchandise you can buy with Dogecoin. So yeah, but he also says that Ethereum has a pretty great value and ecosystem, and it's gonna the verb SaaS companies with this smart contract technology. And Ripple. We were just running into a lot of guests today.
Yeah, we got to move on to the guests pretty soon.
Yeah.
So let's get into Ripple and let's rip it.
XRP, despite everything that is going on with the legal case with the SEC, with this like current SEC shadow, right? We have seen Ripple breaking out of its 3-year downtrend, and it is currently trading at looking at markets
95 cents.
95 cents. Thank you, Aaron. So what it's most interesting about this is like it's up 80% over the last 2 days, with more than 40% over the last 24 hours alone. And I do have 2 analysts saying, one said to CoinDesk that there is more to it, and the token might be getting price support from the XRP community, which is also known as the XRP army. And other analysts and popular crypto trader on Twitter, Kaleo, said the zero exposure here seems irresponsible, adding that it is very early and we might have seen the price going very high. So just it's not investment advice, just reporting on what's being said. And yeah, so that's pretty much it about coins, because we do have people waiting in line to talk to us today.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
See?
we do. Yes, we do.
On the schedule. Yeah.
We are staying on schedule. I like that. All right.
Okay.
It looks like we have who is in the waiting room currently. Let me just check. Yeah, let me just check the waiting room here. We have in the waiting room Christy Lee Minahan. Hopefully, I am saying that last name correctly. Oh shoot!
But we don't have anybody from Desk Network yet.
Not yet. They will be on very shortly after this. So,
Okay, so we can-
without further ado, let's bring on Christy.
Hi, Christy.
Hi,
We're
Christy.
so thrilled to have you. Thank you for being here with us.
Thrilled to be here.
So, Christy, I know that NEM actually stands for the New Economy Movement, right? And the company itself was created in 2015. Am I correct?
So NEM, the currency, was officially launched in 2015, but the company NEM Group was just recently formed. So think of NEM Group as sort of like the development body, in addition to the core developers. One of the entities that helps develop and build out most of the tooling and infrastructure to support the cryptocurrency.
I love your handle. Oh God, a girl.
Yes, yes.
just for those who missed it, we have Christy Lane Minahan, Chief Technology Officer at NEM Blockchain Software, and I know that you guys have positioned yourself in the first place not actually as a proof of not as a proof of stake, right? As proof of importance and harvesting. That was the initial goal back in the day. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Can
Yeah.
you tell us
So
a
we
little
have.
bit about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I can. So we actually have two coins. We have NEM, so what most of us call NIS1, the actual blockchain protocol. That is based on proof of importance. So essentially, it's a different form of consensus algorithm that rates your activity in the network. So how are you trading with your peers? How are you buying and selling coins? Are you contributing? Are you spending them? How are they moving across the network? All of that contributes to a ranking score that's not dissimilar to Google page ranking. So it's based on the same mathematical formula. Really innovative for its time back in 2013 when it was architected. And then we have Symbol, which is just launched two weeks ago, actually.
Yes.
And Symbol as a blockchain protocol is more geared towards being the platform for digital assets, for tokens. And it's really innovative in what it does there. And it uses a combination of proof of stake as well as a modification of proof of importance, which we call proof of stake plus. And it's based on the same kind of algorithm as Polkadot with finality. They call it Grandpa finality. For those people who care about the weird technical names that us developers call our consensus algorithms.
And then, the CoinDesk article actually said that this proof of stake platform, which is called Symbol, right, was in the making for 4 years, right?
Correct.
Now, why does it take 4 years for a company to develop a protocol? Is it actually a very short amount of time? Because tell us and tell our viewers a little bit about what it takes to actually develop a protocol like that. How many developers?
Yeah.
What's in the making?
So generally, there's this misnomer that you need thousands of developers to develop a protocol. Usually it's a very small team, but it takes a long time, yes, not only to architect the idea, but to develop the code and publish the code and test the code. After all, you're building a new form of a financial system. And so 4 years is actually pretty decent. If we look back at Ethereum was being discussed early in 2014. And it wasn't officially, launched as something that we could actively use until late 2015, early 2016. And then even then it didn't have all of its functionality. We only hit kind of, I would call, mainstream adoption in 2018 for Ethereum, where people were actively starting to build and develop on it. So it takes a long time, and it's because distributed computing, the field that this is really based upon, in addition to blockchain, it's challenging. It's hard. It's incredibly hard coordinating a massive machines all over the world, and it's incredibly difficult engineering these consensus algorithms because it's a combination of mathematics, cryptography, and computer science. So there's a lot of thinking involved.
I have a personal question. I've been, observing and I've been in the crypto space for a while, but I think I can say that. So are there enough blockchain developers actually in the field?
No. There's very few.
How not enough? What kind of percentage we're talking? We have 20% of the demand in the market, or how much?
Across, irregardless of what you hear at say DevCon, where consensus gets up and says, we want a million plus developers. Right now, there's about I would safely say less than 50,000 real blockchain developers spread out across the world. It's a tiny portion. And then they're further segmented between people who specialize in proof of work and, on the kind of mining side of things, firmware development, mining infrastructure around that space, consensus algorithms. So people that are that nice mesh of, economics background with cryptography and computer science. And then, traditional developers that are doing the rest of the infrastructure, things like your APIs, your SDKs, building for other traditional developers. But those core people that think about these consensus algorithms and design, that the magic that happens in blockchain, there's only about a few thousand of those people out in the world. They're very scarce and very rare.
Wow. I mean, I'm actually impressed and terrified by the fact, like, what it takes to be a blockchain developer and how much time it takes to become one. But I've read an article in the description about NEM back in the day that said we are the smart asset blockchain, right? And I want to address the scalability issue compared to Ethereum blockchain. How NEM is compared? Is it a fair comparison at all? And can we talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So as a personal philosophy, I generally dislike comparing blockchains because I think that's unfair. I think blockchain technology, each coin is its own unique ecosystem. Mm-hmm. It usually has its own developers, its own projects, its own traders that are unique to that entire ecosystem and its own rules and community. So it's important to understand the time frame and when NEM was developed. It was developed on the heels of Bitcoin's release, when there was a lot of discussion about, is Bitcoin sufficiently distributed? Is this the right approach for a new world financial system? And keep in mind, in that time period, in 2013, Bitcoin was highly centralized. It was only held by a few people. It wasn't, as traded. And so during that time, a lot of coins started to morph and evolve, and they wanted to create new ways of doing things and experiment. And NEM was one of those coins. It was, could we combine part of proof of stake with this thing called proof of importance and actually reward people for contributing and participating in a network versus just burning some energy? Is that a meaningful way to scale a system? And NEM, in my opinion, does that very well. It suits people who are going to be creating and building programs and dApps on a blockchain. It's very well suited towards that use case. Symbol, we have more geared towards the enterprise. So there's a majority of our clients are actually banks or people that are building projects. They're building fintech apps simply because of a combination of the aggregate transactions, which, think of those, for people who aren't familiar, think of those as a combination of smart contracts and just traditional transactions. You can have some additional smart logic added. So a combination of that, as well as the fact that we can have network-wide rules around tokens. And we actually had one of the first STOs launched on a blockchain on Symbol, which was pretty cool because of that.
That is cool.
I think we're running out.
I think we are out of time, unfortunately. Thank you so much, Christy, for joining us and talking about NEM.
Sorry. So one last question.
Quick, yeah, go for it.
Any important announcement and developments that we need to be aware of or look for with NEM and Symbol?
Yeah, follow me at my Twitter handle for all the latest announcements. There is a lot of big things in the works. So I'm quite excited. Nothing I can talk about today, but definitely excited for this year.
Thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate everything that you just said and talked to us. Okay,
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. We have another guest.
We're back to back today.
Yes.
We're bringing you guys the exclusives, the companies you guys want to hear from. Any suggestions, throw it in the chat. Tell us who you want to hear from next. We will try our best to get them for you, get you the information that you need and want. So without further ado, Catherine, who do we have? It seems like the chat already knows, but let's let them know once again.
We have Yale Paul, and I'm hoping that I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yale Paul from Dust Network. Hi, hello, and welcome. Hi.
Hey, everyone. Good evening.
Is it Yale or?
Hello, Jelle?
Nah, it's like the color, but you stick an in the end. Yelle.
Got it. Yelle.
Okay, that is so beautiful and so complex at the same time.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you for being here with us. So I've been reading about Dusk Network, And the site says that it's a technology for securities and open source and secure blockchain DLT infrastructure that businesses use, and that DES network is technology for securities. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Well,
that's
what does
correct.
that actually mean? Yeah.
Sorry, what was the question?
What does this actually mean?
Yeah, so we can simplify a bit, right? So securities, or the financial markets, I should say, that's the kind of the sector that we're going for, right? So that's what we're building the blockchain for. So that's kind of what it does. But what it is a privacy blockchain. It has smart contracts, and it basically supports fancy stuff like zero knowledge natively. So the goal is to make the financial sector a bit more fair, a bit more efficient. But that's kind of in the use cases territories. But what we really excel at is that kind of privacy angle that I mentioned.
So is it proof of work or proof of concept?
It's
what
proof
kind
of stake based. So we've built our
proof
own
of stake.
consensus mechanism, but it's in a proof of stake family. It's better suited for what we're trying to do.
I've read a little bit about your biography, right? And you worked at Shell, right? Correct?
I used to work at the energy company Shell. Yeah, I've always kind of been on the business side of IT, and it's roughly the same again at Dusk, I suppose. But around the 2015, 2016 timeframe, set up the blockchain team at Shell, and did a brief stint in renewable energies, so mainly in offshore wind and those kind of renewables.
Can you tell us a little bit about why Shell would need blockchain? Like, so you've managed, as you mentioned, right? Like solutions in trade, supply, traceability, certificate oracles. I've researched. How does it actually work at Shell? Yeah, and what is the progress so far? Because I think it's been like 3 years, right?
I've been out of Shell for 3-4 years, I suppose. And businesses like that are huge, right? So they've got a little bit of everything. They've got their own real estate portfolio. They've got their own airplanes. They've got retail stores everywhere. It's got everything. So most every use case that you can think of that works well on DLT will work somewhere in that business. But I worked on a few specifics. One was around energy trading. So that's just stuff like energy prices are lower at night than during the day, right? Can we buy at night, sell during the day, store it in between, make a little bit of money? Those kind of things are very close to, I suppose, crypto and DLT as we know it, right? So that's conceptually quite easy to understand. One of the more tricky ones that I worked on was anti-counterfeiting, which basically means that you use blockchain as a kind of supply chain solution to ensure that your products aren't tampered with along the way. So when you buy, for example, that windscreen wiper fluid at a gas station, that it wasn't siphoned empty and some garbage was put into it, right? And there's a huge market in that, unfortunately, in counterfeiting those products. And a blockchain tool is very well suited to track provenance and authenticity along a supply chain. So that was one of the things that we used it for. That was a little bit more counterintuitive, I suppose, to the typical more finance or kind of token driven use cases of blockchain.
So back when you worked there, it was around like 3-4 years ago. Was it in the making, or is it still implemented, or has already been implemented and it's working efficiently? How much time does it take for a corporation to actually implement that sort of a huge technology?
Yeah, so I believe during my tenure, we worked on roughly 3 projects, and I believe 2 of them are still in production. I think one ended up getting shelved. But hey, 2 out of 3 is pretty good for corporate IT, so I'm happy. But no, the first ones were those are the major uphill battles, right? When you're bringing major tech into a huge business like that. So then you've got a lot of education to do, get everyone involved, enthusiastic. But there's also a lot of naysayers, so you need to be on your A game, basically, right? Because once you've done 10 or 20, you can mess one up. But if you mess the first 1, 2, or 3 up, then you've basically thrown that technology's kind of social acceptance back into the Stone Age again, right? Then some other poor guy gets to try it 2-3 years down the line, maybe. But that's so yeah, you have to be in your A game. And the complexity vastly depends if it's an internal process. So are we, the business, using it? Is that where the benefits are? So is it relatively contained, so to say? Well, then you can have something done within months. Or are we looking at huge cross-business things like the VACT consortium, which is a big one that Shell was an early adopter of, and that takes years, basically. Yeah.
I can just imagine how many steps it takes to implement that. Yeah, I know, Aaron, what
Yeah,
you're going to
that's
say.
great. Yep. I want to get into Dusk Network. Let us know. Yeah, absolutely. Let us know the impact of Dusk Network in the current financial ecosystem, and tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, so there's a few reasons why we wanted to do Dusk, right? And in its essence, blockchain is there to, well, disintermediate spaces or add kind of trust or trustlessness to processes and to make it more efficient, basically. And what we see in finance is that there's a lot of challenges around either people not having access to certain things or being forced to go through brokers, and all of these little steps of the way come with their own fees and their own time waste and you name it, right? And in some processes this isn't too bad, but there's also a lot of other processes where this is around how you fund your business or your investment portfolio, maybe even your pension fund, you name it. And there we think it's quite bothersome that these spaces are so heavily intermediated without those intermediaries necessarily adding value. So that's where blockchain solution is very nice if you can actually do security tokens well. So effectively use smart contracts to represent financial instruments, or to replace financial instruments, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can take a lot of the kind of redundant players out of there, meaning that, cost gets reduced. So either you get a fairer price or a lower bill at the end of the month, that kind of thing. And private equity is a good one. If I want to buy shares in a company like Uber a few years ago, right, when it wasn't IPO'd yet, you go to some kind of share broker, you say I want to find these shares, and they go to look for you, and they maybe use 2, 3, 4 brokers, and they all take a slice, right? So at the end of the day, I think I'm paying $25 per share. The guy that's selling on the other hand, 4 brokers down the line, is getting 18, and we lose 7 down the middle, right? So what's the fair price of that share? Is it 18? Is it 25? Well, it's probably somewhere in the middle. But we both would have been a lot happier if I'd paid 21 and they'd gotten 21, right? So that's kind of at a very high level some of the things that we're trying to do, and the reason for these brokers is twofold. And it's one, these parties don't want to signal to the market what they're looking for, so they want to remain confidential, because I might be able to buy a few shares now, but I want millions, and so I don't want to drive up my own price, right, by telling the market this is what I want. And also they don't want to reveal themselves to the counterparty, because that's another kind of issue with their strategy, and they might not know how to find these shares. Well, the blockchain or doing equities and smart contracts, for example, solves all of this, because you can retain your confidentiality, but also communicate to anyone that owns a token, for example, without revealing who you are. So just these two little aspects of the Dusk network in this case can take out that entire broker chain for that little industry, getting rid of those fees, of those intermediaries. And there's these little value pockets or use cases that work tremendously well at different stages of the value chain. So it starts with like little SMEs all the way up to the capital markets. And those kind of a few dozen areas where we really see tremendous value immediately are kind of our initial focus commercially. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Sounds like you're really, securing these tokens, making them more secure. I would be remiss to ask, noticed that you guys have the DuskCon coming up this Friday. If you want to touch on that, let us know what that is, and is that a convention that you guys are doing in person, or is this something virtual?
Yeah, so DuskCon is this Friday, indeed, April 9th. It's a virtual conference, so we will be together with a very limited group, obviously because of the pandemic, in a studio in Amsterdam. So we'll be live streaming.
That's where you're based out.
The world,
out of, right?
basically. Yeah, our headquarters in Amsterdam. So we're based a little bit all over the place, but we're headquartered in Amsterdam.
Nice.
We have a studio there for the day that we're basically live streaming out of, and we have a combination of people there live with us as much as the pandemic allows, and people also joining us virtually. And there's going to be keynotes by us, but also from partners, advisors, experts in the space. And we basically wanted to do a conference to celebrate our upcoming technological milestone. So Friday, alongside the conference, we're launching what's called an end-to-end release candidate. Well, the word kind of says it, right? End-to-end, it's the whole stack. release candidate is basically that means that this could be the one that gets released, right? So the tech is basically done. It's time to dot the I's and cross the T's, and we want to share about it, celebrate the next steps. We've built some of the most innovative privacy technology out there, and alongside the people that build it, deserve a bit of spotlight. So hence the conference, where we're really trying to kickstart the whole thing into the wider world.
Any big names, major announcements that we need to look out for?
So the full schedule is on the website, but we've got people from Binance joining.
What's the website?
Sorry, Dusk.network. Aztec, Anoma. Let me see. We've got some institutionals joining, stock exchanges. So it's a whole kind of big fun party of partners, anchors joining. There's quite a few names that I'm probably forgetting, but it's gonna be a good good friends and family and acquaintances gathering, basically. We're also trying to put out some great content for guys. We are basically loading a lot of our announcements into Friday, right? So we're giving let's say there's 20 talks. There's going to be 4 or 5 that we do ourselves, right, on various topics. And every little talk is basically also its own announcement. So we've kind of wrapped it in a way that we've got a lot of firepower to bring to the table for the conference. But you can expect things along organic next steps. So we're moving towards an incentivized testnet. We're going to involve the community on our development. There's a few other things that we'll share Friday, where you can expect 5, 6 nicely sized announcements and a few big cannons.
Nice.
Wow. Very
awesome.
well put. Yeah. I think we're running out of time.
We're running out of time. I want to ask one more question, if that's all right, and then we can wrap with how people can find you, who you are, or not who you are. Obviously, they know who you are. The chat obviously really likes you. Super excited for you to show up today.
Glad I made it.
So my last question here is that Dusk has grown a lot in the last few months, right? How much room is there for you guys to keep growing?
Yeah, so we've grown on the tech side, on the business side, also in the charts a little bit, of course. And I know that's something that the TA or the finance or the investment crowd really loves.
Yeah,
Obviously,
they
don't
love
want to directly dive into price, as it's something I'm a little bit prohibited to talk about. But we can discuss growth, right? And what we're doing is basically we're following a very deliberate path towards the top 100, basically. So we've seen a lot of other projects take this route of incentivized testnet onwards to a public and mainnet, very rich open source development community around it. Dusk's technology and use cases are really innovative, and if we hit those next few milestones, for which again I think all the hard work has already been done, I fully expect us to comfortably break that kind of top 100 permanently and keep going from there. So our main benefit there is Dusk. We benefit from an extremely large market. It's the financial sector. So only getting a few use cases right, like the private equity example I mentioned, quickly makes us a multi-billion-dollar infrastructure. So it might seem a little bit random that things are happening now. There's quite a bit of thought that goes into it. And of course, we benefit from the macro of the market, right? B2C is doing well.
Right.
But you can also see that in the micro that we are starting to outperform these indicators like Bitcoin, right? So this is something that I intend to obviously continue and climb in rank. And then price is a very separate discussion to that. So I think a lot of the catalysts for future growth become very apparent at DuskCon on Friday. We're going to immediately follow it up with new campaigns. So no rest for the wicked, basically. And then it's a simple job of sticking to our milestones, and with every stage that we clear, more people should become aware of the direction we're headed in. I expect this to continuously kind of strengthen our growth and adoption, and can only be grateful for the opportunity so far, and I intend to drive it home over the next few years.
Awesome. That is great. Sounds awesome. Thank you so much. That is our time. Unfortunately, we do have to move on to the next show. We did shoot over time a little bit. But thank you so much for joining us. Chat, if you guys want to find out more, obviously go to that site, dusk.network. See what they have up for their DuskCon this Friday. Super exciting stuff. Can't wait to hear what's
Thank you so much for being here with us. Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you. Yale. All right, and that's about it, everybody. So thank you for tuning in for another episode of the Benzinga Crypto Show. We are live every Tuesday, Thursday, 2 p.m. EST, EDT. It's one of those.
Yes, and we also have a guest next show, so tune in. Don't
Yes,
forget. To tune in.
absolutely. And coming up next, it's your favorite duo of Vivi, the biotech queen, and Rohan.
What up, what up, what up?
What's up, you
everybody?
guys?
How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. Just had a great interview with some great guests on the crypto show. Excited for the Biotech Buzz. You guys take it away.
Thank
All
you
right,
so
see you, Aaron.
much. Hi,
Vivi,
Ron.
what's up?
Good. How are you? How you
I'm
doing?
doing well. Doing well. I'm over here. Yesterday I spent the whole day kind of like rebuilding our studio space. Here I can add this camera. This is like a. Or here, I'll throw that up. Oh wow, the quality is not great on that one right now. Connection must be off. But if you like, I can like kind of zoom out and.
Oh,
you got,
how
like,
awesome! Look at that.
it's pretty nifty. But yeah, I moved my whole setup, so that's what I've been spending time on. What about you? You just got back from Mexico. How was your trip?
Yes, yeah, it was awesome. Yes, just getting back into the swing of things. So here I am to talk about some bio. I wanted to kind of put here so I don't want to get distracted with the questioning, but I just wanted to see what everyone is talking about. So I wanted to talk to you. People were asking me the last time I was here about PLX, and they have a Fabry disease indication drug for April 21st. Can you pull out the PLX for me?
PLX. All right. Actually, while I get that pulled up, let's roll the intro.
Yes.
All right, folks, let's get into it with PLX, our first ticker of the day.
Yes. So they have a drug for Fabry disease. So it affects 1 in 40,000 males. I saw the data. It looks really, really interesting. I haven't checked if they're having an AdCom meeting or priority review. So I think that's another crucial information when you are trying to invest in bio. So, but it looks really, really interesting. So I'll definitely going to put on my watch list, because a lot of times what I've realized in bio is if you can put an alert on, I'm going to actually put an alert on my E-Trade, if it goes up more than 10%, because a lot of times you can jump in the day of approval, so you don't necessarily have to take the risk of going through PDUFA. So I'm definitely putting that one on my watch list. So I wanted to kind of reiterate why, if you can put it down to ARDX, why ARDX is going to be, I think it's going to be a winner as well. So, so remember, Rohan, when we were talking about the approval for KMPH? Mm-hmm. And remember, I told you guys the reason I was I was confident is it was already an approved drug, right? So with the Kinikisa, the KNSA, I said it's going to get approved because it was already a drug that's been approved before by the FDA. So my main concern is when you look at efficacy, my main concern is never efficacy. It's more like reasons the FDA will reject the drug. It could be for safety issues, which is for me is the biggest one. And then they also have a problems with manufacturing. So if the drug is out and there's manufacturing issues with their facilities, FDA doesn't like that either. But the reason I'm very bullish here is they already have an approved drug for different indications. So safety is out of the way, right? So safety, it's completely out of the way. They also have a sales force already built, ready to go. So that for me, it shows confidence that the drug is going to get approved. Their FDA approval is April 29th. And I'm gonna be, again, I don't suggest that to anybody. I'm gonna be holding through PDUFA just for the reasons that there's no AdCom meeting. That's another thing. Remember, I was telling you, Rohan, that if you have a meeting with the FDA, it's almost like a hearing meeting where everybody has to pitch why this drug should be approved in front of a whole panel of healthcare professionals. So the fact that they don't have that, just like KMPH and KNSA, that gives me confidence that it's probably going to get approved. I will not hold anything that has an AdCom meeting because I think it's too risky. It's like you sit in front of a panel to convince why it should be approved. So
right. So like if they have to do that, the likelihood is lower.
Yeah,
for sure.
it's just like for me, I don't feel completely positive in regards to that. So I feel very positive. Somebody brought it up. There's a 36% because it is the first indication. It is for bowel movements. So the second indicate the biggest side effect it is those bowel movements, right? So there's a 36% in rates of a diarrhea, and somebody brought it up that's one of the main concerns, but there's only 16% of a discontinuation rate. So that means that 84% of those patients did really well. And I told you it's the pill burden for these patients that using the competition, it's like 5 times more the amount of pills that they have to take. So pill burden is going to be huge with this medication. So I think a lot of doctors will try this medication as a first line because the pill burden, and if the patients don't tolerate because of a diarrhea, then they will move on back to those other medications. But I feel like this is really going to be a really, really great product. So definitely bullish on that. And I also wanted to talk to you guys about BCRX. We're still waiting on that approval, that Europe approval. So we got the Japan approval. Now we're waiting. So things are just dormant right now for BCRX, but I'm still holding BCRX. So somebody was telling me like they're like break even with the KMPH, and somebody said, should I sell KMPH and then buy ADRX? At least you have 23 days to play the PDUFA if you don't hold through PDUFA. To be honest with you guys, I think that's a good strategy because you got to be careful with the washout rule. So if you sell KMPH today, you're not going to be able to buy until if you claim a loss or a gain, you cannot be able to buy within 30 days. If it's I wouldn't sell at a loss because then you have the washout rule. But KMPH is not starting the sales force until July. So right when the kids are ready to go back to school in August, September. So we still have a time, and I feel like KMPH is going to stay dormant until we have the sales. So like any kind of pharma, they sell the news, it drops, and then people buy back when they finally are ready to get sales results. So if I was break even on KMPH or even like positive, I would have definitely maybe sell it, go do something else and come back to it in July because it's gonna be like that for a while. So that would be my suggestion for sure. Now, wanted to, maybe I think I have only 15 minutes. Maybe I can start taking some questions. Somebody was giving me a hard time here. I remember about PLX, but I forgot about VN. Let me see what they wrote here. You promised us a NVS, I think. Do you have the questions in front of you, Rohan? Let me just...
I have our current ones. I don't have our ones from the last
just go
show.
ahead. Okay.
So do we want to...
ANVS. I can take a look really quick. ANVS. So, okay, here you go. Okay, thank God for AXDX move. I agree. I was doing the same thing. There's no schedule. Okay, so, okay, let me see here. Okay. Yeah, so they're talking about CRMD. They got a CRL because of a manufacturing. Let me see. Okay, just looking at the questions. Okay. Okay. I told you guys over and over again about ONTX. It's very early on. There's going to be multiple dilutions, multiple raise in capital for this company to continue to move forward. So I would not invest in ONTX now, unless it's short term, unless it's after an offering, and unless you guys, there's a catalyst coming up. I will not trade anything that does not have a catalyst, you guys, especially how choppy the market's been. So that would be my suggestion. Now they're below $1. Remember, they had to extend their RS vote. Now, if you can put Rohan in SPR.
Of course.
Yeah. So in SPR, look at that, 66 cents, you guys. I am still holding because, like I told you guys in the past, is on my IRA. I cannot claim any losses. I cannot balance my portfolio and sell to see what's going on with the reverse split. But there's more stuff coming in the pipe than ever before, but they have been through 4 reverse splits, and that got us back to the same old, like below 1. So the vote is supposed to be April 14th. I think nothing is going to happen until we know the vote. I think that we're a little too early now, looking at a high sign, because they just applied for the IED. So we're like a year and a half out for the approval in the United States. However, they got more manufacturing, more deals in China and Brazil to grow their business. So that's what I hope, that each ER things get better, because with the COVID, there was a lot of problems with elective surgeries. Nobody was doing them. And so now they're back to, pre-COVID times where they're taking these elective procedures, not surgery. So what made me very bullish is having Gary Rubin, the god of the God stand, buying with his own money 700,000 shares of this company. But he's in the same boat as all of us, in regards to the reverse split coming. So I have money set aside. I am waiting to see what the reverse split's gonna be, to see if I can just be able to average down after I see what direction it takes. Because what's gonna happen is, if it gets approved, yes, we're gonna have an immediate dump on the stock. However, though, this is being hanging around for almost 2 months. So we might have already read out anybody that it's not, people got the RS news and they bailed. I doubted anybody else is waiting for the RS, because it looks pretty obvious. So we might not have a huge drop, but the float is going to be really small. So if we have some really good news or good ER, that float is going to be, if they do a 10-1, that float is going to be only 10 million. And with a 10 million float, you're going to be able to get a huge spike on the price per share, because of, because of the float is so small. So that's ONTX. INF5, I sold at a loss because there was, they gathered data, they had some catalyst. I don't think they have any catalyst anytime soon. So again, you got to be in and out of these stocks when there's no catalyst, because people take advantage, the short sellers take advantage of the choppy market, and the price just keeps going down, right? And then Anovis. I am going to take a look real quick because I can have an idea. Let me just see. Anovis. ANVS. So let me see. ANVS stock. I'll give you guys, I can really take one quick look of this company and see what's in a pipe, just to tell you guys if it's even worth it to take a look. Okay. Pipeline. Okay. So again, we are in phase 2. It's still very early on. Looks interesting. It's for Alzheimer's, orphan indication, which is huge. It's very bullish. And also dementia and Down syndrome and Parkinson's disease. So it looks really good. But again, guys, how the questions you have to ask yourself, how much money they have left? And when is phase 3? If it is still a year out from reporting results for phase 3, this is like that money. you know. So I would have been in and out of the stock, you know, like it looks good. I probably would have put this on my watch list to see when the phase 3. And that's what I was telling you guys. This is not like your typical investing in biotech is not like your typical Apple or Tesla. It's like it has some similarities because sometimes people want to play the ER. But this is even worse because you can kill a whole company if they just have one hit wonder. It looks like this company only has one molecule, right? So one molecule, if if they don't do well on all 3 indications, the company's doomed, right? So when you invest in something, if there's no product already being commercialized and there's no revenue coming, you guys need to make sure that you know the catalyst, you know the dates, because you can lose 50% like this. So for me, I don't own a lot of bios because I have to keep a like Excel spreadsheet with all the catalysts coming up. So BCRX, I don't mind about the catalyst because they have an approved drug. So I was waiting for that phase 1 results. We came flawless, but I was like, okay, if the phase 1 is not good, you know, we still have a drug that is being commercialized, that it's going to be a good drug that has a potential for 500 million in sales. So, but a drug like this with not even close to approval in phase 2. So there's 3 more indications for phase 3. So there are probably like two or 3 years for approval, you guys. So it's good to have in your watch list, but it's going to be dead money for a while. Does that make sense, Rohan?
No, yeah, it makes sense. And actually, surprise appearance here. Spencer's going to take over for me.
What's up? How are you doing?
Good. It's been a while.
I know. Well, I watched you at the Biotech conference, but and then I don't think I ever told you. You were great.
You didn't. Thank you.
You were great. So,
but I was telling, you know how Spencer was telling them, like, you know, people throw tickers at me at a phase 2, phase 3. It takes another 2 or 3 years to get that drug approved. And what are they going to do if they don't have a product that's bringing in revenue to continue those studies, right? So if you have a company like Gilead, they are sitting in $28 billion in cash. They have a revenues from other products. You know, they have a revenue from another product. So if they flunk one study, they have money for another. So it's a very different animal when you do small bio, because you need a stream of revenue, and these companies are just going to continue to dilute, do dilution after dilution. And that's why now I'm very picky what companies I buy now, because you can be stuck and lose the whole value. I mean, I remember, put that IDRA for me, Spencer, because I love to give that as an example, you guys, for any new investors out there. I bought like 10,000 shares of that company. Can you put the IDRA for me, Spencer?
Yeah, I got you. I was actually gonna, before I did that, I was gonna just to show you guys on the this is Gilead I'm looking at. This is Gilead's cash. They have $6 billion in cash.
Oh yeah, they made some acquisitions. Yeah.
So Gilead can fund trials long term. That's important, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to bring that
so
up.
Can you bring that just to see how much cash they have for ANVS, just to give them an example?
ANVS. Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, $8 million on their balance sheet.
Okay, so let's assume they're burning maybe 2 to 3 billions a quarter for research and development and pay people salary. There's probably 5 people working there.
Yeah.
You know, so again, it's for a year, it's going to be good. But if there's no results, no catalyst, what's going to happen a year from now? Spencer, tell me.
They have to figure out how they're going to raise money, and what is the most common way companies do that? Stock offerings.
Exactly. So it's just small little details that will create you guys will be out of a risk of losing 50% of your investments. So if you put up IDRA, because I think this is a great example of a company that it was my first bio I bought. I really believe in this company. So if you look 5 years ago, so look at it 5 years ago.
Okay. Zoom out here.
Yeah.
Way back there. Okay.
So look at 5 years ago and it says like $32 a share.
Yeah.
Why is it $32 a share? It was never $32 a share. I bought it for $4 a share. 10,000.
They did reverse splits.
Reverse splits plus dilution over dilution over dilution over dilution. So to this date, I need a $33 a share to break even an investment I made 5 years ago. So it's just to show you guys this whole concept. Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy this biotech that has phase 1 and I'm gonna tuck in my account. Guess what?
Yeah,
you're gonna take you 10 years to make the money back. So it's just be conscious in what kind of a companies. That's why ADRX, it's my bet that it will do well. And then if you put an SESN for me, you know, they'll have a voting for the ATM. There's kind of a something.
Sorry, wait, SEN what?
SESN.
Okay.
So they have some kind of voting for an ATM, something to raise the capital that's coming up. They have a PDUFA date for their is a priority review, no AdCom meeting, which looks really good, for August. So I'm waiting to see where the ATM deal, how they're voting for raising more capital, it's going to happen. Because again, if it's a commercial drug that's going to be commercialized in August, what they're going to need? They're going to need capital. And so, but I really like the prospect of this drug. Yeah. And I like the potential, but I'm not going to start accumulating until this vote is gone. So you have to pay attention to those things. For example, BCRX, when I bought and I told you guys to buy it, I had a purchase right after the first offering at 380 back in June, I think, and they had a $300 million in hand. So they were ready to launch their drug, you know. So they have an approved drug. I'm not really concerned with the price movements. This is a stock that I will hold for 2 to 5 years because I know that the potential of it. Yeah. But if they didn't have a product already and revenues coming and license deals, you know, it's approved in Japan. Japan's the second biggest, largest country for HAE. I don't know why. And then we're waiting for approval in Europe. You know, the market's choppy, so people are selling off, but I am not touching, because think about the watch sale rule. You sell today for a gain, and now you cannot, like, you can buy the stock back, but you cannot, you know, sell, if it dumps and there's a loss, like, you got to be careful being in and out of stocks like that. So if I believe in a stock, I would just keep it as a long term. But
Vivi, last one before we let you go here. Yeah. Someone asked like how much cash a company should have going into a phase 2 or phase 3. Let me rephrase that question. What is like a red flag for you that would indicate to you that, oh, like, that's not a lot of cash? Like, do you have a line in the sand you draw?
I think I look at the 10Ks and I look to what the burning rate is. Okay. You know, and if nothing's changed, there's no new studies coming, and if for the existing study, and I know the burn rate, you know, the burn rate's not going to change.
Right. So it all depends, Cameron. It's not just cash on the balance sheet, but how much cash are they burning through each quarter?
Yeah, but why would you invest in something that's 3 years out, guys? It does not make, because like I said, if Idera is the perfect example. They failed their phase 3 study in melanoma, and look what happened to this company. You know, it's a shame. And Breaker Brothers were one of the biggest investors behind this company. But like I told you guys, Biotech conference, out of 15,000 compounds will get approved. So it's like finding a needle in a haystack.
All right, guys, smash that like button for Vivi, for Biotech Stocks. Vivi, thank you so much. Let me get that.
You're welcome, you guys. It's good to see you all. I will see you guys on Thursday.
We'll see you on Thursday. Thanks a lot, Vivi. All right, it's 3:02. I've got an ETF show planned, a shorter one. I'm going to do a half-hour show, and let's do that right about now. All right. ETF show is here. Spencer Israel with you. I've got a good guest today. Mario Stefanidis. He's been on our show. He was on the show, I think, a couple months ago. He's the vice president of equity and thematic research at Roundhill Investments. Roundhill just launched the first sports ETF, I guess you can call it that, ticker MVP. We're going to talk about what's in that fund and the opportunity there. This is going to be a shorter show, only going until 3:30. Here's what I'm going to do this week as far as ETF shows. We're going to do a 3 to 3:30 show today, a 3 to 3:30 show on Thursday. Tomorrow, I'm going to go for a full hour, 2 to 3. And I'm going to do, I'll have a guest tomorrow, and I'll tell you about that later. And I'm going to do a full quarter in review. Going to review Q1, end of Q1 recap on ETFs. What was hot? What was not? What does it tell us about the market? And I'll have a guest as well. So tomorrow will be more like the quarter in review show. Today will be more like a week in review show. I have a couple things I want to show you, and then Mario will be joining us here in a few minutes. So that being said, let's jump right in. If you never watched our show before, you're like, why the hell are they talking about ETFs? I don't understand. Well, you're going to understand right now because we like ETFs. Why? They're diversified. I'm doing this every time, guys. They're diversified. They are tax efficient. They have low fees. They're actively traded, and they're transparent. The 5 main reasons why I love ETFs, and we should all love ETFs. That being said, let's do a quick recap of the week. And let me just bring up my handy dandy etfdb.com screener tool and take a look at our winners and losers of last week. And we can see here again, as I always do, right? I take out the leveraged funds because that's like cheating for short-term performance. So what did we see last week? Our top gainers of the week. We see some tech, right? Momentum ETF, right? Next gen H2 ETF. Transformational debt. This is the blockchain one from Amplify. Semis, uranium. There's the Futures Innovators ETF. Moonshots, right? Growth tech back in favor last week. Some rotation. It's been a tough couple of months for people on the growth tech trade, but it worked last week for those who were patient enough. The trend for last week was back into growth tech, at least for the overall week, right? This isn't looking at every individual day. Obviously, not every day was good for growth tech, but overall for the week, your top performing ETFs, a lot of them were in the growth tech space. As far as your worst performing ETFs, I'll get to some questions in chat in a second. And there are a lot of new funds last week. That's why there's an NA, because these are all brand new funds. So you can look at your worst performing ETFs. We see some natural gas. Let's go to a second page, actually. We see some natural gas, a lot of oil. Energy was pretty weak last week, right? So a lot of energy, a lot of oil funds, and some MLP funds. You can see a lot of oil and energy names, commodity names, and China on here. So again, just like a high-level overview of the week. Growth tech, good. Energy, bad. At least for last week. It could change at any time, but that's what the return scorecard looked like for last week. A couple other things I wanted to get to before I go to our guest. We can look at flows. Again, I'm going to go into this more in depth tomorrow for our quarter in review. You can see a lot of flows into not into international assets, not necessarily U.S. specific, right? We see a broad-based developed markets ETF. We see a infrastructure. We see a. There's another one on here that I thought I saw. There was the Vanguard, the VEA. I thought there was one more. I saw that was global. Maybe I imagined that. Anyway, mid-cap growth. What did we just say? Right, growth was hot last week. iShares small cap ETF, infrastructure. Right, PAVE. I mentioned this on the pre-market show. What day was it? Tuesday when Biden announced his infrastructure plan? Tuesday or Wednesday? PAVE got a lot of inflows last week. A lot of this was probably trading around that infrastructure announcement event. Okay. Materials, same thing, right? in Biden's infrastructure plan. Hasn't happened yet, but they announced it. And the whole sector called a bid last week. You can see right there in the XLB and the PAVE ETFs. There wasn't that much in the way of individual headlines, big ETF headlines last week. There was one, though, and the big one actually happened yesterday, and it involves crypto. Grayscale, the proprietor of the largest, or the issuer, I should say, of the largest crypto product in the US, has said definitively, yes, we are going to convert GBTC into an ETF. Whenever the SEC lets us do it, we're doing it. Okay? What does that mean? It basically opens the doors up, right? Right now, there are a lot of investors out there on the institutional side, on the advisor side, that are not allowed to invest in GBTC because it doesn't trade on an exchange, it trades on OTC markets. That is a direct result of the regulatory landscape right now. That landscape is changing. Grayscale is like, great, we're going to change with it. As soon as the SEC starts approving, I think there are like 5 or 6 applications right now from different issuers for a Bitcoin ETF here in the US. Once the SEC gets going, they get them through the pipeline, they approve it. Grayscale is like, yep, we're doing that too. We are going to initiate a conversion of GBTC from a trust to an ETF. Now, for the end trader, is there a big difference? Not really, right? All it means is that the premium that GBTC trades at will probably come in. It'll probably trade at less of a premium than it does now compared to Bitcoin. But it does just open the doors for more people to get involved in GBT, more investors to get involved in GBTC. So super big news on the crypto front and also on the ETF front. You saw what happened last month when Canada launched its first Bitcoin ETF. Like the inflows were like massive on day one. The activity was massive, right? So we don't know when this is going to happen yet. I don't think Grayscale knows, but whenever the SEC gives them the thumbs up, they're like, we're doing it. We're going into an ETF. So that's going to happen. Super interesting news on the crypto and ETF front. There's one chart I wanted to show you. This is a chart from Tom Serafagas over at Bloomberg Intelligence. I try to scour Twitter for interesting ETF charts that I think show cool trends. This is one that I thought was very interesting. So this is a bar chart. This is from Bloomberg again. As I said, Tom Serafagas over at Bloomberg Intelligence. A chart showing thematic ETFs and their year-to-date performance overall. So you can see like innovation is on the left, space is on the right. And this is the year-to-date performance of about a dozen or so like thematic ETFs and where the strength was, at least in thematic ETF land. You know, we have Mario on from Roundhill. They do thematic ETFs, and so this is just like thematic ETFs is basically like its own area, its own kind of ETF. And you can see here over the last year, blockchain, clean energy, and consumer staples and consumer discretionary and cannabis were like your 4 best performing thematic ETFs overall, right? So I thought this chart was super interesting. You've probably seen, you know, at some point or another, you looked at a cannabis ETF or a blockchain ETF. There aren't that many of them, or an ETF like TAN for solar, and seen them blast off. This chart just shows you, okay, of the growth thematic ETF landscape, these are the sectors with the most year to date or 12-month growth. So hats off to blockchain and clean energy and cannabis on that front. All right, let me bring on my guest today, Mario Stefanidis. As I mentioned, he is the Vice President of Equity and Thematic Research at Roundhill Investments, coming off the launch of the MVP ETF. Going to bring Mario on now. Mario, how are we doing today?
Doing great. And, you know, I'm really glad you showed that chart because I think that's a perfect segue.
Yeah.
So many times people lump thematics and say, oh, thematics are going to underperform. Thematics are looking good. You know, it's what thematic are you talking about? There's so many different sectors now that can be targeted with thematic ETFs that you really need to get more specific when you're discussing the sector. So yeah, you know, it's like, are you talking about cannabis, tech, healthcare? These are all very diverse themes. And our fund that we just launched, MVP, which focuses on pro sports, is, you know, really left field and can't really be lumped in with tech or healthcare or anything like that.
Pun intended, I guess. So I was actually, I've been surprised that there isn't like a sports specific ETF. There is now, obviously, but there wasn't before 2 weeks ago. Were you surprised? I mean, like there's as you can see, I mean, there's what 37 holdings in this fund. So there's a lot of like public companies out there with direct exposure to sports, and yet no ETF existed to gain broad-based exposure to the industry. Were you surprised by that?
Yeah, no, for sure. When we were thinking about our next idea, we wanted to do something that was going to be first to market, again, something innovative. And we had the idea of doing pro sports to give people small fractional ownership in the teams and the leagues that they really love. And when we were looking at the whole landscape, we were surprised. Not only were we the first ETF to explicitly target pro sports in the US, we're the first ETF to do that globally. And we did a pretty thorough analysis to make sure that we really were the first to justify that claim. There's one fund in China that invests mostly in sports media, and it's not even an ETF. So yeah, we're really the first here.
Yeah. So talk about that, the exposure, the US versus global, and give us the breakdown there. I'm going to pull up a graphic of your top 10 holdings here.
Yeah. So the fund is about 50% US, and the balance is pretty much all in Europe. So Italy, Turkey, Germany, they're all around a 10% weight due to the respective teams that they have public. So yeah, it's really another global fund, also diversified in terms of themes. We have about 50% of the fund in pro sports teams, about 20% in leagues and arenas. And then we also have media companies that target the industry. We have SPACs that explicitly mention in their filings that they're going to merge with a sports or a media company. So yeah, 100% of the fund is somehow exposed to sports, and 50% is actually in those teams.
Can you give us like a breakdown of like the types of businesses we're talking about?
Yeah, for sure. So even just looking on this top 10 right here. So MSG Sports, they own both the Knicks and the Rangers, so kind of as pure play as you can get in terms of team ownership. Formula One, that's owned by Liberty Media. That's what we consider to be a league. Formula One has a lot of teams that compete in it. Man United is another pro sports team, obviously out of the UK, one of the most successful football franchises of all time. And yeah, just going down this list, you can see WWE, we consider them to be a league, given that all the individual wrestlers have their own brand and following associated with them. And you also have merchandise as part of that offering. And then Adidas is one of the top 10 examples here of an apparel company that we have. So we've got Adidas, Nike, Puma, all in the fund, and we'll add apparel companies based on their exposure to sports.
I thought this was interesting. Obviously, in the prospectus, you have to outline all the risks associated with investing in this in any asset or any fund. And you guys made a point to note professional sports risk. And you talked about how these sports teams, their on-field performance can impact their financial results, but that really hasn't been the case, right? I mean, sports teams' valuations pretty much never go down.
No, totally. And, a lot of those risks are stuff that's kind of standard boilerplate language. But, when it comes to some of these franchises, we're really only seeing their value go up. We're only seeing the value of media rights go up. I mean, the Golden State Warriors were just valued at $5.5 billion. It's really only going one direction. As for some of these stocks, some of them are still below their high pre-pandemic. And I think this is a really good basket of names that should benefit from the reopening trade as well. So yeah, on a valuation basis, you're right. It's really trending upwards, but in terms of some of these teams' stock prices, it's still a lot lower because they don't have ticket sales yet back in full force. They don't have merchandise yet back in full force. But you're seeing reopening, especially in the U.S., Texas. The Rangers are operating at 100% capacity at their baseball stadium.
Yeah. So you mentioned SPACs briefly. There are a number of pre-deal SPACs that are targeting sports or have athlete sponsors like Shaquille O'Neal or Colin Kaepernick or A-Rod or whatever. Is that all fair game for you?
Yeah, we've got about 5 SPACs in the fund, making up about 10% of the weight. And none of these SPACs explicitly have a target yet. Red Ball Acquisition Corp, RBAC, they were targeting Fenway and the Red Sox, but that deal fell through. So yeah, all of these SPACs are still pre-deal, but they've all announced in their prospectuses that they're targeting media franchises.
So what are the growth drivers here? Obviously, like we can say like sports, but there's different businesses. Sports operates in different industries. You have a company like MSG Sports, which is really like, real estate is a big part of that, right? Because it owns Madison Square Garden. And
so it's a really interesting company. There's actually 3 MSGs. There's MSGS, that is only the teams. So they also own an esports team called CLG Esports.
Okay.
And some minor league teams as well. But yeah, they're really only the Rangers and the Knicks. The real estate holdings are actually in MSGE, which
wait, wasn't there just a merger though? The networks
the merger was announced, but it hasn't gone through yet.
Okay.
And the merger is going to be between MSGE and MSGN. So MSGN is the streaming company. Yeah. MSGE is the real estate, and MSGS is the actual sports.
Got it. So like, what other businesses though we're talking about, or what are the growth drivers? We're talking about sports betting. We're talking about streaming rights.
Yeah.
Give us an idea here of the growth drivers there.
Yeah, I think media rights is a really, really big one. So we just saw the NFL announce a new slate of media rights for football, and decade over decade, that's up over 100%. The deal, it was 50 billion back in 2009, 2010. Now the rights to host all of the football games is up to 100 billion. So we're really seeing explosive growth in media rights. You're even seeing companies like Amazon enter the fray. Amazon Prime is going to be have the exclusive rights to Thursday Night Football, which if you told someone that 5 years ago, they probably wouldn't believe you. But we're really seeing a diverse slate of companies enter this space and acquire these rights. And even companies like Disney and CBS that traditionally had the rights, they have to bid almost double what they had to do previously. So there's a lot of talk about declining viewership, but I think given the way these franchise valuations are trending, given the way media rights are trending, I really think it's looking up for the entire industry.
So a company like Amazon, for example, theoretically, could they be included down the line, or what is the threshold for like being actively involved in sports to be included in the ETF?
Yeah, there's no hard and fast threshold, but with a company like Amazon, they would have to get way more entrenched, I think, in sports to be included in the fund. They have Amazon Web Services and e-commerce as their 2 biggest drivers. This sports is still a pretty small part of their equation, but they have Twitch, which is their streaming service that's also increasingly becoming part of the sports landscape. You're seeing top streamers stream NFL games with permission and have an interactive chat to go along with it. So they are trending towards there, but it's going to take a while, I think, till Amazon can really call themselves a sports company.
Yeah. So explain how the fund is structured. It's actively managed, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's right. So the fund is actively managed, not too different from subs, which I talked to you about last month. But we're going to be rebalancing the fund quarterly still, but it being active really gives us the flexibility to add names intra-quarter that we think are really relevant to sports. So, for example, you can imagine if the Yankees announce an IPO or something, we would probably scoop them up pretty quickly.
That had never occurred to me before, but I guess it's possible. That would be weird. As a Yankee fan, I don't know if I'd like that. Maybe I would. I don't know.
Yeah, it would be weird. Considering how closely held the Yankees are by by the Steinbrenners, but anything's possible.
I thought it hadn't occurred to me, but I suppose it is possible. And then a note here from chat there. So for the moment, there doesn't seem to be any exposure to sports betting yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's what our fund bets is for. So, you know, if you want to complement pro sports with sports betting, bets is a portfolio consisting entirely of companies exposed to sports betting. Now with about 540 million in AUM. I think this is a pretty good complement to that fund. Although, you know, a lot smaller given that we just launched a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. I'm curious if there was like a specific sport domestically or globally that you find is like the most attractive, you know, right now in terms of growth trajectory.
I mean, it's hard to peg it to a specific sport. I mean, we've seen franchise valuations for basketball grow massively, and basketball is U.S. basketball teams are really only watched by a domestic audience. Same thing with football, American football. That is, you know, outside of the U.S., most Europeans probably don't even know what it is, and we're seeing these huge deals commanded. I think one thing I'm excited about is baseball. I mean, you saw MLB announce a partnership with China. I think that's a sport that has appeal in Asia as well as North America. Europe, it's still probably to be seen if baseball can take off there. But baseball is one that excites me, and one where you have a season that has 162 games. Part of the reason why some of the most valuable franchises across leagues are baseball teams is because they just have so many games. They have so many rights attached to those games, so many sponsorships, and a pretty long postseason as well.
Yeah, you mentioned China. I'd be very curious to see how that exposure grows, because right now I think only 1% of the fund has exposure to Hong Kong or China, but I would assume that's going to grow.
Yeah, so that Chinese exposure is Birmingham City, which is this Hong Kong holding company that owns the rights to Birmingham in the UK. But you're right. It would be really interesting to see if Asia takes off as a sports hub.
Yeah. All right. Was there anything else you think investors should know about MVP, or any common questions that you've been getting in conversations that you're having about the fund or the market?
Yeah, I mean, the fund is so new, but based on, you know, what we've been observing, there's been a pretty healthy rotation out of growth, as you mentioned in your panel just before. So I see MVP really as a reopening trade, but also has the potential for a core holding in a portfolio. You know, if you think the economy is going to continue to reopen, if you think COVID isn't going to be around here forever, these teams should have really strong appetite for their games in a post-COVID world. And I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing tech kind of hit, because investors are really imagining a world where people are tired of being inside, tired of consuming technology all day, and, you know, participating in the outside world again. So if you think COVID is on its last legs, I think a fund like MVP really poses a good opportunity.
Here's one that my colleague Mitch just brought up. There has been experiments in the past of athletes experimenting with how do I phrase it? Like securitizing themselves. Spencer Dinwiddie wanted to create his own like a crypto of himself a few years ago. I vaguely remember that. Like what is the likelihood of like an athlete, I don't know, like not going public, if that's not the right way to say it, but like securitizing like an athlete, or like an asset, in being able to invest? There are ways you can. There are like third-party platforms that haven't quite caught on, I think, where you can do the sort of thing where like you can, you know, invest in athletes or whatever. Would that ever be? Is that, I guess, how likely is that to happen do you think? And
yeah,
would that be something that could be included in MVP down the line? So
I think NFTs, for as much as they're touted, they really pose an interesting opportunity. Both these leagues and franchises, as well as their athletes, are kind of individual commodities that have the ability to be traded. And you saw Juventus kind of do that last year. They were probably one of the first teams to explore NFTs. Now this year, there's kind of been an explosion. But yeah, you're right. You can see these individual players traded without these leagues necessarily having to go to a third party, so they can retain a lot of the economics for themselves. NBA Top Shot, for example, that's really taken off, and I think that's almost a model for what we might see for baseball and soccer down the line.
So I asked this last question with extreme caution, but is MVP does MVP have the potential to be an NFT play down the line?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the names in MVP, I almost said NFT.
Yeah,
that would be an interesting ticker.
Yeah,
but I think some of the names in MVP, especially the pro sports teams, are going to start adopting NFTs as part of their merchandising efforts.
Yeah.
I mean, people love the ability to have something that's one of a kind, unlike traditional merchandise. So yeah, I think, I don't know if the whole fund is going to be a play on NFTs, but I think you're going to see a lot more of it within the constituents of the product.
All right, Mario Stefanidis, as I mentioned, as is up on the screen right now, Round Hill Investments, he's our Vice President for Equity and Thematic Research. MVP is the first, as far as I can tell, and only sports-specific ETF in the U.S. Mario, thanks a lot.
Yep, thanks so much, Spencer.
All right, that is going to be just about a wrap here. I saw a couple questions from chat that I wanted to get to. Who was it that asked that question? It was Gregory Black. I think you asked if the ETF actually owns a piece of the companies. Yes, that's how ETFs work. These are all public companies. You can go and buy them right now. Well, maybe not all of them, because I don't know if they all trade in the U.S., but for the ones that trade in the U.S., you can go and buy them right now. The whole idea here is this is just a basket. It's a way for you to own all of these at one time without having to go and actually go and buy, WWE and Manchester United and Nike and MSG and all these companies. You can just own it all at the same time. One basket. One trade to rule them all. But again, not all of these companies trade in the U.S. So that complicates things from the individual perspective, sort of makes it, makes ETFs, makes the ETF more convenient to own that asset class in that way. All right, that is going to be a wrap. Like I said, today and Thursday are going to be a shorter show. I'm doing like a full hour-long show tomorrow, recapping the quarter that was in ETFs. So I'll have a lot more detail about ETFs tomorrow. There's a few questions I saw that I don't have time to get to today. We'll get to it though tomorrow, 2:00. I will be joined by Andrew Chanin at 2:20. If you don't know his name, you know his ETF, UFO. That is Andrew Chanin's ETF. This is the guy that launched the Hack ETF back in 2012. He was ahead of the cybersecurity trade. He launched UFO. I think, was it last year? No, I think it was the year before that now. I don't even remember anymore. So he'll be on the show tomorrow, 2:20, and it'll be more of a quarter in review type of show. That being said, that's at 2:00 tomorrow. 2:00 Eastern time tomorrow on this stream. 2 to 3, I'll be here, and then at 2:20, I'll have Andrew Chanin the guy who launched UFO, the only space ETF prior to Cathie Wood and ARK Invest launching their space fund the other week. That being said, it is 3:31. Let's move on from ETFs here, and let's move into pre-market prep at the close. All right, it is time for pre-market prep at the close.
Three consecutive highs, opened, matched yesterday's low, and then once it took out there, that's all the breakout momentum traders needed.
How we doing today?
We're doing good. We're doing good. I decided that that intro, that's not Palantir. So you don't have to look at it. I don't think it was Palantir. Let me go back, because I said 3 consecutive highs. So when did this break out? Boom, 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 boom. Let's go back. I don't know. Maybe it did. All right. Good afternoon, Spencer.
I haven't gotten to it yet. Jeez, people.
Man, what do you do all day?
Give me a second.
What the hell you do all day?
I did write it down. Okay, I have a whole. I have a to-do list. I have a to-do list.
ETFs. You're trying to decide what ETFs to buy. ETF master.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm always looking for more ETFs to buy. But that would maybe require selling one or two first. That being said, Joel, let's take a look at the market here.
Yeah,
Show us those charts. We're going to end up probably being unchanged on the day.
Oh, listen. So you're going to sell some premium? You're going to sell some options based on that into the close here? Let me it's really a quiet inner range day. I'm a little bit disappointed. I mean, you can't be disappointed. I mean, just a little pause in the action from yesterday, Monday's wild session. We opened up early. We wobbled a little bit, but we caught it bad right there, right after that opening price of 61.50. We did take out the high from yesterday, that former all-time high, 73.75. We took it out by 2.25 handles, so not much. But you could still call it a double top if you want. We know what calling double tops has done for you in this market. But anyways, it's an area to lean on and for the overnight session and also going into tomorrow's session. Crude, it was flirting with traded over 60 when it went up to 60.90, but now we're only up 68 cents at 59.33. Gold back at 1750. If you guys are sick and tired of me talking about 1750, I can stop. But gold got to 46.70 today. We're up 14.30 at 1743.10. Silver, that cleared $25. That's up 42.5 cents at 25.21. And Bitcoin, do we have a trading range in Bitcoin? Is it possible for Bitcoin to have a trading range? Yes, it is. Oh, I lost my drawing tools here. What did I do? Oh, man. Let me see if I can get them back. Boom, boom. See if I move this over a little bit. I don't want to save this layout. Nope. Okay, Spencer, take it away. Oh, there they are. They're my drawing tools. I got them. Hold on.
You got them? Okay.
Throw out that high. Throw out the low. It's kind of like diving. You know, that's how they scored diving, right? Look at that. Throw out the high, throw out the low. Look at that trading range. 57, let's call it 57.7 to 61, folks. There's your next move in Bitcoin. Above or below, place your wagers.
Okay. I did mention on this show this morning that there was an investor or analyst day, one of the two, some kind, in AMAT, Applied Materials. And I said it was at 11 o'clock Eastern time. And you can see on the chart there, actually, the chart didn't really dip until, I think, 1 o'clock. But that must have been when they came out with guidance. They gave a bunch of forward-looking numbers for, like, the next, 3 years.
Really?
Yeah, they gave revenue guidance for this year. They gave revenue guidance for fiscal year 24. So, again, 3 years away.
Wow, those guys are good.
Well, market didn't like it initially.
No, I mean, you're sitting up there at all-time highs.
Yeah.
No, you're not all-time highs. I'm wrong. No, this stock came off. Does this have a little bit higher of a PE? Because this one, I mean, let me see here. Let me look at this. Oh, let me get my monthly here. I got too many 15-minute charts up here. You don't need 15-minute charts. Yeah, it is. What do you want, people? Come on. They knocked it off its keister a little bit, came down, but you got a level. And what's the level going to be, Spencer? What am I going to look at for support?
For AMAT?
Yeah, come on.
Let me actually look at for support. Let me make your chart.
It's easy. It's sticking out like a sore thumb.
I'm going to make your chart bigger so I can see.
I'm going to come downtown and I'm going to punch you if you don't figure this out.
What is that?
I don't want to get too close to you.
What is that a double bottom from Friday and today or Thursday and today, whatever?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
There it is. Boom. That's it. 137. I mean, you got there on Thursday. You got there today. You bounced. I don't know. You just don't want to see it hang around there too long. But that's my level moving forward. It's there. And then if you want to try and wiggle out of this, like, I'm worried about guidance going out to 2025. What I would want to see if I have no position, I long, short term, or medium term in this. What I would do, I wouldn't worry about that 146 high, but what I would focus on is this 143.05 close from yesterday. If they still can't improve, I don't care if it doesn't go to 146, but if they can't clear that 143.05 tomorrow, which right now is not looking great, I see some downside, continued downside if it does take out. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, old time yesterday. I saw it, Bill. Yeah, I had the wrong chart up there. So 143.05, that's my number.
All right.
And okay.
Cameron Dole did ask about Romeo Power this morning.
I know he did. Was it Cameron? Was it you, Cameron?
I'm pretty sure it's Cameron. And what the F is going on here? Okay, the stock is up 66% today because they signed an agreement with a battery supplier. We talk about overhead supply. They cut through like a knife through hot.
Yeah. I guess if you listen to Triple D on this one, you might have gotten rolled over. Oh my gosh, now it's at 1338. How come when I look at these stocks and I'm like, and every time I go and buy one, it goes down, right? And then I tried one last week, and I top take that thing. I can't remember what the symbol was. And then when I take my eye off, in what we talked about, Cameron, I was a little bit more neutral. I said, you got to take out that pre-market high, right? That pre-market high was 918. So this is your pre-market activity. So let's say you didn't take a position on the open. Let's say you just put a 918 buy stop in. Boom. You got executed and you didn't even have a chance to card it up, and you are sitting pretty here. So I don't know. I just tweeted out about it, something, a pair of highs at 1270. That's gone. Where's the next daily high at? I have no idea where this thing's going. The next daily high I see is 1384. How high have we been in today's session? 1364. So that's the next number. Good call, Cameron. I hope you played it that way.
I don't even know what to say about it. All these stocks are so beaten down. So it begs the question, well, hell, if Romeo Power can do this, can't the rest of them? I mean, it's not really moving the rest of the EV sector.
Yeah. If they got a contract, there was news. So
yeah, you're right. If you look at names, but we've seen these stocks have high correlation. So you look at Hyliion, you look at Fisker, you look at Ride, different companies, different businesses, but you wonder if they trade together. It's not working today. So just very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you need Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? I don't know. You just gotta play these things. I don't play them. I just was looking at it from a chart perspective, and congrats here. Trail your stops up. Who knows when the train is gonna stop?
Yeah, maybe maybe I was looking at, maybe we should look at Plug Power, which is also a battery play, which is still though only up 4%. So what's moving? QuantumScape, it's up. These battery stocks, I don't know.
Dennis, someone it wasn't Cameron, it was someone else. Someone's complaining about the YouTube. They're not popping up the time on YouTube. Is that because you guys are just doing the straight stream?
Yeah, so that's going to actually change starting tomorrow, Travis. I think that's what you're referring to. We've been streaming all day, but starting tomorrow, we're basically gonna do a hybrid approach where we were doing separate streams and then we were doing all day streams, and we're gonna move to a hybrid model where we do separate streams in the morning, all day stream in the afternoon.
Do you want me to come down there and help out with the technology on that? You know how good I am with computers.
It would be helpful, Joel. If you saw The Office, you'd be blown away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm sure Bird doesn't want me anywhere near the computer systems, but anyways.
Okay, let's.
Once I find my parking pass, I will come down. I don't know where it is, and I don't want to pay $20 to park in the structure.
Yeah. Well, we also validate, Joel. We validate, so
okay.
I won't worry about that. Okay, back to the stonks. Let's talk about. Oh, here's a good one from Arfan. Joel, can you please look at McDonald's and Starbucks? Both at all-time highs. What are your thoughts? Hold or ring the register?
MCD. Do you want a little story about MCD here?
I'm always down for a McDonald's story.
So I went to see my accountant on Friday.
Okay.
Okay. And it was and so I go see him. I did last year, we just did it online, but I went to see him this year. And so I go there, and around the corner from where his office is, there was a McDonald's. Okay.
All right.
And the McDonald's was vacant. And I'm like, oh
Wait. Time out. What time of day was this?
No, I'm talking nothing. I mean, like it was out of business.
All right, it's possible.
And you know what? You know where it was, Spencer? Do you ever go to 12 in Halstead?
I'm in that neck of the woods occasionally.
Yeah. And so I'm like, oh my gosh. And I took a picture. I was going to send it to my buddy. And I'm like, oh my God, this is the ultimate sell signal. I've never seen a McDonald's go out of business. And I looked at the chart and I'm like, and then I talked to my accountant and he told me they had a fire.
I mean, that's not funny, but
no, but I was about ready to short the living daylights out of McDonald's. I'm like, a McDonald's going out of business? Are you crazy? Yeah, but that's my McDonald's story. Anyways, that's pretty. I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
So yeah, that was funny. So the question was Starbucks and McDonald's both at all-time highs.
What do you do here? I don't know what to tell you. You can look at it two ways. Mickey D's is breaking out here, right? The old time, I'll give you a good scenario. New all-time high 32.27. Former all-time high 231.91. That's the good scenario, right?
Yeah.
The bad scenario is last time it got up here, it took a tumble. So I would just keep a close eye on it, right? Just, see what the close is today. See what the close was back on this day when it made the all-time high in the middle of last year. Keep an eye on that all-time closing high. Look for a continuation. This is a big, thick stock, right? Yeah. So maybe the people that, didn't get to sell up here last time are trying to sell, but that's what I would do. The chart looks good. Breaking out, I just it's not your breakout momentum stock that's like super sexy. So keep an eye on the all-time closing. And Spencer, you bought Starbucks.
Yeah, no, I'm still our friend. I'm still in Starbucks. I'm in it because I like the company, but my catalyst is, I suspect, and I don't know, I have no information, but I think that they're going to launch a subscription business just like Panera. So I bought Starbucks, I want to say last August, whenever Panera came out and announced how well their subscription service was doing. And they're private now, so there's no way to play that. But I thought, okay, well, if it's working for Panera, it'll probably work for Starbucks, right? So when I just assume they're gonna announce that. We all know that stock market, Wall Street loves nothing more than a recurring revenue, like a subscription business. That's
good.
I'm in Starbucks because I like the business, but also I suspect that eventually they will launch a subscription business that will give a boost to the stock.
Just real quick. Logan Reed has done his due diligence on McDonald's, and he likes the new chicken sandwiches.
I've heard good things, Logan Reed.
You can't get though. I want to try that Popeyes thing. And I never and I'm just so discouraged by the lines on those things. Maybe I'll eventually have to sign these up for DoorDash or something and pay the extra $5 or whatever. But just one quick comment on Panera. If it was trading as a regular stock, I would be shorting it. Okay. The last two times I got my food from there over the last 6-8 months, it was horrible. Okay. So I would downgrade Panera if it was still trading. Same thing with Starbucks. I mean, Spencer's looking for a specific catalyst here to keep the stock going higher. I would put the brakes on a little bit. 104 to 114. That's a 10-point move. I mean, here, what did you have? You had 96 to 106, 10 point, 10 and 5. This wasn't quite 10 and 5, but I don't know. I'd look to see this a little bit thicker of a stock, see if it puts a few highs in the same area. Keep an eye on today's close. Of course, that will be the old time closing high as well. So it's hard when you look at these kind of stocks. It's really the only reference I could give you is, you know, the high for today and the all-time closing high. Doesn't seem like analysts are moving things, right?
No, actually they did. Was it yesterday? Maybe yesterday, maybe Thursday. I don't remember anymore. But the analysts were moving some stocks the other day. There was a number of influential ratings. Someone's asking. Let me find the exact comment. Benjamin, Joel, is Debit Suisse a buy now?
Oh man! That was a good one. I was still chuckling about that one all day.
Hours later,
and I just put I keep putting DS in, and it's see it. Is it a buy?
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Well, here's the good news.
Put it this way. I don't know if it's a buy, and I don't know if it's a sell. Yeah. But there's a hell of a lot of other things out there to buy than Credit Suisse.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, who knows what the fallout is from this? I mean, I don't know. It looks like they puked the Viacom. What a great buy signal in Viacom. They probably yacked it out this morning at 41.95, and now it's at 40. I mean, you're shopping it to the street that you need to sell? I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. And then I don't know, bottom ticked at 41.95.
What else were they supposed to do?
I don't know. I'd sell 100 shares at a time until I got rid of it. Or at this point,
that would take a year.
Or you know what they should have done? I mean, if they're in this much trouble, they should have just doubled down on it. Just if I was running Credit Suisse, that's what I would have done. I'm like, let's buy a couple 100,000 of the 40 calls, and then when the street thinks we puked it up, we'll jam it higher. That's what I would do, but I don't know if they're bright there at Credit Suisse. I mean, long-term chart here just looks horrible. The gap down on that. I mean, if you want to lean on the 1050, go right ahead. It has been lower, but just a terrible. I mean, if you want to wait for some strength, show me you can hold 1150 and maybe get into gap, but that's not a good looking chart.
So you know what I would do to like play this trade, and it doesn't involve Credit Suisse. I would look at the group of stocks that all sold off for the exact same reason, right? Because they were involved in this mess.
We're losing some altitude. Sorry to interrupt you, Spencer, but we got a little bit of a sell fest going on here, folks.
There's
not sure.
Slight sell.
It sells so much for your you know what? When you said we're going to end up unchanged, I should have put on 100 e-minis and just said, okay, I know Spencer's wrong. We're not going to be unchanged. And we're down 7.5. We are bearing down on the intraday low. So little selling going into the close here. We are a point away from the intraday low. We'll see if we get a little bounce.
So as I was saying, is there's these group of stocks that are all lumped in together for being a part of this mess, right? Forget Credit Suisse. You've got Viacom, you've got Farfetch, you've got VIP shops, right? VIPS, and you even got like Discovery, which kind of got lumped in there just because it trades with Viacom. And I would look at those in a group, right? And I would say, okay, they all four start off on the exact same catalyst. Who rebounds the quickest? And I would chase that. Right? Like,
I mean, I mean, it's just so, I mean, and we talk about these scenarios for how many bag hold. I mean, do you want to be a new bag holder?
No,
do you want to be battling? I'll tell you right now, the Discovery chart looks a little bit better to me than the Viacom. And it's just like I can see, look how tight it's been. So maybe everyone that's out of the water, out of the pool is out of the pool. You have basically matching ranges over the last 5 days. So maybe if you clear 45, but boy, oh boy, you just got level after level after level. I don't think you're going to get a Romeo Power because it had news on it. So maybe get some good news out of Discovery. But I don't know. I don't even watch the channel. Is there 3 channels? Like there's 3 stocks, or is there just one channel, one Discovery channel?
They have a streaming service. That's all I know.
Okay. All right.
They have Discovery Plus. That's all I know. What was I about to say? Oh, Gasparino reported that the credit damage to Credit Suisse may not be over yet. So they're
Oh, Charlie! Oh my gosh! Boy, what a he's right on top of things.
Hey! I don't
Jeez,
need
Charlie.
I don't need him up my butt. All right,
Charlie Gasparino. I mean, why don't you bring back Henry Kaufman or what was that other guy's name? Joe Granville or man, I don't know. That's like going back a long ways. But,
the opinions of Joel O'Connor do not represent those of Spencer Israel.
I love Charlie. That's great information.
All right.
Did you put that? Is that in pro? Did you get that in pro yet?
No, I don't know. I just saw on Twitter. I don't know.
That's another buy signal. Oh no, just joking. Go ahead.
Any questions from chat? Drop them in. If not, we'll go through the list here that I still wanted to get to. Which look at list of stocks that we covered this morning, which actually wasn't like that many. But we talked about Romeo already. We talked about I don't know if you looked at that Muds, right? Which was that SPAC, which was interesting. It did hold a good chunk, not all, but a good chunk of its gains.
Well, that's a good sign, right?
Actually, I stand corrected. Well, I don't know what that candle was. That's not.
Well, that's a nice day. That's a good day for it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did it take out the pre-market high?
Well, I don't really know because I don't know what that candle is on my chart.
It spiked to 1240.
I guess
this is the regular session. Opened up at the low, so that's a good performance here. So this one's bucking the trend a little bit for that's not bad. That's not a bad day for Muds. I like that. Maybe get gap and go. Maybe gets filed through tomorrow. Made a new low at 58.25. Trying to regain 40.60 here. We got 6 minutes left. Just feel a little bit heavy going into the close. What I want to know is what the GameStop offering price is.
You keep asking me, and I keep telling you I don't know. Does anyone know? If in chat, have you seen an offering price for that GameStop? Was it 3.5 million shares? It takes sometimes a few days. So we only got it. When did the news come out? Like was it Thursday? Or was it Monday? I think it was Monday. Let me see. It was It was Monday morning. So
my broker called me.
And
I told him I would. Oh, is it selling at the market? Yeah, I think maybe that's why we don't have a price.
Good call. Yes, good call. It is an
it's at the market. Because I called my broker. My broker called me, and I told him I'd take the entire float at 40.
Yes.
I would take the 3.5 million shares at 40.
Good
That's
call.
right. That was my bid.
At the market offering, so there is no pricing.
Yeah, that's what I should have looked. I did a little research on it. I asked you. So there's my due diligence. Not much of it at all. And at the market, that's kind of sneaky. That's kind of sneaky. We'll see how that pans out, but we'll see. I mean, what did that one guy, Ryan Cohn, didn't he say they should do it at 200? Remember that?
No, I do not remember.
Yeah, he did. He said when it was trading at like 70, 80.
I do not remember.
Yeah, he did say that. Yep. That's what I thought he said. All right, what do we got? We've got a couple minutes left here. Do you want to any other issues that you want to cover from?
I do see a larger sell on balance, though we know that can flip anytime. But I do see a 1.6 billion imbalance to sell market on close orders. So, if we go back to this morning, I just wanted to note quickly EBON, which got hit. It got hit on the short report from Hindenburg. Did find a low, well off the low of the day. So that's a silver lining for anyone in this stock.
Well, look where it went to. Look where it didn't go to. Now you wouldn't have got if you would have thrown my low ball bid out there. I was talking 483 and went to 495.
Yeah.
So that's did the company respond yet at all or not?
Oh, good question. I didn't see a response just because I didn't see.
That's not a bad eBong International. What is it? Is it eBang?
Yeah, it's a crypto thing. It's
a crypto thing.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know. No touch for me.
Oh God, Bill Big D. I don't even know. Joel, do I want to ask you about Penn National Gaming today? PNN.
Well, what happened?
Do you know why I traded down? All right. If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you because it's not
a sex scandal.
Yeah.
Come on. What give me the dirt.
No,
Give me
no. That was it. That was literally it.
What do you mean?
This is this stock. It might be the dumbest stock out there because first it traded down when people thought that Portnoy had COVID for like an hour, right? Like 8 months ago when like he was sick, and everyone's like, "Oh, Portnoy has COVID. Sell Penn." That was stupid. That was dumb, right? That was the dumbest thing I'd seen maybe ever at the time. Now today, there's like a sex tape going around. So, we're gonna sell Penn. We're gonna sell Penn. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
You know what? I heard that Paul Pierce is appearing in it.
Appearing in it? I thought you were going to say joining Barstool, which I did hear a rumor of.
Really? That's funny. This is all I'll say about Penn, and I've been saying this for a long time. 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110. I mean, come on. Would you need a clear line in the sand? 110.24, you're high on the 26. Yesterday, 110.17. Today, 109.33. I mean, get that over 110. And once it gets over 110, then I will validate the low of the move by putting in a 50% retracement. Until it clears 110 on the upside, I am saying I don't know of the low of the move is in.
Okay. That's a good line.
I don't know anything, but I do know that 110 is resistance. Sure. We're popping. We took out that low, 58 and a quarter on the selling balances. And here we are a minute. So we're not going to post a new all-time closing high. We are actually within a point and a half of where we opened up this morning. 61.50 was your open this morning. We're at 63.75. What a shame. Not much of a day at all.
I told you unchanged. We're 4 points off.
Spencer was buying all the way down. Nice. I like it.
Well,
I like it. Let's look at DKNG. I mean, the tournament's over now, right? And everyone's lost all their money and boom. I don't know. What do you want to do here? Figure that exact 50%. Look at that hug in that 50% retracement. Maybe if it's not, I'm not always right or wrong on these. At least they pause there for me. So let's see what happens. What's the next big catalyst? What's the next big thing for the Masters? Who do you like in the Masters, Spencer?
That's not a catalyst. That's
well, there'd be a lot of money bet on it.
That's an event. I don't know if that's a catalyst. Who do I like?
Yeah.
I guess I can't say Tiger, right? Who was it that just won?
I heard another Tiger joke, but I can't tell it on the air.
Wait, who was it that just won for the first time in 2 years? Was that Spieth? Who was it that just won like the other week? I don't even remember. I don't have a Masters pick. Sorry. All right. Bottom line is we did close down by a hair in the three.
Yep, we did. Good call, Spencer.
Major indexes today. Final tally. Like I said, down in the S&P by a smidge, down by an equal smidge of the NASDAQ. Russell lagged a little bit more, but really not by much. Very mixed as far as sectors are concerned. Big loser of the day, technology down 0.4%. Big gainer, discretionary, up 0.42%. All right, on that note, Joel.
Alex Mendez is asking you about the Derby. Alex, I am scouting the Derby hard this year. I don't have my pick yet, though. I will be doing my article.
Wait, when is the Derby? I don't even know.
You don't know when the Derby is?
May 3rd, May 4th.
Why don't you just pack your stuff up right now?
Stop. I amend my question. Is it like May 3rd, May 4th? Is it that window?
It's always the same day, right? It's always the what in May?
The first Sunday? Saturday? Come on, Joel. Cut me some slack here.
It's the first Saturday in May. And you know what else?
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Sunday. And you want to know what? I met Lisa on the first Saturday in May.
There we go.
Long time ago, back when you guys were diapers. But anyways,
okay.
That's it. Let's wrap it up.
All right, Joel. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. I do want to bring on a new guest who has been listening to our show, watching our shows, and and also does some trading and wants to hang out and talk with us. And the invitation is always open. If anyone watches our shows and you want to come on, shoot us a note. Pre-market at Benzinga.com, power hour at Benzinga.com, and just put like in the subject, make it obvious, because I get a lot of spam and I filter it out. So put like want to come on show or whatever in the email subject, so it's obvious to those of us reading the email. Those don't go to just me, but just so it's obvious to me. If you want to come on, and we love talking to our viewers, our fans. So invitation always open. Power hour at Benzinga.com, pre-market at Benzinga.com for that. Before I bring on our guest, just a reminder to everyone to hit that like button if you haven't already, please and thank you. That's how you show YouTube that you like us. That helps us out. We appreciate that. Once again, pro.benzinga.com, promo code YouTube20, lowercase YouTube, the number 20, YouTube20, to get 20% off any Benzinga Pro subscription, and also benzinga.partnerstack.com to become a Benzinga Pro affiliate. Get 30% of revenue of all new subscribers you send on our way to Benzinga Pro. Last thing, I mentioned it this morning, the next boot camp. The link is in the description. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to put the link in the chat again. Nick Shaheen will be there. Got about a dozen speakers lined up. Posting a link in chat. There it is. Saturday, Benzinga Boot Camp. Neil will be there. Luke will be there. I'll probably stop by. That is this Saturday. All right. That being said, that was enough housekeeping, I think, for one day. Let's bring on Zunaid. Zunaid, how are we doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm pumped up. I'm always pumped up. It was a good day. Actually, it was kind of a boring day in the market. There wasn't a big intraday range, and we ended up pretty much unchanged. So kind of a boring day, which sucks. I like big up days or big down days. Big down days more for the story. Big up days because it's good for us. But how about you? How you doing?
I gotta say, man, you think it's a boring day when a stock drops $6 because of a sex scandal or a sex tape or whatever?
Yeah.
I know you talked about it earlier, but I mean, that's on my notes to talk about. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
So maybe we can start there because here, I'll pull up a chart. But this Penn National stock, this is not the first time, like I said.
Yeah.
There was that moment. I don't even know when. I think it was last summer when Dave Portnoy posted a video. He was like, "Oh, I'm so sick. I'm so sick. I wish I could find the day now. I really wish I could." And
I feel like I remember that. He was like outside in his little place, balcony, whatever, drinking and his pizza and he was okay, but he was definitely
No, and then he's like the thing from his bed. He was like, "Oh, I'm sick," and the stock went down because people were like, "Oh, he has COVID. Oh my god, you must have COVID." And I wish I could point out the day it happened on the daily. I can't, but it was definitely last summer.
That's that knee-jerk reaction, right? Like the market hears the news, immediately sell, right? And we'll sell now, and we'll digest the news, and then we'll decide what we want to do.
Yeah.
And the reason that I wanted to talk about Penn Gaming is because if you go back to today's chart, you'll see that it bounced twice, or I guess multiple times, more than twice, at that $100 level. Right?
Yeah.
And if you've been trading for a minute, you already know what I'm going to say. If you haven't, this is something that's helped me in the past. There are these psych levels in the market that also, I believe, algorithms and things like that also trade with. And one of them is, in my opinion, the $100 level, right? And you can see right here, it bounced about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 times on the 1 minute. And I don't know about you, but I think Jason purchased some shares at the $103.70 change level, if you will. So dinner should be on him. So you let him know that since he made some money, because I think the stock went all the way up to about 106.50 there. So once you get done with this, let Jason know pizza's on him.
He did already get wings for the day, but he does buy a lot of wings. That's sort of his go-to meal. But I like what you said about $100 level. That's obviously a big psychological level.
Yeah.
A lot of times I find technical analysis to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, where if enough people abide by the same principles and rules, then it's self-fulfilling, and then patterns are only patterns because people treat them as such.
Absolutely.
But other times you get these key levels, whether it's a whole number, like 10, 20, or 50, or 100, or 2 or 1,000. They definitely do act as magnets.
Yeah.
There's probably a major psychological component to that, because trading is psychological and mental. So it's not a coincidence, but it's a great call out today. That I bet you there are people out there, or maybe not people, but computers that are like, oh, we don't want to get this thing below 100. We want to keep it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And another one, I mean, whole numbers in general are big, right? So the first one that comes to mind, if you will, is Tesla. If you pull up the Tesla daily chart, you'll see that it bounced at 900 a couple of times and then came right on back down, right? So yeah, I mean, that's where I know when you exchange emails, you kind of ask me what type of trader I am. I typically, at least during the day, enjoy listening to news, and especially with Benzinga Pro and Charlie, telling you what the news is, what's going on. You kind of have it at your fingertips, if you will. And that's where you can digest the news, look at the chart, see what's going on, and see if you have a play, right? That's the beauty of it all. And I think it was another one. I think SPAC Attack covered this with, I believe it's Mitch and Chris at 11, but Playboy was another one of those.
That stock has been a monster, and I don't.
Do you think it's done?
I think it's done.
Do you think it's done? Let's just say swing trade end of April, higher, lower, $30.
Here's my question though. It's like, obviously the market thinks it's an NFT play, right? But have they said anything?
So they have been working towards it. I'm looking at my notes here, and I think it was, if you pull up the Benzinga News, I think it was around 9:01. They partnered with Nifty Gateway, which is what I think the news was. And then obviously then you got options that came in.
Okay. So
the options came in. They were buying the April 16th $35 calls. And that's what, obviously, something else that I want to talk about is kind of like how you don't just pick a trade based on the chart or just based on news or whatever, because you don't know how the market's going to digest the news, right? So for me, what I like to do, and I'll give you an example with PLBY, was you saw the news come out, and then you also look at the chart. The chart was, doing all right. It was okay. But then intraday, I saw the options coming in. They were buying the 35s. I believe it was around the $2 price point
really
where
good.
they bought them, right? So it's like you now have confirmation that, hey, I don't have to worry about if I should get into the trade or not, because big money is getting into the trade. And now I'm going to go ahead and follow them, right? You see Pete Najarian and all of them talk about it on CNBC all the time. So that's why I wanted to talk about Playboy, because you get that. Here's the news, here's the options, here's my trade, and it was profitable. And yeah, I think SPAC Attack talked about it. I want to get your 2 cents on it. Imagine having an NFT on the original Playboy content that first came out, or your favorite content that they may have put out, or whatever it would be, right?
Well,
imagine the money that would go into it. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, I always read it for the articles, so I can't really speak to.
Of course, we all did.
We all did. No, look, it's like any NFT, right? I guess it could have theoretical value if other people think it does. But that's a great point you brought up about the options. Like, I've never made an options trade in my life, but
no way.
I still look at the options market, because it's a derivative market. It can tell you, okay, where is there like low key, like underneath supply or demand. You look at open interest, you look at volume at different strikes. Everything you just said like holds true, right? It can sort of give you a clue as to where there are buyers and sellers willing to come in or have to come in, right? If they sold an option, then where they have to come in, like at what prices. So it's a great place to get clues for not just supply and demand, but the directional, like supply and demand, right?
Absolutely. And here's this thing, right? Here's another thing. Even if you don't buy options, you can kind of see the spot price that they're coming in at, right? So if there's anyone new in the chat, spot price is pretty much like, hey, what price was the stock when X happened, right? So when they were buying these options, I believe the stock price was around $29.30, right? So you know that, hey, breakout of 30 is going to be important. It broke out, it came back. That 30 obviously now becomes support.
Yep.
So you can also get in that way, and then you kind of figure out your risk, whether it's VWAP or whatever it is. And the stock went, I believe, above 32.50. So you can also play it that way. So if you're, not an options trader, haven't gotten your feet wet, you can also buy with a few shares and play it that way. What do you think?
And Vegas is pointing out like put call ratio is obviously like a
absolutely
massively well followed indicator, right?
Absolutely.
For sentiment, positive or negative. So really good point on the using the options market, even if you have no intention of trading an option. That it can at least inform where your head's at, your entry or an exit on a stock, on the actual stock itself. So as you said, you started this whole thing with where does Playboy end up? Look, like to me, I now that it's at an all-time high, my bogey is always going to be like, what is the closing all-time high, and what is the intraday all-time high? So you just said 30. What is the close today? 31, and the high of the day.
It's going up a little bit after hours, but yeah, I believe the close today was 33. I gotta go back and look at it here. The high was 33.49.
Yeah, the high was 33. Obviously, I'm not one of these like fancy technicians that knows the names of every kind of candle. This kind of candle does not look healthy with a really large wick on the upside downside, right? And a really small body. That's not a healthy candle. So I would maybe place more emphasis on the close than I would on the intraday high. But those are going to be my bogeys, right? I just want to see, can I hold those levels? And if it does, all right, then we're going higher. And if it doesn't, then I'm out. I don't care if it's taking like a 1 day breather or a 2 day breather and then resumes up. Like I have zero tolerance for that. Right? Not that I'm owning this stock. I'm not going to, but if I were to, I would have zero tolerance for breaking any kind of daily close, because this thing is a high flyer. It could go to 60. It could go to 5. So there's you don't know. You just don't know.
Well, so I guess let me just go ahead and say full disclosure. I do own a couple of options at the 35 call and at the 40 as well as a lotto trade, if you will, high risk, high reward. And can we
expiring when?
Expires this week. So actually, no, I'm sorry. Expires 16th. So next week. I'm not that dangerous. Next week. I don't go that crazy. But can we just pretend like what we're saying is awesome enough to have the stock move up after hours? Because it's just going. I think it went up from 30. Now it hit 32, wicked. And it just came down. So let's pretend like the big boys and gals are listening to us and they're buying in because of our thesis. Can we pretend like that's important? Because I know Charlie moves markets sometimes, but come on. Spencer can move.
I mean, like that's the whole thing. I also don't own the stock, so I have no qualms about that. But
that's fair.
But yeah,
that's totally fair.
Oh no, I don't like sometimes when we're on the stream and the stock moves, be it off an interview or what something I said, a headline.
Yeah.
That I don't know. That gives me anxiety. You know what I mean?
I hear you. And I see CR in the chat saying, "LOL, Playboy sounds like CCIV. Could go to 60, could go to 5." And that's the thing, right? Yeah. It's at 30. So how are you going to trade it if you believe it could go to 60, it could go to 5, right? There's a trade just about anywhere. It just depends on what your thesis and what your analytics on it are.
Yeah.
Again, we're not investing in it, right? Spencer and I aren't talking about investing in it. It's all about, hey, this is a trade that happened. Here's how we formulated it. Here's what the news was. And that way, you guys in the chat and everyone else can kind of figure out, hey, here's how you get the info and whatnot.
Right. So like if I were just to, if I could compare this to like a stock I discussed earlier, like different stock altogether, like let's just say Starbucks, all right? Or no, let's just say Ford, okay? So Ford is a thick stock, right? Not super volatile. I'm up on this, but I'm going to give myself wiggle room, right? I think I'm in from 8, but my point is if Ford went to 7 and it went to 6, I can hold through that. Yeah. I can take the pain in Ford. I cannot take the pain in Playboy. Okay, I buy Playboy today, and it falls tomorrow. To a couple bucks, mid-20s. I'm done. I'm done. I want no part of that because you just don't know, and so I can't take the pain.
You know what happens if you buy the stock at 30 and now it's at 25? You know what kicks in, Spencer?
No.
Hopium kicks in the sense of you're like, oh man, I hope it goes back to at least 29. Please, I'll sell it at 29. Gets to 29. You're like, all right, let me get to 30. I'll break even. Next thing you know, it's at 20. Opium, I think, is a dangerous drug out there.
It is.
It's funny you mentioned Ford though, because when I first started day trading, I wanted to kind of stick to, like you said, like the thick stocks that have a good amount of volume and things like that. And Ford was one of them. I sat in that bad boy trade. This was years ago for about 3 hours, and that thing may have moved about 8 cents.
That's what happens.
And that's where average true range and all those things I had to learn about, because it's like, yeah, this bad boy is not going to go up enough for you to make money unless you're trading 1,000, 2,000 shares.
No one's getting rich on Ford. Nobody's getting rich. I'm not going to get rich on Ford. You know, I'm in from I think the low 8s to the high 7s. But I'm not going to get rich off this stock. You know what I mean?
I do wish there were some Wall Street people, Wall Street bets individuals. They're like, challenge accepted. We will move forward above 50. Watch.
I would like to see him try. Honestly, I really would. Because GameStop here, if I could just see, if we go to a daily in GameStop,
Let's
you know,
do it.
it wasn't like there was like that much volume. You know what I mean? Yeah. What? 6 million shares, 5 million shares, going back to December. 20 million shares. Okay, I don't have an indicator up, and I'm not going to do that math, and I'm sure I could get one. Okay, daily volume in the 10 to 20 million share range for GameStop, which is not nothing, but that's not Ford, right?
Yeah. I mean, their 10-day volume, I believe, is about. And I'm looking at it here.
Yeah,
it's 19.5 million. So about that's a pretty hefty. And today it didn't do anything anywhere near close to that at all.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about thick. Ford trades 60 million shares a day, like it's nothing.
Yeah.
So I would like to see Wall Street bets try. I really would. I really would.
That way. The older generation can also get rich, because they've got Ford in their portfolio somewhere.
I think it's like a law. Everybody over the age of 50 has to own AT&T, Ford, GE. There are a few others in there, I bet.
AT&T is another one, right? Ticker T, where it's like, man, are you moving or are you not? I remember during the pandemic, one that I traded was Kroger, and it just kept. Matter of fact, I'm looking at it. It kept being stuck in that, like in that cute little 32, 35 range, if you will.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, can you move? Can you get going? It was like an inverse of the market, if you will. So if there was any good COVID news, Kroger would slip, because obviously people aren't going to be buying groceries as much because they'll be going out and eating and things like that. So yeah, tickers to get rich off of. It's not one of them. But let me go back to options, right? I got one more for you. I got a couple actually, but we'll spend time on one, and I'll bring up a play that Ripster brought up, because I don't want to take credit from another gentleman. But the one I'm going to focus on real quick is Roku, right?
I had a good day today.
It had a beautiful day, and that's because they got a price target upgrade, I believe, of about $400. And again, that's the news, right? Let's go through the structure. That's the news. The chart looked okay. It looks like it could be doing possibly a little cup and handle type movement if it gets the handle part of it. But then again, they were buying the 350s on the weekly. If you're able to show that and you see the upgrade there, look at that. See, Benzinga, one-stop shop. You know what I mean?
Initiation and every quarter outperform, price target 400. Is that a street high? I don't know. Let's look.
I'm not sure if that's a street high.
It is not a street high.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
But that's another one where, again, that's the news. They're buying the 350 weeklies, and I believe the stock itself closed at what, about 360, I believe is what it closed at.
Yep.
So those options that they were buying in that $5, $6, $7 range closed at about $14, $15, right? So that's where, people try to figure out, hey, how do you trade? How do you do this? How do you swing trade? How do you day trade?
Yeah.
For me, what works for me, and every trader has their own specialty. It's all about, hey, is there breaking news? What's happening, right? I'll kind of take my webcam here real quick, and I'll show you the setup. Like, I've got CNBC on. I listen to Charlie. He's like my best friend during trading hours. And it helps out, man. Knowing what's happening in the market, knowing what's moving it, and then is big money coming in? Is there dark pool activity that comes in later on? Is there options activity that comes in later on? Helps me kind of get in the trade, get in and out. And watching the OI, a lot of people ask, how do you know when the big money is left? You got to watch the open interest and see if that kind of decreases the next day to kind of get an idea of, hey, big money may have left.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Are there any other stocks on your radar before we hop off?
Yes, I've got one last one, then we can hop off here. AMPG, I'll wrap it up real quick. This is one that Ripster had brought up. They had another, I believe, $120,000 contract that was delivered today.
Stock.
My bad. AMPG.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So that one, I'll stick to what Ripster said, just to echo him. $10 is the first support, and to me, the next support is going to be $7.50. It broke above 13 today, but it had a little bit of trouble staying above it, came back down. I think this is a great risk reward here, if you will. I think the highs of it is 20. So if someone likes to try to catch a falling knife with a legit reason to in terms of support, you can buy it here. $10 is your first support level. $7.50, which is a little bit bigger, would be the other one. And your price target would be about $13, $15, and then breaking towards the $20 level. That's all I got.
Nice take. All right, Zunaid Suleiman. Thanks a
You
lot.
got it. Absolutely. Appreciate it, man. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, see you later. Good call. Vegas in chat. Coinbase results. You can't trade this yet. IPO is next week, but I think the results may be out. If you want to see a really bullish Twitter thread on Coinbase, just put it in chat. There it is. Yeah, let me put it in every chat though. Let me do it everywhere. Here's a bull. If you don't know what to think about Coinbase, check out that Twitter thread. It might make you bullish. Maybe it'll make you bearish, or maybe it'll make you think, which I think is the point of it. Going into the numbers and basically why Coinbase is going to blow it the F away on their quarterly numbers. I don't know if they're out yet. I haven't checked. Let's see if I can check here. Should be. What is it? This is an 8K. So yeah, there it is. Oh, you can't see my screen. There it is in Benzinga Pro. Coinbase first quarter results again. I'm sorry. Yeah, first quarter and full year results. IPO next week. Going to be a very, very big deal for the crypto market. Not just next week, but going forward, I think, because this will actually give us real transparency, better transparency than we have now into activity on the crypto market. You know, we talk about the retail brokerages and how that can give us insight into sentiment on Wall Street, right? Trader sentiment. This is the same thing, right? Largest crypto brokerage. They have more accounts than Robinhood. And this could give us some real insight into sentiment, not just, going besides price, right? Looking deeper than price to get some sentiment there. Is activity going up? Is activity going down? This is going to be a very, very interesting IPO next week when it happens. Okay, so there are the numbers there. Again, you can't trade this yet. We don't really have anything to compare it to. It's just it's out there right there. This is in the Benzinga Pro press release / SEC filing newsfeed that I have here on my screen. Okay, it is 4:25. We've got 5 minutes before Cannabis Insider. Mitch Hawk is lurking here in the background. Mitch, what's up, man?
What up, man? What up?
How we doing?
That was pretty cool. I enjoyed some of those picks made in India. Those are nice. KR and Roku were actually on my watch list this morning. So, when I hear stocks like that, like when you literally know you were watching them this morning, you're like, gotta check this guy's picks out. If he's like picking your brain without even picking your brain, you know what I mean?
He's living rent free in your head, Mitch.
Yep. So one to mention a recent IPO before we get to kind of the Cannabis Insider.
Yeah.
Vizio. This is one that is really
for a few months or a month.
This is one that's really interesting to me. VZIO.
Yeah, here it is.
So it's starting to get interesting because I have this feeling, and you guys, I called the FUBU when it did that rocket out.
You did,
and I feel like the same thing could happen with this one.
Oh man,
someone could treat it like a Roku even, and this is what they're trying to get into. They've even got into like Vizio TV. I think they're really trying to be a kind of an mimic, a copy of what Roku kind of made of themselves by having the TVs already, so they have the access. They're already getting into people's homes. Yeah. I don't know if you've had the TV before, but I've had one.
I mean, I may even have one now. I don't even know because I don't pay attention to the brand, the TV brand that I own.
So if they can make it into your home, just like Roku, why can't they make like content and then just start surrounding themselves and then make themselves a lot bigger than what people kind of see them as? Is just a product. Maybe. But next thing you know, content maker. Maybe there's a new story here. I mean, I'm maybe looking for a little bit of dip. I think it's a little bit expensive here. I liked it when it first opened up. It wasn't that bad. It opened up at a little bit of a discount. So, yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting here. It was supposed to open up near 21. So that's kind of the level that I'm looking at now. If it can get down to like 21, I'd be interested. But. All
right. Zunine is in the chat right now. Yeah, Mitch, I definitely didn't want to let you go without pointing out. So there's two guests on SPAC Attack tomorrow. One of them is Matt Higgins, who's been on the show previously, right? And then the other guest has not been on SPAC Attack. Mitch, preview for us. Who is the second guest joining you guys, you and Chris, on SPAC Attack tomorrow at 11:15 Eastern Time?
Well, of course, some people know him as a Jets fan, and I mean that's kind of hard for me to say.
He's a big Jets fan.
That's hard for me to say wearing the Dolphin colors here, but other people might know him for his recent drawings on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen some of those, Spencer.
Some of those, yes.
And some might know him for his card collection. My man Gary V coming through. I want one of those LeBron cards, though. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, if he could slide me one of those, I'll take it.
Yeah, we'll have to ask him. Who his sources are, how he He always has really cool stuff. He has the coolest stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I've always wanted to interview him. I've actually seen speeches with him and Tony Robbins in live action. So now to get the motivator in person, this is going to be something else, definitely. And it's going to be fun, guys. We're not only going to talk SPACs, guys. We're going to talk NFTs. We're going to talk sports betting. This is not really just intended towards OCA. So definitely tune in, guys. It's going to be definitely a fun interview to have tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. Eastern time on SPACs Attack, guys.
Yeah. All right. Going to be a big get for sure. Yeah. Don't worry, Happy. We will market the shit out of this.
Trust me, I'm working on it
today and tomorrow. So looking forward to that tomorrow, and I can't wait because he's definitely in the top 1%, top 0.1% of inspirational people to talk to or to hear from. So that being said, it is pretty much 4:30. That's what my clock says, almost 4:30, which means it's time for Cannabis Insider. Going to bring on Javier Haas, cannabis reporter extraordinaire, and Elliot Lane, cannabis expert extraordinaire.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for adding something in for me. Please, Mitch, if you're still on, you have to ask Gary V his ETF preference for Spencer.
I will do. Will do.
All right.
Definitely.
I mean, you have to give that gift to Spencer.
I'll do that on my behalf, man. There's enough questions we got to get. That's not my top concern. Okay.
I'm ready to see him buy a team already. So maybe he doesn't get the Jets.
Yeah, we want to ask him when he's buying the Jets, and more importantly, what he thinks of the Sam Darnold trade. But anyway,
I was just about to say he's missing his Sam Darnold.
Any cannabis investments?
Oh my gosh! Please ask him for me, Javi. I got some things I want to go over today.
I want to do a show with them. We should do like a 4-person show sometime.
Just bring us on your show, Mitch. Bring us on your show.
No. I don't want to do any more shows.
Guys, welcome to Cannabis Insider. We're here to have fun. We're going to talk about canna stocks. Tons going on. We got to hit on Planet 13. Earnings came out yesterday. Looking good for future. We'll touch on that in a second. Aaron, get us pumped up, brother. Let's do it. Welcome, guys. Welcome to Cannabis Insider. Javi and I are here to drop some knowledge bombs on you all, but drop your questions in the chat. We want to make sure we're giving you the best education. Drop a 1. Drop your favorite cannabis ticker. We'll tell you why you're wrong. No, it'll be a fun show. We're excited to have you. Please, though, do engage with us. Javi, let's start, man. I got tons I want to go over today because I feel like I haven't been on here in 5 days. Planet 13. Let's start there. I was reading Viridian's report about them. They have an interesting report out. Basically, they didn't meet expectations, but this is why they're friggin' awesome. So, that's my overall, announcement for that. But when you look at, they didn't meet expectations. Why? It's because of capacity restrictions. That's what Viridian says. Do you buy that?
I mean, it makes sense. Also, I mean, they are, most of their business comes from their Vegas superstore, if not all. Right. So it does make sense that they saw a little bit of a, it's the slowdown on revenue. I did find it interesting that March was their single month record anyways, right? They sold $9.7 million in cannabis products. And
that's true. That was a huge month for them. But, having to kind of play devil's advocate a little bit, and I'll do the best I can because I love Planet 13. But it was either you or Patrick gave me a face last week when I brought up another Viridian line saying their Vegas dispensary is the best loan asset in the entire cannabis industry.
Oh yeah, that was me, I think. I mean,
now you gave me a face for that.
I mean, I see the point. It's a little bit of a strong statement.
Yes, it is.
I would say it's one of the best assets. I don't know if I would say it's the best asset, just because how do you measure it? How do you compare that with, say, the largest cultivation facility in the world?
Look at that chart, though. Look at that chart.
I don't know, like Metman's Fifth Avenue store. Of course, that is not. I don't think that is a comparable asset, but
it's probably just Medman versus Planet 13 at that point. But look at their price target, $9 for Viridian. I'm strictly still speaking in Viridian terms because that's what I have pulled up on my computer. $9 price target. I think that's totally doable. But do you think that they have? Mitch doesn't like it. In here, like Mitch, I'll give you this. I don't think they have put. I was just about to say that they have not put a lot of effort into scaling at this point. And they're, but I think we'll start to see that change. I think we're going to start seeing a lot more M&A. They have over $140 million of cash on hand. 140 million, dude. Spend some of it. I don't know.
I do see Mitch's point on the chat. He's saying he doesn't see this business as scalable. I see your point. I would disagree. They are already opening a facility in California.
Santa Ana.
And I think that was good pronunciation. Santa Ana. You got it. But I want to see them execute. Yeah. I want to see them execute, but I do like the model of the cannabis superstore, right? So people just go there and spend the day or a few hours, and they eat there, and then they buy weed, and then they see how it's made and how products are processed, or how extractions are made. You can make a day of it. So I mean, it's something that I do see prospering and becoming even larger, right? As the concept takes on, I do think other people will try and replicate it. Mm-hmm. But so far,
Cresco Labs is there.
Experience.
Like Cresco Labs is there with Reef. They haven't been able to match that. I mean, there are several competitors in Las Vegas that they just can't do it. Like Planet 13 is doing it.
I mean, Medman, as soon as you get off a plane, I don't know, I haven't been to Vegas in a while, but I remember, several years in a row, like 2 years in a row, getting off the plane, and the first thing I saw as soon as I, left the airport was a big billboard for Medman. And they even offer like a shuttle, directly from the airport to the dispensary. How crazy is that?
I think Planet 13, this is not necessarily a rumor, just more of a mumble. They're looking at East Coast targets. So, I mean, you know, they may find one, they may not. So that's why it's not a rumor yet. But they are, I think they're actively hunting that M&A. And they're looking at that Santa Ana location as a vertically integrated operation within itself. So, I mean, I think they're going to drive revenue wherever they are because they're just great operators, but they're not necessarily ahead of the game right now. And we've talked about that before with companies like A Body and Mind. Look at them. Just started cultivation and or commercialization, in Arkansas. So again, limited license market there, newer market, established company, maybe something to take a look at. That's BMMJ, I believe. Anyway, I didn't mean to derail us there, but I think PLNHF is far from done making news this year, would be my thought.
Yeah, and as the CEO said, you know, it is clear that Vegas is back. That's what he said in the earnings call, and I agree. I think it's too early. Personally, I don't think people should be, you know, gathering in Vegas or anywhere for that matter. I was seeing some videos from spring break in Florida and Miami last week, and it was just, I mean, disappointing. But, you know, no matter what I think, the reality remains Vegas seems to be pretty much back on track. Of course, not pre-COVID levels, but a lot of the tours has returned. Conferences are returning as well.
It gets better every month. Like, I mean, it'll be back in no time. I'm not really worried about Planet 13 really at all. Oh, Javi left. It's just me. I'll keep going. I'm not worried about Planet 13. I think they're going to be a great play. I think you might see them in New York or Massachusetts, maybe. You know, we'll see where they might drop their next giant dispensary. And honestly, though, this is interesting with what I was talking with Patrick about New York. Apparently, Stacy doesn't care what we think. So thank you, Stacy. Anyway, I think if they can drop a revenue-driving dispensary in New York, I think, you know, that's going to be better than a lot of these other dispensaries of companies that are moving in. You look at those that are in New York, they're going to have eight dispensaries on every corner or throughout the Manhattan landscape. But, you know, these other companies, what is it, Javi? They only get 3? Is that right? That are coming into the state?
Yep.
Yeah, so they only get 3, but Planet 13, they really only need 1, 2, or 3, you know? So maybe they're ones that could compete in that sense.
I mean, and Stacey, feel free to drop from the broadcast, by the way. We are very much... don't
worry. Don't worry about it. Keep going. Keep going.
Full responsibility. No, because I really care about this, dude. You know, we got to take care. We're so close to being over this pandemic. Right? It's not the time to drop the ball. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you there. You know, one I wanted to ask you on, Javi, and this is on to the next company here, Slang Worldwide. So they, I just got an email from Paradigm Capital. They released preliminary Q4 results, looking at around 26.8 million on the year, which beats the expectation. Which beats the expectation. But you know, to me,
down, or why was it down?
Yeah, I'm a little confused, to be honest, because they have such a huge retail presence. It seems to me like this is undervalued, maybe.
Yeah, let's bring it up. Oh, there it is. You beat me to the punch. I really don't know. I mean, my main theory here is people had already bought ahead of the preliminary earnings, and they just sold now, you know, to reap some of the profits. I really can't find a better explanation. Revenue was up a little bit from 8.7 million in the fourth quarter of 2019 Canadian to 9.66 million Canadian in the fourth quarter of 2020. So that might be weighing on the stock as well. The fact that they're not posting that massive, you know, growth levels that the other companies in the space are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
What you think? That's true. I mean, they're I don't get how they're not. I mean, 3,000 stores, 14 states.
Yeah, but they're also losing money. They reported,
Yeah.
they're expecting an adjusted EBITDA loss in the range of 900,000 Canadian to 1.4 million Canadian. So that's gotta be weighing on the stock at least a little bit, right? Same for cash, right? They have 6.5 million Canadian in cash and equivalents, down from almost 19 million in 2019, right? So
I still
really like the company.
Yeah, I still really
do.
like this company. I think they have a really great footprint. So I mean, I think they're fine. I think this might be I guess a long-term value here, but yeah, that would be. I don't know. I was a little surprised when I saw it.
They're young. Like it's a company run by young people, which to me, seeing a successful company run successfully and responsibly by young people, so it makes me think they'll be around in a few years, and they will be able to adapt to a changing market, right? They won't become dated in 5 years, right?
Right. Yeah, fair enough. Tony really wants to talk about Trulieve. 3 dispensaries purchased in Pennsylvania. Great move. But I hear, I think stock dilution is always a worry. But I think when you talk about a Trulieve versus like a middle tier player, I'm not quite as concerned there. I think it's something to keep an eye on. But for me, I think Trulieve is going to provide a lot of value to investors moving over the next 5 years. So I mean, that's where I'm at on it. I see, listen, I think it's a valid concern, Tony. But I think Trulieve is going to provide tons of value to not only this industry but to investors as well. Javi, any thoughts there?
I mean, I think the same as you do. Can we update the ticker there? The new ticker for so sorry, we're talking about TCNNF now. There you go. I do like the company, but I do agree with the question here. I never like when they don't say how much a transaction is worth. If it's an acquisition, if it's a capital raise, whatever, right? It does seem it's a like in a public offering. So it can't be very far from the actual prices of the stock. That's as much as I can say.
Well, and
they want to use the money to expand. And right now, I mean, they've been spending some money, so and making a lot of money. So I'm sure, taking a page from Spencer Israel's book, this seems to be a kind of situation where they're raising money because they can, not necessarily because they need to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. Just the headline reading Trulieve raises money, they're fine. I mean, they have access. But listen, I'm not really transitioning away from this, Tony. But to look at Mitch's question, well, your concern about Trulieve was my concern about Kushco. I was not really crazy about as much as the dilution. Patrick and I are in full disagreement on this stock, but I am turned around via the brilliant merger with Greenlane because I love Greenlane.
We'll have them on the show next week, I'm sure. We'll have Nick, the CEO, on the show probably next week or the week after to talk about the merger and answer all these questions. Right?
Well, and Nick's an OG. I think their leadership has always been top notch. But I've never really put my own money into it. But that being said, I mean, I'm going to reconsider pretty heavily with the Greenlane merger because I mean, I've always thought Greenlane was a very, very well run company. So I guess that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. But I do want to give a couple shout outs to Benzinga. We love these guys. They support us and we support them. Maramed, again, Bob raising that money. Was it 46 mil? You muted.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking to myself almost. I just bringing up the Maramed chart on Benzinga Pro. And, just check out Benzinga Pro. It's so awesome.
Oh, my God.
If you want to work with us, by the way, cooljobs@benzinga.com. We are hiring. We're always hiring. So if you're interested in finance and cannabis, hit us up.
Yeah, I'm a bit. I think Bob is the OG. You know, I think there's like Steve D'Angelo and then Bob Fireman. It's how I picture cannabis. Bob Fireman, CEO of MariMed, raised another 46 mil. They slogged through it last year, but they're having a strong 2021 so far, I think. Javi, what do you think? MRMD, by the way, MRMD.
Let's bring it up. 1 second. There you go. The sharing process. Can you see this here?
This is a $50 billion industry, Naval's. Just a fad. And that's right now. Get out of here.
MariMed, 220 million market cap, mid-sized operator. Let's look at the performance and see how it changed in recent times. Look at that.
Yeah, they have really shifted.
This is crazy. You know, the 6-month chart.
Yeah, man.
That's
props to Bob. You got to send him some bourbon.
So what happened? Let's see what happened in December, January, February. Because something has to have, something had to happen to drive this kind of growth. And it's not just earnings. Of course, them being at the Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conferences, probably didn't hurt them.
Amen to that. FUAPF. I saw that being asked yesterday. Who is that? Global Cannabis. Cannabis.
FUAPF.
You want to pull them up real quick, Javi?
Oh, yeah. They asked about this on other shows. I think we already got into them a little bit. But not a lot. I mean, 0.4 million deal with Europe's largest CBD oil supplier so far. This is like 0.4 million. That's the weirdest thing to say. That's $400,000.
Yeah, that is interesting. You raise what you raise, and Mass Roots. They just closed something of a similar sort. It's like 460 in a raise, I think. So but then again, they're a software provider, and it is a software. Software, you're not going to see that.
But the way they reported it is just concerning.
I agree.
Like trying to inflate the number, like after hitting like several 52-week lows.
Yeah, well, software you're not going to see as giant of a raise. I agree. Weird reporting. Another one though. Consortium raised 12 million. They are in some powerhouse markets. Like their footprint is one of my favorites. They are Florida They originated in Florida. They are in Michigan. They are in Texas, I believe, and Pennsylvania. Does that sound right, Javi? Those 4 markets?
Probably. You got me there. No way I can know that by heart. But like talking about today's news, they raised $12 million in financing through a sale of 17.14 million of its units at 70 cents per unit. They are currently trading at 80 cents per unit.
I think Consortium's an underdog, personally. I really like this company. I think there's a little bit of a ceiling in Florida for them, and that's pretty obvious. That's an obvious statement. But when you look at them hopping into Texas early, that could be a big win for them.
Yeah. This money particularly, though, will go to expanding Florida operations, to be clear.
Yeah. Well, they're putting a lot of effort into like gluten-free and sugar-free edibles, and like they're really like
It's
vegan
cool.
edibles. Like they're thinking a little bit ahead of the game. I gotta say.
You gotta be courageous to want to take on True Leaf in Florida, and someone. It's healthy. Like someone has to do it.
They're doing as good of a job as any, with the exception of like a Parallel. Like our True Leaf and Parallel, I would say the main player is maybe an AltMed. But to me, Consortium is right up there with Parallel, etc. Anyway, so props to MariMed, MRMD, props to Consortium and Fluent Cannabis, CNTMF. Javi, I want to talk about my bestie, Jessica Billingsley.
Yep.
So Akerna, I feel like they've not had a great week, but the news is still so positive on them. I saw one article that said they could double by summer. I think it was Investor Hub or something of that nature. And then I saw another one saying they wouldn't be surprised to see 80% growth in the next, I think it was 2 months. I mean, where are they getting this from?
I have no idea.
They're just saying it because they want to say it. I mean, I think it can be done. I'm a big Akerna fan, but I'm not seeing the news that sparks a doubling.
I mean, maybe they know something we don't. We've seen them acquire quite a bit recently, continue to grow both organically and inorganically, expand internationally. I like them. I really do. I think it's, businesses that's scalable beyond the cannabis industry. They have a product that can apply to other regulated industries. And the news we're talking about today, we already discussed it, but today they confirmed that they had closed the acquisition of Viridian Sciences.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they just announced the closure. Got it. So wondering why I was seeing all that news again.
Oh yeah. It's just today they announced the closing of the previously announced acquisition. And it's interesting because it's built on SAP. Like Viridian is built on SAP. So I mean, we're seeing a lot of mainstreaming of cannabis products and technology products really reaching the same bar and status as ERP systems for any other industry.
Yeah,
that is
and full disclosure, this is probably my largest portfolio hold. So no advice here, but I'm a big Akerna fan.
I don't own the stock, so
well, you don't own any cannabis stock, so go away.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding. I think you're very intelligent, Javi. I am not a writer or a journalist.
I don't know if intelligent. I mean, ethical maybe. Intelligent would have been to buy GW Pharma when I first recommended it in 2013. That would have been intelligent.
I wish I had known you in 2013.
Buy Bitcoin in 2011 when my friend, wouldn't stop talking about it.
All right, so Javi, I kind of want to finish up with a conversation that is dedicated to our dear friend Spencer Israel, looking at a list of cannabis ETFs. Mm-hmm. And this is really in direct response to the New York news. They were all up last week. Every single one of them was up last week. ETFMG, or ticker MJ, up 1.5%. YOLO up 3.2%. MSOS 1%. THCX 2.3%. Mm-hmm. This is SPY was up 1.7.
Yeah, that's the benchmark we compare it with. And keep in mind that was a short-end week. It was a 4-day trading week.
But then my guy, Tim Seymour with the win here, 3.3%. So I mean,
strong performance
from Seymour Asset Management's ETF. They are just Tim Seymour's ETF. That's what I like to say. I love CNBS.
No,
not CNBC, CNBS. But he is on CNBC too. So
I think it was kind of a play on words. I don't know. I really don't know what to think. I did ask him a few times, why CNBS? And he was like, well, it's funny. It's like, I'm sure it's a wink to CNBC too.
Yeah. I mean, for me though, if I'm going to trust my money to somebody, Tim Seymour can have all of it. I love watching him talk about cannabis. I learn something every single time. That doesn't mean to say Advisor Shares, ETFMG, all these other ones don't know what they're talking about as well.
Oh yeah,
I just feel so confident in CNBS.
Oh yeah, but then Jason Wilson managing MJ and
Mm-hmm.
He really knows what he's doing. And then Dan Aarons at YOLO and MSOs. He's really involved in
MSOs is the bomb.
And he is not afraid to say, by the way, we did a cool series on different cannabis ETFs last year, and we did a separate show with Tim Seymour. Go check both out. But you can see, the one we did with several ETF managers. And one thing you'll see is Dan is not afraid of explaining very clearly why he thinks his ETFs are better, why he thinks his active approach to management is better, why he thinks monthly rebalancings, as he does are better than quarterly, right? And you can agree or disagree with him, but I do like, just someone very clearly explaining why this option is different from this other option, right? Because ETFs are similar.
Well, if you put ETFs on the same stage together, there might be bloodshed.
We have and we will again.
So. Yes, we have and we will again. I mean, that's very true. But we've worked with all of them. I mean, all these guys have actually been on our stage within the last year, I think, save maybe one of them. Anyway,
all of them. I mean, THCX. We have Max and John and Jerry. And John and Jerry has also been at many of our events: Miami, Toronto, Chicago.
Yeah, John's the bomb. I do want to call out one thing. Javi, we've been talking about the New York market for maybe a week and a half now. And one company I always fail to mention is Curaleaf. And I don't think it's any fault of Curaleaf. I think they're well positioned as anybody here. But does the New York market opening up, obviously it affects their bottom line, but is it as important to their business as, say, a Columbia Care or maybe somebody, I don't know. What do you think? Why am I not bringing them up every time we talk about New York? Is that just my stupidity?
I would never say you're stupid, man. You're a smart man. So, I mean, honestly, I don't know. They are doing business in New York already, same as Columbia Care, Madman, Acreage, Vireo, just to name a few. But they're diversified too. Yeah. So I don't know. I think they stand to benefit.
Oh yeah, they're going to benefit. No, I mean they're going to raise or they're going to make a lot of money. But I feel like Curaleaf is just they're chill. They're yeah, we're in New York. We're in every market because we're Curaleaf. Anyway, that's CURLF. Just powerhouse.
I want to see which one is the winner here, right? Remember, we were bringing up a report by Pablo Swanich from Cantor Fitzgerald.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Recently. And he was estimating the New York market could hit $7 billion in sales within 5 to 7 years. And, using that calculation, he said any company that captures 15% of the market could generate, I think, something like $110 million in EBITDA per year.
Wow.
I want to see which company gets.
Well, I have to call out. This is the last thing I call out today. Huge news. Naval's NSDQ. I agree with you. Village Farms is a wonderful play because they're not just focused on cannabis. I mean, they're already making tons of monies in value crops like lettuce and tomatoes. And they're just bringing that expertise and knowledge over to cannabis. And they already have the footprint. They already have the expertise. Killer stock. Although I will say, I think they're down a little bit overall this year, but I'd be shocked if they don't bounce back relatively soon. Anyway, that's my call out to NSDQ over there. Sorry to interrupt you, man, but 120 EBITDA is 110. 110. Yeah. That's insane.
That's insane. Let me check again just in case. I want to see I'm not messing that one up. Yeah, 110 million in EBITDA. By the time sales reach 7 billion. Pretty cool.
7 billion now. Last I heard it was 5.
I mean, and for him, it's the three candidates for this are Curaleaf, so CURLF, Green Thumb Industries, GTBIF, and Cresco Labs, CRLBF.
Yeah. Man, Javi. Been fun. We talked about PLNHF today. We talked about SLNWFG, Slang Worldwide. We talked about MRMD. We talked about CNTMF. We talked about KERN. We talked about several ETFs. Full day. I don't expect this to calm down. There were several other things I wanted to mention, but we'll have to cover them tomorrow. Guys, 4:30 tomorrow, 4 o'clock on Thursday, 4:30 on Friday. Here all week dropping Cannabis stocks. If you had a good time, drop a 1. Appreciate you all tuning in. Javier, you ethical human being. Always a pleasure to have you on board, man.
You too, man. Till Thursday.
Till Thursday. All right, y'all. See you soon. Spencer.
Yep.
All you.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. All right. It is 5 o'clock. Normally, we do after hours with Ryan Rozbiani on Mondays and Wednesdays. Ryan was unavailable yesterday, so we thought, what the hell? Let's get him on today, Tuesday and Wednesday this week, which is what we'll do. I'll bring Ryan on in a second as soon as I play his intro. What up, sir?
Spencer, quick question, buddy. So last I checked, we were scheduled for Tuesdays and Thursdays to do after hours, not Mondays, Wednesdays.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's the thing that we've been kind of going back and forth with a little bit.
You're right. Okay, so let's clarify. Maybe we can clarify. Actually, we can clarify right now, or we can try to do it offline as to whatever works for you. But we can figure that out.
We'll talk after. Yeah,
figure that out.
I just don't want to get in trouble with the big boss and get a call from the big boss, and it's like, why are you slacking out on this newbie?
Just throw me under the bus. It'll be fine. It's what everyone else.
Never. We'll find somebody to scapegoat.
That's it. Always is a scapegoat. All right, Ryan, what'd you see today? What'd you see out there?
Man, today was good. Today was flat, but today was good. We've had SPY rallying for the past couple days. We've had QQQ recovering for the past couple days. So things have been getting nice. So I like this. I was expecting a red day, to be honest with you, in SPY, but it looks like we ended up with a doji right here, a nice little flat day, which was good. I'm happy with that. I mean, after this many green days, I would expect a little bit of red just to kind of consolidate us, but I'll take a flat day too. That was completely fine. That was good. I was happy to see that. And QQQ, I'm very happy to see that slowly taking us back to the higher highs. But again, they've doji right here as well. QQQ and SPY have been moving in parallel, which is good to see. The markets are getting stronger. April should be a good month. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. But I'm excited for what's coming down the pike for this month. And we got some really cool news just, I think, a few minutes ago from Bloomberg. They said that Governor Cuomo wants to legalize sports gambling in New York. So that's going to be a big catalyst for these sports gambling plays.
Yeah. He's been talking a lot of talk. He's got other things on his mind, I think. But
yeah, I think we
we'll see.
He's been busy.
He's been busy for sure. I mean, they just got cannabis through the pipes, but we'll see.
That was big. That was big for New York. I think this just goes to show, I don't think it's because they're getting more progressive or they care about this stuff more. I think it's just that there's a huge deficit in the New York budget and they need to fill it somehow. And sports gambling funding and cannabis, we know how it did wonders for Colorado. So I think it could definitely help New York out big time.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree.
How about you, man? How about you? How's your day been?
I agree. My day was okay. Well, I mean, like I said this earlier, it was a rather uneventful day. You had a couple big movers, but really not many. I mean, I'm looking for volatility, and if I can't get that, I'm looking for if I can't get in the overall market, I at least like it in individual stocks. But there isn't really a lot as far as movers to discuss today. Like we had Romeo Power was the big one. Penn National moved, but outside of those, and we had EBANG or EBONG had the short report from Hindenburg, but outside of those names, not a lot on the news/movers front, which makes for me an uneventful day.
Right. Yeah, me too. So I looked at the short report for EBON. I don't have a position, full disclosure, but it is a stock that I like. I think that, Hindenburg, of course, respect to him for what he does and the work that he puts in.
Yeah.
For short reports, some of them are very accurate with what he does with Nicholas. Some of them are very inaccurate with the stuff that he does with other stocks. I think with this one, he was really just grasping for straws. I read through the report. Some of the stuff he said made sense, but a lot of the stuff he said could be easily disproven. So, if there's players out there who play short reports and you have to be really good at this and you have to be open to a lot of risk and open to losing a lot of money, it's a high risk, high reward play.
Yeah.
If EBON comes out and they're due for a press release because their offering closes today and they come out with a press release who's saying hey, all this stuff is crap, here's everything to disprove it, I think that stock could have a massive movement up, especially that it's in the Bitcoin sector and that the Bitcoin space with hardware, because it's super easy to disprove that short report versus something like the Nicholas short report, which kind of caused a huge ripple effect that's still affecting the SPAC markets.
Yeah, great point. And that goes back to knowing the story, right? Because I had no idea that we were due for a PR anyway from the company. You sort of want to watch. What does the company say? How long does it take for them to say anything? What do they say? Are they gonna do they come out and say, oh, we're gonna respond in due time? In this case, we heard we heard nothing from the company. So, and again, Chinese company, antennas up should be on a high alert, especially always with China, but especially after the Luck and Coffee fiasco of last summer. So always be on high alert with respect to these companies. It's why the only Chinese stocks that I own, I own an ETF, and the ETF owns mostly large caps that we've all heard, right? Alibaba, Baidu, JD. I don't know this company. I don't own this company. For a trade, it's a whole different story, but we just don't know.
Yeah, long-term investing in any Chinese company is risky, even with the big ones. We saw what happened with Alibaba over the summer. CEO disappeared for 2 months, and the stock took a hit. He came back. They made up some fake EV story. Hey, we're going to make an EV car. We haven't heard anything about it. The stock rallied, then came back down. So, of course, but again, I still think that traders shouldn't discount Chinese companies for trading and swing trading, especially if you see a catalyst coming up, if it's in the Bitcoin sector, if it's in the EV sector, like, for example, Neo, Lee, and Xpeng. I still think those are great. We discussed them last time with Mitch. We saw how they move in parallel. They can work very well for you, especially if you want to play the EV and green energy markets. They will get some sympathy love off of those plays. So again, don't discount them for trades, but for long-term holding, they are very, very risky.
Yes, definitely. Okay. What else was on your radar today?
So I was actually watching, speaking of EV plays, I've been watching CCIV. I know a lot of people either love it or hate that stock. This is one that I've been in long for a while. I wanted to discuss it here because I think there's a lot of really, really good lessons in the chart as well as the actual play itself. So if we just come here and just look straight up at the MACD right here, I clicked on the RSI by mistake. If we take a look at the MACD is begging for a reversal. It's been begging for a reversal for a long time, and the reversal should be coming very, very soon. Again, this is one of those plays that took a huge beating, huge gap down on that reevaluation news. It's been struggling. Of course, the news came out, a gap down, then we had the March craziness and February red. That gapped it down. But of course, we saw a little bit of light in the chart for the first time with a nice little movement of 5%, which is big for this stock because you can see 10% movements, but you can see reversals come right back a few days later. But what I'm liking in this chart is for the first time in a long time, it's starting to kind of slowly overtake this 21 moving average here. And if it overtakes the 21 moving average for 2 to 3 consecutive days, that's a good sign for me. I would say if you're not in the stock, that might be around the time to kind of look for a trade. Again, not a financial advisor. This is all meant for educational purposes only. I would look to enter there again, but for me, this isn't a stock to trade or even swing trade. This for me is more of a longer term stock outlook. I like the company. I like the CEO a lot. I like what they're doing. Their technology is fantastic. And I know there's a lot of hate behind this stock for no reason. I don't like the fact that this was a cult stock beforehand. That's why it kind of rose up to these 60 highs. And I do believe that this was premature because just taking a look at Tesla stock, for example, you can see that, hey, Tesla took a while to get to these highs and Tesla was a more established company. But again, we have to remember that CCIV is not a first market mover. It is coming in with a lot of money in their pike, thanks to the Saudi Arabia fund and all the other stuff that's going on. So I think just taking a look at this chart, just as a basic example, just ignoring the big drop off here that happened, this is a gap that will eventually fill maybe in a few months or years down the line, but I think it will eventually come up. Mitch is saying, you don't think the chart looks like a middle finger? It does. It does. This was a huge middle finger to all traders. Anyone who bought here, again, I can't recommend ever buying a SPAC that is overextended this high, even if it's like SpaceX SPACing, because SPACs have a cycle. They will go up, then they will calm down and come back down. But Mitch is 100% right. This kind of does look like a big middle finger, and it gave a big middle finger to a lot of traders and investors when it dropped down that hard. I got a lot of hate when I took some profits around the $50 mark because I knew how these things play out. Once you have a stock or a SPAC even that's leading up into news and it's kind of building up a lot of hype and the stock price is reflecting that hype, it will become a buy the rumor, sell the news play. For those of you who don't know what that is, that means people will start buying up into the news and then they will sell it when the news comes. So as the rumor is building up, people will buy and then the news hits and people will sell off. That's why, for example, you saw with Pfizer, when their stock got approval for the COVID vaccine, they had red days afterwards. Why? People were buying into the hype and then they sold the news. That's kind of how a lot of stocks will play out when they're built around rumors and hype. But again, this stock did sort of it's sort of been bottomed out. Like Mitch is saying, it bottomed out here, and it's sort of somewhat of a double bottom here, if you could call it that, but it's held its support here around the $20 mark, which is good. That's a lot of traders will say that it's a good area to start picking it up. For me, I was a little hesitant to average up around here in the $20 mark because we didn't know when the correction would end. So I held off on averaging up, but I will eventually probably look for a position if we come back down to the $20 range, because we will eventually do that. This company is going to struggle a bit before it goes back up into the $30, $40, $50, $60 area. It has to go through its first earnings report. It has to get its first cars on the streets. It will have defects in its pipeline. It's just how new companies work. It's just how it is. It's very, very rare for you to have a flawless, lossless rollout on, especially something like vehicles that are electric vehicles and cars that are mass produced at this big and brand new factories. We even see it in Tesla to this day, where they have recalls and things happen and it affects the stock price. This is a good patience play if you like it. Another stock that I wanted to talk about is MUDS. It's a SPAC that's merging with Tops. Now, I saw a lot of people joking on this SPAC and this stock, and I gotta say, I wouldn't joke about this one. This is not a freshman company. Tops has been around for years. Tops is a fortified company that works with huge other industries like the WWE, the MLB, the HLJ, all these different companies producing cards for them. And of course, they're moving into the NFT space. Just taking a quick look at their investor presentation, I really like their financials. Their financials were solid. Again, they're not a freshman company, and the SPAC price reflected it. Now, again, we will probably see the SPAC cool off a little bit into the coming days. Again, just how the cycle of SPACs work. But I will be looking to open a position in MUDS for a longer term swing with this, because I believe that this will build up hype. Again, this is probably what happened here is probably due to NFT hype coming through it. Again, no, this was May, so I don't even know what happened here to cause this jump up. But again, I wouldn't look down on MUDS. It's more of a longer term play than anything. But I think if you get the right people behind it, it can make a move. And what I'm really excited about tomorrow is on SPAC Attack, OCA, Omnichannel Acquisition Corporation, will be live with the two heads. Of course, Gary Vee is going to be there, which is going to be big. So Mitch and Chris are going to interview them. So I hope we get some really good news from there. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, and smash the like button so you can get notified for when these news and these videos come out. Omnichannel is a SPAC that I've been piling up. It's been under $10 for a while now. Let me see. Did it get some love? It's still under $10, which means it's under NAV, which SPACs start at $10. So to me, this one is like, hey, we need some news, of course, to get this over $10. But I think with the team and the powerhouse that's behind this, it can do very well. But again, we've seen, again, just to take the bear thesis on this, we've seen companies like Ajax, which was another SPAC that had a massive powerhouse team behind it, announced that they're merging with Kazoo, a used car company. Again, from a financial standpoint and from a logistics standpoint, that's awesome. It looks great on paper. It's a good company. But from a SPAC standpoint, where it needs to be this new hot, sexy company that's coming live that has this revolutionary technology like a DraftKings or even like a CCIV and Lucid Motors merger, this SPAC price will not reflect it, and it probably won't reflect it until like the first or second quarter of earnings, where they start performing and analysts start jumping onto it and it starts getting hype and building around. That's why, for example, OCA, I had to take a cut on it and took a paper cut on this SPAC. I liked it. I really liked the team behind it. You had Mavericks behind this company. But again, there's always a bear thesis to every single SPAC, and you have to be careful with these SPACs. They're a great vehicle and tool for you if you, as a long-term investor. Like, for example, I put a lot of money in VGAC, which is merging with 23andMe, because long-term, I know that company is going to do fantastic. But again, the SPAC is sitting at around $10 and it's not moving. And that's completely fine with me, because to me, it's a long-term investment. I know that I'm getting a bang for my buck, versus a direct IPO or a regular IPO, had 23andMe done that, it would have been a much more expensive stock. So you need to take SPACs around that with a grain of salt. And the reason I'm bringing up SPACs is I've been seeing a lot of talks on Twitter and a lot of talks on the internet, essentially saying SPACs are dead, SPACs are dead. SPACs, I don't think are dead. SPACs are a vehicle for IPOing. SPACs are a vehicle to bring stocks live onto the stock market, for private companies, not stocks, live to the stock market. And of course, there has been a huge influx in SPACs coming to the stock market, because when you SPAC, it comes with a PIPE investment. You get money on your balance sheet. You get a lot going on internally. It's a lot faster than an IPO, and SPACs had a lot of hype. We've seen that with many, many different companies. Hyliion, for example, was a SPAC, and that company ran into like the 60s, I believe, at a certain point. So it takes some time to get there, and you need to play these SPACs smart, and you can do very well on them. But again, these are a tool that require patience. They're no longer that fast money moving tool that you can kind of sit on and kind of hope for huge jumps. But in the past, they would have massive jumps into the $15 to $17 range just with the target announcement. But unfortunately, it's not like that anymore. So you need to be able to adapt your strategy for SPACs. They're a great vehicle again, but again, you got to play them very smart. Another thing that I want to talk about a bit here is I wanted to talk a little bit about Bitcoin and Bitcoin stocks, because I know that yesterday we had a huge interview with Mariko Komodo. Luke did an amazing interview with Mariko Komodo on MARA, Marathon Digital Holdings. To me, there'll always be Marathon Patent Group. It's a company that I really, really like. So we had a red day today because, of course, Bitcoin was down. But one thing I saw a lot of people naysaying and saying, hey, look, Mara sucks. After one day it came down. It's not like that. Look, the stock from here to here is a 90+% movement. It's like a rocket ship. The rocket or plane has to take off and eventually has to land in order to be able to refuel for its next flight, or in terms of stocks, a next leg up. And look at the stock. That's what it does. It refuels, legs up, refuels, legs up, refuels, legs up, and the pattern continues. And this is a massive movement here. And I think what we need to keep in mind with not just this stock, any stock in general, is you have to realize that not all stocks can be green every single day. All stock can't just keep going up. You need to psychologically prepare yourself for pullbacks and adjustments. These are the days that you kind of start loading up on the stock. Imagine you had bought Mara down here, just even on this really green day, when the stock price was, let's just say you got it at $30, and yesterday you could have sold it at a high of $57. So just take it like this. Psychologically, a lot of people hate when the stock market is red. I really like it when the stock market is red. It creates an opportunity for me to go out there and buy stocks that I really like for cheap, for either short-term swings, long-term swings, or long-term investments. So psychologically start priming yourself with that mentality of embracing red days and embracing pullbacks, because it's an opportunity to buy more of stocks that you have conviction on. So that's just what I want you guys to keep in the back of your head. Also, I want to talk about small cap stocks a little bit. So the Russell 2000 tracks, I'm not sure how I can pull it up on here. 2000 Russell 2000. Hold on. So 2000. I'm trying to pull up the Russell 2000, which is kind of, it maps. It's RUT, which maps the small cap stocks. Spence, are you can you help me with that? Do you know how to pull up the Russell 2000 on Pro? So okay, it looks like it's not coming up when I do RUT. So again, just I'll visualize it for you. So if you are familiar with something called Bollinger Bands, let me just take you back to the Dow. Oh, hold on. I'm doing the whole screen. Okay, so this is even better. Let me take you to the Russell 2000 here, and then I'll take you back to Pro. Let's go to TradeView. TradeView. I don't know if I'm logged in or not. Let's go. So again, TradeView. This is the same charting tool that's built into the into Benzinga Pro. Yeah, I know the ticker is RUT, but for example, it wasn't for some reason it wasn't coming up for me. But that's okay. Let's go to candles. Let's go. I want to pull up my indicators here. Give me the Bollinger Bands. Give me my moving averages. Moving average. Okay. And I'll take 50 here. Take a baseline 50. Okay. So if you look here, one more thing. I need one more indicator, my MACD. MACD, and you know what? I'll take RSI as well. It's like I'm ordering off of it's like I feel like I'm at Subway and I'm just ordering off. Okay, I guess we've maxed out a number of indicators, but okay, that's fine. Take a look here. You know what? I'll turn off the MA50 and just take a look at here and remember the MA50. We overtook the 50 MA for 2 days in a row, which is good. Just keep that in the back of your mind. And I'm going to pull up RSI, which is your relative strength index, which tells you the inflow and outflow of volume and money, which is really good. MACD and RSI are really, really good indicators just for basic investing, basic swing trading. You don't really need too much. And Bollinger Bands tells you, like, if you look here, if you can bounce off of Bollinger Bands, and this is your midline, kind of like right in the middle. So the Russell 2000, the reason I'm bringing this up is because a lot of people are saying, hey, SPY and QQQ and all these indexes are making really, really new highs. How come my penny stocks aren't going up? Well, that's the thing. Our penny stocks aren't within the S&P 500. Our penny stocks aren't within NASDAQ or the Dow Jones even. The Russell 2000 is something that parallels our penny stocks. And if you look here on this chart, this stock has been taking a bit of a dive for the past couple months, just like with everything else. And it's just now, in the past 3 days, 3 trading days, starting to recover. And as you can see here, we finally crossed the midpoint on the Bollinger Band. And I hope that you guys can see this. I don't know if you can see my chart. It says my chart is frozen on graph mode. Okay, so this is weird. Let me refresh. Okay, this should, oh, it popped me out of the wrong tab. I'm sorry, folks. This should take us back to where we are. Okay, I'm sorry, for some reason it popped me into another tab. So I'm going to set this up again one more time really quickly. Just MACD and Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands. There we go. Okay, so here we go. Again, just real quick, I was saying, look, 3 days for the Russell 2000 for 3 days has been starting to recover. This is our 4th day here. We can see that it's now crossed over our midpoint within the Bollinger Band, which is an indicator that you use to kind of see where you're going. As you can see here, where you touch the top of the Bollinger Band, you tend to come down. You can break through the midpoint and go up, or you can touch the midpoint and bounce off the midpoint and kind of go back up and start making higher highs. But of course, when it rips through the midpoint, it's a bearish signal, in my opinion, that the stock will be coming down. And in this case, it's the index. So our small cap stocks have been slowly starting to recover, and a lot of people play and swing trade penny stocks. And this is a good kind of index to take a look at. Like looking at SPY and looking at QQQ is good for the overall fund, especially if you have like a long-term account that you're trading like Tesla, Microsoft, and all these other stocks in. That makes sense. But for example, for this one, it doesn't really make sense because you'll see it for your small caps. This is the index that makes sense to follow. So as you can see here, for 3 days we've been recovering. Even today, it's up 0.49%, so it's technically green. And you can look here, the MACD is ready to cross. So I think we will start to see in the next coming days, if the volume keeps going upwards and we still stay green, we can still continue to see this to jump up and make higher highs, and we'll see that reflected in our small cap stocks. So that's one thing I want you to keep in mind, that the reason why SPY and QQQ making these massive 52-week highs isn't really reflected in your portfolios if you're a swing trader is because, well, the Russell 2000 is what you should be looking at, not SPY and QQQ. And I'm trying on my Twitter to kind of reflect that more and kind of bring that more to the forefront. And I posted about it last night. If you want to follow me, it's at Ryan Rozbiani. My name's on the bottom of my picture right now, so you can just type that into Twitter and you'll see me there. I try to do like nightly updates on the charts and the markets. So that's really why you're not seeing that reflected. But let's go back to Benzinga Pro and we'll take a look at some other stocks. So if you want, you guys can start throwing in tickers into the chat, and I will start answering questions based off of tickers. And as tickers start coming in, I want to take a look at Tesla. So Tesla is a good kind of like, it's not really an index fund or an ETF. There is an ETF called Drive, which kind of maps off all of our EV plays. And if you kind of take a look at that here, I'm going to turn on Bollinger Bands again here for you as well. Bollinger Bands, you'll see that the ETF is doing very well and EVs are doing very well. MACD is positive, RSI is positive. They're getting stronger. And we heard today there's been a leak that the Biden administration wants to do a $10,000 tax credit for EV cars. Now, that will be reflected, of course, in a lot of different EV prices. And again, do me a solid. If you're gonna throw a stock ticker in the chat, smash the like button so that way we can see who liked the video and we can get to your ticker quicker. So just do me that solid. And you can see here, EV players are getting stronger. We can see that here in Tesla as well. Tesla made a big jump in the past few days. Today consolidated, which is completely fine. You can see here it's going up. These past 4 days, it went up straight, and today it consolidated. The whole market was essentially consolidating today, and that's healthy. I prefer a consolidation rather than a rocket ship up. I don't like it when you break out of this Bollinger Band. Here's an example. We broke out of the Bollinger Band, and then you had a 7% green drop. So look, you had a 7.8% increase. You're breaking out of the Bollinger Band after 2 days. So you had 2 days. So this is about 8% increase. And then you had another 7.8% increase. And then you had a 7.82% increase. So essentially you nullified all the gains here. And you're essentially deleting this candle of growth here. And then it consolidated for a while. That's what happens when you go up fast, you'll come down fast and you'll be stuck in consolidation. You'll come down and then you'll slowly start to kind of go up. And then maybe sometimes you'll even break down depending on how the market is moving. But that's why you have to keep in mind Bollinger Bands are a really great tool and indicator to use. But Tesla is a good indicator to use as the overall market. So one stock that I was looking at that's parallel to Tesla that kind of goes up when Tesla goes up when the EVs go up is IDEX. So let's take a look at IDEX. Now IDEX, I'm not a huge fan of IDEX. IDEX has had a lot of stigma behind it, but I will discuss it because people in the chat are also asking for it. Lee's asking for it, so I'll be more than happy to discuss it. I'm not a huge fan of IDEX, but again, you don't have to be a fan of these stocks. You don't have to be a fan of any sector. Just use every single trading opportunity to your advantage to make money, and that will do good for you. So I'm going to turn off Bollinger Bands here because we don't really need them for this. Look here, the MACD went up, the RSI is sort of flat, but let's take a look at the actual chart. It's overtaken the 200 moving average for many, many days now, which is good. This stock gets a lot of love on social media, but again, it was not immune to the red craze. But again, it has legged up for 2 days here. It legged up here, and then it came back down. So the colors are a little off here. This should be a green candle. This is a plus 8% day. Then you have down 3.5% and then plus 1.64% today. So the stock is fighting to overtake this 21 moving average solidly and then leg up for the 50 moving average will be the next move up. I think that this stock could make a move to $4 with all of the EV news coming out soon, especially if this $10,000 tax credit is true. It's a big jump up. If the infrastructure bill gets passed, imagine every single EV car across America gets a $10,000 equivalent discount. So your $50,000 Model Y Tesla car is now not $50,000, it's $40,000. And then you have state credits, like New York has a $2,000 state credit for EVs. So now it comes from a $40,000 car to a $38,000 car. So these are things that'll start ramping up the EV market and helping the EV market kind of grow and leg up. Stag is asking about RMO. So let's take a look at RMO. RMO, again, another battery play that will work with these. So here we go. RMO took a beating last week. There was a lot of talk about their earnings, a lot of talk about their numbers not being so hot. But again, it had a leg up. Why? The sector said, you know what? We're standing behind this. The company's trading higher after the company entered into an agreement with a battery supplier, Packer. That's how it is. That's how these companies move, man. You'll see news will come out and it will make a massive, like today, 60% move today. So that's a big, big move for this stock and for this company overall. Battery plays are nothing to shy away from. And if you look here, it made a really, really good move. Let's look at the after hours movement. I'll pull up the 5-minute chart. Again, 5-minute chart means every single candle is 5 minutes, an indicator of 5 minutes. As you can look here, it went to a high, and now it's sort of starting to consolidate. And you'll see in the after hours, it's down a bit, but nothing too crazy. Chris Cavill actually brought up a very, very good stock that I want to talk about as well, THCB, another battery play. This is another one that kind of Romeo and THCB. THCB is a SPAC that's merging with a company called Microvast. This is a company that's been around for over a decade making batteries, and they've got really, really great battery technology. THCB also had a good day today. It had a 5% day. Of course, it's not a 60% day because didn't take the beating that Romeo Power did. But if you look here, these guys gapped up, came down, filled up the gap, and now they're slowly fighting this 200 moving average to kind of overtake and be above this 200 moving average. But they are also a victim of two things. One was the massive correction consolidation of March and February, but also SPACs. So this is a SPAC, so it's not shy of that. Also, the SPAC merger is being postponed, so that of course hurts SPACs as well. Now, what is my strategy with a company like this? If it's a company that I really like, I truly believe in it long term, and it's a company that has true financials, it's been around for a while, it's been proven, they're legitimate, they're real, I start buying more shares. I start buying more shares down here because I know that in the long term, again, battery plays for me are a longer term play, because you could just see the country, just in the US, let's take the US, let's take the home base, is moving towards EV cars. What do EV cars need? They need three things. They need the actual car, so that's your Tesla, your CCIV, your Fisker Motors, your GEs, your Fords, all these new EV player cars out there. That's the car. You need the charging stations. We'll discuss that next. Third, you need batteries and battery suppliers. You've got THCB, you got Romeo Power, you got CBAT, you got a lot of these battery suppliers that are out there that are going to be providing these things. So these are the three pillars that you can kind of build your swing tradings around EV plays. I know on my Patreon, we talk a lot more and we go into a lot more depth with those, but I want to talk about EV chargers next, because a good example of that was ChargePoint. ChargePoint, CHPT, took a huge beating. Went from its highs of $45 all the way down to a low of $19.59. That's a big dip. That's a huge dip. I can't even believe or fathom how that happened. But again, it was a victim of we merged. So you have the post-SPAC merger sell-off. You had the consolidation from February, March, correction, crash, sell-off. But it recovered. Look, it had an 18% day. It had an 11% day. It was down 5% this day, but again, 11% today. So you see this stock, as we discussed, if you go back to our older streams, we discuss this. It'll first overtake the 21 moving average and then fight to overtake the 50 moving average. And eventually, I think it will fight its way back up into the 40s. How long that will take, I don't know. That will take some time, but we know there's catalysts for this. 500,000 EV chargers will be deployed within the United States. I just recently found out I have a few ChargePoint charging stations very close to my house, and I don't live in the city. I'm in a more of a suburban area, and I was very, very surprised to have ChargePoint stations this close to where I live, which kind of, to be honest with you, I was looking at Tesla cars when I heard about the $10,000 EV credit. I thought Tesla cars might be a nice opportunity here with this EV credit. So I was taking a look at charging stations, and they're affordable. So I don't know if I read this correctly, but it's only a few dollars to charge your car, and it's a lot cheaper than what it is with gasoline, and gasoline got more expensive. The other day I had to fill up my car. It cost me over $50 to fill up my car, whereas a few months ago it was only $30. And gasoline is going to get more expensive over time, but I think that we need, as the country moves to EVs, stocks like ChargePoint, stocks like SNPR, which is merging with Volta, another SPAC out there, will do very well and kind of revolve around this hemisphere of charging stations. Again, this is a stock that took a really big beating. You have a huge gap here. It's stuck within this box right here. This one's gonna take a lot longer than a ChargePoint to recover, because it still needs to do its SPAC merger. So ChargePoint might be a better thing for you if you're not too happy with the volatility, but your risk reward is much higher with Turquoise. Turquoise is set to become profitable much faster than ChargePoint, and they're both deploying all over the place. They both actually have charging stations out there. So yeah, so do me a solid. If you have any questions about stocks you want, throw them in the chat and I will be more than happy to answer them. Falcon 505, smash the like for us. Falcon 505 is asking about the stock Caterpillar. This is another infrastructure bill play. A lot of people overlook these things. Everyone just looks at, hey, let's take a look at the hot EV charging plays that are coming down the pike. Let's talk about those. Let's get into those. But the thing is, you have to remember that these old school companies will also make a lot of money off the infrastructure bill, because there's going to be infrastructure being built, and companies like Caterpillar will have equipment bought from them. So we'll probably see, after the infrastructure bill gets passed, and you'll see big orders for Caterpillar that following quarter, Caterpillar will have great movements, and people are buying here in anticipation of said movement. This stock has been holding above the 21 moving average, breaking it again a little bit on certain days, but that's completely fine. The 21 moving average holding above that is very, very strong in my opinion. Some people say it should be the 8 moving average. I like to use the 21, the 50, and the 200. The 21 gives me a short, medium-term outlook. The 50 gives me a medium-term outlook, and the 200 gives me a longer-term outlook. So that's the reason I use these three. And again, I like the pattern that they're forming. I joke around on this show, and I call this the Wolverine pattern, where it's just three moving averages. And I think Caterpillar is going to do good. Caterpillar is one of those stocks. It's expensive. It's $230 for a lot of retail investors. They don't look at these stocks, but this is a good one to have in your retail account. Let's see if there's any recent news on Caterpillar. You see, just look here. So again, we've discussed this on the show previously, saying, hey, call options. What are they? People are betting that this stock will go up. Mara, we saw that we did this in a video a long time ago in one of our previous shows, had March call option sweeps for $60 a share, and we saw we got really close to that yesterday. So again, people are betting that this stock will go to $260, $230. It's $230 now, but it looks like people are betting that's going to go to $260. Again, betting, I just like to use that word. It's a lot simpler than me having to describe what options are every time. But again, no big news, but see here, the $2+ trillion infrastructure bill paves a path, and you'll see that there's a lot of stocks that are being mentioned here that'll be affected by it. Caterpillar, Canadian Pacific, which is a railroad company. Railroads need to be rebuilt. CP will be part of that. CSX, DE, which is Deere, and then ETN also. So there's a lot of stocks that will be affected by this infrastructure bill in a positive way. Boeing is another one of them that should be affected positively by this bill, but we'll definitely have to see how that plays out, because I know a big part of this bill is getting into the airline space as well. So people want to see a movement in the airline space. But I like Caterpillar. I like the chart. It's strong, but I would look for red days to add that stock. But you have to also keep in mind, this will be a very flat stock for a while. These kind of stocks will not move quickly. Look at this. It's got $500 million float. It needs a lot of volume to move it up, and it can come down slowly, but it can also come down if you have sector rotations. Right now, we're in the middle of a sector rotation back slowly into tech. We can see that in QQQ, but you can always have, what happens is they will, index funds and hedge funds will sell off their more trusting positions like Caterpillars, like Boeing, and move back into tech. But we're seeing that, we discussed this earlier in the stream, but real quickly, we can see here, we're slowly rotating back into tech, and you can see that with the QQQC is almost, it's very, so let me see here, what was the high? 338. So we're almost back to that high of 338. We're at 330. So just keep that in mind. You can catch dips on every single one. So if you see tech rallying, you can come and buy your QQQs, your Boeings for the next rotation, or for your longer term account if you want to. But again, these are expensive stocks, so play them very, very smart. Numan is asking about FSR. I wanted to talk about FSR as well previously. So Fisker Motors is a company that I really, really, really love the design of their car. It's very elegant, very sleek. I like Henrik Fisker himself as CEO. He's brilliant. But again, this is a stock that is also marred with the correction. The other thing is they won't have cars out till 2022. So that's going to be a bit of a climb for them. So every single earnings report is going to be weird. It's going to be like, hey, we don't have our cars out yet. We don't really have anything to show for it. So that's the thing with Fisker here. But again, it's sort of bottoming out. You have more space for it to come down lower. It could come back down to the 15s. As you see here, the MACD coming down. Your RSI is flat. It's not really ejecting too much. But I see Fisker slowly coming down. I think I would really, really like it. I really, really like to buy this stock in the $15 area, which is essentially the floor. So essentially there's support here at $14.50, and then you have more support. You have very, very, very basic support here at $15.50 also. So I think we will eventually break this layer here and come down lower, test the $15.50 and either bounce or rip through it. I'm just going to show you how the power of Bollinger Bands one more time here. I don't want to just do a show where I answer stock tickers. I also want to teach you guys stuff that I use. So as you see here, with the bottom of the Bollinger Band, it bounced up. It's holding here, but it looks like it wants to come down lower. If you look here, remember we discussed it. It broke out of the Bollinger Band. It was quickly rejected, came down to the mid, bounced off the mid, ripped through the midpoint, and now is slowly riding the lower half or lower part of the Bollinger Band. And the tighter the Bollinger Band is, the less volatility is. The wider the Bollinger Band is, the more volatility there is. I either got that correctly or it's the inverse of that, but I think I got that correctly. But you have a lot of tools that you can kind of use in your arsenal for reading and learning about stocks. But overall, Fisker is a good one that I like long term. Again, I think the stock price is too high here for me. I would like it around the $15 or under $15 range to buy the stock personally. Again, that's just me. That's just how I feel about it because of how long I think that Fisker is going to take to have cars out on the road. But again, if you're in it, you have to realize that this is going to be a longer term play. You will have pops on news. The reason the stock popped here is it was Apple rumors. Again, with any kind of rumor, unless they come out and quickly confirm it, that price is not going to hold. So just keep that in mind. Let's say you're a longer term investor. Let's say you have 1,000 shares of Fisker, right? You bought them down here in the 15s. Apple rumor hits and the stock goes up to, let's just say, a midpoint of, let's just say $30 because it went to a high of 31. Let's just say it goes to $30. This is where I would sell half of my position. I would take a profit on half of my positions. I would sell 500 of my shares, take profits on those 500 shares, and then look to reinvest it again after this stock drops down. So as it comes back down here, I would either reinvest it or I would take my money elsewhere and compound invest it, take it to another stock that's struggling or use that for another thing, or inject it into a new longer term investment because you made essentially 100% movement from $15 to $30. You made 100% movement there. So these are things to keep in mind. It's really cool to have it in your portfolio and say, okay, it went to $30. Tomorrow we might go to 45. Tomorrow we might go to 60. That's just not how the stock market operates. You have to just realize that everyone talks about diamond hands. Everyone talks about that, but you have to also learn to take profits. The name of the game is making money here and investing longer term. So again, if you're long-term investing it, sure, you maybe don't sell anything. But personally, in my opinion, I would have taken profits there had I had bought down here. And of course, people were buying down here. You can see candles here. So people were definitely buying. Jim is asking about Fubo. And Dylan's also asking about Fubo. Jim said Fubo. Dylan said Fubo going to 15. Let's see. I don't remember Fubo's stock price off the top of my head. But it looks like Dylan is more bearish, and I guess Jim is bullish on it. But that's cool. That's okay. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it here as sensible investors because we're here to discuss. That's one thing I want retail traders. I really, really hope retail traders start emulating more. Is I want you all to start getting along with the bull and bear thesis of your stocks. So a lot of people just like to go online and look for bull theses. The thing is, the bull thesis tells you where the stock is going. It's you're looking for a confirmation bias. But if you look for the bear thesis as well as to why the stock might suck, I'm not saying Fubo sucks, or I'm not saying Fubo is great. I've got my personal opinions about Fubo, which I like Fubo. Full transparency, I like Fubo long term. But if you look for the bear thesis on your stock and the bear case on their stock, you will learn a lot more about your company. You will learn the deficiencies in your company. You will learn where the Achilles heel is, where things can go wrong, and it can prepare you, and it can even help you eject yourself from the company or look for pain points that you can disprove yourself. So, for example, a few weeks ago, someone came to me and said, "Hey, Mara's energy factory is actually not operational based off of XYZ." I said, "Whoa, no. That's bull crap." And I wanted to go off on it, but I said, "Look, I need to practice what I preach." So I said, "Okay, let's disprove this." So him and I, we were in a Discord chat. Went back and forth, looked at the operating company that the energy company's in, found they've been operational for a while. The guy was very adamant. He even called them up and they told him, "Hey, we're operational," and kind of disproved it, and we went on our way. Now, I could have been very disrespectful, went off on him, called him an idiot, called him a schmuck, all this other stuff that I've seen people do online. But embrace the bear thesis, embrace the negativity, and you can learn a lot from it. Plus, you could make a friend that can help you out, because remember, we're all in this trading game together. So after that spiel, let's take a look at Fubo. Let's see who's right, Dylan or Jim, and let's see what's going on and take it from there. So look, let's take a look at our Bollinger Bands again, our brand new tool that we deployed here. So we've been at the bottom of the Bollinger Band ever since it bounced here. Fubo has been dealing with a lot. There's a lot of legal stuff that's going on. If we just go to the news tool here, you'll see there's a lot of litigation going on around Fubo, a lot of shareholder stuff that, hey, there's losses, call this place, we're doing a lawsuit. Keep an eye on that, play it very smart and see where it goes. Personally, I like Fubo because I think sports gambling isn't going anywhere and it's just starting. We talked about it in the beginning of the stream. New York is legalizing sports gambling, but let's take a look at it from a technical standpoint. Raw technical standpoint, we're going to completely forget about everything else we know about the company. If you look here, your MACD is curling. So if it looks like Dylan, we might not be going to 15 unless we get really bad news. Unless we get really bad news, we might not be going to 15. So the MACD is curling. RSI is also curling. So if we take a look here, you're having a spike upward in your RSI. Volume is green. So that means there's more inward than there's more people entering than exiting the stock. And let's take a look at the chart itself. So Bollinger Band, we're on the bottom of the Bollinger Band. I'm just going to turn off Bollinger Band for a second so we can take a look at it. It's riding the 200 moving average. So that's the thing. 200 moving average support is being held. It's being broken some days, but essentially we'll give it the benefit of the doubt and say it's riding the 200 moving average down here in the 20s. Now we're going to need a big, it's going to need a big Hail Mary or a big sign of faith or some good news for this stock to get a jump, because of course the float is 126 million. You're going to require, some volume for it to come back up. What I would like it to do, just like with every other stock, I want it to start slowly overtaking the 21 moving average and then the 50 moving average as it kind of makes its way up. But again, you're going to need news, you're going to need volume, you're going to need something. You're going to need that lawsuit dismissed, you're going to need something to come out. Now, I know I've read a lot about Fubo, and I've seen one of their active members. I don't know if it's the CEO or not. I'm not very good with names, but he's very active on Twitter, and he's very adamant about this. And I'm hearing a lot more about Fubo on podcasts that are sports related. Kind of promoting Fubo, saying, hey, especially soccer, there's a soccer podcast saying, hey, Fubo, you can listen and watch sports on Fubo. It's good. The sports betting aspect will definitely help it out. So again, this is more of a longer term investment, in my opinion, if you're playing it rather than a trade, unless you trade 1 to 2% at a time. Then you could take advantage of it. But getting back here to the highs of the 60s is going to be very, very difficult. So it's going to take a lot to get back up here. I'm more focused on it getting back up to 27 than I am to 62 and slowly building our way up. You need to kind of have your expectations set as you're adjusting into and out of any of these stocks. Let's see, what else a lot of people are talking about SOS. Let's take a look at SOS. So we know Bitcoin is down today. Bitcoin, let me go to TradeView one more time. Go to TradeView one more time. I want to show you Bitcoin's chart before we do anything. Bitcoin, BTC USD. I put bit. I'm an idiot. BTC USD. Take me to the full featured chart. I want to show you the 4-hour chart and what this is doing. It's doing something very, very interesting on the 4-hour chart. So Bitcoin is rejecting 60K a lot. It's been rejecting it several times. And okay, no problem here. So sort of forming a head and shoulders. Again, this chart is not as pretty as the Weeble chart that I'm used to playing around with. So I'm just going to go to the daily chart. I have the picture on my Twitter if you want to take a look at it. At Ryan Rozbiani, you can follow me there. I posted the picture there. But you can see it sort of here. It's forming sort of a reverse head and shoulders pattern here. I don't expect, again, you're not going to see it here. This is way too much of a head and shoulders. I don't think Bitcoin comes down to 40K again. That takes a lot. But you had a bull flag here that it broke out of. Now it's slowly coming down. The master layer of support that I'm watching is 50K. Another layer of support I'm watching is 53K and 55K. So 55K was sort of broken here. But again, 53Ks, I think we'll come down to 53K one more time before we go to 60K and kind of shoot up. Or the inverse head and shoulders will not complete and it will just go back to 60K and jump up. So it looks like I am now still stuck on that chart. So I screwed it up, but I hope you followed along vocally and heard it through. So I think that long-term, again, Bitcoin's long-term is going to be fine. I still stand by my projection that we will see somewhere in the 75 to 100K Bitcoin movement towards the end of this year. So let's take a look at SOS. I have to honor it and talk about SOS. So earnings are coming up. SOS is another company that's been marred by a Hindenburg short report. There's a lot of shady stuff going around with this company. Even before the short report, a lot of people on Reddit, a lot of threads on Reddit bashing this stock. So let's talk about it. I don't have a position in SOS, just full transparency. So let's take a look. So it's in a strong downward movement, which is not good for the stock. I always misclick for some reason. It's in a strong downward movement in the MACD, showing very, very, very little signs of a reversal here, in my opinion. RSI is headed down and slowly curling up. So this is what you probably saw in the MACD, the little curl up there. So that's good. It had a positive day today, which is good. Again, it's a stock that's gotten really, really beaten up. The MACD, the RSI is at 42. It had a 5% movement today, which is good. And now it's showing me 12% up there. So it looks like it's making a total movement in the after hours. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So again, look, in the after hours, it's getting volume, which is good. So I don't see any news on this stock that I know of. Again, more class action lawsuit stuff. It might be reflected due to Bitcoin's price, but Bitcoin is still down for the day. It's still red on the day, I believe. Yeah, it's down 0.17. So essentially it's flat for the day Bitcoin so far. So maybe people are buying it in hopes that Bitcoin legs up overnight to the 59K, 59.5K area, or even 60K tomorrow to hold that out. But again, this is a very difficult one. Again, this is a Chinese company. We talked about it earlier in the stream that Chinese companies can be a little bit risque when it comes to investing within the whole ecosystem of long-term investing. Lee's saying Wall Street Bets is pumping it. Reddit squeeze being pumped. Okay, so if it's being pumped, that's not. It's if you want to depend your trade on a pump, that's very, very risky in my opinion, because the pump can dump at any second. This is very different than the whole GameStop movement that was. So play it safe, play it smart. There's so many better Bitcoin stocks out there that are affordable. MFH is an example of one. MFH is a Bitcoin stock as well. Again, these guys are also, I believe, a Chinese company, but again, a very, very different realm. So let me just double check that they're a Chinese company before I say that loud. MFH. Let me just check one second before I say they're a Chinese company and they're not a Chinese. Yep, they're a Chinese company. Okay, just wanted to double check. So they are a Chinese Bitcoin company. Look, it's around the same price. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's more reliable in my opinion than SOS that's been marred by a lot of short reports and it's being held down by a lot of shorts. And if you look here, MFH is reversing. It's been curling up. The stock is overtaking the 21 moving average for 2 days. Our reversal is inbound, so you can see a massive movement here. Again, if you look here and you parallel it with Bitcoin, these were Bitcoin jumps. So this is a stock that can go to $10 plus very easily with a little bit of volume because it is indeed a low float stock. If we take a look here, the float isn't presented here, but let me just let me get the float for you. Float. Just pulling it up really quickly on Finviz to be able to check the float. It's a 5.5 million float stock. So it's a baby float stock. So it can move very quickly on a little bit of volume. So in my opinion, I would take MFH over SOS as a trade or a swing, but I wouldn't hold either of them long-term as they're Chinese companies. And there's so many better stocks out there. I like this chart a lot. I want to have a little fun with it. Let me just draw a little bit here. So as you can see here, we've got a lot happening on this chart. You've got a bull flag formed here, and you're about to break out of the bull flag, and the MACD and the RSI are giving me good signs that the bull flag breakout is imminent. Let me see, does this connect up here? No, it doesn't. But it's a strong bull flag in my opinion. MACD is telling me it's going to break out. RSI is telling me it's going to break out. Bitcoin getting stronger and later into the day tells me it's going to break out. So I would take this trade. I would add around the 21 moving average. So I would look for a dip in the 21 moving average, which is at $7.28. So I would give myself a little bit of leeway at $7.30, $7.50 scale in, and then play this into the breakout as Bitcoin goes to 60K, 62K, 65K, and get it to leg up and trade for me into the $10 to $11 area. So I think MFH would be a nice trade that you can kind of take here over SOS, in my opinion. Again, just because there's so much stigma around SOS, there's so much crap going on with SOS. I don't like stocks that are being squeezed via a third-party element. I get it. It's cool. Squeeze shorts out. Fine. But personally, I don't want to take that risk-reward play. That's just my risk tolerance level isn't there, and I don't want to do that. So we got a question coming in from Ty about Roku. Let's go ahead and discuss Roku. Roku is an interesting stock. ARK loves it. Reversal started here. If you take a look at the MACD, it's curling up. You got the positive movement on the MACD, which is awesome. RSI is reflecting that as well. Let's take a look at the chart. Over the 200 moving average is support. 21 MA was overtaken today. Congratulations to the Roku investors. ARK's going to be really happy with their numbers today because they own so much Roku. I'll just tell you how much Roku they own. There's a website called Kathy's ARK, kathysark.com. That is where you can kind of go and see how many shares of any stock that Kathy Wood and them own. Jim, my pleasure in reviewing Fubo. So Kathy Wood's company owns 3.49% of Roku, it looks like. So that's good. That's a lot. That's a lot of Roku. And I'm I don't think wouldn't see them buying today because it's green. They usually like to buy the dips. They're very smart about buying their dips, but I could be terribly wrong. But let's have a little bit of fun drawing on this one as well. So I'm going to connect the high points here. Connect this. Let's see what I can do here. You get a very, very, very weak bull flag here. Sort of. I wouldn't trade this. I wouldn't trade this here because to me, I still don't have full confirmation, in my opinion, that tech, we've cycled fully back into tech. But again, I would use this white line as resistance to kind of watch for it to break over this white line. And then I would use this line down here. Let's draw it in there as a support line, horizontal line. What is the lowest the stock went? 292. Okay, so let me try to get as close as possible. So again, we have this 292 horizontal line here. Let's make it red. Let's make it a little bit thicker so you folks have a better view of it. Let's make it dashed. So you can see here, this is our support. We've got our resistance line, this horizontal resistance line that I'm watching that it needs to break, that it hasn't been able to break, which has sort of been in parallel with 21 moving average, which gives me a good sign of, hey, this stock is getting the inbounded volume it needs. We can see that in the volume chart down here. It got 7.25 million volume versus the regular 2, 3, 4, 5 million volume it gets usually. So legged up. We'll have to see if this rally continues tomorrow, which I think it should. It should hopefully continue the rally tomorrow, but it's a 10% movement in the day. That's a big, big move for a stock like this. So we might have a flat day tomorrow. We might even have a red day tomorrow. So watch it closely. But I do think I'm confident that this, hopefully cautiously optimistically confident that this will overtake the 21 moving average, which right now is sitting at 387. So it's going to take some time for it to get there because this is not a low float stock. Sort of low float. It's 110 million floats, under 100 million. I consider it a low float. So it's there. So here we go. Roku gains 8.2% as Evercore gets bullish on the market size and position. So you see there, you've got catalysts that just come in, kind of rally these stocks up. And then you also have you have this one, Benzinga top ratings are coming in for this stock. So you can take a look at the Benzinga website and they'll tell you a lot about the upgrades and downgrades of certain stocks. I'm going to see if I can find Roku really quickly. This is a longer document here. Oh, it wasn't in the upgrades. It's weird. I can't. Initiations. Okay, that means they're just starting to look at it. Hold on, let me see if Control F works here. Some websites it doesn't. We're gonna get them. Oh, there it is, right there. Perfect. Evercore initiated a coverage on Roku. The price target of $400, which is good. That means there's a lot of room up. Hence why the stock jumped. It's had a 52-week high of 486. Of course, that was during the tech boost that we had. It beat earnings per share. So Evercore likes it, and we saw that reflected in its movement. It initiated coverage on it, so that's really, really good. And we know Kathy Wood likes it, and Kathy Wood has a team of maverick investors and analysts that help her do this stuff. So I would watch this here for a break into this, and I'd watch. I mean, where I would add this, I would add close to support. Again, might not come back down this low unless something crazy happens, but I would say around 300 would be where I would add Roku, again, long term, or even for a swing trade. It depends on your budget size. Okay. We're approaching 6 o'clock. Producer, do we have more time or are we out of time?
Sorry, I was getting my headset all hooked up. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I got my, let me show you my little
You got your Rona?
What are they calling it? A vac passport or whatever?
Your vaccine pass. It feels like we're back in time, back when passports were on a piece of paper. Now we got our vaccine passports on a piece of paper.
Oh my god!
So now you can hit the clubs, man. After you get your second vaccine, you can hit the clubs.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean that's what they should be saying. Instead they're saying whatever. But all right, yeah, we do have to be wrapping up because we got a special show coming up with Trading Nomadic. That's a really fun one. So stick around for that one, Ryan.
Perfect. I'll definitely be watching. So, folks, if you have any other questions that I wasn't able to answer, do me a favor, smash the like button, and you can follow me on Twitter at Ryan Rozbiani. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions there. I saw Thomas Lee coming in with PSTH. Tweet me, and I'll answer it for you there.
Yeah, Twitter. Ryan and I like to do some trade ideas on Twitter. Ryan, we still got to get you that blue check mark, huh?
Yeah, man, we got to get that verification, that blue check status.
All right. Well, maybe we have to go straight to the Twitter headquarters and just make it happen.
Let's do it, man. We'll grow really long beards like Jack, and then we can go to Twitter HQ and they'll let us right in.
That's what I'm saying. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and bring on Trading Nomadic. Let me see if he's
all right.
Ready.
All right, man. So I will be signing out, and I'm leaving, right?
Yeah. We'll talk. We'll see you tomorrow for after hours.
Sure. Sounds good, man. All right.
Beautiful.
Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.
Got it. All right, y'all. Here we go. Trading.
I'm here.
Hey, man. How's it going?
I wasn't sure if we were going to make it this time. I've been having trouble with my connection over here. I think we're good though.
Yeah, it's coming through a little choppy on my end, but hopefully it'll catch back up.
Just give me a heads up if it gets bad.
Yeah, let me have you, or maybe try just refresh, hopping out and then refreshing and coming back in real quick and see if that helps.
Sure.
What up, y'all? How we doing? Like I mentioned to Ryan, I just got the first dose of the vaccine. Little arm soreness, nothing serious so far. So we'll see if I start feeling anything. We do have a 20% discount code off our Benzinga Pro. We also do a free 2-week trial. Oh, here we go. We got Trade Nomadic back. Let's see. How we doing, man?
I see myself. I don't see you.
Oh, there now you popped up.
I see
let's see. Spencer's here to help us troubleshoot.
Yeah. What's up, man?
I'm not sure. My connection's been giving me trouble for the last hour. I don't see Spencer. I see a little black box.
Oh shit.
Oh, now I see Spencer, but I don't see the other guy.
Oh man, how are you able to trade like this?
I got home about 2 hours ago, and I tried resetting the router, everything, and my charts are coming up okay.
Yeah, but what about your trades? This is what I want to know.
Am I still chopping up?
A little bit.
I'm missing producer AB over here.
Oh man. Well, your sound's coming through okay for us. It's just the video that we're not getting right now.
Strange.
Hey, why don't you try sharing your screen with us, and we can see how that looks, and we don't have to have you on camera as long as we can see your charts.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but damn, producer AB, we have to get back to doing those tests before.
Wait, but on that note though, Spencer, did you notice Peter looked really good on his phone yesterday, and then B, the Chris Young guy today was also on his phone and looked great.
Peter was on an iPad, so I don't know if that makes a difference. All right, man. I can't even see your charts here.
Is it really that bad? Wow.
Well, it's it's not it's showing up, but it's not showing up. You know what I mean? It's wait a minute. What if I? Yeah, this is a new one for me. Let's try. Here, try stop sharing and then starting the share again. See if that does it. I see your charts present, but there's nothing showing up.
I saw it pop up on the thing here.
Yeah, maybe the solution, and now he's gone. Maybe the solution is more iPads, AB.
Well, I think I told you he had an iPad, but then it ended up being his phone. Really?
Oh, that was his phone?
Yeah, I think so, and it looked great.
Oh, it looked really good, and he had a great connection too, more or less, mostly good.
Yeah, well, and then that Chris guy today too on the Power Hour was on his phone, and I was shocked at how the connection was just perfect, and he looked well.
You could tell because it was the screen.
The dimensions were different. Yeah,
dimensions. Thank you. Hey, if you've been if you've tuned in the last hour or so and you didn't get the word yet, tomorrow at 11:15, Gary Vaynerchuk, the man himself, will be on SPAC's Attack. talking NFTs, talking sports betting, and of course, you have to talk SPACs on the SPACs attack.
How do you even like announce? Like, what's it like? Just serial entrepreneur? Like, is that a title?
Serial entrepreneur. That's what I would call him. Motivator in chief. He's like one of the most motivating guys that exist.
Head influencer.
Influencer, investor, man of 1,000 hats. Future New York Jets owner, perhaps. If all goes well for him.
What did he make the most money on, though? That's what I want to know.
Shit, I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe we should go to Chris and be like, "Hey, Gary, card collector. Hey, Gary, of all of your business, what did you make the most money on?" Wait, I think we actually just lost. Hold on. Let me try to get him back. Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know. I mean, anyone who follows Gary Vee knows his dream, his ultimate goal is to own the New York Jets, and he's clearly not quite there yet. Though he's a very successful guy, extremely successful, super motivational, super inspiring, and always active, doing a ton of stuff. Okay, here we go.
I'm back.
Oh wow! What do you do? You look great now.
We're in business.
Beautiful.
We got the charts up too. We're in business now.
Yeah, I'm ready when you guys are. Good
We're
to go?
ready. Let's do it.
All right. Well,
wait. How about this? How about I just replay that intro and we could just start this thing over from scratch?
I like it.
All right, here we go.
And we're live. Okay, so the first chart I'm going to go over, this is one that I brought up the last 2 weeks that I've been here, which is Snap. And the reason why I like Snap down here in this area here, I think that's when I first talked about it. It's because of this ABCD pattern and the PCZ, which is the pattern completion zone, ended up breaking at this critical ice line here. It's an important support and resistance zone in the history of the asset. And when you see these type of harmonic patterns, whether it's an ABCD, XABCD, whatever it is, you want it to have context behind it. You want this PCZ to be in a zone where it would make sense to start seeing some positive price action to the upside. And if you look back, this is something we identified when I brought this up the first time. And obviously, this is an important zone in this asset's history. You got this swing high coming up here, this big markup, and then all this downside, and right at the completion zone, which is where you would want to see some sort of reaction. And we initially got this reaction. If you look down here on the MACD, where you'd want to see the reaction, we did end up coming up a little bit. And for a swing trader, what you want to see most of the time at the PCZ of an asset after an XABCD or harmonic pattern, you want to see a confirmation low. And basically, that just means, you came down, you retested this area, you got a little bit of a reaction, you came back down and retested it once again with confirmation that, yes, this is support. It was support back here and resistance. And now we have confirmed that that's an area of support again. And that's where you'd want to enter the trade. This is one I believe I posted publicly. My trade setup was as it came back above this level, right at, what is it, 49.89. Once it came back above that, after finding support again, that would be the perfect time to enter. And if you look right at that same point in time, if you got this tiny little negative histogram bar right here. And while the price is coming down, you've got negative momentum waning, which is implying positive momentum is coming. While the price is coming down, that's bullish divergence. Your price is coming down, your oscillators are going up. RSI as well is showing the same thing, which to a trader, that's implying that you're going to see a reverse in the price action coming down from this swing high up here at A. I got a couple other ones I'm keeping my eye on. And if you guys got anything, anyone in the chat, if you got something you want me to take a look at before we get out of here today, by all means, drop it in the comments. I'll take a look at that stuff. There's just a couple I want to go over that we have talked about on this stream before. I think one of the first ones I brought up on this stream was NNOX, and that was actually my first time on this stream. And what we identified here was this bullish harmonic. You can tell if you're not familiar with harmonics, bullish harmonics kind of look like an M formation. You get a swing high, you get a retrace, you get another swing to the upside, and then your pattern completion zone is going to be, this is X, A, B, C, and then D is going to be your completion zone. And the reason why I liked NNOX is because the same thing that we talked about just now about Snap, your pattern completion zone, if you look to the left, you've got, you know, back here, this was support, resistance. I mean, clearly that is an important level that we want to stay above. And it's an important level in the history of the asset. And if you look right at that critical ice line, you come down here, we started getting some signs of divergence as we were coming down. You got the RSI. As it's coming down, the RSI starts moving upward as the price is still coming down. And the RSI double bottom, so technically this would be class C bullish divergence. It's when the oscillators double bottom while your price action is still coming down. It's not as strong as if the RSI was making higher highs or higher lows, I'm sorry, while the price was making lower lows. But it's still a form of bullish divergence. We got the reaction at this PCZ. For confirmation, I set my my orders just above this. We were kind of bouncing around, consolidating in this area right here. By the time I set up my orders for NNOX, I wanted to see it break above this little area we had here with the resistance. And sure enough, once we broke it, we came up. Got a little bit of price action back to the downside, but it still stayed above the stop loss. And I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday we got, geez, what was it? We got this monster run. Didn't last, but it, it hit my targets. I think NNOX was up about 70%. Get this. Yeah, we were up just about 79% on that swing. And with all my trades, I set up my sell point, my take profit points ahead of time, just in case you do see stuff like that. And NNOX specifically, because it was in the health technology sector, that's one that, sure enough, the price action on those can be very volatile. You'll see these swings and you'll see the pullback just as fast, but I still have part of my order still in. A smaller portion of that is still in there. And until I see NNOX start drifting down here, if it breaks me out of my stop, I mean, that happens. The way I handle swing trades and all my trades, I identify patterns and momentum and, the change in momentum, divergence from, negative price action. You want to enter right where that changes, because you know what, if this did end up flopping, after this consolidation, this awful little attempt at rallying here, if it did fall underneath this PCZ and ultimately this ice line, I don't want anything to do with it, because I identified this play based off of these factors. And if they get invalidated by price action, if they get invalidated at the point where I wanted to get in this trade, ideally, if I would have caught this a little bit earlier, that's where I would have gotten in. I would have set my stop loss a little bit below that, maybe referenced looking left over here. I might have tried, if I was able to get in at this point, I probably would have dropped my stop loss underneath this clear level of support over here on the left. But that was a good one. I sold some of this position over here when I saw it running pre-market yesterday. Normally I don't do that, but anytime, I don't care what asset it is, if it's up 70%, I'm definitely going to take a little bit off the table. Stuff like that doesn't always hold. How do you set pattern recognition zone? Pattern recognition zone. I'm not sure what you mean, SK. You might need to elaborate a little bit. Are you talking pattern completion zone for a harmonic? If you're still in the chat, let me know if that's what you mean. Hey, what's up, Fake Evo? You made it this time. If that's what you meant, about a pattern recognition zone, the harmonic patterns, they're all run off of Fibonacci numbers, right? This one specifically, if you use the XABCD pattern in TradingView or on Benzinga Pro, and I could post, I've got some cheat sheets for these, but these are all Fibonacci numbers, right? This is all based on Fibonacci retracements, Fibonacci projections, and that's how you'd identify the pattern completion zone, depending on the harmonic, depending on where the price action is at relative to looking left, historical price action, critical ice lines, support and resistance. That's how you're going to identify where this is. But like I said, with a lot of these harmonics, just getting to that pattern completion zone, most of the time, not so much in the case of NNOX, but normally you're going to see a reaction, and you could call it a reaction low, or you can call it a confirmation low. It's basically, you get that initial reaction, and the price action is going to come down a little bit after reacting, and it's going to retest it. It's like when you're jumping over resistance for the first time. Normally, you're going to see the price action come up. After that initial swing high, you'll see the price action come back down, test it to make sure that what was once resistance is now support, and then you see the positive price action follow. Doge is up a penny. I'm telling you, man, you guys, I'm not a long-term investor in Doge, but I can read charts, and Doge is actually one that I've been making a decent amount of money off of. Just playing the technicals. It's not something that I'm looking to retire off of. GLSI, I can check that out, Teresa. Let's see what we got. All right, so this is a young asset. It's going to be a little tougher to do analysis the way I normally like to, just because a lot of my analysis references historical data, and even on the 4-hour chart, we don't have a lot of information, and even less on the daily. But if this is a trade you were looking to get into, if it's not advice, but personally, I would probably wait a little bit. What I'm seeing just at a glance on GLSI, I'm not familiar with the ticker. You know, this is one that I remember hearing about the other day. Maybe it was from the Benzinga stream. But just looking at it, I'm looking down here at the RSI. This is on the daily chart. The RSI is a little bit overbought. Yeah, once you get above 70 RSI, it's considered overbought. Could go higher. I mean, looking left here, the history, wow, that's actually pretty impressive. I mean, it's got room to go up, but it wouldn't be a value zone for me. And if it's cancer treatment, that could be. Like I said, health technology, bioscience, stuff like that, they usually get really volatile once they start going in either direction. As long as you're on the right side of it, I mean, you can make money with a trade on. But with GLSI, when I'm entering a trade, I want to find an area. It's a value area, somewhere where you've got clear support and resistance, or if you're coming off a retracement. But I'm going to look at some historical data I can find on this. You've got a couple zones here. I'm looking at this first impulse up, major impulse up back in December. And you got a couple zones that, see, this is the zone, this zone right here. If we were above the zone, that would be an area that I would feel a little more comfortable getting into a trade on GLSI. But the problem is, you've got this big zone right here, and you're kind of dead in the middle of it. Not to say, you know, there's not a trade to be had, but it's not something that I would want to get into because of the fact that, you know, you've got these resistance points right here, which right now, if I did enter into this asset, I mean, that would be my cutoff down here. And what is that, 42.32? Oh, I'm way off. If we stayed above 48.51, you might see some upside, but the problem is, until you get above this resistance zone, which back here was support, and yeah, support here, and resistance underneath here. If you got above that, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with this trade, and the price action would be a lot better on the top side of that, because if you break this 48.51 zone, you're coming right down to 42. You don't have a lot of data. You don't have a lot of trading that went on in between this zone. And when you have an asset that's kind of in the middle of two different zones, or in the middle of a zone, it's risky. And when it comes to swing trading, I play off probability and numbers. You know, if GLSI made it, you know, if it did find some support right here, bounced up, you know, and ended up making its way on top of the 57.11 area, this zone right up here, you know, if you got an initial swing up, came back down and tested it to confirm that we have support here, or even here. I mean, if you get sound support, this asset tells you, hey, you know, we came down from 58.50, but down here at 48.30, you know, we got we've got some support here. You know, if you start seeing some positive volume that shows you that buyers are coming back in, you know, this might be a zone that you could get into the trade, but if it fell underneath this 48.51, I wouldn't want anything to do with it, at least as far as that trade goes, because you could just as easily come back, you know, underneath that, and you'll end up at 45 and then 42. And then this zone down here, this is not a place you want to be unless you were getting in into this accumulation area down here or down here. I think there's better trades out there. Not to say that there's anything wrong with this. It's just my personal. Can be invested. Oh yeah, you got in early enough where, you know, I wouldn't get out of it. If you got a stop loss at 42, I would probably be doing the same thing. The reason why I like 42 specifically is because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got early in the asset's history on this chart, you've got this nice clear support line. You know, this huge wick came all the way down, touched this 42 area, and just reacted. I mean, it bounced around a little bit, but you could tell when the wick this long that retraces back up after it touches down somewhere this far down. I mean, you've definitely got a nice area of support down there. If you look at the volume at that point, I think that was the point I was looking at, right? If you look at the volume when it came back down and touched that, you got this big old green candle here, which kind of confirms that there's some kind of support line there. If you fell underneath it, it's just, I would get out. I would keep that stop loss nice and tight until you see some more data come in that tells you, you've got support at higher levels, especially in that sector that the stuff gets real volatile. So RMO is one I brought up. I can look at SOS too. I'm personally out of SOS. I was in and out earlier, so I don't know what the chart looks like. I'll definitely take a look at it. RMO is one we brought up, I believe, in this stream. After this initial swing high, RMO started coming down, and we developed this supply line coming all the way down. And the reason why I like RMO, because as we were coming down, you've got this consolidation here, fell down further, and this wasn't a historical ice line, but if you notice, after that initial bounce off of it, came back down, we tested it again. We tested that level again, and clearly we found some support there, because as soon as that price action managed to break below that area, it just went ballistic. But that's not the most important part of what made this trade an obvious one to get into, because you've still got, if you look at the price action coming down from right here, you've got price action was coming down, and at the same time, you've got this RSI making higher lows. Price action making lower lows, the RSI was making higher lows, which would imply bullish divergence, implying that this downtrend coming down on RMO was about to turn. And between being at this level that was previously identified as support, and the bullish divergence, traders came in a hard way. Obviously, if you're in an RMO, I don't need to tell you that. This is one I am in. I took a little bit off the top, but I am expecting some higher prices on this one. As far as the timeline, I couldn't put that on there because I do think RMO is one that you probably have a lot of people that have been in this one for a little bit. You're probably going to have sellers come in. I mean, as you can see, after hitting the highs this morning, you got some sellers that did come in. You've got came right up to the 200. It got rejected, but I mean, we didn't lose a lot of that today. So if RMO finds some support in this area that we're at right now, I would like it for some higher highs. This MACD went nuts. RSI went straight up to the overbought. We find support in this level, which was previous resistance. It was previously support. If we look all the way back here on RMO, this was a zone that you could consider important in the assets history. You got resistance here, and that's where this initial swing high started. As soon as it broke above that resistance point, it went nuts. And the same thing here. So with RMO, if you're in it, I would move my stop loss up, because if it falls back below this area, I probably wouldn't want anything to do with it. I mean, if you want to give it a little bit of room, you could come down. You got this little area here. This is going to be another zone that we might test with RMO if it does fall below this area up here. You might come back down here, bounce around a little bit, or you might not. It could keep going. But if I wanted to enter RMO, this isn't a place until we got more data on the chart saying that yes, this is going to be a support area now, and we're going to go for higher highs. Because at that point, what I would do is I would enter here and then drop my stop loss, probably below this wick here at 1149. Under 1149, I would think it's probably going to keep going, and I would just position myself to find a better frame. It's probably going to end up seeing some lower prices if that happens. BFLY, yeah, I looked at that one too. SOS is another one I'll get in here. I can't let you know if it's something good to invest in, but I can tell you what the chart's telling me. Oh, we're on the daily chart on Butterfly Network, and I'm just going to look historical data on the asset over here. You've got support zone right there. You've got support. All right, so you're kind of in this zone right here. Post-market, you're above this zone. So if BFLY stays above 1721, that's good. In this zone is okay. I mean, that's kind of neutral. I would consider it neutral because 1624 on Butterfly Network is going to be a support. If it fell underneath that, your next major support would be down at 14, possibly even lower. I mean, you could get down to the lower 13s. But if you look at the oscillators on this asset, now we're on the 4-hour chart. You've kind of got this supply line coming down here that we did break out of. If you moved it over here, technically we'd still be out of that supply line. You've got a bullish engulfing candle coming up on the 4-hour chart, which broke through this resistance after, you know, kind of some hesitation here. Look down at the MACD. I mean, this already played out. It's playing out, but you've got this price action here, kind of making a double bottom on the price. And then if you come down here to the MACD, even though the price action here was staying the same, you double bottomed. The MACD, this negative momentum was waning. So the price action stayed the same, but the drawdown, the negative momentum on this asset was fading away, which would imply that after that point, after this has been established, you're going to see some positive momentum coming, and it did. And it was enough to get it on not only the upside of the supply line coming down from that swing high up here, but now you've broken out of this zone. And as long as it stays above 1721, I like it. If I was going to set targets where you might see some profit taking, you've clearly got this area right here at about 2021. I would probably move to the closing zone. So like 1971 would be an area I would look at, and I'm willing to bet if I toss a Fibonacci retracement. Yep. You look at the Fibonacci and this area right here of resistance, that is the 382 Fibonacci retracement. From this high to this low, we would be retracing to the 382. And I do want to see, I'm not sure how good it comes up. I kind of got my Fibonacci's in gray. I usually don't aim for any of these lower ones on the retracement, but 1757 is an area that you're going to want to see it get above. And I think on the daily it was showing, yeah, we're still not above it yet. Post market, after hours on this, you're sitting at 1735. 1757 is an area I would watch. Looking at the daily chart and the MACD on this asset, you've got your negative momentum is waning, less negative momentum, and it hasn't gone green yet, but it looks like on the daily you're about to go green. So I would assume, or the chart would imply rather, the chart would imply on the daily that you still got room to run. I don't think this 1757 zone is going to be an issue. But if I was taking a trade on this under 1624, I would probably want to get out. You know, make a new trade if you're married to the asset. I would get out underneath this because you're probably going to find a better deal if it breaks 1624. But for now, if you're already in, if you're entering a position, I would still set that stop loss in the same zone. But I think you've got room to go. The daily chart looks good. You still got plenty of room on the RSI. The RSI is kind of sitting in this neutral middle zone here. You're sitting at about 50. Pointed upward. Everything about this chart implies that you're going to see some numbers. And I do like the bullish engulfing candle here on the 4-hour. On the daily, your last daily candle was a little doji here. At the same time, you're getting this bullish, oh, I'm sorry, the bullish divergence on the oscillators between that and the doji, this indecision candle here, you know, you ended up popping off of it. So I like that one a little bit. I like Butterfly Network. It looks like you got more room for upside. It's not trading advice, but the chart looks like it says it's gonna keep going. EBAN opens up to this level. I'll buy more. EBAN. I'll look at EBAN. eBang International. This is one somebody brought up to me the other day. Pull this up on the 4-hour chart here. This is one, I mean, down here, this is definitely going to be a value area. Almost looks like, yeah, I mean, historically, this D point at about 489, you know, that's an area that you would expect to see a reversal at. As far as 595 goes, I mean, coming off of this PCZ, but you're still underneath some of these important zones. So, I mean, anything under 641, I mean, this would be a consolidation zone to me. You know, it's a value area. If you look left on this asset, this is definitely a critical ice line. It's an important support, resistance, support, resistance. It would make sense if the asset, you know, did reverse and start to see some higher highs at that area, which, as you can see, it has done that. I look at the oscillators on eBang International. You've got this price action was coming down. This MACD, the negative momentum was waning, which implies that even though the price is coming down, the momentum is starting to flip to the upside. Same thing on RSI. This is on a 4-hour chart. The RSI bottomed out here. This is, I think, when I identified this one on stream last week. The RSI bottomed out. The price action was still coming down. It's a form of bullish divergence, not the strongest. It's more of a continuation pattern. But right now on the 4-hour, it looks good. It looks like this is going to continue. You know, that's what the MACD is telling me. It's telling me that the negative momentum is wearing off. You're going to start seeing some positive momentum if it continues in this trend. If you were looking for confirmation of, you know, some higher highs outside of this zone, I would be looking at 636. Once you get above 636, you might see some much higher highs. Electric technology. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something I'm going to keep an eye on tomorrow as well, because I did have a trade set up. That was before we got knocked back down to this lower support level. But that's okay. That's something that if the oscillators continue to support the idea, I'm with it. Legalizing sports betting. I mean, it just common sense to me. You know, if New York does legalize sports betting, obviously, I would think that the, you know, DraftKings or any other assets related to that type of sector would definitely benefit from it. But most of my trading strategy is all based on charts, so if that wouldn't be something, I wouldn't be the guy to ask about that stuff. I'm not sure how you'd really make trades based on stuff like that, other than that would be a buy signal to me. But my trade strategy, I would reference the charts. If you do get legalization of sports betting, I would look to the charts, and I would look for DraftKings. I'll look at PHUN. PHUN. I get time. I still got about 15 minutes here. Let me pull up DraftKings. What is it? What is the ticker on DraftKings? That's the right ticker, right? DKNG on DraftKings. But one thing to keep in mind, if you're looking to make a trade based on news like that, more than likely the trade is going to be when it's a rumor, right? Everyone's heard the phrase, buy the rumor, sell the news. I wouldn't expect DraftKings to be any different. With something like this, if you hear about the possibility that DraftKings is going to be, if the betting is going to be legalized, you got this big candle. I must be losing my connection again. I hope it's not coming through on here, but if you look, it looks like there's already a reaction. If my ghost chart would load up here. I'm going to try refreshing this here. Hey, all right, we're good. I apologize. I don't know what's up with the connection. It's normally never the case. All right, well, I've got the 4-hour chart pulled up on DraftKings just fine. I'm gonna go off of that for now. I seem to be having connection issues. For DraftKings, I would be looking at, as a support, I like this 62.52 area here. Kind of got this little trading zone. And it looks like this is where you were starting to see that price turn around here, hopping off the 200 moving average. And above it, you kind of got, if you look at the price action correlation from this double top up here, straight from there, come all the way down. And then we found support here again, which previously was support here, resistance here. So this is a historically important zone for DraftKings. And you're not too far off of it. We're looking at 63.30 for support. You're sitting at 65. And if you look back here, the price action on DraftKings, I don't know why I'm having a hard time saying that today, but look, after topping out, price came straight down. After we hit support here, price straight back up. So you would think after the price again topped out here, found support here, I mean, the first thing I would expect, or what I would expect DraftKings to do, is go and test this level again, especially if you've got a news-driven catalyst like legalization of sports betting in New York. Yeah, it would make a great commercial for 5G. I've actually been looking into Starlink. I signed up for beta with Starlink, Elon Musk's internet, and they actually gave me an email the other day. So that might be something I'm looking into, and this is definitely helping the case. I normally don't have connection problems, though. As far as DraftKings go, especially with a news-driven catalyst, I wouldn't be surprised if we start testing this 74 area again. I'm not sure why my oscillators aren't coming up here. Let me try the daily chart again. If I could see the oscillators, I could tell you, but just looking at the price action, clearly there's definitely been a reaction to the news, because this is on the 4-hour chart, so we're talking today. There was definitely a reaction off of it, but for some reason I don't have any data down here on my oscillator, so I'm going to move on to something else. Just because, yeah, I hope so. It's got me in a bad place today. Josh Richards, I'm going to toss PHUN in here as long as my internet connection's up for it. And if you guys, if I end up losing you guys on this with the connection, if you guys do have tickers, drop them in the chat. Give a like to the video, even though we're having connection problems this week. If you guys like the video and if you drop some tickers in the chat, I'll look at them tonight after I figure out what's going on with my connection here. And if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, I'll post them there. Well, here we go. Spoke too soon. I'm still not getting data on my oscillators. But what I'll do is I'll go back over these tonight. The ones that I went over on stream here, I kind of just grazed over them real quick. But what I'll do is I'll make some charts, kind of give you some levels, my thought process behind how I would take a trade on any of these assets if I were to. It's not advice, but you know, I read the charts, whatever it implies, that's what I go off of. I would never recommend you guys buy anything. But PHUN, right here, that's the first thing I'm looking at historically. You've got resistance here that we're back above now. And actually, it looks like you got yourself a harmonic. I actually brought, if you guys are interested in learning more about trading with harmonics, this is a trading view indicator you can get. Hey, look at that. This is a trading view indicator that you can get. It's, if you look up harmonics, there's a guy, Lone Star, I believe, does this, and it'll identify XABCD patterns for you. You know, that's half the battle because you need a proper entry. But if you look here, right where this XABCD ended, historically, if you look over here, it's right at a support and resistance zone. So this would have been the ideal entry. And I'll tell you what, it's a little bit late, but I mean, it's educational here. Your targets for an XABCD pattern, a bullish XABCD pattern, would have been your C, which is, that's not your target. Your C, your first target on this would have been C. Your other target would be your A. So if I was looking for a higher target, I'm not saying it's going to go up to the second target, but if I was looking for a higher target on PHUN, it would be up here at about 308. That's where it should be. When I pinpoint targets on XABCD patterns or harmonics or what, in this case, point A, And I would probably, if I was setting a price target for higher levels on PHUN, I would go right here because you kind of got this ugly double top. You've got some wicks, that made it above that point. But if you look here, I think that would be a safer target. A lot of the times when you're hitting these higher targets on some of these assets, they hit them and then they pull back fairly quickly. So I would look at that zone on PHUN at about 299. That's kind of a psychological zone too. When you're talking even numbers like $3, $5, $10, whatever it is, psychologically that might be an area that people take some profits out. If I'm looking at oscillators for support down here, you don't have bullish divergence, but price action was coming down towards this BCZ. And you've got the negative momentum was building, and right at that BCZ, you could see the negative momentum was waning, which means that at this point, the negative pressure pulling this asset down was starting to reverse a little bit here. On the RSI, I mean, you could argue this is Class C because the RSI kind of bottomed out while that price was still coming down a little bit. But even this is, you could call it convergence. It would imply that there's going to be a continuation coming up. Same thing with this Class C bullish divergence is more of a continuation, confirmation, and a sign of a massive reversal. Yeah, Elon Musk does Starlink. It's a satellite-based internet. I believe they're still taking beta testers for certain areas. And never sleep on Elon. And I'll do Fubo. Fubo is one we did. We actually did a trade setup on stream last week for Fubo. But I want to do an update on it here because we did. Yeah, this is our trade setup for Fubo last week, and the reason why I liked Fubo, somebody brought this one up, is because you've got a double bottom here on the MACD, and if you look at the price action was still coming down, but the negative momentum bottomed out, which would imply that even though the price is still coming down, the negative pressure can't get any lower, or at the time, it wasn't going to get any lower. And that would be, your indication that right in this zone, you're going to start to see a reverse. And on the RSI on this asset, RSI was going up, price action was still coming down. So this is classic bullish divergence on the RSI, which is why I entered this trade as well. I'm not giving advice, but the chart says that you still got a little bit of room to go on Fubo. I do like on the
I think we lost him. I think we almost made it through the end. Wait a minute. We almost made it through the full hour. Oh wait,
I don't see you, Spencer. I'm not sure if you guys can still see or hear me.
Oh yeah,
I'm just getting a blank screen for you.
All right.
So,
all right. So
if I'm still live, I appreciate everyone coming out. Hit the like. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Trade Nomadic, and I'll get to the rest of these requests and I'll toss some charts up for them.
All right. I'm not sure if he can hear me. Thanks a lot, man. If you can hear me, if you can't, then then you can't hear me, but it doesn't matter anyway. So like you said, at Trade Nomadic is his handle, right there on the screen. Guys, smash the like. We've been on with you for 11 hours today. It's going to be a wrap for our stream. Remember, tomorrow, 11:15 a.m., Gary V will be on SPAC's Attack. We've got not just Gary V, though. We've got the CEO of Social Reality, SRAX, SRAX is the ticker. It'll be on Power Hour. I've got my ETF show from 2 to 3 with Andrew Channon from the UFO Space ETF. So big day tomorrow. And that'll be a wrap for us today. So smash that like once again. And on that note, everyone have a good rest of your night. I'll see you tomorrow.